He furrowed his brows and said softly, I didn't mean to. I have something to tell you. What do you want to say? Xiaoyang held the child and frowned at him. You look so angry. What happened? Did you get wronged? It's not me who got wronged, but my sister. Yang Feiyu gritted his teeth and spat out, It's my sister who's been wronged. Chapter 445. Please don't blame. Oh? Hearing this, Xiaoyang found the situation highly amusing. With a wry smile, she looked at him coldly and said, Yang Guifei is feeling wronged? How come I wasn't informed? You don't know? Don't you have any idea what you've done? Yang Feiyu spat in anger. Xiaoyang chuckled lightly and said, If I recall correctly, she is now a Guifei, imperial consort, and I am the emperor. I can do whatever I want with my consort, can I? Or are you trying to meddle in my personal affairs as well? Yang Feiyu, your reach is far too long. Yang Feiyu clearly hadn't expected to see such a different Xiaoyang today, nor had he anticipated her to be so firm in her stance. It was only now that Yang Feiyu suddenly realized that if Xiaoyang didn't indulge him, he actually had no leverage whatsoever in front of her. Realizing this, Yang Feiyu felt both angry and helpless. He looked at her and said, You promised me you would take good care of my sister, but what have you done? Yang Feiyu, if you feel your sister is truly wronged by being by my side, you can take her back. I have no objections, but the dowry is non-refundable. Xiaoyang snorted directly. These words were incredibly harsh. Xiaoyang, do you really think our northern country can't afford to offend you? Yang Feiyu was now genuinely enraged. However, no matter how angry he became, Xiaoyang remained calm and composed. Isn't it the case that I can't afford to offend your northern country right now? This single sentence left Yang Feiyu momentarily speechless. He suddenly realized he might have overstepped his bounds and could only suppress his anger for now. Frowning at Xiaoyang, You? He stammered for a while but couldn't form a coherent sentence, frustratedly tugging at his hair. At this moment, little Conger reached out his tiny hand and patted his arm, whispering softly, Uncle, pretty, don't be angry. The little child's milky voice was indeed very soothing. Hearing this, Yang Feiyu couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha ha, your son said I'm handsome. It's not a big deal for a grown man to be complimented on his looks, is it? Is it something to be proud of? Xiaoyang looked at his smug expression, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation. Yang Feiyu didn't care about that. He gently patted Conger's head and asked softly, Who do you think is better looking, me or your daddy? Daddy handsome, uncle handsome too. Conger looked left and right, unable to decide. After all, in a child's eyes, their parents are always the most beautiful. Seeing Yang Feiyu acting so childish and even teasing his own son, Xiaoyang was displeased. All right, if you have nothing else to do, get lost. I still need to spend time with my wife and child. Hearing this, the anger that had subsided flared up again. Yang Feiyu shot Xiaoyang an annoyed glance and said unhappily, Only the Empress is your wife? Isn't my sister also your concubine? Get out. Xiaoyang had completely lost patience and roared, Come back in a month. For this month, I only want to be with my wife. Yes, everyone knew that this month was a stolen moment. That's why Xiaoyang cherished this rare month so dearly. Upon hearing this, Yang Feiyu didn't continue to argue. He gave Xiaoyang a deep look, then turned and walked out. Watching Yang Feiyu leave, Shen Yunyan finally brought the food over and placed it on the table, addressing the father and son. Time to eat. Great, time to wash up and eat. Xiaoyang picked up Conger, and the two of them washed their hands one after the other. Although Conger had been attended to since birth, he wasn't spoiled at all. In fact, he felt much more at ease here and loved it immensely. Seeing Conger's adorable little figure, Xiaoyang smiled tenderly, kissed Shen Yunyan, and said softly, You've done a wonderful job raising our child. It's also your credit, Shen Yunyan said with a gentle smile. Ever since the child was born, Xiaoyang had been coming over almost every day to spend some time with them. She had never seen such a devoted father before, let alone one who was also an emperor. If I had a father like you when I was little, I wouldn't have endured so many grievances, Shen Yunyan said with a soft laugh. then kissed Xiaoyang. Let's eat. Xiaoyang sat down and said in a low voice, I don't even remember what my father looked like, so I want to be a good father. I don't want my child to forget what I look like when I'm gone. In fact, Xiaoyang didn't even know who his biological father was. That's why he cherished this child so much. Shun Yunyan looked deeply at Conger, then said softly, yes, you're right. Maybe after we're gone, Conger will quickly forget us. It's better that way, isn't it? It's better than always being sad. Aoyang, promise me that no matter who goes first, the one left behind won't be too sad. Remember our dreams, strive for them, and live well. Okay? Shin Yunyan smiled softly and then added a piece of spare rib to Xiaoyang's bowl. Seeing Shun Yunyan's serious expression, Xiaoyang suddenly felt a pang of anxiety. He grabbed her hand and whispered, Are you leaving? I'm not leaving. I'm just afraid that someday these things won't be up to us, Shin Yunyan said with a light laugh. In this world, while many things can be controlled by humans, birth, aging, sickness, and death cannot. Xiaoyang felt this topic was inauspicious, so he changed the subject. Since we're here, we should have some fun. How about this? After we eat, let's make kites, shall we? Really? Shin Yunyan looked at Xiaoyang excitedly, her face full of joy. When I was a young girl at home, I was best at making kites. The kites I made could fly very high and very far. Great. Let's have a competition. If I win, you cook tonight. If you win, I'll cook tonight. What do you say? Xiaoyang immediately got excited. Conger, seeing his parents happy, clapped his little hands. Kite, kite? All right, it's a deal. Shin Yunyan's face was filled with a long-lost radiant smile. After finishing their meal, Xiaoyang and Shun Yunyan immediately started making kites. Conger, with his short legs, ran around the courtyard. Xiaoyang had made him a little windmill, which spun and creaked with the wind, so Conger couldn't stop running. Chapter 446, Harmony. Seeing Tsonger looking so adorably cute, Shun Yunyan's face was filled with tenderness and affection. Making a kite was something Summercool was naturally very good at, so he quickly finished making the kite in his hand and chuckled at Shun Yunyan. Wow, why are you so slow? How annoying. Shun Yunyan glared fiercely at Summercool, quickened her movements, and accidentally pricked her finger. Ouch! Shun Yunyan exclaimed, only to see Summercool rushing over, grabbing her finger, and putting it in his mouth. Why are you so careless? Summercool looked at her with concern. Aren't you good at this? Seeing Summercool's nervous expression, Shun Yunyan found it amusing. She hugged him and said with a smile, I think I might lose, but I don't want to cook tonight. What should I do? Well, that's a bit tricky. Summercool hooked his finger under her chin and smiled lightly. You have to keep your word, Your Majesty the Empress. Shun Yunyan wrapped her arms around his neck, leaned closer, and blinked. Then, how about I pay you back with my body, Your Majesty? It's settled. Summercool kissed her directly and, in one fluid motion, picked her up and carried her into the house. The silly Tsonger was still running around in the courtyard, completely unaware of what his parents were doing inside. While things were sweet and affectionate here, in the palace, when concubine Virtue learned about Lady Yang's affair, she was quite angry. She brought her embroidery and went straight to Lady Yang's Qinghua Palace. Upon arriving, she saw two figures practicing martial arts in the courtyard, one in red and one in black. Bai Yuner felt utterly miserable after learning that Yang Xuanya had been favored by the emperor. Although she didn't care much about the emperor herself, the thought of being overshadowed by Yang Xuanya in this matter infuriated her. You slut! Watch me beat you to death! Bai Yuner cursed without restraint. However, Yang Xuanya didn't retort. Instead, she directly picked Bai Yuner up with her spear and threw her heavily to the ground. Ouch! How dare you throw me? Are you crazy? Bai Yuner, covered in dirt, scrambled to her feet and glared at Yang Xuanya. You're a noble consort and so am I. How dare you treat me like this? You're insane. You're being disrespectful. You brought this upon yourself with your reckless words, Yang Xuanya said emotionlessly. If you're not convinced, come at me again. Bring it on. Bayuner swung her whip toward Yang Xuanya, but Yang Xuanya, agile and nimble, dodged the attack and countered with a backhand spear, picking Bayuner up again. This is too amazing. Concubine Virtue clutched her embroidery tightly, suddenly feeling regretful. She had always thought Bayuner was quite unreasonable, but she never expected Yang Xuanya's martial prowess to be so freakishly strong. Looking at her slender arms and legs, Concubine Virtue was certain she wasn't a match for either of them. Thinking about how she had considered picking a fight with Yang Xuanya, she felt a bit ridiculous. Who did she think she was, daring to raise her voice to Lady Yang? Concubine Virtue quietly took a step back, afraid that the two might take their anger out on her, and dared not speak a word. Bayuner wasn't stupid. She knew she wasn't a match for Yang Xuanya. When she climbed to her feet for the third time, she couldn't hold back her tears. Seeing Bayuner's pathetic state, Concubine Virtue timidly stepped forward and handed her a handkerchief. Lady Bai, don't cry. Pfft. I'm not crying. Bayuner snatched the handkerchief and spat. It's just the wind. Yang Xuanya glanced at the two of them and said indifferently, would you like to come in for a seat? A seat? Concubine Virtue hesitated at the door, afraid that she might be beaten into a pulp if she went inside, considering how Yang Xuanya had tossed Bayuner around like a pancake earlier. And no, thank you. We have the best tea from the Northern Kingdom inside. Yang Xuanya spoke again. This time, Bayuner seized the opportunity and snorted. Your Northern Kingdom, a barbaric place. What good tea could you possibly have? The finest tea in the world comes from our Yunnan. Saying this, she glanced at her maid. Long Jing, go get my tea. Yes. Long Jing obeyed and left. The three of them entered the Qinghua Palace together. Inside, it was quite different from what Concubine Virtue had imagined. There were no overly luxurious decorations. In fact, it was quite simple, not at all what one would expect from a noble consort's residence. While Concubine Virtue only thought this, Bayuner said it outright. Is the Northern Kingdom so poor? Why is your place so shabby? This doesn't look like a noble consort's residence at all. Hearing this, Concubine Virtue timidly shrank her neck. She deeply regretted coming in. Yang Xuanya, however, seemed genuinely puzzled and tilted her head, looking at Bayuner. What should a noble consort's residence look like? Are you even a woman? Bayuner looked at her with disdain. Look at you, dressed in martial attire, your hair so simple, not even a bit of rouge. I really don't understand why the emperor would favor you first. This made Yang Xuanya even more confused. She looked at Bayuner closely and asked, you used rouge? Bayuner was at a loss for words and gritted her teeth. What do you know? I came here today to fight you, so of course, I didn't use any. But normally, I do. Look at Concubine Virtue. She's as beautiful as a flower. That's how a woman should be. As she spoke, Bayuner pulled Concubine Virtue over and pointed to the blush on her cheeks. See, this is rouge, and this is lip rouge. You've never used any, have you? No, Yang Xuanya shook her head honestly. I've been in the military since I was 13. There were no such things there. You joined the military at 13? Why? Aren't you a princess? What were you doing in the military? Bayuner looked at Yang Xuanya in confusion. Concubine Virtue also wanted to know but didn't dare to ask. She could only look at Yang Xuanya expectantly. Yang Xuanya explained matter-of-factly. In the Northern Kingdom, women can practice martial arts. Everyone is strong. You are weak. Who are you calling weak? Bayuner immediately protested, but thinking about how she had been beaten like a child earlier, she felt a bit deflated. If you put it that way, I do envy the women of the Northern Kingdom. Women in the Summer Kingdom live a miserable life. Concubine Virtue, don't you agree? Bayuner immediately turned to Concubine Virtue. Chapter 447. What virtues and abilities? Concubine Xian wasn't sure whether she should say yes or no at this moment. After pondering for a while, she softly replied, probably. I've never left my home since I was a child, and even at home, I wasn't allowed to move around freely. Why not? Yang Xuanya looked puzzled at Concubine Xian. Why can't you move around freely? Because it's against etiquette. Concubine Xian said this, feeling it was somewhat inappropriate. Bai Yuner nodded along. Actually, it's the same in Yunnan. They only favor sons over daughters. Although my father treats me fairly well, if compared to my brothers, it's still a bit lacking. I've never met the emperor, Yang Xuanya said calmly, so I don't know how he treats others. What? Bai Yuner looked at Yang Xuanya in disbelief. How could you not have met your own father? Stop talking. Concubine Xian couldn't help but tug at Bai Yuner's sleeve. Bai Yuner then realized and, seeing Yang Xuanya's expression, snorted. Although I don't particularly like you, I see you as a pitiful person. Fine, I won't hold it against you, but you'd better not hit me without reason in the future, understood? Saying that, Bai Yuner took the tea leaves from Longjing's arms and started brewing tea for them. It was said that Yunnan had the best tea, and this was their first time tasting it. Just the aroma made Concubine Xian salivate. She nudged Alu beside her. What are you standing there for? Go back and bring my jewelry box.
Yes.
Alu was puzzled. Wasn't her mistress here to cause trouble? Soon, the jewelry box was brought over. Concubine Xian glanced at Bai Yuner and then smiled. Since Lady Yang hasn't used these before, why not try them today? This immediately excited Bai Yuner, who stood up at once. Yes, let's try them. With Xiaoliang not in the palace, these ladies could finally get along harmoniously, finding this life truly wonderful. Inside and outside the palace, everything was harmonious, but the officials were in disarray. How could the emperor not stay in the palace and instead go to a country estate? This was absurd. Prime Minister Fong believed an emperor should act like an emperor, so he convened a meeting of officials. The emperor is too lax now. This won't do. Prime Minister Fong lamented with a heavy heart. But the others showed no reaction. After all, they were well aware of Xiaoliang's character, so they didn't want to court death by speaking out. Seeing their silence, Prime Minister Fong grew anxious. What if one of the feudal lords currently in the capital harbors ill intentions? You can rest assured, Prime Minister. The Emperor is highly skilled in martial arts and will be absolutely safe, Marquis Yongyi replied.
Ugh.
Upon hearing this, Prime Minister Fong rolled his eyes and snapped. What about the envoys from the Three Kingdoms? This is embarrassing. I blame the Empress. She must have bewitched the Emperor. Prime Minister, please be cautious with your words. A Fu immediately spoke up, frowning at Prime Minister Fong. The Emperor and Empress's love is a blessing to the nation. I don't understand why the Prime Minister is so concerned. Moreover, the Emperor is a man of his own mind. How could he make decisions based on the Empress's words alone? I think the Emperor is doing this on purpose. On purpose? Prime Minister Fong sensed something unusual and looked at a Fu with curiosity. You've always been closest to the Emperor. Do you know something? I don't know anything specific, but I do know that the Emperor is not a foolish man. Therefore, every decision he makes must have a purpose. With the Fan Wang all gathered in the capital, it's difficult to discern the loyal from the disloyal. If this situation can serve as a test of their intentions, it could be a positive development, a Fu speculated boldly. In truth, he didn't know why Xiaoliang insisted on leaving the palace at this time, but he felt that Xiaoliang wasn't entirely ruled by his emotions. There must be a deeper meaning behind this. Upon hearing this, Prime Minister Fong slapped his thigh. Then isn't the Emperor in great danger? Prime Minister, you needn't worry so much. Before leaving, the Emperor has already made arrangements. The palace is as secure as a fortress. No intruders will breach it. As for the estate, it's even more like a tightly sealed bucket. A Fu smiled. Has the Emperor ever done anything reckless? That was true. Prime Minister Fong finally relaxed, then murmured. In that case, we can't let the Emperor down. We must all fulfill our duties and not cause trouble at this time, especially the Ministry of Rights. You must be more diligent, for we are a great nation and cannot lose face in matters of etiquette. Yes, I understand. The Minister of Rights bowed, clearly displeased. Prime Minister Fong glanced at him and waved his hand. You may all leave. Afterward, he headed to the estate, determined to find out what the Emperor was up to. However, Prime Minister Fong was stunned to see Xiaoliang cooking in the kitchen. while Shan Yunyan played with their child in the courtyard. This was unacceptable. A gentleman should stay away from the kitchen. How could an emperor be cooking? Prime Minister Fong felt heartbroken and hurried forward. Your Majesty, this is unthinkable. What are you doing? No, how did you get here? Xiaoyang quickly snatched the spatula and continued stir-frying. Almost burned. Why are you here? Is there something happening in the palace? Prime Minister Fong watched Xiaoyang's skillful movements with a pang of distress, then glanced reproachfully at Shan Yunyan. Your Majesty, why not bring some attendants with you? I'm not disabled. Why would I need attendants? You're just in time. Prepare yourself. We'll have dinner together tonight. Xiaoyang smiled, skillfully plating the cooked dish. Seeing this, Prime Minister Fong was overwhelmed with gratitude. Your Majesty, I dare not. If you can eat, join us. If you don't want to, go back. Xiaoyang waved impatiently. In this estate, I'm not the emperor, and she's not the empress. Do you understand? What did that mean? Prime Minister Fong looked at Xiaoyang in disbelief. Your Majesty, are you considering abdication? I'd love to, but my son is too young. Abdicating now would be quite irresponsible, Xiaoyang sighed, glancing at the chubby toddler in the courtyard. Chapter 448. Nonsense. This time, Prime Minister Fong's heart was in even greater turmoil. Despite that, he had indeed seen the world, so he immediately decided to stay for dinner. Originally, he thought Empress Xiaoyang was just joking, but to his utter disbelief, she truly had no airs about her at all. She cooked and took care of the children like an ordinary farmer. This was too absurd, wasn't it? Prime Minister Fong felt that after living for several decades, he had already seen quite a lot, but he never expected that in his lifetime, he would witness such an emperor and empress. Although the two didn't converse much, a single glance was enough to understand what the other wanted. This feeling was simply, watching Empress Xiaoyang like this, Prime Minister Fong couldn't help but feel a bit envious of their deep affection. He thought about how he and his wife had been like this when they were young, but at some point, it had changed. Prime Minister, why aren't you eating? What are you looking at? Xiaoyang asked curiously, looking at him. I made it really delicious, you should try it. Prime Minister Fong truly felt unworthy of such fortune. To have the privilege of eating a dish made by the emperor himself? After dinner, let's play a few rounds of Go. It's been a long time since we last played, and I'm really itching to play. Xiaoyang smiled at Prime Minister Fong. At this moment, Prime Minister Fong truly felt that Xiaoyang wasn't an emperor, but just a kind and playful junior. After dinner, Shan Yunyan directly took the children and began to clean up the dishes, her movements fluid, completely unlike a queen accustomed to luxury. Before this, Prime Minister Fong had never really liked Shan Yunyan, thinking she was a seductress who bewitched the emperor. But now, seeing her like this, he understood why Xiaoyang treated her so well. The two had walked hand in hand through barrenness, and their bond was naturally extraordinary. Thinking of this, Prime Minister Fong felt much more at ease. But soon, he couldn't laugh anymore. He truly hadn't expected that the all-rounder Xiaoyang was actually a terrible Go player. Looking at the current board, he was a bit helpless. Your Majesty? Sorry, I'm not really good at this, but I think it's fine, right? Look, isn't it surrounded? Xiaoyang tried to justify himself. Prime Minister Fong hadn't felt the need to humor a child in many years. He looked at Xiaoyang, both amused and exasperated, and said softly, Your Majesty, I suddenly remembered there are some trivial matters at home that need to be dealt with immediately. Prime Minister, you wouldn't be dismissing me, would you? Xiaoyang raised an eyebrow. Prime Minister Fong quickly shook his head. No, it's just that there are some matters at home that need immediate attention. All right then, you can go first. Xiaoyang magnanimously waved his hand, disrupting the game. He stood up and turned towards the backyard. As night fell, it was early autumn, and the evening breeze was cool and refreshing. Shan Yunyan's hair had come loose, and she was rocking in a hammock with the child, feeling utterly at ease. Seeing Xiaoyang approach, Shan Yunyan couldn't help but laugh. Your Majesty, are you here? Did the Prime Minister not endure it and leave? What does that old man know? He knows nothing. Xiaoyang came over and sat beside Shen Yunyan, playing with her hair, and said with a smile, Yunyan, I really hope such days can last forever. If we could live like this for a lifetime, wouldn't that be wonderful? Don't you think so? Upon hearing this, Shen Yunyan's eyes flickered and she lowered her head. But that's impossible. Someone like you, even without life-threatening dangers, is destined to shine. Such ordinary days aren't meant for you. Yunyan, are you blaming me? Xiaoyang embraced her gently and asked softly, Are you blaming me for bringing you back to this big cage? As things had developed to this point, they had walked this path together, and many things were unavoidable. So Shen Yunyan was very clear that at this moment, blaming anyone was useless. She looked up at Xiaoyang and said softly, All the paths we've taken are together. I don't blame you, nor do I regret it. I just can't bear to part. What can't you bear to part with? Xiaoyang looked at Shen Yunyan, puzzled, and said softly, You've been like this lately, always anxious and uncertain. Is it because there are a few more women in the harem, and you're unhappy about it? Upon hearing this, Shen Yunyan shook her head directly and said with a smile, They are also forced into it. If they could, they would also hope for many possibilities in life. Women in this world already have it hard, and the daughters of noble families even more so. None of them can live as they wish. I am one of them, so I sympathize with them, understand them, and hope you can treat them kindly. But I'm not happy about that. Xiaoyang muttered, a bit sullenly. I feel like you don't love me. You don't care about me anymore. Daddy, shame. Songer suddenly piped up. The slightly melancholic atmosphere was instantly broken, and Xiaoyang felt a bit embarrassed. He patted Songer's little bottom and said unhappily, What do you know? Mommy, hit, scared. Songer immediately burrowed into Shen Yunyan's arms, whining pitifully. Seeing Songer's adorable appearance, Shen Yunyan gave Xiaoyang a look. What's wrong with what the child said? It's shameful. You're so old, yet so childish, aren't you embarrassed? How am I embarrassing? I just want to be number one with you in the world. Xiaoyang hugged Shen Yunyan and started to act spoiled. But Songer was even better at it. He also hugged Shen Yunyan tightly. Mommy mine, we're number one. The little one couldn't even speak a complete sentence, but he already knew how to compete for affection. This little brat. Xiaoyang gritted his teeth. Little rascal, if it weren't for me, where would you be? No snatching. Songer naturally didn't understand what that meant, but he clung tightly to Shen Yunyan's neck. Mommy mine. Songers. Ha ha ha. Shen Yunyan couldn't help but burst out laughing at Xiaoyang's defeated expression. Xiaoyang, you've met your match today. Ha ha ha. Seeing Shen Yunyan laugh so carefreely, any dissatisfaction Xiaoyang had in his heart faded away. He pinched her cheek. Yes, I've met my match today. It seems that old Confucius was right. It's hard to raise women and children. Shen Yunyan tilted her head and looked at Xiaoyang. Nonsense. You dare to say the saint is talking nonsense? Chapter 449. Painting. Xiaoyang chuckled as if he had caught someone in a significant predicament. Shen Yunyan snorted directly. I just said it. What can you do to me? In fact, Shen Yunyan rarely acted like this. Usually it was Xiaoyang who played the rascal. So now that Shen Yunyan was acting like a rascal, Xiaoyang found himself a bit overwhelmed. He looked at the mischievous Shen Yunyan, hesitated for a moment, then whispered, It seems I really need to pay attention to my words and actions in the future. Look how you've corrupted me. Seeing Xiaoyang like this, Shen Yunyan burst out laughing. So you know you're not exactly a good person, huh? The two embraced each other, laughing together. They rose with the sun and rested with the sunset, living their simple lives on the estate with their child. Sometimes, Shen Yunyan even thought that if life could always be like this, it would be perfect. But she knew her time was almost up. Counting the days, Shen Yunyan realized she had reached the end. She looked at Songer running around outside, walked over, and held his chubby little hand, smiling as she asked, Songer, do you think Mama is pretty? Without hesitation, Songer nodded vigorously. Pretty. Haha, Songer is pretty too. Mama loves Songer the most. Shen Yunyan hugged him gently, smiling warmly. Soon, Xiaoyang came in from outside with freshly caught fish. Wife, we can have fish for lunch. I don't want fish. Will you paint a picture for us? Shen Yunyan hugged Songer and smiled at Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang tossed the fish into a large basin, glanced at them, and said calmly, painting takes a long time. Are you sure you don't want to eat something first? Is Songer hungry? Shen Yunyan looked at Songer. Since coming to the estate, Songer's little belly had been full almost every day. There were just too many delicious, natural treats around the house, a rarity. He patted his round little belly and chuckled innocently. This sight made Shen Yunyan feel like she had won a great victory as she looked at Xiaoyang across from her. How about it 2 against 1? All right, I'll paint for you. But today, I'll do something special. Xiaoyang smiled, taking out paper and brushes, and began to paint. Shen Yunyan held Songer, gazing affectionately at Xiaoyang. About an hour later, Xiaoyang smiled, done. Both of them were tired from sitting, so Shen Yunyan quickly leaned forward to see 2 pigs clearly drawn on the paper. Xiaoyang. Shen Yunyan was furious, setting the child down and chasing after Xiaoyang to hit him. You dare to insult me? That's too much. Stop right there. Ha ha ha, your image is already in my mind. No need to look at you while painting. Ha ha ha. Xiaoyang laughed triumphantly. Besides, what's wrong with this painting? It's not like you? I think it's great. I think it's very accurate. In my eyes, this is you. He just kept getting more and more outrageous. Although Songer didn't understand why his mother was hitting his father, he ran over with his short legs to look at his father's painting and immediately pouted. Ugly, that's not Songer. Ha ha ha. Xiaoyang laughed even harder at his son's reaction, then hugged the approaching Shen Yunyan. All right, I was wrong. I promise to paint a better one after lunch. Okay? That was more like it. Shen Yunyan, tired from running, gave him a sidelong glance and said grumpily, if it's not good, you're not allowed to sleep in the bed. That was a cruel punishment. Xiaoyang immediately became serious. I promise I'll do a good job, all right? That was more like it. Shen Yunyan nodded in satisfaction and turned to go inside to cook. Xiaoyang meanwhile held Songer and chuckled. Look, Songer, this big pig here is Mama. Haha, and this little fat one is you. But even if Mama is a pig, she's the prettiest one. Songer is not a pig. Songer puffed up his cheeks, glaring at Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang pinched his chubby little face, laughing. Look at your little face. Look at your little belly. You're a round little pig. Although young, Songer could understand compliments and insults. He could tell Xiaoyang was teasing him for being fat, and his expression immediately changed. He looked down at his round little belly, feeling a bit sad. Did his father not like fat kids? Inside the house, Shen Yunyan heard the voices of the two and smiled faintly. Everything here was perfect, if only she didn't have to keep spitting up blood every day. She calmly wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and continued cooking, tears falling one by one, quickly wiped away. A month passed quickly. Xiaoyang was preparing to return. After all, he was the emperor and couldn't stay away for too long. Although he really didn't want to leave this little courtyard, having this 1 month had been a stolen treasure. These days, he had painted many portraits of Shen Yunyan and their child, so Xiaoyang was very careful when packing. After everything was packed, he didn't see Shen Yunyan. Xiaoyang came out of the house, searching inside and out, but couldn't find her. He became anxious. Yunyan? Shen Yunyan? Songer, where's Mama? Xiaoyang held Songer and asked. Songer pointed his little finger towards a small hill not far away. Xiaoyang realized, carrying Songer and walking towards the hill, smiling as he said, Let's go find Mama, shall we? Shall we? Let's go home with Mama, shall we? Xiaoyang pinched Songer's chubby cheek, his face full of tenderness. On the hill, they found Shen Yunyan sitting in front of the tomb of the Princess Chongping. Xiaoyang walked over and said softly, It's time to go back. Unfortunately, Shen Yunyan didn't respond. Xiaoyang thought she was reluctant to leave and continued, I know you don't want to leave, I don't either, but we have to go back. Come on, let's go. The carriage is waiting at the village entrance. Shen Yunyan remained silent, not even moving. At this point, Xiaoyang finally noticed something was wrong. He set the child down and approached. Yunyan? Yunyan! Shen Yunyan's body collapsed limply, and Xiaoyang quickly reached out to catch her, his whole body trembling. From a young age, he had been most familiar with the dead, but he most refused to accept that the one in his arms had become one of them. Trembling, he reached to check Shen Yunyan's breath. There was nothing, absolutely nothing. How could this be? Why was this happening? Who did this? Chapter 450, Truly Heartless. Xiaoyang's eyes were bloodshot, but in Shen Yunyan's embrace, he noticed a letter. He reached out, took the letter, unfolded it, and his eyes widened in horror. Aoyang, when you see this letter, I may already be gone. I'm sorry, truly sorry. I promised to accompany you for a lifetime, but I never thought my lifetime wouldn't be yours. Thank you for everything. I love you. Don't seek revenge, don't grieve. I died willingly, for you, for our child. I have no regrets. In fact, from the moment the child was born, I knew my fate. I was just so greedy, I couldn't bear to leave. I didn't want to go, but I had to. Only one of us could live. I didn't dare let you choose because I knew you would choose me, but I wanted our child to live. To live well. Please, don't blame our child. He is our treasure, something I would give my life for. Please, love him as you loved me. I love the wind. Cremate me, and let me follow the wind. Aoyang, don't lose heart. I want to see the world you spoke of from the heavens. You must live well, carrying both our dreams. I haven't left. I'm in the wind. Every breeze that passes is me coming to see you. Aoyang, I love you. Aoyang, I'm sorry. Shen Yunyan's words dripped with blood, and after reading the letter, Xiaoyang was inconsolable. At 7, when he was sold by human traffickers, he didn't cry. At 10, when he killed for the first time, he didn't cry. At 15, when he was abandoned in the wilderness, he didn't cry. But now, Xiaoyang sobbed like a child. Xiaoyang always thought tears were the most useless thing for a man. But now, he didn't know what else he could give. Father, mother. Conger was also in a panic, crying loudly. Seeing his father crying, he turned and ran down the mountain. Jinyu! Jinyu! Conger's short legs ran across the mountains, shouting Jianyu's name. Jianyu was Xiaoyang's personal guard, but recently, Xiaoyang wanted to be alone with Shen Yunyan, so Jianyu stayed a bit farther away, though not too far. Hearing Conger's cries, Jianyu rushed over and picked up the child. Your Highness, what's wrong? Father. Crying. Conger was inconsolable, his little hands pointing toward the tombstone of the princess. Father? Crying? Jianyu was puzzled but still ran toward the direction, and soon heard Xiaoyang's childlike sobs. This was bad. Something big had happened. Jianyu immediately fired a signal flare and rushed over, only to see Xiaoyang holding Shen Yunyan, crying uncontrollably. Having followed Xiaoyang for so long, Jianyu had never seen him like this. He immediately knelt down. Your Majesty. Soon, all the secret guards gathered. Xiaoyang's eyes were bloodshot as he held Shen Yunyan, staggering to his feet, then suddenly collapsed, spitting out a mouthful of blood and fainting. Father! Your Majesty! The mountain was in chaos, filled with cries and shouts. Soon, the news reached the palace, and Linu rushed frantically toward the Qinghua Palace. Your Highness, it's bad. A few people were playing together when they saw Linu rushing in a panic. Yang Xuanya frowned slightly, but Bai Yun'er's temper was bad, and she directly said, You're one of the Emperor's people. Why are you so panicked? What happened? The Empress is dead. Linu knelt down, crying. What? Yang Xuanya suddenly stood up, shouting, Nonsense. How many heads do you have to say such things? It's true, the Empress is dead. The Emperor fainted after spitting blood, his life uncertain. Jianyu is already bringing them back. What should we do? Linu knelt down, crying bitterly. Yang Xuanya finally realized this was no joke. Come, immediately seal the news, seal the palace. No one is allowed in or out. Yang Xuanya turned around, taking out the box Shun Yinyan had given her before leaving. Inside was the phoenix seal, the symbol of the Empress and her power. Had she known the outcome before leaving? Yang Xuanya's mind was in turmoil, but with the princes currently in the capital, if this news spread, those with ill intentions would surely take the opportunity to rebel. Thinking of this, Yang Xuanya immediately sent a message to her brother, asking him to bring people to protect the emperor. Then she grabbed Bai Yuner. I know the Yunnan Duke's estate has always harbored ambitions, but if you dare to make a move now, I absolutely won't let you off. I'll be the first to kill you. Bai Yuner was shocked by Yang Xuanya's quick reaction and that she came to her first. She looked at her, feeling hurt, and said unhappily, I thought we were friends. Yes, we're friends. If the Yunnan Duke's estate doesn't make a move this time, I'll kneel and apologize to you later. But if the Yunnan Duke's estate acts rashly, I will definitely kill you as a warning. After saying that, she handed Bai Yuner to Xiaoru beside her. Watch her closely. Don't let anything happen.
Yes.
Xiaoru, who could stay by Yang Xuanya's side, was naturally highly skilled in martial arts. Although the news was sealed, there's no such thing as absolute secrecy. Everyone knew something had happened in the palace, though no one knew what. Nanyuaner calculated the time and wept. If no one knew what had happened, she should be the one most clear about it, as she was involved in today's events. Nangong Kong entered the room and saw Nanyuaner crying, feeling anxious. He quickly went over and hugged her. What's wrong? Why are you crying? Sister Shun is gone. Nanyuaner clutched Nangong Kong's sleeve, suppressing her sobs. You must take people to protect the palace immediately. The princes are all in the capital. They might take advantage of the situation. What? Nangong Kong looked at Nanyuaner in disbelief. The Empress was healthy. How could she? Go. If you're late, something will happen. Nanyuaner pushed Nangong Kong. Go. Nangong Kong couldn't ask more questions and had to turn and leave. Seeing Nangong Kong's back, Nanyuaner knelt down, her voice choked with sobs. I'm sorry, truly sorry. Lu Han was already waiting in the palace. With Shun Yinyan dead, there was no hope of saving her, but Xiaoyang was still alive. After acupuncture, Xiaoyang woke up. It was just a sudden attack of anger, so there was no serious harm. Jin Yu knelt down. Your Majesty, it's my fault. Where is the Empress? Xiaoyang, upon waking, didn't show the madness they expected. He just calmly asked this. The Empress? She. Chapter 451. Just like that, she's gone? Jin Yu knelt on the ground, utterly at a loss for how to answer the question. The Empress was gone. He looked at Xiaoyang and said, I understand that your Majesty is heartbroken, but please take care of your health. If something were to happen to you, the Empress would not want to see that. I know, Xiaoyang replied, sitting up and downing the medicine in one gulp. He looked at Lu Han and suddenly laughed. You did well, keeping it all a secret. Very well indeed. Your Majesty, please calm your anger. I truly didn't know. I really knew nothing. Lu Han trembled on his knees. From the beginning, when he helped conceal the truth, Lu Han had anticipated this day. Xin Yunyan had once said that even if this happened, they could deny it to the end. With Xiaoyang's personality, without concrete evidence, he would never kill anyone. But now, seeing Xiaoyang's fierce expression, Lu Han suddenly felt that he might really be doomed. Just as he thought his head might roll any moment, Xiaoyang viciously slapped himself across the face. That slap stunned everyone in the room. All of them immediately knelt down, shouting, Your Majesty! Your Majesty! Xiaoyang laughed, but tears fell. I am a doctor myself. I am a doctor. Yet I discovered nothing. I knew nothing. How much pain, how much suffering she must have endured, sacrificing herself to the goo. Why didn't I know? Why did I know nothing? Xiaoyang pounded his chest, but it was too late. She was already gone. Xiaoyang took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. Sound the funeral bell. Immediately summon Shan Yuanfeng to the palace. Everyone, leave. Take the crown prince to Lady Yang's quarters. I will go to the Empress. He staggered to his feet, not even bothering to put on his shoes, and walked toward the Zhaoyang palace. Ji Xiang carried the shoes, following closely behind, but he lacked the courage to place them on Xiaoyang's feet. From afar, Shun Yunyan lay there, looking as if she were merely asleep. Linger had already cleaned her up, dressed her in her finest attire, her favorite crimson palace gown. Seeing Xiaoyang enter, Linger knelt down, sobbing uncontrollably. "Your Majesty, please grieve in moderation. The Empress loved you the most. You must not let anything happen to yourself. She loved me the most. Why did she leave me? Why?" Xiaoyang gently sat beside Shin Yunyan, holding her cold hand and whispering, "How could you be so cruel? Why did you do this to me? I already had no home, and now you've left me. You're gone, and now I'm all alone in this world. Do you understand?" Linger couldn't bear to watch and wept as she quietly withdrew, giving them some privacy. Li Nu carried Songer to the Qinghua Palace. "His Majesty has awakened and instructed that the Crown Prince be settled here for now." Seeing Songer's dazed expression, Yang Xuanya felt a pang of heartache. Once so lively and cheerful, the child now looked like this. Yang Xuanya quickly took the child into her arms, softly comforting him. "Don't be afraid. Aunt Yang is here. Be a good boy, Songer. Aunt Yang, my mother. She won't come back, will she?" Songer looked at her with pleading eyes. "She's dead, isn't she? My mother is dead, isn't she?" Previously, Linger had raised 2 rabbits in the courtyard for Songer, but they died after eating the wrong thing. Back then, Songer had been very sad and had first understood what it meant to die. Now, he knew his mother would never return. Yang Xuanya's heart ached as she looked at the child. He was so young, so innocent. She didn't know how to explain all this to him. She just held Songer tightly. "I will love you. I will care for you." "Oh," Songer replied in his childish voice, then suddenly fainted. "Songer, Your Highness. Quickly, call the imperial physician. Call the imperial physician." Yang Xuanya panicked, hurriedly placing the child on the bed. Xiaoyang held Shan Yunyan's hand, unwilling to let go, until Shan Yuanfeng entered. He knelt as soon as he stepped inside, crawling over. Seeing his sister, now lifeless, Shan Yuanfeng grabbed Xiaoyang by the throat, roaring, "Why? Why did this happen? Why did my sister end up like this? You promised to protect her. Why is she gone? Tell me, why is she gone? Why?" Xiaoyang knocked Shan Yuanfeng down with a punch and shouted, "Because she was a good child. Because of the child and her, she chose the child. Didn't you know? You really didn't know?" Shan Yuanfeng was dumbfounded, staring at Xiaoyang in disbelief. You. What? How did I know? Is that it? Ha ha ha. Did you really think I was a fool?" Xiaoyang clenched his teeth and slapped Shan Yuanfeng twice. "She loved you so much, yet you plotted against her. Even now, even at her death, you're still acting in front of me. Shin Yuanfeng, are you a dog?" Shin Yuanfeng was completely caught off guard. He never expected that Xiaoyang had known about this all along, nor did he expect that Xiaoyang had known but chosen to remain silent. "You? How could you know everything? You?" Shin Yuanfeng knelt there, muttering to himself. Suddenly, he seemed to realize something. He stepped forward, looking at his sister and whispered, "No, it's not like that. I didn't know this would happen. I didn't know she would die. I thought it would just be painful. How could she die? Why did she die? I didn't mean it. I didn't know." "You don't deserve to live in this world," Xiaoyang sneered, stepping forward and gripping Shin Yuanfeng's neck. "You should be buried with your sister. You should die with her. You should go to the underworld to atone." With a single twist, Xiaoyang snapped Shin Yuanfeng's neck. Seeing Shin Yuanfeng's lifeless body, Xiaoyang finally calmed down, suppressing all his sorrow. He opened the door and was met with Tianzhao, sobbing uncontrollably. "Miss! Woo, my miss!" Tianzhao pushed Xiaoyang aside and rushed in, followed by screams and wails. At first, Tianzhao hadn't understood why her mistress had always said she was reluctant to leave. Now she realized that her mistress had known she was going to die. How desperate must she have felt, waiting alone for death to come. Tianzhao held Shin Yunyan, wailing loudly. "Miss, my dearest miss, You were so foolish. Why did you do this? How could you leave me? What about Tsonger? What will happen to your Tsonger? Inform the Ministry of Rites. The Empress has passed away. Have them arrange the funeral with the highest honors. Xiaoliang looked deeply into the room, then spat out another mouthful of blood. This time, however, he did not faint. He struggled to stand upright. Set up the mourning hall. Chapter 452. Heartbroken. Why? Why did this happen? Tianzhao rushed out, grabbing Xiaoliang's hand frantically. Tell me, why did this happen? Xiaoliang looked coldly at the hysterical Tianzhao and said indifferently, I, too, want to know why things have come to this. But no one can give me an answer, so I can only stand here. I can only stand here. You. Tianzhao's eyes turned red. How can you be so heartless? Enough, Tianzhao, that's enough. Linu finally couldn't bear it any longer and pulled Tianzhao away, speaking in a low voice. The emperor is on the brink of death, and you're still pouring oil on the fire here. The princes are eyeing the throne. If something happens to the emperor, what are we going to do? Linu was furious, glaring at Tianzhao. In Tianzhao's heart, there was no concern for the world, only for her mistress. She looked at Linu, who was so anxious, and laughed softly. That's your world. My world is already gone. Smack. Without hesitation, Linu slapped Tianzhao hard across the face. She clenched her teeth and said, Don't forget, this is also the Empress's world. At this, Tianzhao completely broke down, hugging Linu and wailing loudly. Linu knew that crying would help in such a situation, so she held Tianzhao, and the two of them cried together. When Shen Yunyan was alive, she had done so many things. All women in the world wanted to be like the Empress, so now that Shen Yunyan was gone, it wasn't just Xiaoliang who was heartbroken. All the women in the world were grieving, and the palace was filled with cries. Xiaoliang changed into plain clothes and sat in the mourning hall, listening to the sobs around him, showing no emotion. His gaze swept over everyone, and he pointed to the two princes in the corner who weren't crying. Drag them out and behead them. What? Everyone looked at Xiaoliang in disbelief, but no one dared to object at this moment. They stepped forward and dragged the two men out. The others, seeing this, cried even more sincerely. Yang Xuanya held her child and knelt at the front, tears streaming down her face. Unlike the others, she didn't cry out loud, only shedding silent tears. For 7 days, Xiaoliang neither ate nor drank, not uttering a single extra word. Finally, the day of Shan Yunyan's burial arrived. Xiaoliang cut off a lock of his hair and placed it gently in Shan Yunyan's hand. I'm sorry, I couldn't bear to burn you. Seeing Xiaoliang like this, Yang Xuanya felt heartbroken and stepped forward, whispering, Your Majesty, the Empress is gone, and we are all grieving, but you can't do this. You must pull yourself together. Yes, after today, she won't be by my side anymore. She'll be in the heavens, watching over me. Xiaoliang's lips curved slightly. Someone, bring me new clothes. I want to send her off beautifully. Stop crying. Take all these white flowers away. The Empress liked bright colors. Bring in more beautiful flowers, and dress the crown prince properly. Everyone, wear something nice. We're sending the Empress off for the last time. Xiaoliang struggled to stand up from the ground. In just 7 days, he had lost all his vitality, swaying like an empty shell. No one knew if Xiaoliang's mental state was still sound, so they dared not object and followed his instructions, transforming the place into a more vibrant setting. Shen Yunyan lay among the flowers, eventually buried beside the princess. Go back now. I want to spend the last moments with the Empress. Xiaoliang waved his hand. Yang Xuanya wanted to step forward to persuade him, but Bai Yuner pulled her away. Everyone dispersed. Before, everyone knew that Xiaoliang loved Shen Yunyan, but no one realized how deeply he loved her, to the point where half of his life seemed to have gone with her. Yang Xuanya held Tsonger, her eyes filled with tears. Ever since she learned of Shen Yunyan's passing, Tsonger had been like this, silent, obedient, like a doll. Yang Xuanya didn't even know how to interact with the child. Yet Tsonger ate and slept well, showing no signs of distress. Bai Yuner crouched down, covering her face and sobbing uncontrollably. Why? Why did this happen? I heard about the Empress in Yunnan, and I really liked her. Yang Xuanya sighed and patted Bai Yun'er's shoulder. Now's not the time to cry. Stop crying and go back. There were still many matters to attend to in the palace. Originally, with the Empress's death and Xiaoyang's collapse, several princes had begun to make moves. But that day, Xiaoyang had ordered the immediate execution of 2 princes without batting an eye. The remaining princes, even if they still harbored such intentions, dared not act rashly. Xiaoyang sat in front of the tombstone, gently touching the name on it. Yin Yin, are you angry that I buried you here? Mother was afraid of being lonely. Will you keep her company here, okay? You're gone, and my heart is shattered. Do you know that? You cruel woman, you said your goodbyes to me, but you didn't even give me a chance to say goodbye. Xiaoyang's tears fell again as he sniffled. You were the only one in this world who loved me. Now that you're gone, no one loves me anymore. But I'll be good. I'll live well, and I'll raise our child. I'll show you the world of harmony I promised you. Yin Yin, I miss you. I'm already missing you. Xiaoyang's tears continued to fall. When Chu Ruoyue received the news, she rushed here in a frenzy but was too late. When she arrived, she saw only Shen Yunyan's tomb and didn't get to see her one last time. She ran over, hugging Xiaoyang without a word. You're here, Xiaoyang said, now much calmer. Feeling her concern, he smiled. I'm still alive, aren't I? Sister Shen wants you to live well. You should know that this is also a relief for her. Living was painful for her. Chu Ruiyue's voice was low and hoarse. Throughout the journey, she couldn't even remember how long she had been crying, only knowing that her tears had long since dried up. Seeing Chu Ruiyue like this, Xiaoling smiled faintly. I'm the one who lost his wife. Why are you so upset? Xiaoyang, will you be all right? Yes, she wanted me to be well. Xiaoyang stood up, took a long, deep look at the 2 tombstones, then moved away from Chu Ruoyue. Watching Xiaoyang's actions, Chu Ruoyue shook her head. Don't worry, I have no improper thoughts towards you. I no longer care. Xiaoyang waved his hand dismissively and turned to walk down the mountain. He had lost a significant amount of weight, and the once well-fitted clothes now hung loosely on his frame, no longer showcasing the vigor and vitality of his former self. His entire being exuded a sense of defeat and lifelessness. Chapter 453. What should we do in the future? Watching Xiaoyang's back, Chu Ruiyue sighed and turned to face the tombstone of Shen Yinyan, placing a flower of Duohua in front of it. Sister Shen, rest in peace. Xiaoyang descended the mountain and directly took Tsonger from Yang Xuanya's arms, then boarded the carriage. Return to the palace. Return to the palace. Ji Xiang shouted, and the carriage began to sway as it made its way back to the palace. Tsonger had not been close to Xiaoyang for several days, and now sitting in his father's lap, he still felt somewhat unreal. He reached out and touched Xiaoyang's cheek. Looking down, Mother died for me, didn't she? The young Tsonger, though not very articulate, understood everything in his heart. He heard what was said and would repeat it. Xiaoyang did not expect someone to take advantage of the chaos to instill such thoughts into his son. His face turned grim, but he quickly shook his head and spoke gently. Mother was sick, so she couldn't come back. It has nothing to do with Tsonger. Don't be afraid or sad, because Daddy will always be with you. Tsonger tilted his head and looked at Xiaoyang. After a long while, as if letting go of a burden, he hugged Xiaoyang's neck and wailed loudly. Hearing the child's cries from the carriage, Yang Xuanya sighed again. Bai Yun'er leaned against Yang Xuanya, feeling helpless. Why are you sighing again? You've been sighing all these days. I just don't know what to do in the future, Yang Xuanya said, her eyes downcast and her face pale. Even concubine Xian nodded in agreement. Yes, with the Empress gone, what should we do? Previously, Shen Yinyan had been their pillar of support. Although she didn't interact much with them, what she said was etched in everyone's hearts. But now, she was gone without warning, and no one knew why she had died. Concubine Xian looked at Yang Xuanya. Sister, what should we do next? I don't know, Yang Xuanya admitted, feeling truly lost for the first time in her life. Bayuner also sighed, suddenly feeling her future was uncertain. Upon returning to the palace, Bayuner found her father waiting in the Bayun Hall. She quickly went to him. "Father, why are you here?" "I'm returning to Yunnan," the Yunnan prince said, caressing his daughter's cheek tenderly. "I didn't expect the empress to pass away so soon after you arrived. But this might be a good thing. At least you have a chance now." Bayuner had originally thought she had entered the palace to make a name for herself. But now, hearing these words, she felt a sharp discomfort. She whispered, "The emperor has deep affection for the empress. If he hears this, we might be executed on the spot. Father, I only want to live a peaceful life in the palace. I don't want to be empress or compete for anything." Hearing this, the Yunnan prince could hardly believe his ears. Was this still his ambitious daughter? He looked at Bayuner with a mixture of affection and relief. "You've finally come to your senses, child. With our family status, no one but the emperor would dare to marry you. But Yunnan doesn't need you to be a favored concubine. We just want you to live happily and joyfully in the palace." Bayuner was deeply moved and hugged her father. "Father, when you return, please be careful. The emperor is in a bad mood because of the empress's death. If you cause trouble now, he won't be lenient. He might execute you." Initially, the Yunnan prince was touched and pleased, but upon hearing his daughter's words, his expression changed. He scolded her. "You little rascal, what are you talking about? As long as Yunnan remains peaceful, I won't cause trouble. The emperor rules well, and I am convinced." If Xiaoyang hadn't restored order, the Yunnan prince had planned to seize the throne. But after coming to the capital and meeting Xiaoyang, he no longer harbored such thoughts. With the world now at peace, causing trouble at this point would be heartless. Seeing that her father truly had no intention of rebelling, Bayuner breathed a sigh of relief. She looked at her father and whispered, "Father, I don't know why, but I didn't have much interest in the emperor before. Now, though, I really feel sorry for him. I wonder how he'll manage in the future." "Well, you'd better worry about how you'll manage in the future," the Yunnan prince teased, pinching her nose. "All right, I'm leaving. You just live well here." Daughter bids farewell to father. Bayuner knelt and kowtowed deeply. As a noble concubine, she shouldn't kowtow by custom, but with her father thousands of miles away in Yunnan, they might never meet again without special circumstances. Bayuner was reluctant to part and followed closely behind, watching as her father left the capital. With her father safely gone, Bayuner finally relaxed. She turned and saw young Xuanya standing not far away. She quickly approached. "Is your brother leaving too?" "No, my brother is my dowry. I just felt upset and came to stand here for a while," young Xuanya said, watching the procession below leave, her heart heavy. "Dowry?" Bayuner was stunned. "Why would your brother be your dowry? How can a man be a dowry?" "My brother loves me and couldn't bear to leave me, so he stayed to accompany me," young Xuanya explained with a smile. She looked at Bayuner. "Your brothers must love you too, right?" "Sister, I feel sad. Can I come to your place?" Bayuner took her hand and led her down. As they returned, they found concubine Xian crying in the courtyard. "Why are you crying? Your parents are in the capital, aren't they?" Bayuner asked, puzzled. "Do you miss home?" "No, I feel sorry for the emperor," concubine Xian sobbed. "Who can bring him some food?" Indeed, Xiaoyang had not eaten or drunk anything for 7 days. If this continued, he might die. Young Xuanya pulled concubine Xian to her feet and said calmly, "Don't worry about that. He'll eat on his own." "Really?" "Yes." Young Xuanya understood Xiaoyang well. She knew he had an almost obsessive sense of self-control. Even in his grief, he wouldn't allow himself to sink too deeply. Moreover, he now carried Shan Yinyan's burden and would soon rise again. In the imperial study, Songer looked at Xiaoyang and whispered, "Father, aren't you hungry?" Chapter 454, Excellence. "Are you hungry, Songer?" Xiaoyang smiled gently and began to feed him. Watching Xiaoyang's tender movements, Songer suddenly reached out and touched his cheek, whispering softly, "Father, don't be sad, okay?" "Okay." Xiaoyang immediately nodded and continued feeding Songer. "Songer, will you stay with father from now on? Upon hearing this, Songer shook his head. Ly, father, I can stay in the harem. Upon hearing this, Songer shook his head obediently. Father, I can stay in the harem. No, you are my child. You should stay with me. I will teach you everything. Xiaoyang smiled and continued feeding him. Songer shook his head and took the spoon, eating by himself. While eating, he whispered softly, Father, eat. Xiaoyang had no appetite at all, but he knew that if he didn't eat, he would die. So, he picked up his chopsticks and began stuffing food into his mouth, though he had no idea what it tasted like. Soon, Xiaoyang returned to court, but this time, he held Songer in his arms. He coldly gazed at the officials below. Ministry of Works, how is the construction of the warships progressing? We have a rough outline, but some details still need to be discussed. The Minister of Works trembled on his knees. Everyone knew that Xiaoyang was in a bad mood, and they also knew that when Xiaoyang was in a bad mood, he liked to vent his anger by killing people. Seeing the Minister of Works in such a state, Xiaoyang showed no emotion, merely saying, if that's the case, then after the court session, come to the Imperial study to discuss it. Yes, your humble servant obeys. The Minister of Works felt as if he had just wandered around the gates of hell. Xiaoyang glanced at the Minister of Personnel. Has the result of this year's Imperial examinations been selected? We have selected some outstanding candidates and are waiting for the final court examination. The Minister of Personnel immediately stepped forward to report. Prepare for it right away. Discuss among yourselves and inform me once you've finalized it. Xiaoyang waved his hand. Dismissed. As they watched Xiaoyang leave, the officials could barely stand, their legs trembling. Prime Minister Fong looked at their cowardly behavior with disdain, grumbling. When has the Emperor ever done anything inappropriate? Don't you really think he would indiscriminately kill innocents, do you? Just focus on your work, or you might really end up being beheaded. With that, he flicked his sleeves and left. In truth, Prime Minister Fong himself didn't know why he was so angry. But seeing Xiaoyang's sunken eyes, he couldn't help but feel a deep ache in his heart. He walked directly toward the Imperial study. Xiaoyang, holding Songer, was reading memorials when he saw Prime Minister Fong enter. Thinking the old man had something to say, Xiaoyang was taken aback when the Prime Minister immediately knelt down. Your Majesty, what is it? Xiaoyang looked at him, a mixture of amusement and confusion. Prime Minister, if you have something to say, just speak directly. You're of an age. There's no need to be so agitated. Your Majesty, for the sake of the people, please take care of your health. Prime Minister Fong was in tears. Seeing the Prime Minister in such a state, Xiaoyang was momentarily at a loss, hesitating before saying, Prime Minister, is there some misunderstanding? I'm perfectly fine. Perfectly fine? Seeing Xiaoyang's emaciated appearance, Prime Minister Fong was heartbroken, choking with emotion. The Empress's passing has left us all in sorrow, but your Majesty cannot dwell on grief. The people, the harem, they all rely on you. Now, Xiaoyang understood. It seemed his current state was so poor that the Prime Minister feared he might die at any moment. He looked at the Prime Minister's genuine concern and smiled faintly, then said, I am in the prime of life and will be fine. So, Prime Minister, you can rest assured. If there's nothing else, you may leave. The Ministry of Works will soon come to discuss state affairs with me. In other words, I have important matters to attend to. So if you have nothing else to say, you can leave. Having served under 3 emperors, Prime Minister Fong understood the subtext of these words. He looked at Xiaoyang pleadingly, whispering, Your Majesty, state affairs are important, but your health is even more so. Please take care of yourself. I understand. Thank you for your concern. Goodbye. Xiaoyang waved impatiently. Just then, Ji Xiang entered and bowed. Your Majesty, the Minister of Works is here. Let him in. Xiaoyang nodded calmly. Knowing he was only a burden if he stayed, Prime Minister Fong finally decided to leave, turning and walking out. Xiao Hua and the Minister of Works entered together, both bowing to Xiaoyang. Normally, Xiaoyang would have found such formalities a waste of time, But now, he didn't stop them. He understood that these rituals were a form of faith for them. All right, rise. Now, tell me, what issues have arisen? Xiaoyang looked at Xiaohua. The Minister of Works' intellect was limited, so it was understandable that he couldn't read the blueprints. But Xiaoyang was puzzled as to why even Xiaohua seemed to be struggling with them. Xiaohua stepped forward with the blueprint, pointing to a section and said softly, "It's mainly here. This area is supposed to store weapons, but we're unsure of the dimensions. We ask for your Majesty's clarification." So that's it. Xiaoyang immediately pulled out another blueprint and said calmly, "The Ministry of War has already accelerated its efforts, and they should be done soon. But the dimensions are fine. You can proceed with these." Upon hearing this, the Minister of Works stepped forward and examined it carefully. Afterward, he confirmed his own incompetence, realizing that he couldn't understand any of Xiaoyang's blueprints. These were things he had never seen or heard of before. The Minister of Works knelt down, taking a deep breath and said softly, "Your Majesty, I am old and senile, unworthy of this position. I humbly request your Majesty's permission to retire and live out my days in peace." Was he resigning? Xiaoyang looked at the Minister of Works with a complex expression. Although the man had always struggled with his blueprints, he was a rare, honest, and diligent official. Now, he wanted to retire early? Why were the officials so lacking in ambition these days? He looked at the Minister of Works and said calmly, "You are in the prime of your life. Are you truly willing to retire and live in leisure? Don't you want to see the warships you supervised come to life and witness their power firsthand?" "I naturally wish to, but I know I am not blessed with that fortune or ability." The Minister of Works had come to a new understanding of himself. Chapter 455. Replacement. Watching him like this, Xiaoyang could probably tell why this man was so heartbroken. She felt a mix of amusement and hesitation before softly saying, "I am well aware of your abilities. If I placed you in this position, it's because you are deserving of it. Don't overthink it. None of us have seen these things before, so it's not something to be ashamed of. Your Majesty, I willingly give up this position. It should be taken by someone more capable, someone who can shoulder this responsibility." The Minister of Works spoke resolutely. It was tough in the court now, and after so many years, he had already achieved financial freedom. There was no need to continue living in constant fear, and it was time to enjoy a peaceful life. Xiaoyang wasn't one to force others. Since he had made his decision, she wouldn't press further. She simply smiled faintly and said, "Very well. Since that's your wish, I won't hold you back. I grant you 10,000 taels of gold to retire in your hometown. I thank your Majesty for the reward. However, now is a time of great need for funds. I wish to donate all 10,000 taels of gold to the Ministry of Works, hoping your Majesty can expedite the construction of the warships and conquer the barbarian nations." The Minister of Works kowtowed deeply, tears streaming down his face. He wanted to resign, to retreat before the tide turned. Yet he truly couldn't bear to leave the bustling capital. Seeing the once spirited Xiaoyang reduced to this state made his heart ache. He sighed and tearfully looked at Xiaoyang. "Your Majesty, I am leaving. Please take care of yourself. Even in the countryside, I will pray for you day and night, hoping for your Majesty's swift unification of the world." "Thank you. I will do my best." Xiaoyang waved her hand. "Go now, pack your things, and leave immediately." "Yes, your Majesty. I take my leave." The Minister of Works kowtowed 3 times before standing up and turning to leave. Watching the minister's retreating figure, Xiaohua sighed, feeling a bit helpless. "He's actually a good man. I just don't understand what's gotten into him, insisting on resigning. Xiaodunzi, do you want to take over as the Minister of Works?" Xiaoyang turned her gaze directly to the young man behind Xiaohua. "What?" Xiaodunzi had only come to the palace today to tag along, never expecting such an opportunity to arise. He stared wide-eyed at Xiaoyang, whispering, "Your Majesty, Your Majesty, Xiaodunzi is still young and needs experience. The position of Minister of Works is too high for him to handle." Xiaohua also looked nervously at Xiaoyang. While it would be a good thing for his disciple to take such a position, The problem was, he was simply not qualified yet. Xiaoyang, seeing their anxious expressions, smiled faintly. There's no need to be so tense. If I've said this, it's not something I've decided on a whim. I've thought about this for quite some time and still believe the Minister of Works should be replaced by a younger person. You've seen it yourself. Even the older generation can't even read the blueprints clearly. Hearing this, the two exchanged glances but didn't dare to speak. Xiaoyang hated indecision the most, so seeing their hesitation, she grew irritated and slammed the table. I'm talking to you. What's with this silence? Xiaodunzi immediately knelt. I am but an orphan, and all I have achieved is due to your Majesty's grace. If your Majesty trusts me so, I am willing to try. Good, it's settled then. I'll issue the decree immediately. You may leave now. Feeling tired, Xiaoyang waved her hand, dismissing the two. In the room, only Tsonger and Xiaoyang remained. Seeing Xiaoyang's weariness, Tsonger, being understanding, gently massaged her tightly furrowed brow. Father, are you all right? Would you like something to eat? No, Tsonger. You don't have to stay in the study all the time. Go out and play, and have Linger accompany you, all right? Xiaoyang smiled faintly, pinching her son's cheek. Tsonger had been raised by Linger, and it had been days since he last saw her. So, he nodded eagerly. Yes, I like Linger. Thank you, father. Go ahead. Xiaoyang set the child down. Tsonger trotted out, his little legs carrying him away. As soon as the child left, Yang Feiyu leaped in through the window. This was their usual way of meeting. Had it been before, Xiaoyang might have scolded him a few times, but now, she only felt exhaustion. She frowned at Yang Feiyu, who had suddenly appeared, and said irritably, What are you doing here? I've come to drink with you. Yang Feiyu grinned, holding up 2 jars of wine like a prized treasure. Let me tell you, this is the rare 1,000-mile drunk, a genuine strong brew. And this, the lotus leaf chicken, is my secret recipe. You're in for a real treat. Seeing Yang Feiyu's nonchalant demeanor, Xiaoyang managed a rare smile. Everyone around me tells me to mourn in silence, yet you come to drink with me? Mourn in silence? Yang Feiyu found this laughable. He sighed and said softly, I've seen you and Shen Yinyan's journey together, so I know you can't just mourn in silence. I want to drink with you to forget your sorrows. I won't tell you to mourn in silence. If there was such a thing as a true friend, it was probably Yang Feiyu. Xiaoyang's eyes reddened as she nodded. I want to forget my sorrows with a drink. I can't just mourn in silence. The two, chatting as they went, headed toward the secluded Qing Shui Pavilion, the perfect spot for drinking. Once seated, the finest dishes had already been prepared. Looking at the exquisite spread, Yang Feiyu smiled and said softly, No wonder everyone wants to be an emperor. Look at the perks. If I could, I wouldn't want to be an emperor or a prince. I'd just want to be myself, Xiaoyang, living a simple life with the person I love. Xiaoyang took a sip of wine, her voice tinged with grievance as she murmured to herself. Seeing Xiaoyang like this, Yang Feiyu sighed. He took a sip of wine and said, But you were born to be more than just an ordinary person, and none of this is your fault. Even if you were born ordinary, Shen Yinyan isn't. The two of you reaching this point is fate, something you can't escape. Chapter 456, Not Allowed. It was hard to believe such words could come out of his mouth. Xiaoyang turned back to him, incredulous. Fate? Do you believe in fate? It's not that I don't believe, and fate doesn't exist. Actually, you should understand this better than anyone, right? Look at me. I once thought I could change my fate through my own abilities, but what's the result? What kind of outcome do I have now? Xiaoyang didn't want to talk about this. He waved his hand, downed a gulp of wine, and said sullenly, Please, don't talk to me about this. I just want to get drunk right now. Getting drunk. Was that such a difficult task? Seeing Xiaoyang didn't want to speak, Yang Feiyu didn't continue either. He just kept pouring glass after glass. Since they wanted to drink, they might as well go all in. Back and forth, Xiaoyang, who already had a poor tolerance for alcohol, soon collapsed onto the table, burdened by his thoughts. Yang Feiyu met Li Nu's reproachful gaze, shrugged innocently, and whispered, "Why are you looking at me like that? Can't it be blamed entirely on me, right? Maybe you should go get Lady Yang?" Again. Her? Li Nu looked at Yang Feiyu suspiciously, displeased. "Are you doing this on purpose? Xiaoyang is like this now. What more could I be doing on purpose? These days, he hasn't eaten, slept, or rested. If this continues, he'll be ruined. I just wanted him to take this chance to rest. Don't you understand?" Yang Feiyu's face was full of disdain. Then, without hesitation, he hoisted Xiaoyang onto his shoulder and headed toward the Qinghua Palace. As an outsider, according to the rules, he absolutely shouldn't enter the inner palace. But now, with Xiaoyang half dead, who could restrain him? Seeing her brother carry Xiaoyang in, Yang Xuanya even wondered if she'd been in the palace too long and was hallucinating. Was this really happening in front of her? She widened her eyes in disbelief, staring at the two of them. "What are you doing? Come help, he's heavy," Yang Feiyu shouted. Yang Xuanya finally snapped out of it and quickly summoned attendants to take Xiaoyang, hastily placing him on the bed. "Clean him up well." Yang Xuanya instructed the servants to tend to Xiaoyang. Turning to her brother sitting on the floor, she felt a wave of disdain. She strode forward, giving him a hard kick, and said irritably, "You can mess around all you want, but now's not the time for that." Was that even fair? Yang Feiyu felt his sister was practically raising someone else's child. Seeing her protective stance, he felt a pang of bitterness. Irritably, he said, "Who am I doing this for? You're actually scolding me like this? What good is a sister like you? It's really heartbreaking." Seeing her brother like this, Yang Xuanya snorted coldly. "I've already gotten what I wanted. I don't need you meddling. If you dare do something like this again, I'll cut ties with you. Don't believe me? Try it." Was this really his sister? Yang Feiyu first questioned the blood relationship with his sister. However, Yang Xuanya wasn't entirely heartless. She weakly sat beside her brother, tilted her head, hesitated, and whispered, "Brother, go home." Home? Yang Feiyu was stunned upon hearing this. He looked at his sister in disbelief. "What do you mean by that? I'm your dowry escort. Now you want me to go home?" "Brother, you have the option to return home. I remain here because of the person I love. But you? What reason do you have to stay? Once you go back, you'll be a prince, second only to the emperor. Why subject yourself to Weiqi here?" This sister was still reliable, still caring. Yang Feiyu was deeply touched. He leaned on his sister's shoulder and whispered, "I don't want to go back. Here, I'm free. But if I return, what will happen to me? I don't want to involve myself in any power struggles. Although the emperor treats us well now, it's only because we don't pose a threat to his power. If I go back, he won't feel secure. Over time, there will be trouble. Don't you think so?" Yang Feiyu chuckled softly. They were both royal children, well versed in these matters. The current harmony between siblings was merely because there was no conflict. If there ever was, it would surely lead to ruthless betrayal, with no trace of brotherly affection left. Seeing her brother like this, Yang Xuanya finally understood. Her brother wasn't without ambition. He just wanted to stay safe. Somehow, seeing her brother this way, Yang Xuanya felt an inexplicable sense of sorrow. She muttered, "If only we were ordinary people." Xiaoyang said the same thing today. But there's no if. We're not ordinary people. We were born into this life. Yang Feiyu sighed. "My mother was from Hongdao and a courtesan. Yet, I'm the emperor's son. Isn't that laughable?" Yang Xuanya didn't know how to comfort her brother about such matters. She could only nod. "It is quite laughable. But brother, it's late now. As an outsider, it's not convenient for you to stay here. You should find a way to leave." Although Yang Feiyu was usually quite reckless, he understood these basic rules. He nodded immediately and turned to leave. Watching her brother's retreating figure, Yang Xuanya's lips curled slightly. She then opened the door and headed to the inner room. Xiaoyang was already asleep. Perhaps due to exhaustion or a troubled heart, even in sleep, his brows were tightly furrowed. Zhaoyang Palace. Linger held Songer, tears streaming down her face. Your Highness, I miss you so much. Linger Jiejie, don't cry. Mother would be heartbroken if she saw you crying. Songer reached out and wiped her tears. Upon hearing this, Linger couldn't hold back even more. She hugged Songer. You're just a child, so young without a mother. How will you survive in the palace? I still have my father. Songer smiled innocently. Father? Linger's expression changed. Now that the Empress was gone, but with 3,000 beauties in the harem, who knew what would happen? The future was so long. Who could predict what might occur? Chapter 457. Decision made. Holding the innocent little child in her arms, Linger, her eyes red, whispered softly, Your Highness, you're already 2.5 years old. It's time to start learning and reading. You must study hard and make the Emperor like you, understand? I don't need to study for Daddy to like me, Songer said discontentedly, looking at Linger. Daddy said he would love me very much. Linger felt another pang of heartache upon hearing this. She nodded and hugged Songer tighter. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. I won't say such things again. I'll always be with you, Your Highness, okay? Linger Jiejie. I'm sleepy, Songer murmured, leaning against Linger. Before long, he drifted off to sleep. The blanket smelled like his mother's fragrance, and it felt so comforting. The next morning, at dawn, when Xiaoyang opened his eyes, he found the surroundings familiar. Turning around, he saw Yang Xuanya lying beside him. Having experienced this before, Xiaoyang was much calmer this time. He sat up without much surprise, rubbed his temples, and felt a headache coming on. Your Majesty, are you awake? Yang Xuanya also sat up and gestured to the outside. Bring in the hangover soup. Soon, Xiaoru brought in the hangover soup. Xiaoyang reached out, took the bowl, and drank it all in one gulp. He sat there for a moment, hesitating, before finally speaking. Your brother's contract of servitude has been handed to me, so now he is under my command. I know you two are close, so I plan to appoint him as the Grand Tutor to the Crown Prince. This way, you can see each other often while you're both in the palace. What? Yang Xuanya looked at him in disbelief. What did you say? My brother? Really? Yes, it's true. Your brother loves you very much, Xiaoyang said, getting out of bed and walking away, his tone indifferent. The Empress is gone, but the Crown Prince needs someone to raise him. From now on, that responsibility falls to you. What? Yang Xuanya was still trying to process this. But I'm from a foreign land. Aren't you afraid? Afraid of what? Xiaoyang dismissed her concerns with a wave of his hand. Once you're within my harem, you're my woman. Since I've granted you the title of Imperial Noble Consort, you will naturally receive the respect and dignity that comes with it. With that, he strode out of the room. Xiaoyang's words were emotionless, leaving no doubt that this was purely a matter of duty. Yang Xuanya felt a pang of disappointment, but knew she had to fulfill her responsibilities. Xiaoru, quickly prepare and go to the Zhaoyang Palace to bring the Crown Prince here, Yang Xuanya said with a smile. Oh, and prepare the most beautiful room for the child to live in. Yes, Your Highness. Xiaoru was also delighted. She didn't understand the complexities of emotions, but knew that raising the Crown Prince would be a good thing for them. With the Crown Prince in their care, the Emperor would surely treat their mistress better. Xianfei and Bai Yuner had already arrived early. The three of them got along well, and often spent time together when they could. Most of the time, Bai Yuner and Yang Xuanya practiced martial arts, while Xianfei, who preferred quiet, sat by and quietly embroidered. Yang Xuanya had prepared breakfast for the three of them. Seeing the two of them enter with curious and mischievous expressions, she was a bit speechless. What's with you two so early in the morning? Sister, how was last night? Xianfei asked curiously, looking at Yang Xuanya. What about last night? Oh, Sister Yang, don't be shy. Everyone knows the Emperor visited your palace last night. To be honest, I've been here for so long, and I haven't seen him a few times. So, how was it? Was it good? Bai Yuner asked, her eyes full of curiosity as she stared at Yang Xuanya. Although she was still a virgin, having spent a long time in the military, Bai Yuner had heard her share of crude jokes. However, Hearing such words from these two beautiful young ladies left young Xuanya completely shocked. She looked at the two curiously, rolled her eyes, and said indignantly, "Are you two crazy? What nonsense are you talking about so early in the morning?" The two had expected young Xuanya to share her experience, but instead, she seemed so tight-lipped. "I haven't had a private meeting with the emperor since entering the palace. It's only natural for me to be curious," Bai Yuner said confidently, looking at Xian Fei and smiling. "But I heard that before we came, the emperor often visited you. Don't you know how it was?" Xian Fei, being more shy, was no match for Bai Yuner's boldness. She lowered her head and said softly, "Let's not talk about this during the day, shall we?" Seeing the two of them getting more and more carried away, young Xuanya slapped the table and looked at them seriously. "That's enough, you two. If you say such things outside, you'll get beaten to death. Of course, we're not stupid. Why would we say it outside?" Bai Yuner laughed, looking at young Xuanya. "I heard the crown prince will soon be coming to the Qinghua palace." Just as she finished speaking, Xiao Ru entered with bags and bags of belongings, followed by Linger, who was carrying Tsonger. Linger, holding Tsonger, bowed to young Xuanya. "This servant pays respects to the noble consort." Young Xuanya had some understanding of this maid, knowing that she had been with the crown prince since he was young. Therefore, she treated her with a bit more respect. "Oh, is this the little crown prince? Haha, I've heard the crown prince is so cute and chubby. Now that I see him, he's indeed adorable." Bai Yuner stepped forward, touched Tsonger's cheek, and then took off the jade pendant around her neck, putting it around his. "It looks great. Tsonger, I'm Lady Bai." Tsonger struggled to get out of Linger's arms and smiled at Bai Yuner. "Thank you, Lady Bai." However, Linger's expression turned sour. She frowned at Bai Yuner and said, "Your Highness, the crown prince holds a noble position. Please lower your voice. If you frighten him, it would be troublesome." "Is this person crazy?" Bai Yuner, who had been feeling a surge of maternal love for Tsonger, was suddenly interrupted by such a sour note. She gave Linger an unhappy look and said discontentedly, "I think the crown prince is doing just fine. It's you who are not doing well. After all, you are a maid from the Zhaoyang palace. How can you be so spineless?" "How dare you?" Linger exclaimed. "Your Highness, you have a lot of nerve to insult the late empress." Chapter 458. The rules must not be disrupted. "You." Bai Yuner was furious and raised her hand to strike. Seeing this, young Xuanya quickly stepped forward to stop Bai Yuner. Her brows slightly furrowed as she asked, "What are you doing?" "Sister, you're far too kind. How can you allow such a lowly palace maid to shout at a noble consort? You're not even stopping her?" Bai Yuner was seething. If this were in our Yunnan prince's estate, such a disrespectful wretch would have been dragged out and beaten to death long ago. The Empress Dowager is virtuous and kind, never punishing palace maids. By consort, please be cautious with your words. This is the imperial palace, not your Yunnan prince's estate. Linger snorted coldly, clearly unafraid. This, concubine Xian, though a gentle person, couldn't help but frown at Linger's behavior. She put down her embroidery and looked at her sternly. "Linger, even when the Empress Dowager was here, she didn't allow you to be so reckless. Why are you acting so domineering?" "Concubine Xian, His Majesty the Emperor has arrived." A loud announcement interrupted all the arguments. Following the announcement, Emperor Xiaoliang strode in, picking up Tsonger, who was standing on the ground, and giving him a kiss, smiling as he asked, "How do you like the Qinghua Palace? Would you like to live here from now on, Tsonger?" "Daddy, I want to swing." Tsonger pointed to an empty spot nearby. Upon hearing this, Emperor Xiaoliang immediately agreed, "No problem, we'll get you a swing." Seeing that everyone was still kneeling and greeting, he waved his hand and said, "Rise. What were you all arguing about?" "Your Majesty, it's nothing," young Xuanya spoke up before anyone else. She didn't want Emperor Xiaoliang to think they had been quarreling, nor did she want him to worry about these trivial matters. Although young Xuanya said nothing, there were inevitably those who couldn't stay out of trouble. Linger, still kneeling, began to cry, "Your Majesty, I feel wronged on behalf of the crown prince. Concubine Bai's shouting scared the crown prince, and when I merely reminded her, she wanted to strike me. How dare you, you wretch? You dare to slander me? Bai Yuner, already hot-tempered, turned pale with anger upon hearing this. She stood up and kicked Linger hard, shouting, "Try speaking nonsense again." Emperor Xiaoliang watched the arrogant Bai Yuner with a darkening gaze. At that moment, Bai Yuner suddenly noticed that Emperor Xiaoliang looked somewhat familiar. She stepped closer, taking a good look, then grabbed young Xuanya's arm and whispered, Isn't this the noble young master we met at the inn that day?" "Yes, this is the emperor," young Xuanya replied with a sigh. She looked at Bai Yuner, then at Emperor Xiaoliang, and softly said, "Your Majesty, please calm your anger. My sister Bai is just a bit too direct. She means no harm and didn't intend to frighten the crown prince." Emperor Xiaoliang ignored her words, only holding Tsonger and asking, "Were you scared?" "Aunt Bai is very nice to Tsonger." Tsonger smiled, showing the jade pendant. "Look, Aunt Bai gave this to me." This immediately calmed Bai Yuner, who had been on the verge of a tantrum. The presence of a child really could soothe a person's temper. She looked at Tsonger with tenderness and fondness, smiling and saying, "This is nothing. Aunt Bai has many more fun things. I'll bring them all to you tomorrow, okay?" "Okay, thank you, Aunt Bai," Tsonger said, then respectfully bowed to Bai Yuner after climbing down from Emperor Xiaoliang's arms. Emperor Xiaoliang coldly looked at Linger and said, "You've been a maid to Tsonger since he was young, so you think you're different from others? Or have you forgotten that you're just a maid, thinking you're something special? The crown prince hasn't said anything, yet you dare to reprimand a concubine? Who gave you the right? Who gave you the audacity? Come, slap her face." Emperor Xiaoliang commanded coldly. Jixiang stepped forward and began slapping Linger's face with both hands. Linger, though wronged, did not dare to cry. Tsonger stood to the side, watching Linger being punished with reddened eyes, but he did not plead for mercy. He understood that his father was not one to punish without reason. If his father was angry, it must be because someone had done something wrong. "Enough, stop," Emperor Xiaoliang called out when he saw Linger's cheeks were already swollen. His gaze swept over everyone. "I know what kind of person concubine Yang is, which is why I entrusted my child to her. So, if anyone dares to gossip behind her back, they will be executed without mercy." After saying this, he turned and left, carrying Tsonger. Goodness! Concubine Xian collapsed onto the ground, drenched in sweat. Her legs felt weak, and she couldn't stand up. Bai Yuner's expression was also complicated. She whispered, "I always thought the emperor was a bit of a romantic, but when he gets serious, he's really terrifying. It scared me to death." "Enough, hurry up and clean the room. Put all the crown prince's things in the room." Yang Xuanya waved her hand, then pulled Bai Yuner and concubine Xian inside. Li Nu watched Linger, still kneeling, with a sigh. "I know you're worried about the crown prince, but you went too far this time. You need to learn to behave yourself here, understand?" Hearing this, Linger's tears fell instantly. The empress's body is not yet cold, and the emperor has already forgotten her, hasn't he? "What are you talking about?" Li Nu sternly looked at her, displeased. "If you keep acting this foolishly, you won't last long in the harem. You'd better take care of yourself." At this, Linger suddenly laughed, her mouth full of blood. "If it weren't for worrying about the crown prince, I would have followed the empress long ago. What's so good about this damned palace?" There was no hope for her. Li Nu had once helped a little maid, but ended up looking like a fool herself. So now, Li Nu wouldn't meddle in others' affairs. She agreed with what Emperor Xiaoliang said. One should respect others' destinies and let go of the desire to help. Once inside, Yang Xuanya looked at Bai Yuner with a mix of frustration and disappointment. "You can't go a day without causing trouble, can you? Sister, do you really think this is my fault?" Bai Yuner looked at Yang Xuanya Wei Chu de Shaoseng Sordal. "I just thought the crown prince was cute, so I touched him. How is that so wrong?" "I also think Sister Bai is not at fault," concubine Xian meekly added, looking down and mumbling, "That Linger was just looking for trouble. Are we, A group of concubines, supposed to be bullied by a maid? Besides, with Sister Yang's temperament, she should have had her beaten to death. That's right, Yang Xuanya was a decisive and fair person, but she always felt a bit soft towards the people left behind by Xinyan. Sighing, she said, "Forget it, just try to behave yourselves in the future." Following this, Xiaoyang strode in, picked up Tsonger who was standing on the ground, and kissed him, smiling. "What do you think of the Qinghua Palace? Would you like to live here from now on, Tsonger?" "Father, I want to swing." Tsonger pointed to an empty spot nearby. Hearing this, Xiaoyang waved his hand confidently. "No problem. I'll have a swing built for you." Looking down at them all still kneeling in respect, he raised his hand. "Rise, all of you. What were you arguing about?" "Your Majesty, it's nothing," Yang Xuanya spoke first, not wanting Xiaoyang to think they were arguing or to worry about trivial matters. Although Yang Xuanya said nothing, there were always those who couldn't stay out of trouble. Linger knelt on the ground, sobbing, "Your Majesty, I feel wronged for the Crown Prince." The Bai consort's shouting scared the Crown Prince, and when I merely reminded her, she wanted to strike me. "How dare you, you vile creature! You dare slander me?" Bai Yuner, already hot-tempered, turned pale with anger upon hearing this. She stood up and kicked Linger fiercely. "You'd better not speak nonsense again." Xiaoyang's eyes darkened as he watched the arrogant Bai Yuner. At this moment, Bai Yuner suddenly realized that Xiaoyang looked familiar. She stepped closer, studied him carefully, then grabbed Yang Xuanya's arm and whispered, Isn't this the noble gentleman from the inn that day?" "Yes, this is His Majesty the Emperor," Yang Xuanya replied with a sigh. Looking at Bai Yuner and then at Xiaoyang, she whispered, "Your Majesty, please calm your anger. My sister Bai is just a bit too straightforward. She means no harm and didn't intend to scare the Crown Prince." Xiaoyang ignored these words, simply holding Tsonger. "Are you afraid?" "Auntie Bai is very kind to me." Tsonger smiled, pulling out a jade pendant. "Look, Auntie Bai gave this to me." At this, the furious Bai Yuner suddenly calmed down. The presence of a child could indeed soothe a person's temper. She looked at Tsonger with a gentle and loving smile. "This is nothing. Auntie Bai has many more fun things. I'll bring them all to you tomorrow. Okay?" "Okay, thank you, Auntie Bai," Tsonger said politely, stepping down from Xiaoyang's embrace and bowing to Bai Yuner. Xiaoyang coldly eyed Linger and said indifferently, "You've been with the Crown Prince since he was young, so you think you're different from others? Or have you forgotten that you're just a palace maid and think you're something special? The Crown Prince hasn't said anything, yet you dare to reprimand a consort? Who gave you the audacity? Who gave you the right? Guards, give her a beating," Xiaoyang ordered coldly. Ji Xiang stepped forward and began slapping Linger's face. Linger endured the pain, tears in her eyes but not daring to cry out. Tsonger stood to the side, watching Linger being punished, his eyes red but he didn't plead for mercy. He knew his father wasn't one to punish without reason. If his father was angry, then the person must have done something wrong. "Enough, stop," Xiaoyang called out when he saw Linger's cheek swollen. His gaze swept over everyone. "I know what kind of person young consort is, which is why I entrusted the child to her. If anyone dares to gossip behind her back, they will be executed without mercy." With that, he turned and left, carrying Tsonger. Goodness! Concubine Xian collapsed onto the ground, drenched in sweat. Her legs felt weak and she couldn't stand. Bai Yuner's expression was complicated as she whispered, "I always thought the Emperor was a bit of a romantic, but when he's serious, he's terrifying. I was really scared." "Enough. Quickly tidy up the room and move all the Crown Prince's belongings in." Yang Xuanya waved her hand, pulling Bai Yuner and concubine Xian into the room. Li Nu watched Linger still kneeling and said with a sigh, "I know you're worried about the Crown Prince, but you've gone too far. You need to learn to behave yourself here, understand?" Upon hearing this, Linger's tears fell instantly. The Empress Dowager's body hasn't even turned cold yet, and the Emperor has already forgotten her, hasn't he? "What are you talking about?" Li Nu sternly looked at her and said with displeasure, "If you keep acting this way, You won't last long in the harem. You'd better take care of yourself." At this, Linger suddenly laughed, blood staining her lips. "If it weren't for worrying about the crown prince, I would have followed the Empress Dowager long ago. What's so good about this damned palace?" There was no hope for her. Li Nu had once helped the young palace maid but ended up looking foolish herself. Now, she wouldn't meddle in others' affairs. She agreed with Xiaoyang. One should respect others' destinies and let go of the urge to help. Inside the room, young Xuanya looked at Bai Yuner with a mix of frustration and disappointment. "Can't you go a day without causing trouble? Sister, do you truly believe this is my fault?" Bai Yuner looked at young Xuanya with Weiqi, whispering, "I merely found the crown prince adorable and touched him. How is that so wrong?" "I think Sister Bai is right," concubine Xian meekly added, looking down. "That Linger was clearly looking for trouble. Are we, the consorts, supposed to be bullied by a mere servant? Besides, Sister Yang, you should have had her beaten to death." Indeed, young Xuanya was known for her fair and decisive actions, but she always felt a bit soft-hearted towards those left behind by Shen Yunyan. She sighed, "Enough. You all need to behave yourselves from now on." Chapter 459. Come at me. Concubine Xian sounded somewhat aggrieved, her voice subdued. "Sister, it's not us who are being unruly now. It's her. Yes, that Linger clearly has a restless nature. If she really moves in, who knows what she'll stir up. We can avoid her by not coming around, but what about you? This is your own palace. Are you going to let that little wretch bully you?" Bai Yuner looked at young Xuanya with concern. Seeing that both women were worried about her, young Xuanya was deeply touched. She smiled warmly and then softly said, "Don't worry about me. I'm not made of dough. If she really dares to be so brazen, I certainly won't forgive her. Please don't be angry. Tonight, I'll have the kitchen prepare some delicious food, and we'll have a good meal together, okay?" "Your Highness, Minister Tian is here." Xiao Ru entered from outside, followed by Tian Zhao. Since Shen Yunyan's departure, Tian Zhao seemed to have transformed into a different person, no longer the lively and cheerful girl she once was. She had become like a walking machine, even more strict with the management of the inner palace. No one knew who she was competing against. Seeing her enter, young Xuanya smiled at her. "Is Minister Tian here?" This humble official pays respects to the imperial noble consort. "I heard that His Majesty intends for the imperial noble consort to raise the crown prince, so I came to see if there's anything the Qinghua Palace needs." Tian Zhao respectfully performed a bow. Oh? Young Xuanya had thought Tian Zhao was here to see the child, but to her surprise, it seemed she had come to deliver something. "His Majesty has been most gracious. I lack nothing. The crown prince has been taken by His Majesty. If you miss him, I'll send for you when he returns. How about that?" Young Xuanya smiled at Tian Zhao. Tian Zhao felt a sharp pain in her heart upon hearing this, but she still bowed. "Your Highness holds a high and noble position. How could this humble official presume? The crown prince has always been well-behaved and understanding, so he shouldn't trouble your Highness too much. If there's anything lacking, just come to the inner palace, and this humble official will do my utmost." "Thank you, Minister Tian," young Xuanya sighed. She had thought she could befriend Tian Zhao, but now it seemed nearly impossible. If that was the case, then they would simply handle matters officially. Tian Zhao waved her hand, and a young palace maid stepped forward, carrying many fine items. "These are all gifts from His Majesty to the imperial noble consort. Your Highness is truly blessed." After saying this, Tian Zhao bowed and left. Shen Yunyan had just passed away, and her remains were not yet cold, yet Xiaoyang was already acting as if nothing had happened. This left Tian Zhao feeling bitter, but she had no grounds to criticize him. After all, he was the emperor, and reaching this point for Shen Yunyan was already quite extraordinary. Xiaoyang held Songer and headed straight toward the imperial study. Yang Feiyu, dressed in plain white robes, stood there, giving off an air of a delicate scholar. He bowed to Xiaoyang and then to Songer. "Greetings to His Majesty, greetings to the Crown Prince." Xiaoyang found Yang Feiyu's overly serious demeanor somewhat unusual. He pinched Songer's cheek and smiled. "Songer, Didn't you say you like the handsome uncle? From now on, you'll learn to read and write with him. Okay? Really? I get to learn to read? Song'er clapped his little hands, his voice sweet and excited. Xiaoyang smiled warmly. Yes. Come, bow to Master Yang. Although Song'er was only 2.5 years old, having grown up in the palace, he was well versed in etiquette. He straightened his body, placed his hands in front, and bowed. Song'er greets Master Yang. Once a teacher, always a father. You must listen to Master Yang in the future, understand? Xiaoyang looked at Song'er with rare seriousness. Song'er's little face, resembling a steamed bun, was filled with determination. Yes, Song'er understands. All right, you two can start your lessons. I have matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave. Xiaoyang waved his hand and turned to leave. Yang Feiyu had not expected Xiaoyang to give him such a task. Looking at the soft, white little bun that was Song'er, Yang Feiyu felt his heart soften. He took out the 3-character classic and began teaching Song'er to read. Xiaoyang returned to the imperial study, changed into ordinary clothes, and headed directly toward the outskirts of the city and the military camp. When Chitai saw Xiaoyang arrive, he was startled but quickly regained his composure and stepped forward to bow. Greetings to His Majesty. Why have you come? I'm here to see Xiaohua. Xiaoyang smiled and walked directly into the camp. Where's Xiaohua? Soon, Xiaohua arrived, kneeling to pay his respects. This humble official greets His Majesty. Rise. How is the formula I gave you progressing? Xiaoyang raised an eyebrow, looking at him. Xiaohua immediately presented his research results. Everything is here, Your Majesty. Please review. Previously, Xiaoyang had modified the gunpowder formula to increase its destructive power. Although the current amount seemed small, it was more than enough to flatten a mountain. Xiaoyang nodded in satisfaction. Load it onto the carts. Chitai, take 3,000 soldiers and follow me. Although Chitai didn't know what Xiaoyang intended to do, he obediently followed behind, heading outward. As they walked, Chitai noticed the road seemed familiar. Hesitating, he spoke. Your Majesty, are we going to the Longevity Island? Yes, your memory is quite good. Xiaoyang nodded in satisfaction, giving him an approving glance. Unfortunately, Chitai couldn't bring himself to feel happy. He wasn't a fool. Xiaoyang bringing gunpowder and troops to Longevity Island was a clear indication of his intentions. Although the construction of warships had begun, the timing wasn't right. If they acted now... Looking at Xiaoyang's profile, Chitai had many things he wanted to say but ultimately chose to remain silent. He no longer had the right to speak up. Soon, Xiaoyang led his men into Longevity Island. Standing before the towering mountain, he said coldly, Beyond this mountain lies the Rainbow Island Nation, the culprit behind the death of the Empress. Today, I aim to blast through this mountain, tear away this veil of shame, and expose the Rainbow Island Nation to the eyes of the world. Long live His Majesty! Chitai and his men knelt down in salute. Xiaoyang showed no expression, ordering the men to set up the gunpowder. He gazed in the direction of the village, silently vowing, Mother, Yunyan, I will avenge you. Boom, boom, boom. The gunpowder detonated one after another, causing the entire Longevity Island to tremble. Huge mushroom clouds rose, spewing fiery red smoke into the sky. It was breathtakingly beautiful, yet carried an insane disregard for life. In no time, half the mountain was blown away. Continue. Xiaoyang remained expressionless, waving his hand to signal them to keep going. Hashtag chapter 460, devoted effort. Today, he was determined to blast through this mountain. Soon, the second round of explosions began. From day to night, no one knew how many explosions they had endured, but the mountain that had once blocked their path was finally flattened. Everyone could finally see what was supposed to be the Rainbow Island Nation. However, to everyone's disappointment, what they saw was not a complete country, but an endless ocean. Yes, beyond the mountain was not land, but the sea. Everyone looked at each other, their expressions becoming somewhat complicated. The ocean was vast and boundless, so even without the mountain blocking the way, there would be no massive flooding. For them, it had no real impact. In essence, it was just an additional path to reach the Rainbow Island nation. Soon, a large ship sailed over from the sea. The people on the ship looked the same as them, but the language they spoke was incomprehensible. After a lot of gibberish, Chitai still had no idea what they wanted. They couldn't understand, but Xiaoyang could. Disdainfully looking at the man who was acting arrogantly, Xiaoyang knocked an arrow and shot him dead. The other side clearly hadn't expected that Xiaoyang would be so brazen. One by one, they prepared to attack, but they were in the water, while Xiaoyang and his men were on the shore. So, even though they were furious, they couldn't do anything to Xiaoyang and his men. Xiaoyang waved his hand. "Release the arrows." At his command, the archers stepped forward and began firing arrows. This time, the islanders who had been chattering away started screaming in pain, and soon the large ship turned around and sailed away. They grew farther and farther, quickly beyond the range of their arrows. Xiaoyang was quite satisfied. He left 3,000 elite soldiers to guard the border and took Chitai back with him. "Your Majesty, will the Rainbow Island nation launch an attack soon?" Chitai asked, looking worriedly at Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang snorted disdainfully and said calmly, "Even if they want to attack, they'll need the capability to do so. Don't worry, they'll soon send envoys over." The people of the Rainbow Island nation have been despicable since their ancestors. They are all inferior, and inferior beings should be destroyed. Hearing this, Chitai became even more worried. "Your Majesty, then, what should we do next?" "Always be prepared for battle. I will slaughter the entire Rainbow Island nation, leaving not a single soul alive." Xiaoyang sneered, then rode away. What? Chitai stood rooted to the spot, unable to come to his senses for a long time. Ever since he had known Xiaoyang, he had always thought of him as a very enlightened person, someone who could think from different perspectives and had been a good emperor since ascending the throne. He was decisive and ruthless, but he didn't indiscriminately kill innocents. Yet now, this man, who was about to slaughter an entire nation, to wipe out an entire race, that was terrifying. Was it just for a woman? Xiaoyang wasn't just doing this for a woman. It was also for future generations. He harbored national and personal hatred for the islanders. So even a single cow from the Rainbow Island nation was something he wanted to kill and eat. Returning to the palace, he was unexpectedly met with Nanuaner kneeling at the palace gates, requesting an audience. The envoys from other countries had already left, including those from the southern frontier, yet why was Nanuaner still here? When Xiaoyang saw Nanuaner now, his emotions were somewhat complicated. He took a deep breath, dismounted his horse and walked over. "What are you doing here?" "I have something to tell you." Nanuaner struggled to stand up, indicating that she had been kneeling here for a long time. After all, she was a princess of noble birth. Xiaoyang glanced at her. "Inside or outside?" "It's better to talk outside." Nanuaner looked at the majestic palace in front of her and said gloomily, "I've grown up in the palace and can't leave it my entire life. This magnificent place is like a prison to me. The words I want to say to you are not from the southern frontier princess to the emperor of the Xia kingdom, but from Nanuaner to Xiaoyang. Whether you want to listen or not is your choice." Xiaoyang truly hadn't expected that even at this point, someone would still speak to him like this. Seeing Nanuaner's sincere expression, he raised the corner of his mouth slightly, then turned and found a small tavern not far from the palace. "As you said, you are Nanuaner, and I am Xiaoyang. You don't need to worry about any formalities. Just say what you want to say." Xiaoyang sat down and ordered a few signature dishes. Hearing this, Nanuaner's expression became even more complicated. She looked at Xiaoyang, hesitated for a long time, and didn't know how to begin. After 3 cups of wine, she finally spoke. "I'm sorry." "Oh?" Xiaoyang had thought of many possible opening lines, but he had never expected that the first thing she wanted to say to him was, "I'm sorry." He looked at her and said indifferently, "Why are you apologizing to me?" "I don't know. Maybe it's because I feel guilty. Actually, I knew about this from the beginning, but I didn't tell you because it was Shun Jiejia's own choice. and I wanted to respect her decision. Nanuaner's eyes reddened. Although she hadn't spent much time with Shun Yunyan, they were both exceptional women and naturally shared a mutual admiration. Now that Shun Yunyan was gone, Nanuaner felt a sharp pain in her heart. Seeing Nanuaner's heartbroken expression, Xiaoyang remained calm. I know it was her own choice. Although I felt she was cruel to me, I can understand. After all, a mother is willing to exchange her own life for her child's. Actually, Shunjiejie didn't have to die. It was me. I helped her. I'm sorry, Xiaoyang. I'm sorry. When I did this, I never thought she would die, and I never thought you would be so heartbroken. I didn't mean it. I really didn't mean it. As Nanuaner spoke, tears streamed down her face. She now regretted it deeply. If she had known that her casual suggestion would lead Shun Yunyan to carry it out, she would never have spoken carelessly. Although Shun Yunyan had chosen to die quietly without saying anything. But from the various twists and turns, Xiaoyang could roughly guess what had happened. He looked at Nanuaner, who was sobbing uncontrollably, and felt curious. You could have kept these words to yourself for a lifetime, but now you've said them to my face. Why? What are you trying to do? I just don't want to live with this guilt. Nanuaner cried even harder. I never expected it to turn out this way. Shunjiejie was such a good person. She took on everything, leaving only us. Just us. Because she took on too much, we must live well. You shouldn't dwell on this anymore. Xiaoyang took a sip of wine, his eyes hiding deep pain. Chapter 461. Annihilation. Nanuaner found it hard to believe that Xiaoyang was still comforting her at a time like this. She looked at him in disbelief, her voice choked with tears. You don't blame me? What would I blame you for? For helping me treat Songa? Or for suppressing Shan Yunyan's goo poison? Xiaoyang smiled at her. If not for you, with that ferocious method, she probably wouldn't have lasted until now. You know all of this? Nanuaner looked at him in disbelief. You know everything, and yet you didn't even come to ask me about it. You're not even angry with me? Xiaoyang shook his head and said softly, When I found out about all this, my heart was torn apart, but sorrow doesn't cloud my judgment. I know no one is at fault here. The ones who deserve to die are Yunyan's mother, and those with malicious intentions from Hongdao Kingdom. Now that Yunyan's mother and brother are gone, the full brunt of our anger will fall on Hongdao Kingdom alone. Nanuaner looked at him. What are you going to do? Annihilate the country, slaughter the city, leave no one alive. Xiaoyang stood up, placed a silver ingot on the table, and turned to leave. He must be mad. Shin Yunyan wouldn't want to see you slaughtering like this. Nanuaner was anxious. Didn't you say yourself that wars bring misery to the people and rivers of blood? Why would you start a war yourself? Xiaoyang didn't stop, didn't even turn back, and he wouldn't answer a single word. Because no one else knew, only he did. Hongdao Kingdom was ambitious, and even if they didn't attack first, the enemy would one day come knocking. All he was doing now was preventing a disaster before it happened. Seeing Xiaoyang's back, Nanuaner sighed and slumped into her chair, feeling desperate. Xiaoyang was a sharp blade, and Shun Yunyan was the only one who could control it. Now that Shun Yunyan was gone, the blade was out of control, and blood would flow like a river. Back in the palace, it was already evening. Yang Feiyu held Songer's hand and walked towards the Qinghua Palace. Yang Xuanya stood at the door, waiting for Songer to return. Seeing him from afar, she quickly stepped forward. Songer, you're back. Are you tired? You only see him, but not me? Yang Feiyu said discontentedly. Brother, are you tired? Yang Xuanya laughed, looking at Yang Feiyu. You're not supposed to be here. Don't come again. I'll make sure to pick up and drop off Songer on time. Seeing her eyes and brows filled with gentleness, Yang Feiyu relaxed. He had been worried that his sister might not like children, but now it seemed she really liked this little chubby boy. Sister, have you ever thought about having a child of your own? Just like Songer. So cute? Yang Feiyu smiled at her. Yang Xuanya had never thought about having children. She said sadly, I was injured before, and I can never have my own child. What? Yang Feiyu looked at her in disbelief. When did this happen? Why didn't we know? It doesn't matter. I didn't want to have children anyway. This is just perfect. Yang Xuanya smiled. Brother, it's late. You should go back. It's not good if someone sees you here. Yang Feiyu wanted to ask more, but Yang Xuanya had already taken the child's hand and entered the house. After all, he was a man, and staying too long in the harem was inappropriate. He left with full of questions, planning to ask more later when he had the chance. Lady Yang, I'm so hungry. Songer looked at Yang Xuanya pitifully. I want to eat meat. All right, I'll take you to eat meat, Yang Xuanya smiled. The cook who used to prepare your meals is now in our Qinghua palace. I promise your life will be just like before, okay? Although Tsonger was young, he had seen a lot, so he understood what Yang Xuanya meant. He nodded. Thank you, lady. Once inside, they saw Linger standing there with a red face. She had been slapped before and hadn't fully recovered. She looked at Tsonger and smiled gently. Your Highness, you're back? Sister Linger, are you in pain? Tsonger asked with concern. In the world of children, there are no concepts of status. He only knew that Sister Linger had been with him since he was young, so he was very attached to and cared for her. Kids, if you treat them well, they will return the favor. Looking into Tsonger's clear eyes, Linger felt a pang of heartache and tears fell. Don't worry, Your Highness, I'm not in pain. If you're not in pain, why are you crying? Tsonger stepped forward, handing her a handkerchief, and whispered, Sister, wipe your tears. Don't cry. If it hurts, go see the imperial physician. Yang Xuanya glanced at Linger and said softly, The Crown Prince cares about you. You should take good care of yourself so as not to worry Tsonger. Although Linger didn't like Yang Xuanya much, she knew that in the harem, no one was more suitable to raise the Crown Prince than her. Even if she was dissatisfied, she had to endure it for Tsonger's sake. She immediately curtsied, Yes, I understand. Let's eat. Yang Xuanya led Tsonger to the table. His Majesty the Emperor has arrived. Ji Xiang entered first, followed by Xiaoyang. Tsonger immediately jumped off his chair and ran into Xiaoyang's arms. Daddy, you're back. We were just about to eat. Since Shun Yunyanyan's departure, it was as if Tsonger had unlocked his potential. His speech was becoming more and more fluent. Xiaoyang hugged him and kissed him. Tsonger is eating? Daddy will eat with you, okay? Okay, Daddy, eat. Tsonger's little chubby hand grabbed a piece of spare rib and stuffed it into Xiaoyang's mouth. Yang Xuanya was startled and quickly stepped forward. Your Majesty, Tsonger didn't mean it. It's dirty. It's not dirty. It's delicious, Xiaoyang smiled. Sit down and eat. Yang Xuanya had never imagined that Xiaoyang could be such a gentle father. She had rarely seen her own father growing up, so she didn't know that fathers and children could interact like this. Why couldn't she see her father like this? Tsonger is young and sometimes mischievous. I'll have to trouble you to take extra care of him. By the way, if you need anything, just come and tell me. I'll make sure to provide it for you. Also, you mentioned to the Empress that the women in the palace are delicate. That's very reasonable. Starting tomorrow, you can train these women, just like you did in the military camp. Xiaoyang spoke as he ate. Yang Xuanya had never dared to imagine that one day she could sit with Xiaoyang and talk like an ordinary couple. Chapter 462. Becoming the subject of jokes. She looked at Xiaoyang's profile, feeling her cheeks flush as she nodded. Your Majesty, please rest assured. I will definitely train these sisters well. Young ladies in the capital rarely exercise. All of them are as delicate as willows in the wind. That won't do. You must train them well. Xiaoyang smiled and looked at Yang Xuanya, but don't push them too hard. I'm also afraid they might not be able to handle it. Yes, I understand. Yang Xuanya obediently nodded. After dinner, Xiaoyang personally bathed Tsonger and then held him as they slept on the bed. Seeing this, Yang Xuanya tactfully turned and left. She was well aware that Xiaoyang's polite demeanor towards her was entirely because of Tsonger, not because he truly liked her. Besides, with Shun Yinyan's recent passing, he had no romantic inclinations at the moment. Although it was unusual for a monarch and his concubines to have a purely platonic relationship, even this much was enough to satisfy Yang Xuanya. Returning to her room, Yang Xuanya sighed. sitting in front of her vanity mirror, examining herself closely. Unlike the delicate and gentle ladies of the capital, she had a more rugged and masculine appearance due to growing up in the northern regions. Her features were more pronounced, and her skin was somewhat coarse. "Your Highness, what are you looking at?" Xiaoru, her maid, was helping her remove her makeup, looking at her with confusion. Yang Xuanya shook her head softly. "It's nothing." "Your Highness, what exactly is His Majesty's intention? He sleeps here every day, but it's only to accompany the Crown Prince. What about you? What is this supposed to mean?" Xiaoru spoke hesitantly, feeling embarrassed. Yang Xuanya smiled faintly. "His Majesty's heart belongs only to the Empress. How could he have any intimate relations with me? But your Highness is also a noble consort of His Majesty. How can the Emperor and his consort treat each other with such respect? This is too absurd." Xiaoru sighed, looking at Yang Xuanya with pity. "Your Highness has been in the palace for 3 months, yet you remain a virgin. If this gets out, how many people will laugh at you? Why would such a thing be spread around?" Yang Xuanya chuckled, looking at her. "As long as I don't say anything, who would know where His Majesty actually sleeps in my palace?" Hearing this, Xiaoru nodded in agreement. She looked at Yang Xuanya. "Your Highness, what if we take the initiative? Even if His Majesty has someone he loves, after all, he is still a man. With your Highness's figure, curvaceous and alluring, I'm sure His Majesty would be unable to resist." Xiaoru grew excited as she spoke. "What?" Yang Xuanya, hearing Xiaoru's words, felt utterly baffled. She never expected that the little girl who had grown up with her would have such bold thoughts. What kind of lewd talk was this? Could it be spoken so casually? She grabbed Xiaoru's ear, scolding her. "I am, after all, a princess of the realm, not some courtesan from a brothel. What are you talking about? Let me tell you, if you ever dare to speak like this again, I'll discipline you." Yang Xuanya huffed. Xiaoru cried out in distress. I'm sorry. Please forgive me, princess." "That's more like it." Yang Xuanya huffed and turned to get into bed. The next morning, Xiaoyang joined them for breakfast before heading to court. Yang Xuanya then took Tsonger's hand and walked towards the study. "Lady Yang, do you want to sleep with Daddy too?" Tsonger looked at Yang Xuanya with curiosity. Yang Xuanya almost spat out a mouthful of blood upon hearing this, looking at Tsonger in disbelief. "What are you talking about at your young age? It's cold at night, and Daddy's body is very warm." Tsonger smiled at her. "Mommy used to be afraid of the cold, so she would sleep hugging Daddy." Hearing this, Yang Xuanya felt a pang of sadness. She looked at Tsonger. "You miss your mommy, don't you?" "Yes, I miss her." Tsonger took out a drawing and pointed to a pig in it. "This is mommy. This." Yang Xuanya looked at the lively little pig on the paper and chuckled. "That's a pig. How could that be your mommy?" "Yes, this is mommy. This is Tsonger, and this is Daddy. Daddy said that mommy is beautiful. Even if she turns into a pig, she's still the most beautiful." Tsonger's eyes welled up with tears as he quickly folded the drawing, nervously looking around. "Lady, don't tell Daddy that I cried, okay?" Seeing the child like this, Yang Xuanya felt heartbroken. She took a handkerchief and gently wiped his tears, asking softly, "Why can't you tell Daddy?" "Because Daddy will cry too," Tsonger sighed. "After Mommy left, Daddy always cries. If Mommy knew, she would feel sad." The child, so young, spoke whatever was on his mind, making one's heart ache. Yang Xuanya nodded, lifting Tsonger into her arms. "Lady promises you, I won't say anything. Okay?" "Okay." Tsonger nodded firmly, reaching out to wipe her tears. Then, "Lady, don't cry either." Just as she returned the child, she was intercepted by Yuner and the consort. Seeing the dozens of large boxes filling the courtyard, Yang Xuanya was dumbfounded. "All these are? These are all gifts for the crown prince. And mine too." The two women introduced their gifts with smiles. Yuner, true to her reputation as a troublemaker, brought mostly toys and some weapons suitable for children to play with. The consort, on the other hand, brought mostly fabrics, pastries, and a beautifully crafted golden lock. Looking at the full courtyard of gifts, Yang Xuanya couldn't help but laugh. His Majesty dotes on the crown prince like his own eyes. Do you really need to give all these? Whatever His Majesty gives is his intention, but these are our own intentions, which are naturally different. Bayuner huffed. Although that Linger is annoying, the crown prince is just too adorable. I like him. I plan to teach him the exclusive spear technique of the Yunnan prince's estate. Oh, please, your so-called spear technique is just a showy performance, all right? The consort scoffed. I think it's more important to focus on reading. This made Bayuner unhappy. What do you mean by that? A real man should know how to ride and shoot. But one should also be skilled in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. I excel at chess and can teach the crown prince. The consort slapped her thigh, feeling this was also important. Seeing the two women so enthusiastic, Yang Xuanya couldn't help but laugh. But Tsonger is only 2.5 years old. 2.5? So what? Children in Yunnan start learning horseback riding and archery at that age. He is the crown prince, the future emperor. How can he not know how to do these things? Bayuner argued. The consort nodded in agreement. Yes, Sister Yang. Sister Bai is right. The crown prince can't just focus on reading. These lessons must be kept up. There are many talented sisters in the palace who can teach him. Chapter 463. Bitter Resentment. This. Yang Xuanya looked at the two of them, who seemed so excited, and whispered, Actually, I still think we should plan carefully. I believe we should start with the children. Concubine Xian glanced at Bayuner, clearly indicating that the two of them had already reached a consensus in front of Yang Xuanya. Ever since Yang Xuanya entered the palace, the two of them seemed to have taken up permanent residence in the Qinghua Palace. Concubine Xian oversaw the embroidery room, so she was often busier. After exchanging a few words, she left to attend to her duties. Bayuner, on the other hand, leaned back on the couch, leisurely eating fruit. The capital is truly wonderful. Whatever you want to eat, you can get it. This honeydew melon, I could only get it with great difficulty when I was in Yunnan. Before I entered the palace, I thought life here would be full of intrigue and struggle, too hard and exhausting. But I never expected to live a life of ease and comfort now. It's truly delightful. Bayuner giggled, picking up a book of leisure and began reading. Yang Xuanya, while balancing accounts, said with a hint of helplessness, Aside from your fancy moves, do you have any other talents? What kind of remark is that? Bayuner sat up straight, looking seriously at Yang Xuanya. I admit I can't beat you, but I'm not just about fancy moves. I've put in hard work to train. Is that so? Yang Xuanya chuckled. Then besides martial arts, do you know anything else? No. Bayuner waved her hand. I don't like needlework or embroidery. Flower arranging or tea tasting. That's just a waste of time. But I do know how to play polo or mahjong. Unfortunately, we can't play those in the palace. The Empress just passed away. How can we think of entertainment all day? When mentioning the Empress, Bayuner sighed softly. When I was in Yunnan, I heard about the Empress. She was a model for all women in the world. I had thought that after entering the palace, I would serve her well. But who would have expected it to end like this? Yang Xuanya paused in her accounting, glancing at her sideways. Yuner, don't say such things out loud. If the Emperor hears them, he'll be hurt. I know. The Emperor loved the Empress dearly. Everyone knows that. Since the Empress passed away, the Emperor has been like a walking corpse, devoid of spirit. Sometimes I look at him and feel pity. Bayuner sighed again. Before entering the palace, she had been carefree and lively in the Yunnan prince's estate, but since coming here, she seemed to sigh often. Hearing Bayuner's sighs, Yang Xuanya felt both amused and helpless. Why do you keep sighing? The other sisters in the palace each have their duties, all striving to live. Only you, spending your days eating and playing, and you're the one sighing? Yang Xuanya expressed her disdain. What does that mean? Bayuner sat up straight, looking at Yang Xuanya with puppy eyes and whispered, Sister, are you dissatisfied with me? Are you upset that I'm not pulling my weight? I'm not Shanshini, I'm just curious. Do you really have no special skills? Yang Xuanya looked at her with a mix of amusement and exasperation. Well, Bayuner thought carefully and still shook her head. No. In fact, she was very good at horse breeding, but she didn't want to raise horses in the palace. In the imperial study, Emperor Xiaoyang received an urgent report. The Deer King had already started building roads. After considering it, he summoned Li Nu. You and Jianyu, go to the Deer region first and keep an eye on the developments. Once things stabilize here in the capital, I'll join you. Your Majesty, if both I and Jianyu leave, who will protect you? Li Nu looked at Xiaoyang with concern. She knew that Xiaoyang's martial prowess was top-notch, but with the Empress just passing away, she was worried about his mental and physical state. She wanted to stay by his side to feel at ease. After all, if they both left, Xiaoyang would be left with no close confidants. Xiaoyang understood what the girl was thinking. He smiled. Isn't there still Ah Fu and Tianzao? When Tianzhao's name was mentioned, Li Nu felt a surge of anger, but Tianzhao is different now. The road construction in the Deer region is related to the livelihood of the people. It's a crucial matter. Don't be willful. Go ahead. Xiaoyang waved his hand, his voice gentle. Li Nu's nose tingled. Then, Your Majesty, please take good care of yourself and don't let yourself get thinner. I promise you. Xiaoyang smiled and agreed. That's more like it. Li Nu nodded in satisfaction, bowed, and turned to leave. After some deliberation, she decided to find Tianzhao. Tianzhao was currently busy with internal affairs in the palace. Seeing Li Nu approach, he bowed. Sister Li Nu, what brings you here? Is there an order from His Majesty? Not from His Majesty, but from me. I have something to tell you. Can we talk alone? Li Nu glanced at him, feeling a bit awkward. Tianzhao looked at her, closed the ledger, and followed her out. Once outside, they found a quiet spot. Li Nu spoke first. You grew up with the Empress, sharing a deep bond. I know all this, but you should also understand that the Empress loved His Majesty and the Crown Prince deeply. The path she took was her own choice. You shouldn't treat His Majesty and the Crown Prince this way, should you? What do you mean by that? Tianzhao raised an eyebrow, looking puzzled. I'm doing my best. What's wrong with that? What's wrong with you? Li Nu was anxious. The Empress's passing has already devastated His Majesty. Yet you wear that sullen face every day. What do you mean by that? Does His Majesty owe you something? Hearing this, Tianzhao's expression changed. I don't know what you're talking about. You know exactly what I'm talking about. You know it too well. Li Nu took a deep breath, looking at him. I'm about to leave the capital for the Deer region. His Majesty will be alone in the palace. Can you take care of him? His Majesty has a harem of beauties. I'm just the head of internal affairs. You've got the wrong person. Tianzhao turned away, clearly uninterested. Here he goes again. Seeing Tianzhao like this, Li Nu grew impatient. What are you angry about? His Majesty and the concubine? Yes, I'm angry. The Empress's body hasn't even cooled, yet His Majesty has forgotten her. He spends every day with concubine Yang, using the Crown Prince as a cover. It disgusts me. Smack. Li Nu, furious, slapped him across the face. The Empress trusted the wrong person. With that, Li Nu turned and left. Now she understood. Tianzhao was just feeling resentful. There was no point in arguing further. Tianzhao's face burned with pain, tears streaming down his cheeks. Chapter 464. I'll hit you. These days, Ah Fu had been secretly watching Tianzhao, fearing that she might really do something drastic. To his surprise, he witnessed this scene unfold. He rushed over, pulling Tianzhao into his arms and speaking softly. Does it hurt? Has this girl gone mad? How dare she hit you? Wah. Husband. Wah. Tianzhao suddenly hugged Ah Fu, crying loudly. Ever since Shan Yinyan left, Tianzhao seemed to have transformed into a different person. She had been busy in the palace day and night, not allowing herself any rest. Now, she suddenly couldn't hold back anymore and clung to Ah Fu, crying loudly. Ah Fu hadn't expected Tianzhao to break down like this. Seeing her like this, his heart ached, and he quickly said, all right, don't cry. Be good. I'll definitely help you get back at her. How dare that girl lay a hand on my woman? Watch me deal with her. Husband, I miss her so much. Tianzao wailed. These days, she had been suppressing her longing, always thinking she could endure, but unexpectedly, she still broke down. She clung tightly to Ah Fu, sobbing, I want to go home. I miss you. I miss our child. Seeing her like this, Ah Fu didn't hesitate and picked her up. These days, Tianzao had been working tirelessly in the palace, so as soon as they got home, she fell asleep. Seeing her asleep, Ah Fu headed straight to the guard quarters. Without a word, he punched Jinyu hard. What are you doing? Jinyu was caught off guard and said irritably, Are you crazy? Why are you hitting me? Your wife hit my wife. I can't hit a woman, so I'll hit you. Ah Fu snorted, continuing to land punches on Jinyu's face. Jinyu wasn't stupid. Why would he just stand there and take it? He immediately punched back without showing any weakness. The two of them started fighting in the guard quarters. By the time Linu heard about it and rushed over, they had already finished. Ah Fu, are you crazy? Do you think just because you're now the Minister of War, I won't dare hit you? Get up, let's go outside and settle this properly. Linu stepped forward and kicked him. Seeing Linu's unreasonable behavior, Ah Fu snorted annoyed. Who told you to hit our Tianzao? Since the Empress left, she's been heartbroken. She was on the verge of breaking down, and you had to add insult to injury? Is your heart made of stone? As he spoke, Ah Fu's heart ached even more for his wife. So it was because of this. Seeing Ah Fu like this, Linu rolled her eyes in disdain. What's wrong with you? Are you ungrateful or just brainless? Hearing this, Ah Fu frowned, confused, looking at Linu. Linu pulled Jinyu up from the ground, checking that his injuries were only superficial, and then sighed in relief. She snorted and looked at Ah Fu. If I'm not mistaken, she's already gone home with you, right? What does that mean? Ah Fu still looked puzzled at Linu. Linu rolled her eyes again. Ever since the Empress left, Tianzao has been like a different person, working nonstop, not allowing herself any rest. Do you think that's a good thing? If this continues, she might end up like the Empress. Do you understand? Hearing this, Ah Fu frowned even more, feeling even more distressed. If you knew all this, why did you still hit her? I'll ask you again. Is she now at home with you, eating and sleeping well? Why are you blaming me? You're so stubborn. Linu was annoyed. I just don't get it. Tianzao is so smart. What did she see in you? This. At first, Ah Fu didn't quite grasp what Linu meant, but soon he understood and looked apologetically at Jinyu, laughing. Sorry, I might have hit a bit too hard. Jinyu rolled his eyes and pulled Linu away, leaving. Once they were in a secluded spot, he pulled her into his arms and kissed her. Why are you so concerned about other people's affairs? Can't you pay more attention to me? Seeing Jinyu's pouting expression, Linu smiled, stood on her tiptoes, and kissed him again, speaking softly, All right, don't be jealous anymore. After the mourning period is over, I'll marry you. Okay? You're willing? Yes, I'm willing. Linu smiled lightly, kissing him again. Not angry anymore, are you? Just as Xiaoyang walked by and saw this scene, his eyes took on a playful glint. Didn't I tell you to hurry to the Deer Lands? Why are you still kissing here? Your Majesty. Linu was a bit shy, frowning at him and whispering, Your Majesty, as an emperor, how can you spy on us? Spy? I just walked by and saw you too. Do I need to spy? Xiaoyang smiled. I also heard what you said just now. When you return from the Deer Lands, I'll give you a grand wedding, okay? Linu looked apologetically at Xiaoyang, whispering, Your Majesty, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Xiaoyang naturally knew why she was so upset. His lips curved slightly, and he said softly, All right, why are you so sad? Don't say any more, just go ahead. Your Majesty, after I leave, please take good care of yourself. Eat and sleep on time. You should still have someone close by. Linger used to serve the Empress and is familiar with your Majesty. Maybe let Linger serve you? Linu still felt uneasy looking at Xiaoyang. If it were before, she would have left without a word, but Xiaoyang was now in a very special situation. Hearing Linu's nagging so affectionately, Xiaoyang felt a warmth in his heart. He smiled and said softly, "All right, then let's do as you say. Is that okay?" "Yes, I'll do it right away." After saying this, Linu turned and walked out. Xiaoyang patted Jinyu's shoulder, smiled, and said softly, "Look at what a good girl she is. You'd better cherish her, understand?" "Yes, I understand." Jinyu nodded immediately and turned to chase after Linu. Entering the room and seeing Ah Fu with a bruised face, Xiaoyang smiled and said softly, "What happened to you? How did you get beaten up?" "Your Majesty." Ah Fu looked at Xiaoyang, who had visibly lost weight, feeling heartache. He suddenly stepped forward, wanting to give him a hug, but realizing the difference in their status, he stepped back, sighing, "Your Majesty, why have you lost so much weight? Please take care of your health. The people of the Empire are all counting on your Majesty." "It's fine. I'll gain the weight back if I eat more." Xiaoyang waved it off nonchalantly. Chapter 465, Heartbroken. Seeing Xiaoyang in this state, Ah Fu furrowed his brow and softly said, "Then she should eat more. Tianzhao has done many inappropriate things in the palace recently. I hope your Majesty won't hold it against her. The Empress is gone, and your Majesty is heartbroken, as is she. She hasn't slept or rested these past few days, constantly numbing herself." Xiaoyang was well aware of this. He understood that everyone had the right to vent their sorrow, though the methods varied. So, even though Tianzhao had been acting out lately, he hadn't taken it to heart. "She can't find peace in the palace. The time for silk production in the south is approaching, so take her to Jiangnan for a trip. Consider it a business trip and enjoy the scenery of Jiangnan." When Xiaoyang mentioned this, his eyes darkened slightly, and he continued in a low voice, "Yunin always loved the scenery of Jiangnan when she was alive, but now she can't see it anymore. It would be good for Tianzhao to go and see it." "Your Majesty, there are still many matters in the Ministry of War, especially unfinished business with the Navy," Ah Fu said, looking somewhat troubled. Xiaoyang waved his hand dismissively and said, "Jiangnan isn't just about silk. There are also tea and salt taxes, all crucial matters. So, go quickly." "Yes, Your Majesty. I understand," Ah Fu replied, knowing that while this trip was meant for relaxation, it was also a mission. "If I leave, who will accompany Your Majesty?" Ah Fu asked, his concern evident. At this, Xiaoyang chuckled. "With 3,000 beauties in the palace, do you think there will be no one to keep me company?" When Shun Yunin was alive, Xiaoyang was devoted to her alone. Now that she was gone, was there any need to remain chaste for anyone? Previously, he didn't want to mix his governance with the affairs of the harem, but now, if it could quickly bring about universal harmony and fulfill their shared dream, Xiaoyang had no objections. With Shun Yunin gone, his heart had died. Who slept by his side no longer mattered. From now on, he only wanted to be an emperor, a true emperor. Seeing Xiaoyang like this, Ah Fu felt his own heart breaking. Ah Fu had grown up with Xiaoyang, and though there was a master-servant distinction, in his heart, he always saw Xiaoyang as a brother. Yet now, with things having come to this, all he could do was watch Xiaoyang suffer, powerless. "Since Your Majesty sees it this way, I am relieved. Your Majesty, I shall take my leave now." With that, Ah Fu turned and walked out. Watching Ah Fu's retreating figure, Xiaoyang felt a void in his heart but said nothing more. He turned to Jixiang and said indifferently, "Bring Linger to the imperial study to serve." Afterward, he headed straight to the Qinghua Palace. At this time, Songer was still studying in the Royal Academy, and the courtyard was filled with the laughter of 3 women, bright and cheerful. Upon entering, he saw concubine Xian embroidering, while Bai Yuner and Yang Xuanya were looking at a book together, their laughter filling the air. It was a scene of peaceful tranquility. Seeing Xiaoyang enter, they all immediately subdued their laughter, their hearts filled with apprehension. They knelt and greeted him. "We pay our respects to Your Majesty." Everyone knew that Xiaoyang was in a bad mood, yet they had been laughing just moments ago. They feared they might be blamed. Bai Yuner knelt there, cautiously observing Xiaoyang, not daring to speak. Xiaoyang raised his hand. "Rise, all of you." What were you reading that made you so happy? As he spoke, he walked over and picked up the book. The faces of the three young women turned red in unison. Such books were fine for young girls to read together, but now that Xiaoyang had picked it up and was looking at it, they felt embarrassed. Seeing the contents, Xiaoyang was momentarily stunned. What kind of romantic tales were these? A group of young ladies reading such things together. What were they up to? He placed the book down and turned to Bai Yuner, smiling. Concubine Bai, having come all the way from Yunnan, how have you found life in the capital so far? Everything in the palace is the best, and I'm very happy. Sister Yang and concubine Xian have also been very kind to me. I'm enjoying my time here, Bai Yuner replied without guile. She had been spoiled by her family since childhood, so her words were straightforward. Seeing Bai Yuner's candidness, concubine Xian felt a bit embarrassed and tugged at her sleeve, hinting for her to speak more softly. Xiaoyang noticed the small interaction between them and realized that their relationship was indeed harmonious. Concubine Xian, since you're in charge of the embroidery workshop, I've reviewed this month's accounts. You've done an excellent job. The revenue has doubled compared to before, Xiaoyang said with a smile, praising her. What? Really? Concubine Xian's face lit up with joy. She stepped forward, her eyes sparkling as she looked at him. Your Majesty, are you serious? Am I truly that capable? This was likely the first time in her life that concubine Xian had created such value. She was overjoyed, almost to the point of rambling. Seeing her like this, Xiaoyang found her utterly charming. He chuckled and handed her the account book. Can you read it? Yes, I can, concubine Xian quickly replied, examining it with a beaming smile. Sister Yang, Sister Bai, look how capable I am. The other two, seeing concubine Xian's excitement, also stepped forward to take a closer look. Bai Yuner shrugged. What? Does the palace engage in business too? Xiaoyang nodded. Without money, nothing works. So, business must be done. But the four classes, scholars, farmers, artisans, and merchants, how can an emperor engage in business? Bai Yuner was even more astonished. She hadn't expected Xiaoyang to be so unconcerned about this. And what of it? Without money, how can one survive, build reservoirs, or appease the soldiers? With money, many things can be done. As for what you mentioned, I find it of little consequence, Xiaoyang said with a smile, looking at her calmly. Now, you two may leave. I wish to speak privately with concubine Yang. Yes. The two curtsied, casting a knowing glance at Yang Xuanya before turning and leaving. Watching their retreating figures, Xiaoyang smiled and turned to Yang Xuanya. Have you been adjusting well these past few days? And you? How have you been these days? Not very well, to be honest. Xiaoyang sighed, sitting down in a nearby chair, his head lowered, looking dejected. He had always been proud, his head held high, as if he had endless energy. But now, it seemed he had lost all his vigor. Seeing him like this, Yang Xuanya felt her heart ache. She sighed. Is there anything I can do for you? Chapter 466. Everything seems to be back to normal. What should I do? Xiaoyang smiled faintly and then said softly, At my current state, even the greatest deity would be powerless to save me. Tsong'er is not your child, and I know it's somewhat unfair to you to raise him by your side. If you have any discomfort in your heart, you must tell me, understand? Xiaoyang spoke again. For Yang Xuanya, Xiaoyang always felt a bit different. After all, they had known each other for a long time. Upon hearing this, Yang Xuanya shook her head directly and whispered, The crown prince is very well behaved, and I like him very much. Please rest assured, I will do my best to take care of him and ensure he grows up well. The empress is no longer here, and I don't plan to appoint another empress. So, I'll give you the Phoenix seal. From now on, the affairs of the harem will be under your management. You'll have to work hard. Xiaoyang looked at her with a hint of apology. I originally thought you were meant to be a general fighting on the battlefield, but now it seems you can also carve out your own world in the inner chambers. Yang Xuanya looked at him in surprise. Your Majesty? Is the child about to return? I'm a bit hungry. Xiaoyang softened his tone. Since Shun Yunyan left, Xiaoyang had never been this gentle. Seeing him like this now, Yang Xuanya felt a surge of joy in her heart. I'll immediately instruct them to prepare more delicious food. Good, then I'll go to Tsonger's room first to take a look. Xiaoyang stood up and walked towards Tsonger's room. Upon entering, Xiaoyang's nose tingled. Everything here was exactly the same as the room he used to live in the Zhaoyang Palace. It seemed it had just been arranged, as yesterday when he was here, it wasn't like this. Yang Xuanya must have been very attentive to this child. Thinking of this, Xiaoyang's lips curved slightly, and he picked up Tsonger's toy. Shun Yunyan had very skillful hands, so these toys were all made by her. The patterns, however, were drawn by Xiaoyang, featuring some modern, adorable cartoon characters. Looking at these things, Xiaoyang's eyes moistened. He had thought he could manage, but now he suddenly realized he couldn't. He couldn't erase Shun Yunyan from his memory. She was like water, like air, always seeping in without a trace. Thinking of this, Xiaoyang's eyes reddened. Holding the toy, he choked out, Yunyan, I miss you, and so does the child. During this period, Tsonger seemed to have completely forgotten about his mother, never mentioning her even once. It was because every time he mentioned her before, Xiaoyang would tear up, and after that, Tsonger never brought it up again. But just like love, even if not spoken, the longing would still leak out through the eyes. Father! Tsonger rushed in from outside and hugged Xiaoyang from behind, giggling, Father, I miss you so much. This was true. Xiaoyang smiled, turned around, and picked up the child, giving him a gentle kiss. Why are you so dirty? I was learning to paint today. Tsonger struggled to get down and quickly took out a crumpled piece of paper from his book box. Father, look. The teacher said this is called dancing. Tsonger proudly handed the crumpled paper over. Dancing? Xiaoyang looked at the black smudges on the paper, unsure of what exactly was drawn there. However, he still nodded appreciatively, smiling. It's beautiful, really pretty. Our Tsonger is very talented. Father, really? Tsonger's eyes sparkled. Xiaoyang immediately smiled. Of course, when has father ever lied to you? Come, let's wash your hands first, and then we'll eat. Saying this, he led Tsonger outside, where a maid soon brought a basin of water. Xiaoyang held Tsonger's hand and taught him how to wash. You have to learn to do things yourself. You can't always rely on others, understand? Xiaoyang smiled gently, kissed Tsonger. You've been running around all day. Are you hungry? Tsonger nodded heavily. I want to eat the lamb leg that Lady Yang made. Lady Yang promised me before I left this morning. All right, let's go. Xiaoyang held Tsonger's hand and walked towards the dining hall. Upon entering, the table was already set with dishes. Actually, during this period, Xiaoyang would come to eat whenever he had time, as Tsonger was here, and Xiaoyang wanted to spend as much time as possible with his child. But due to his poor mood, Xiaoyang didn't even know what he ate each day, let alone pay attention to what was on the table. Looking at the dishes on the table, Xiaoyang glanced at Yang Xuanya. Lamb is heating, although delicious. Tsonger is young, so he should eat less to avoid getting too hot. Yang Xuanya had never raised a child before, so she didn't know that children shouldn't eat too much lamb. She looked at Xiaoyang apologetically and whispered, I grew up eating these things, so I didn't know children couldn't eat too much. Hearing this, Xiaoyang sat down with Tsonger in his arms, smiled gently, and said softly, It's not your fault. You've never raised a child before, so I'm not blaming you, just reminding you. Tsonger said he likes your roasted lamb leg. Let's have it once every 7 days from now on. Xiaoyang picked up a piece of meat and fed it to Tsonger. Tsonger blinked, looking pitifully at Xiaoyang and whispered, How about every 3 days? 7 days. 4 days, okay? 7 days. Father. 7 days. In the end, it was decided on once every 7 days, making Tsonger pout and eat more meat today, hoping to make up for it. Watching the interaction between the two, Yang Xuanya's eyes reddened. She choked out, Your Majesty, you are such a warm father. I've never really known my own father, and I never thought being loved by a father would feel like this." Xiaoyang didn't say much, only softly said, "You've worked hard with the child here. If you need anything in the future, just take it. Now that you manage the entire harem, you can have whatever you want." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Yang Xuanya lowered her eyes and nodded. After dinner, Xiaoyang listened to Tsonger recite poems while holding his hand. Although he had only been to school for a few days, Tsonger was already quite impressive, able to recite the three-character classic from start to finish. Hearing this, Xiaoyang lightly smiled and then said, "It seems my son is quite clever." After saying that, he kissed him and looked at his book box, carrying him inside. Bathing and putting him to sleep, Xiaoyang did it all himself. Only after watching the child fall asleep did he turn and walk out. Chapter 467. Not concerned. Linger had received Ji Xiang's orders and understood that from now on, she was to serve the emperor. She stood at the door, waiting for Xiaoyang to come out. Following behind him, "Your Majesty, where shall we go?" "I'm going to sleep," Xiaoyang smiled. "Oh, and find some nice fabrics for me. I have a use for them." Hearing this, Linger nodded quickly and soon brought all the items Xiaoyang requested. Xiaoyang looked at these materials and quickly got to work. Although he was a man, he had learned some sewing skills in modern times, and now he was doing a decent job. Soon, a small satchel was completed. Yang Xuanya, left alone once again, had grown accustomed to it. Xiaoyang's current attitude towards her had already made her very satisfied. Although she was content, Xiaoru was not. Xiaoru looked at Yang Xuanya with grievance. "It's been 3 months. Your Majesty has been sleeping here every night, but not with you, Your Highness. What does this mean? The Empress has only been gone for 3 months. If he could forget everything so quickly, I would actually look down on him." Yang Xuanya snorted, smiling at Xiaoru. "All right, I don't feel wronged, so you don't need to say such things anymore, understood?" Hearing this, Xiaoru sighed, feeling helpless. "Well, when will this kind of life ever end? If I could live like this forever, I would be willing. Physical intimacy is good if it happens, but if not, I'm not concerned." Yang Xuanya blushed and smiled softly. The next morning, as soon as Xiaoyang left, Bai Yuner and the consort came over. Bai Yuner looked at Yang Xuanya with curiosity, whispering, "So, how is it now?" How is it?" Seeing Bai Yuner's nosy expression, Yang Xuanya was momentarily at a loss whether to laugh or cry. "This girl." Yang Xuanya's face darkened as she scolded irritably, "You little brat, are you asking for trouble? It's broad daylight, and you have no filter." The consort, being more experienced, could tell from Yang Xuanya's demeanor that nothing had happened last night. She hesitated for a moment and then whispered, "You don't need to rush. The Emperor treating you this way is already quite good. I've heard some gossip that the Emperor has already informed the inner court, and in half a year, he will follow the proper procedures." "Procedures? What procedures?" Yang Xuanya looked at the consort in disbelief. "You mean the procedures for the Emperor's chambers?" "Yes," the consort sighed. She stood up, speaking gloomily. "When the Empress was here, the Emperor's heart was only for her, so he didn't notice us. We were content with our peace. But now that the Empress is gone, the Emperor's heart is empty, so for him, we are all the same. What can't happen then?" Although the consort was usually quiet, she had grown up in the capital and was well versed in the dynamics of relationships between men and women. Hearing this, both Yang Xuanya and Bai Yuner's faces turned grim. They were well aware that they held no special place in Xiaoyang's heart, but to say it so bluntly was too much. Yang Xuanya, being more mature, smiled at them. "There's still half a year. The Emperor will surely change." "Sister Yang, why speak such words?" the consort said with a self-deprecating smile. Her gaze seemed sorrowful as she whispered softly, "We came to the palace not to fall in love with the Emperor, but to be different from all other women in the world." Hearing this, Bai Yuner also lowered her head, not speaking. Although they were the most noble, weren't they also the most tragic? Seeing the two of them looking downcast, Yang Xuanya smiled. "By the way, didn't you say you wanted to teach Songer how to paint, play the zither, and play chess?" Yes, I've already prepared everything. The consort nodded immediately, taking out the things she had learned from her family, smiling. These are what my family found for me. Look, how are they? I learned to read with these when I was young. Everyone gathered around to take a look. Indeed, they were exquisitely made little books, showing that she had received a good education in her childhood. Several months had passed, and Xiaoyang seemed to be going about his usual routine. He looked at the news from the Deer region and nodded in satisfaction. It seems the Deer King is a bit slow. Well done. Your Majesty, is it good news? Linger looked at Xiaoyang with curiosity. Xiaoyang shook his head and said indifferently, remember your place. Yes, this servant deserves death. Linger stepped back, looking at Xiaoyang. Seeing her like this, Xiaoyang smiled faintly. You've always been by the Empress's side. I ask you, do you also want to become a concubine? What? Linger was utterly surprised that Xiaoyang would ask her such a question. She didn't know how to respond for a moment, finally saying cautiously, this servant is willing to serve the emperor. Good, then from now on, you are the Lady Ling. Xiaoyang waved his hand. You may leave. From the very beginning, Xiaoyang had known that Linger was not content. He disliked trouble in the harem, so rather than letting her cause problems, it was better to give her what she wanted, thus avoiding unnecessary complications. Linger was stunned for a moment, then looked at Xiaoyang in disbelief. Your Majesty, is this true? It is true. You may leave. Xiaoyang waved his hand, smiling at Linger. So hasty? A mere lady. Linger was still a bit dissatisfied but knew she couldn't be too greedy. Then, where should this subject reside? There's a Qingliang Hall not far away. You can stay there. Xiaoyang waved his hand. Ji Xiang, handle it. Ji Xiang frowned at Linger's triumphant expression as they walked out, saying, the emperor is no ordinary man, so you've chosen the wrong path. What does a eunuch like you know? Linger coldly looked at Ji Xiang. The emperor is so heroic. He is the best man in the world. I, this palace, love the emperor and naturally want to be by his side. This, just made a lady and already speaking so boldly? Ji Xiang had served the emperor his entire life and naturally held some prestige in the palace. But never had he expected to be insulted by a mere lady. He was experienced, however, and calmly looked at her. This servant bids farewell to the lady. May your future be bright. Chapter 468. Unhappy. Linger felt even more pleased with herself after hearing those words. She had known all along that her wish would come true. She quickly changed into a luxurious outfit and stood at the entrance of the study room, waiting for Tsonger to come out. As soon as he appeared, she immediately stepped forward, smiling softly at him and said, Tsonger, finished with your studies? Shall I take you back to enjoy some delicious pastries? Although Tsonger was young, he was perceptive. Seeing her attire, he furrowed his brows and whispered, Sister Ling, what is this? The emperor has conferred upon me the title of Ling Marin. You can't call me sister anymore, understand? Linger gently pinched his cheek. From now on, I can take good care of you. So that's how it is. Tsonger took a step back, his expression somewhat troubled. He stared straight at Linger, thought for a moment, and then nodded slightly. Tsonger greets Ling Nyang. However, Yang Yang is waiting for me at home, and I cannot be late, or she will worry. Little Bell, let's go. Tsonger glanced at the young eunuch behind him. This eunuch, only about 7 or 8 years old, had been carefully selected by Xiaoyang. Despite his young age, he was clever, agile, and had a cheerful disposition. With such a person accompanying Tsonger as he grew up, Xiaoyang could feel more at ease. Linger was almost incredulous as she watched Tsonger. Tsonger, don't you recognize me anymore? Tsonger certainly recognizes Ling Nyang, but the palace rules are strict. Please, Nyang, conduct yourself with propriety. With that, Tsonger turned and walked away, leading Little Bell. Upon returning to the Blue Flower Palace, Tsonger was visibly unhappy. Although the child was young, he understood many things. He knew that Linger had once been his mother's maid, but now she was to become his father's woman. Yet, his mother had just passed away. Tsonger, what's wrong? Concubine Xian poked Tsonger's cheek, smiling playfully. Why the long face? Did the teacher cane you at school today? Do you think Tsonger is like you? Getting caned all the time, Bayuner said with disdain. She took out a small bow and arrow, handing it to Tsonger. Sweetheart, look, this is something Bai Nyang made especially for you. Do you like it? Seeing how much they all cared for him, Tsonger felt a bit better, though he still remained sullen and unwilling to speak. After dinner, Yang Xinya sent everyone away and held Tsonger in her arms alone, softly asking, "What's the matter? Tell me. Why are you upset?" Linger has become a Marin. She's going to be father's woman, Tsonger said, pouting. Oh? Yang Xinya was utterly surprised that a 3-year-old child could understand so much. But then she remembered that this was a child raised in the palace, so it was natural for him to know more. She sighed helplessly and then softly said, "Are you upset about this? Angry with your father?" "No, I understand father's intentions, but I don't understand. How could Linger do this?" Tsonger lowered his head, mumbling, "Mother was really good to her, but she still did something she shouldn't have." Hearing this, Yang Xinya sighed helplessly and said softly, "Some people are like that. Just because you're good to them doesn't mean they'll be good to you. You're still young. When you grow up and see more, you'll understand. Your father is discussing matters with the generals tonight, so he probably won't come to see you. I'll stay with you tonight, okay?" Yang Xinya picked up a towel and began to wipe his hands. Tsonger shook his head and whispered, "No, I want to practice writing. Today, Master Yang said my handwriting looks like scribbles." He even hit Little Bell twice on the hand. Tsonger looked earnestly at Yang Xinya. Yang, can you teach me?" Upon hearing this, Yang Xuanya's expressions turned grim. She furrowed her brows and then turned to leave. Yang Feiyu, being the crown prince's tutor, naturally had the privilege of staying in the palace. As he lay in bed, Yang Xinya kicked the door open and coldly glared at Yang Feiyu, who was still in bed. You, are you crazy? I'm the crown prince's tutor, and you're the emperor's concubine. How dare you barge in like this?" Yang Feiyu looked at her nervously. Yang Xinya stepped forward and punched him, her voice filled with dissatisfaction as she said, "Why are you being so hard on Tsonger? He's just 3 years old, yet you dare to criticize his handwriting." Yang Feiyu was genuinely surprised that his own sister had come to him for this matter. He looked at her incredulously and whispered, "When you were young, your handwriting was always terrible. Even when our older brother flogged your palms until they were raw, you didn't react like this. I haven't said anything harsh, I was just guiding him." Hearing this, Yang Xinya snorted and said impatiently, "Pfft, you know nothing. Back then, I was just stupid and deserved the punishment. Tsonger is just starting to learn, and you're being too harsh on him. The child has just lost his mother, and his father can't always be by his side. How pitiful." Yang Feiyu found it hard to believe that this was his own sister. He was puzzled. "You've always been strict. If anyone under your command made a mistake, you'd punish them severely. Why are you so lenient with Tsonger? A doting mother spoils her child. He's going to be the emperor one day, so he must be held to high standards." "Stop it." Yang Xinya raised her fist, grinding her teeth as she glared at him. "Don't say that again. My dear sister, I'm telling the truth. Don't make a fuss, okay? He's the crown prince. He has to be the best." "No." Yang Xinya seemed to recall something painful, her gaze dropping as she whispered, "No. Sister Shun once said that she didn't want her child to be the best. She just hoped her child could grow up healthy and happy." Yang Feiyu sighed, seeing her sad expression. "I promise I'll be nicer to the crown prince from now on. Will that do?" "Brother, I miss Sister Shin." Yang Xuanya's gaze dropped, and she sat beside him, mumbling, "Brother, I feel like I've let Sister Shin down. I haven't been good enough to her child, have I?" Seeing his sister like this, Yang Feiyu felt helpless. He gently rubbed her hair and said softly, "All right, don't be sad. You've already done your best." Although it was quite late when Xiaoliang finished his duties, he still went to the Blue Flower Palace. Upon entering, he saw Tsonger still sitting at the table, diligently practicing his handwriting. At such a young age, he was so serious and earnest. It was utterly adorable. Xiaoyang walked up and glanced at the sheets of paper on the table, chuckling. Why aren't you sleeping yet? So late? Chapter 469. Presenting a treasure. Father, you're here. Songer immediately put down his brush and reached out his hand upon seeing Xiaoyang. The child was still young and couldn't handle such intense calligraphy practice, so his hands were trembling slightly. Seeing Songer's trembling little hands, Xiaoyang felt a pang of heartache. He gently picked the child up and said softly, "There's no need to finish writing today. We can do it tomorrow. Your father and mother both hope you can grow up happily and healthily, okay?" Upon hearing this, Songer shook his head firmly. When mother was here, she often worked on ledgers late into the night. Father, you sometimes stay up all night in the imperial study. Both of you are so excellent and hardworking. Although Songer may not be as smart as father and mother, I want to learn your spirit. You little rascal! Xiaoyang was deeply moved by these words, hugging Songer tightly and giving him a tender kiss. But it will be hard and tiring for you, won't it? Songer shook his head again. Songer is not an ordinary child. I am the crown prince, and in the future, I will be the emperor, responsible for the fate of all the people under heaven. So, I cannot be tired or complain of hardship. Who told you this? It was uncle. Songer glanced cautiously at Xiaoyang, afraid that mentioning his uncle at this moment might upset his father. Xiaoyang felt a sudden tightness in his chest, as if a cotton ball had been stuffed there, causing a sharp, suffocating pain. All right, it's already very late. Let's go to sleep, okay? Okay. Father, I've already washed myself very clean. You said that we should do things ourselves, and I've learned to dress and wash my face by myself. Songer eagerly presented his face, as if showing off a treasure. Xiaoyang kissed him gently, then playfully bit his little hand, smiling. Very good. Now, let's go to sleep. The next morning, young Xuanya was startled to see Xiaoyang emerge from Songer's room. Your Majesty, when did you arrive? I came after finishing in the imperial study yesterday. By the way, pack your things. We're going out in a few days. Xiaoyang smiled at young Xuanya. Going out? Young Xuanya was momentarily stunned, then immediately thrilled. I thought that once I entered the palace, I'd never be able to leave. Now we can go out? Yes, we can go out. Xiaoyang smiled. I'm going to Lu to inspect the road construction. I've heard there have been some disturbances there, so I'll be bringing you, as you're skilled in martial arts. That's so far? What about the other matters in the harem? Young Xuanya frowned, looking at him. Xiaoyang waved his hand. Bayuner and Consort Xian are very capable. I trust them to handle things in the palace. Let's eat first, then pack. We'll bring Songer and your brother along to see the world. Young Xuanya didn't know why, but hearing this, her heart skipped a beat. She looked at Xiaoyang in disbelief. Really? Is that really possible? Yes, it is. Xiaoyang smiled. At that moment, Songer also came out of the room and sat at the table, blinking at them. Father, young auntie, what's going on? Good news. Your father said he's taking us out to play. Young Xuanya exclaimed joyfully, like a child. Songer was momentarily stunned, then immediately excited. Really? That's wonderful. I love going out to play. Seeing the two of them so delighted, Xiaoyang smiled warmly. After finishing their meal, he went straight to the morning court. It had been nearly a year since Shan Yunyan's departure, and the court had become much more harmonious. Those who had passed the imperial examinations had already been appointed to various official positions, and the entire court was now peaceful and cooperative. I will be visiting Lu to inspect the road construction. During my absence from the capital, I asked Prime Minister Fong to bear the burden. Xiaoyang smiled as he announced this. Upon hearing this, Prime Minister Fong immediately knelt down. Your Majesty, Lu is a remote place. Please reconsider. That's precisely why I need to go there myself. Only by seeing the local conditions firsthand can we truly address the issues. Don't worry, I have it under control. This news should not be spread for now, for security reasons. Just as he finished speaking, Ah Fu stepped forward. Your Majesty, The kingdom of Hongdao has sent envoys to request an audience. They are already in the capital. Oh? Hearing this, Xiaoyang's expression changed slightly. Jingzhou Prefecture, are you out of your mind or just blind? Such a major matter, and you didn't even know about it? The envoys of Hongdao have already entered our capital, and you're acting as if nothing happened. Your Majesty, please calm your anger. It is my fault. The Jingzhou Prefecture knelt down, speaking miserably. The envoys of Hongdao did not enter the capital openly. Their methods are indeed despicable. Xiaoyang snorted. Investigate. Find out who issued their travel permits and where they are staying. I want a thorough investigation. The Jingzhou Prefecture's legs turned to jelly, and he hurriedly nodded. Yes, I understand. The household troops of the Marquis of Zhongyang have been idle lately. Have them patrol the city. Xiaoyang said this and then stood up. Dismissed. The Marquis of Zhongyang looked at Prime Minister Fong beside him and whispered, What does His Majesty mean by this? What else could it mean? If the Jingzhou Prefecture were to mobilize troops, it would be too ostentatious. But your son Lu Jing is already known as a prodigal, so acting a bit arrogantly and accidentally beating someone he dislikes would be normal, wouldn't it? Prime Minister Fong teased. Who's the prodigal? The Marquis of Zhongyang's face darkened, and he rolled his eyes before turning and walking out. Xiaoyang returned to the imperial study, exhausted, and took a sip of water. Li Nu. Your Majesty, Li Nu has gone out. Jixiang approached with a plate of pastries and said softly, Are you hungry, Your Majesty? Jixiang, how long has it been since you left the palace? Xiaoyang took a bite of the pastry and looked at him curiously. Jixiang thought carefully for a moment, then replied softly, I entered the palace at the age of 7 and haven't left since. It's been 40 years. Then come with me on this trip. If we find a beautiful place, you can stay there to retire and not return with us. Xiaoyang smiled warmly. He had spent his entire life in the palace, enduring so much hardship. Now that he was older, it was time for him to rest. Upon hearing this, Jixiang immediately knelt down. Did I do something wrong, Your Majesty, to make you angry? No, it's just that you're getting older and deserve a good rest. Xiaoyang smiled. Get up. Help me pack some things. Yes, I'll do it right away. Jixiang had spent most of his life in the palace, but hearing this still stirred excitement in him. He had never imagined that one day he would have the fortune to leave the capital safely. Chapter 470. Too arrogant. The people from Hongdao Kingdom were soon apprehended. The Minister of Justice, Gao Shang, personally brought them to the imperial study. Seeing the man's shifty-eyed appearance, Xiaoyang let out a cold laugh and said, Who sent you here? What are you here to do? Tell me everything in detail, or I won't let you off easily. The man looked up at Xiaoyang, his face filled with confusion, as if he didn't understand a word being said. This expression made Xiaoyang even more irritated. He threw a teacup at the man and said coldly, Speak up, don't play dumb. I know you understand. The Xia Kingdom, a great nation, is bullying small neighboring countries like ours? Truly despicable, the envoy sneered. Do you think I care whether you insignificant ants look down on me? If you truly came for a visit, why is there no official document? Why is there no customs pass? You snuck into our capital like a rat, and you have the audacity to claim you're here for a visit? How amusing. Xiaoyang scoffed disdainfully. For someone like you, not only can I kill you, but I can also torture you to death. Oh, and I suppose your tiny island doesn't have much experience with such things. We have a punishment here. We chop off all your limbs and stuff you into a wine jar, called bone drunkenness. Isn't that beautiful? Don't worry, you won't die from this punishment, so you can speak whenever you feel like it. Xiaoyang waved his hand. Take him away. What? The envoy was genuinely shocked that Xiaoyang would deal with him so swiftly. He looked at Xiaoyang in disbelief. Are you declaring war on us? Hearing this, Xiaoyang laughed as if he had heard the funniest joke. He scoffed and said coldly, Declare war? I fight whenever I want. Do I need to declare war? Arrogant, wild, and overbearing. The envoy stared at Xiaoyang in disbelief, his eyes wide. In truth, Xiaoyang had no questions for the man and had no intention of letting him live. Take him away and treat him well, Xiaoyang said with a smile. Make sure he understands what it means to live in agony. With that, he stood up and looked at Gao Sheng. Is this all you found? Gao Sheng knelt on the ground, trembling and looking pitiful. Your Majesty, I've captured several others who came with him. They were at Qinghaiyan. The owner, all the staff, and the guests have all been detained. Hearing this, Xiaoyang was somewhat satisfied. He nodded and said, Not bad. It seems you know what to do. Since that's the case, I'll leave this matter to you. Make sure you investigate thoroughly, understood? Gao Sheng dared not refuse. He knelt on the ground, his legs weak, and said softly, Yes, Your Majesty. I will do my best and will not slack off. That's more like it. Xiaoyang nodded in satisfaction. In 15 days, I will leave the capital. You handle it yourself. Now go. With that, he waved his hand, dismissing him. As Gao Sheng left the imperial study, his legs gave way, and he collapsed to the ground. Seeing this, Ji Xiang hurried over to help him up, scolding the nearby eunuchs. Are you all dead? What are you standing there for? Come over and help me carry Minister Gao back. No need. I'll just sit here for a while, Gao Sheng said, gasping for breath. Looking at his state, Ji Xiang asked, puzzled, Are you unwell, Minister? Should I summon a physician? No, it's just too much tension, Gao Sheng said, taking a deep breath before struggling to stand up and slowly left the imperial study. Ji Xiang entered and reported everything that had happened outside. Xiaoyang frowned slightly. I didn't say much. Why is this guy so scared? Could it be that he's done something wrong? Hearing this, Ji Xiang shook his head. I don't know, Your Majesty. I just know that Minister Gao has a small heart. Oh, if that's the case, then it's time to scare him a bit more. Xiaoyang chuckled and looked at Ji Xiang. I knew you were meticulous. Since that's the case, let him see for himself how beautiful bone drunkenness is. At the Ministry of Justice, Gao Sheng stood there, unsure, looking at Ji Xiang. Did the Emperor really order me to watch this? Yes, the Emperor said that Minister Gao should see bone drunkenness for himself, Ji Xiang said with a smile, standing coldly beside him. What does this mean? Gao Sheng's heart raced with panic, but he dared not act out of line. He could only stand there, staring at the envoy being carried in. The man had been stripped naked, his every detail exposed. Ji Xiang glanced at the Minister of Justice, Zhao Hanlu. Minister Zhao, you may begin. Begin, Zhao Hanlu said coldly, waving his hand. Take it slow. Make sure he thoroughly enjoys this slow and pleasant experience. Pleasant? How could this be pleasant? Gao Sheng stood by, trembling with fear, his eyes red, clenching his fists tightly. He hoped he could hold on, but in the end, he couldn't. At the moment the second hand was chopped off, Gao Sheng vomited. Your Majesty, I know I'm wrong. Please punish me. Gao Sheng cried out with tears in his eyes, then fainted, collapsing to the ground. Seeing Gao Sheng's cowardice, Zhao Hanlu was filled with disdain. He said coldly, What are you all standing there for? Take him away. Isn't this embarrassing enough? After that, someone came over and dragged Gao Sheng out. Ji Xiang bowed to Zhao Hanlu and said with a smile, Minister Zhao, you've done a great job. I will report this properly when I return. Hearing this, Zhao Hanlu smiled and said indifferently, It's nothing major. Stuff him in. Zhao Hanlu snorted coldly. Several people grabbed the still screaming envoy and stuffed him into the wine jar. Aya! The envoy's screams reached a peak. Zhao Hanlu nodded in satisfaction and stood up, walking out. Xiaoyang looked at the unconscious Gao Sheng, feeling somewhat speechless. Was it really necessary for a grown man to be so scared? After some time, Gao Sheng finally woke up. The moment he saw Xiaoyang, he rolled off the bed and sobbed, Your Majesty, I know I'm wrong. Wah, please don't turn me into bone drunkenness. Seeing his state, Xiaoyang was a bit curious. Tell me, what's wrong with you? I took 2,000 taels of silver from Qingfeng Inn and didn't shut down their inn. Wah, Your Majesty, please spare my life. Gao Sheng wailed. If he had known it would come to this, he would never have taken those 2,000 taels. Chapter 471. Take care. Who gave you the money? Xiaoyang asked curiously, looking at him. Didn't you say the shopkeeper has already been arrested? It was young lady, Gao Sheng replied, blushing slightly in embarrassment. A girl from Qinghua Tower, named Qin Yang. Qin Yang? Qinghua Tower? Xiaoyang's expression darkened. You patronized a brothel? Are you insane? Your Majesty, I truly meant no harm. It was just a craving. Just looking, nothing more. Gao Sheng pleaded pitifully, gazing at Xiaoyang. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyang felt even more disgusted. Can't resist such a small temptation? And you have the audacity to claim you meant no harm? Get out, go back to your home. I need to think about how to deal with you. Your Majesty. Gao Sheng was truly desperate now. I really meant no harm. Soon, guards entered and dragged him out. Xiaoyang rubbed his temples, feeling vexed. I simply can't comprehend it. The court provides ample funds. What is this man thinking? Why must he resort to embezzlement? Observing Xiaoyang's weary appearance, Ji Xiang felt a pang of concern and promptly dispatched a young eunuch to inform Yang Xuanya. Before Yang Xuanya could arrive, Ling Er entered with a plate of millet cakes. These were Shan Yunyan's specialty, and Ling Er was clearly being deliberate, hoping to keep Shan Yunyan's memory alive for Xiaoyang. Ji Xiang's expression changed several times upon seeing the millet cakes, but he ultimately said nothing, only smiling faintly. Ling Marin, you're here? I wish to see the Emperor. Please enter, Ling Marin. His Majesty is in need of someone to talk to. Ji Xiang opened the door for her. Ling Er approached with the millet cakes, placing them on the table. She smiled softly at Xiaoyang. Your Majesty, these are millet cakes. I made them myself. Please try them. Seeing the millet cakes, Xiaoyang immediately understood Ling Er's intentions. His gaze turned cold. Ling Er, having grown up with little education, had always been by Shan Yunyan's side. Though she had seen some of the world, her narrow perspective limited her to only what was directly in front of her. When Xiaoyang remained silent for a long time, Ling Er grew nervous, looking at him timidly. Your Majesty, aren't millet cakes your favorite? I specially learned how to make them. I don't like millet cakes. I eat them because the Empress enjoyed making them. I won't eat yours, Xiaoyang said coldly. Put away your petty schemes. I'm not easily fooled. If you continue like this, I might just kill you. What? Ling Er was completely unprepared for such direct words from Xiaoyang. She looked at him in disbelief, whispering, I truly mean no harm. I just want your Majesty to be happy. Happy? How? Xiaoyang found Ling Er's presence utterly annoying. How could he be happy? You want to be a royal concubine, and I'll let you be one. But if you start causing trouble, I'll have you executed. What is wrong with your mind? Do you have a problem? There are so many people in the palace, so many noble backgrounds, and they're not in a rush. Why are you? You should be ashamed. Xiaoyang was thoroughly disgusted. Even the princesses weren't in a hurry, yet a mere palace maid was? How laughable. Ling Er hadn't expected such a reaction from Xiaoyang. Now, she felt both her dignity and pride were lost. She looked at him pitifully, whispering, I just want your Majesty to look at me more. I truly love you. With the Empress gone, I only wish to serve you well. You've served well enough. Leave now, Xiaoyang sighed. He still held onto his memories of Shan Yunyan, so when looking at Ling Er, he couldn't help but show some inexplicable leniency. As Ling Er left the study, her expression was utterly wretched, but she still managed to maintain her dignity as she departed. Yang Xuanya arrived just in time to see this scene. She frowned, curious, and looked at Ji Xiang. Having served in the palace for many years, Ji Xiang knew what could and could not be said. He shook his head and stepped aside, gesturing for her to enter quickly. Yang Xuanya carried a bowl of stewed bird's nest in her hands. Upon seeing the millet cakes on the table, she immediately understood what had happened. Her expression changed slightly, and and she softly said, "Your Majesty, have some bird's nest to replenish yourself? I've been eating so much lately. Your kitchen is so good. I feel like I've gained weight. By the way, isn't Songer still in school at this time?" Xiaoyang chuckled, taking the bowl of bird's nest and tasting it. He nodded in satisfaction. "Not bad. The taste is good." Yang Xuanya smiled softly. "It's nothing special, as long as your Majesty enjoys it." "Yes, I like it," Xiaoyang nodded, then added casually, "We'll depart in 15 days. Use this time to prepare well, and hand over your responsibilities so they can learn from you." 15 days. Yang Xuanya knew Xiaoyang was decisive, but she hadn't expected such swift action. 15 days and they would depart? She immediately nodded happily. "Yes, I will prepare thoroughly." Watching Xiaoyang finish the bird's nest and take the empty bowl, she left with a cheerful smile. "Sister, what's made you so happy?" Bayuner asked, seeing her return with a joyful expression. "You? Weren't you just going to deliver bird's nest to the emperor? What did he say to make you so happy?" "It's nothing. There are just many things happening in the palace lately. You two are always by my side, and it's boring. You should learn to do some things, understand?" Yang Xuanya handed Bayuner an account book. "I see you're quite clever. Here, take a look at this." Upon hearing this, Bayuner felt utterly overwhelmed. She looked at her in astonishment. "Why would I look at this? I came to the harem to idle away my days. Actually, I originally wanted to live a good life with the emperor, but now..." Bayuner sighed, despondently. "Seeing the emperor like this, I guess he doesn't want to live a good life with me, does he?" Seeing Bayuner's dejected state, Yang Xuanya didn't know what to say. There are over 30 consorts in the palace, and we're among the few who are doing well. The rest haven't even seen the emperor. "I really don't understand what he's thinking," Xian Fei stepped forward. "The other day, I visited Liang Fei, and she's already given up hope, saying she'll grow old in the palace." Chapter 472. The Childminder. Yang Xuanya frowned and glanced at her before whispering, "Forget it. Let's not talk about this. We're still relatively better off." Xian Fei couldn't help but laugh. "The rest are working in the palace. In fact, we're all palace workers too." Indeed, they were engaging in a rather novel form of palace intrigue. 15 days quickly passed. Xiaoyang had prepared everything and, along with Yang Xuanya, disguised themselves to blend in with Tao Jianzi's caravan. "Papa, are we going out to play now?" Songer looked curiously at Xiaoyang. "Can we leave now?" "Yes, we can go out and play now. Once we're outside, I'll be your papa and she..." Xiaoyang glanced at Yang Xuanya and took a deep breath. "You can call her auntie." Yang Xuanya was well aware that she couldn't replace Xin Yinyan in Xiaoyang's heart, so she could only reluctantly lower her head, picked up Songer, and kissed him. "Yes, call me Annie." "I say, Xiaoyang, what kind of talk is that? Don't you think it's strange for Papa and Annie to be together?" Yang Feiyu looked disdainfully at Xiaoyang. Hearing this, Xiaoyang almost instinctively glanced at Yang Xuanya. For her brother's remarks, Yang Xuanya felt utterly speechless. She took a deep breath and whispered, "I really don't understand why you brought this person along. If possible, he should have been left in the palace. Mr. Yang is the royal tutor, and even though we'll be away for some time, the child's education must not be ignored." Xiaoyang said with a smile, looking at Yang Feiyu. "Don't you agree, Mr. Yang?" "Agree your grandmother's leg." Yang Feiyu was silently cursing with his face. Seeing his expression, Xiaoyang found it immensely satisfying and laughed heartily. "When we're outside, there won't be so many formalities. Just take care of yourselves. Songer, do you understand?" Xiaoyang pinched his cheek and laughed loudly. Songer rubbed his slightly red cheek, a bit annoyed, and muttered, "Papa, I'm already very big. Don't pinch my face." Ha ha ha. Throughout the journey, Xiaoyang deliberately avoided main roads, wanting to see how the special transportation line he had built over this period performed. Tao Jianzi, watching their family's harmonious scene, smiled and whispered, "Tonight we can leave the capital. I've prepared the nearest inn, ensuring you'll have a pleasant stay. What do you mean by a pleasant stay? Xiaoyang tilted his head, looking at him. Why do I feel like you're up to no good? Hearing this, Tao Jinzi was utterly speechless. I was originally planning to arrange something nice for you, but since you're so ungrateful, forget it. Something's not right. You've set up a foot bath city, haven't you? Xiaoyang suddenly realized, clenching his teeth. I just mentioned it casually before, and you actually went ahead and did it? Damn it. Why didn't you say anything earlier? I was really looking forward to it, you brat. What's a foot bath city? Yang Xuanya looked curiously at Tao Jinzi and then at Xiaoyang, quietly asking, what exactly is a foot bath city? It's a place to wash feet. You'll understand once you go there with me. It's a really fun place. Xiaoyang smiled, looking at Yang Xuanya and then at Songer in his arms. However, Songer is a child and can't go. How about this? Mr. Yang takes the child to the inn and waits for us to return. What the heck? Yang Feiyu felt utterly wronged upon hearing this. Clenching his teeth, he said fiercely, I finally get to go out, so why treat me like this? I want to go too. I want to see the foot bath city. Brother, if you go along, who will look after the child? Yang Xuanya looked at him disdainfully. Besides, why are you, a grown man, so nosy? Just stay at the inn. Is this really my sister? Yang Feiyu was beginning to doubt his own lineage. He truly felt that he wasn't her real brother. You're all too much. I thought you brought me along to have fun, but now you tell me it's just to babysit? Yang Feiyu glared at them, clenching his teeth. Hearing this, Yang Xuanya chuckled and whispered, what else? Make the best use of everything. Who's everything? What kind of nonsense is make the best use of everything? Is this what a real sister should say? Yang Feiyu took a deep breath, glaring at Xiaoyang. My sister was nice to me when we were at home. Why is she so mean to me now that she's at your place? Because she's my wife now, so she's mean to you. That's normal, isn't it? Xiaoyang smiled. You've been wandering around the folk all year. Don't you know such a small matter? Hearing this, Yang Feiyu sighed. He now understood they were all in it together. Songer clapped his hands and moved closer to Yang Feiyu, smiling. Mr. Yang, don't worry, I'll be good. I'm easy to take care of. Is it a matter of being easy to take care of? Yang Feiyu, fuming, carried Songer to another carriage. Once inside, Songer sighed helplessly and looked at Yang Feiyu. Mr. Yang, don't you think you're being childish? How am I being childish? Yang Feiyu frowned. You little kid, do you even know what childish means? You're being childish like this. Songer said helplessly. You always say you want to help Papa and Annie get together, but why do you always interrupt them when they need time alone? Do you want them to be together or not? Yang Feiyu hadn't thought about it that way before. Now, hearing this, he immediately understood. Frowning and looking at Songer. Boy, did you plan this? We've left the capital, left the palace, and Papa's mood has clearly improved. So, I think it's time for Papa to move on from missing Mama. Although I also miss Mama, she's been gone for over a year. During this time, Papa has been gloomy all alone. Most importantly, Auntie has been very good to me, and I can see that she really likes Papa. Since Mama is no longer here, Papa is still here, and Papa should look forward. Is this something a child would say? Yang Feiyu almost couldn't believe his ears, unable to believe such words came from such a small child. He frowned and looked at Songer. Won't you be angry? Aren't you afraid of having other brothers or sisters to share Papa with? Papa is by my side. Papa loves me. Papa likes me. So Papa won't abandon me. I also love Papa very much. I don't want Papa to be alone. I can't bear to see Papa lonely. As long as Papa is happy, I'm willing to do anything, Mr. Yang. You'll help me, right? Songer eagerly looked at Yang Feiyu. Chapter 473. Can't do it? The child had spoken so earnestly that even Yang Feiyu, despite his reluctance, couldn't help but agree. He pinched Songer's cheeks, gritting his teeth as he said, Who on earth taught you this? How can you be so good at manipulating people's hearts? Isn't this what the teacher taught me? Songer replied with a crafty grin, immediately managing to charm Yang Feiyu into a beaming smile. Although Yang Feiyu was 100 times unwilling, that evening he still found himself alone with the child, watching helplessly as Xiaoyang and Yang Xuanya held hands and went out to play together. This was the first time Yang Xuanya had been alone with Xiaoyang. For some reason, even though he was right in front of her, she still felt an inexplicable distance and a sense of awkwardness. Seeing Yang Xuanya's awkwardness, Xiaoyang chuckled and then spoke softly. Today, we're all just out to have fun. You really don't need to be so nervous. If being with me is that difficult, you can actually go back first. Being with you isn't difficult for me. It's you who must find it difficult, isn't it? Yang Xuanya murmured, looking down shyly. I've been your noble consort for a year now, yet nothing has happened between us. You must dislike me, so you don't want to get close, right? Please don't deny yourself because of this. It's my problem, not yours. You're very good. It's just me who's not good enough, Xiaoyang replied with a smile, lowering his voice. It's been a year since Yunyan left me. He took Yang Xuanya's hand and found a clean riverside spot to sit down. Looking up at the sky, he said, My mother once told me that when people die, they turn into stars and watch over their loved ones from the sky. So I've always believed that Yunyan hasn't truly left me. She's right here with me, watching over me. So you can't be with any other woman, is that it? Yang Xuanya said this with a self-deprecating smirk, unable to hide her bitterness. In the end, wasn't it just her own wishful thinking? Xiaoyang shook his head and said softly, I'm not some stubborn or childish person. I just don't want to move on too quickly. How could I go my whole life without other women? It's just that I can't. I can't forget her so soon after her death. I'm sorry for making you feel wrong lately, but I really can't do it. I suppose you wouldn't want me to be like an animal, would you? Xiaoyang said with a smile, tilting his head to look at Yang Xuanya. Although they hadn't been physically intimate in over a year, due to Tsonger's presence, they had shared 3 meals a day together and often met, gradually getting to know each other better. Xiaoyang knew that although Yang Xuanya truly liked him, she was also very proud at heart. So he wouldn't force her at this moment, nor would he take her before he had fully accepted her in his heart. I'm sorry, I might never forget Shin Yunyan. Even so, do you still want to be with me? Xiaoyang asked directly, looking straight into Yang Xuanya's eyes. He had always believed that relationships between men and women, even if not based on love, should at least be based on mutual consent. So, he asked plainly. Yang Xuanya could never have imagined that in her lifetime, she would face such a question. She looked at Xiaoyang in disbelief, hesitating for a moment before finally nodding shyly. Don't say it's you. Even I can't forget Sister Shun. But the dead are gone, and the living must continue to live, right? I was injured on the battlefield in my early years, so I can't have children. Even so, do you still want to be with me? Yang Xuanya also laid out her situation clearly. Today, they had opened their hearts to each other. Xiaoyang nodded and smiled, pulling Yang Xuanya into a gentle embrace as he said softly, Not being able to have children isn't your fault. I won't dislike you for that, and I only hope you'll never hold it against me either. Dislike? How could there be any dislike? Yang Xuanya smiled softly, leaning against Xiaoyang as she said gently, Xiaoyang, I know we still have a long way to go, and I know I can never replace Sister Shin's place in your heart. But you know, I've never been afraid of the long journey, nor have I ever hoped to replace her. I just want to be by your side, to bring you joy and comfort. In truth, Yang Xuanya knew that saying such things made her seem very weak. But when faced with the person she loved, these words just naturally came out, and she could only accept her own weakness. Hearing this, Xiaoyang's heart softened, and he tightened his embrace around her. Soon, Yang Xuanya thought of another question and looked at him with wide eyes. By the way, weren't you going to take me to the foot bath place? Why haven't we gone yet? Foot bath place? Xiaoyang had never intended to take Yang Xuanya to such a place. He wasn't a fool. How could he take his own woman to such a spot? He chuckled, stood up, and said softly, Actually, I just wanted to find an opportunity to walk with you. I don't want to go to any foot bath place. How about I take you for a stroll instead? Sure. Yang Xuanya hadn't really wanted to go to a foot bath place anyway. If Xiaoyang said it wasn't a good place, then they wouldn't go. Back at the inn, young Feiyu sighed, feeling quite frustrated. Songer, who was reading, couldn't help but speak up. Teacher, you've sighed 12 times already. What exactly are you so troubled about? You're just a child. You wouldn't understand, young Feiyu replied, even more frustrated. Seeing his frustrated expression, Songer finally put down his book and moved closer, blinking as he said softly, if I had to guess, you're probably feeling jealous, aren't you? You're Lady Yang's brother, and you want Lady Yang and father to be happy together, but you're also jealous, right? Songer, though young, had a sharp mind. As soon as he finished speaking, young Feiyu's expression changed, and he denied it immediately. No, that's not it. I'm not. Teacher, didn't you say that being honest is important? Songer looked at him puzzledly. Even if you're feeling jealous, it's not a bad thing. So why be so concerned about it? Hearing this, young Feiyu huffed and pinched Songer's cheek. Who's been telling you all these nonsense things, huh? Chapter 474. Yearning. It was Lady Bai who said it. Songer quickly rescued his chubby cheeks from his grasp and whispered. Lady Bai said that all big brothers are like this, afraid that their family's cabbage won't be wanted, and also afraid that their family's cabbage will be trampled by a pig. But teacher, my daddy isn't a pig, Songer said with a grin. However, after saying this, Songer's face suddenly changed. His hand touched his chest, and tears uncontrollably streamed down his face. Young Feiyu, who had initially planned to discipline this little chatterbox, now panicked at the sight of him. He awkwardly scooped the child into his arms and gently said, all right, I won't scold you. Don't cry. Please stop crying. Teacher, I miss my mommy. Songer burst into loud sobs. Over the past year, he rarely cried out for his mother like this, but today, he felt so sad. Carefully, he pulled out a drawing from his chest, showing two chubby little pigs. He pointed to one of them. This is my mommy. We're all pigs. How can this be your mommy? Young Feiyu looked at the adorable little pig, torn between laughter and tears. This is a pig. Yes, it's Daddy who drew it. Daddy said we're all pigs. Daddy said I'm the cutest pig, and Mommy is the most beautiful pig. Teacher, why did Mommy have to die? Why can't Mommy stay with me forever? I really wish I could be a little pig with Mommy for a whole lifetime. Songer clung to young Feiyu's neck, sobbing uncontrollably. Faced with such questions from the child, young Feiyu didn't know how to respond. He could only sigh helplessly, holding the child and gently comforting him. Fortunately, Songer wasn't a child who would make unreasonable demands. Even though he missed his mother and cried, it only lasted for a while. He wiped his tears and choked out, Teacher, can you not tell Daddy that I cried? Why, are you afraid Daddy will scold you? Young Feiyu smiled, taking a towel to carefully wipe the child's cheeks. Songer shook his head. Daddy is actually a little crybaby too. I know. He cries secretly every night. I know he misses Mommy too. Xiaoyang crying secretly at night? Young Feiyu had never expected that someone like Xiaoyang would. He suddenly felt a pang of regret. Since Xiaoyang cared so much about Xinyanyan, why had he sent his sister over? Wasn't it all in vain? Thinking of this, young Feiyu sighed again, then murmured softly, Your daddy, he really liked your mommy, didn't he? Yes, I like Mommy too. Everyone likes Mommy, Songer said cheerfully, but we all know that Mommy is gone. We feel sad, but we won't always be sad. Mommy said she couldn't bear to leave this world, so I want to live well and see the world for her. Hearing the child say such words, young Feiyu felt an indescribable emotion in his heart. When Xiaoyang returned with young Xuanya in the early hours of the morning, as usual, they didn't sleep together. Xiaoyang went to see Songer, while young Xuanya returned to her own room. Entering the room and seeing a dark figure, young Xuanya was startled. Her first reaction was to throw the dagger in her hand. Whoa, you want to kill me? Young Feiyu caught the dagger, startled, and quickly lit the lamp. Seeing it was her own brother, young Xuanya's face didn't improve much. She merely snorted coldly and said irritably, Are you out of your mind? What are you doing here in the middle of the night? Where did you two go? What did you do? Yang Feiyu looked at young Xuanya with curiosity. You look so flushed. Did you do something outside? What kind of question was that? Yang Xuanya looked at her brother's nosy demeanor with disdain and said irritably, He's the emperor, and I'm the empress. Even if we did something, it's only natural. Why are you so concerned? Hearing this, Yang Feiyu sighed, feeling helpless. You're my only sister, and I just feel sorry for you. I'm worried about you. Have you thought about it? In Xiaoyang's heart, there will always be only Shan Yunyan. She's number one. Maybe for the rest of his life, he won't forget her. I know, young Xuanya replied quietly, her head lowered. Today, we talked about this openly. Don't say it's him. Even I can't forget Shinjiejia. I never intended to monopolize him. I know that after returning, he'll act like a true emperor, sharing his affection equally. So I've prepared myself. What? Yang Feiyu found it hard to believe that his sister would say such a thing. He stared in disbelief. You, brother. A lifelong monogamous relationship is just a myth, isn't it? Young Xuanya smiled faintly. We were born into the royal family. So do you really think I would believe in such a myth? Xiaoyang is the best choice among all the options I have. I love him. I like him. Do you understand? Now, Yang Feiyu was completely speechless. He realized that no matter what he said, his sister's heart and mind were only on that damn Xiaoyang. He sighed, since this is what you wish, then I have no objections. After all, it's not me who likes Xiaoyang. Young Xuanya spat out in anger, irritably saying, Stop talking nonsense in the future. If you say such things again, I'll beat you to death. Hearing this, Yang Feiyu smiled. All right, if that's the case, it's good for you two to be together. Yes, it's good to be together. Young Xuanya smiled softly and then murmured, I really like my current life. Song'er likes me too. I'll take good care of him and watch him grow up. Don't you want to have a child of your own? You should understand that Song'er will never forget his mother. Yang Feiyu frowned, looking at his sister. Are you out of your mind? Brother, I can't have children. Young Xuanya calmly revealed this fact. So, unless something unexpected happens, I won't have a child of my own for the rest of my life. What? How could that be? Yang Feiyu looked at his sister in disbelief. How could you? How is that possible? Chapter 475. All in Yunnan. Young Xuanya had long since accepted this reality, so she wasn't particularly heartbroken now. She just smiled faintly and said, Actually, I've known about this for a long time. That's why marrying Xiaoyang is quite good. He already has children, and he's not lacking women to bear him more, so whether I can have children or not, he won't care too much about it. Seeing his sister like this, Yang Feiyu felt an unbearable ache in his heart. He looked at young Xuanya, his most cherished sister, and a sharp pain struck him. He lowered his voice and said, I'm sorry. It's my fault. I should have discovered it earlier. I'm sorry. Hearing his brother's repeated apologies, young Xuanya smiled and then softly said, It's not your fault, brother. Why are you so upset? You left behind the wealth and honor of the Northern Kingdom to be here with me. I'm already very satisfied. By the way, how is His Majesty doing recently? Young Xuanya looked at young Feiyu with concern. Young Feiyu chuckled and looked at young Xuanya with a slight smile, saying gently, Although Xiaoyang isn't treating you well, he's at least doing something useful. That hybrid rice he mentioned to me earlier is growing quite well in our homeland, and everyone has food to eat. Really? Our Northern Kingdom is so cold. Can we grow delicious rice there too? Young Xuanya immediately became excited. You wouldn't believe it, but the rice grown in our Northern Kingdom has a unique flavor. It's really tasty. Young Feiyu smiled and then added softly, Oh, and when we have some, I'll send you some too, so you can taste it, okay? Seeing how much her brother cared for her, young Xuanya leaned against him and said softly, Brother, I'm not some delicate little woman. I'll take good care of myself, so don't worry too much about me. Besides, you're already at an age where I'm married. So when are you going to find a wife? A wife? Young Feiyu had never thought about this before. He frowned and looked at her, hesitating. What if I said I don't want to get married? What would you say? Whether you get married or not doesn't really matter to me, as long as you're good to me for the rest of your life. Yang Xuanya smiled lightly. Before, it was her who didn't want to get married, and now it was her brother who didn't want to find a wife. So Yang Xuanya wouldn't force him. Xiaoliang looked at Songer, who was sleeping soundly in bed, and his lips curved into a smile. He held his hand and said with some guilt, "Songer, Daddy is sorry to you. Did Daddy do something wrong?" Songer opened his eyes and looked at his father with curiosity. Xiaoliang hadn't expected Songer to wake up at this moment, so he was a bit surprised. He awkwardly smiled and then picked the child up, saying gently, "Daddy did something he shouldn't have." "What did Daddy do that he shouldn't have?" Songer tilted his little head, looking at him with curiosity. After thinking for a moment, Xiaoliang sighed. "Daddy broke a promise." "Is Daddy sad because he couldn't remain chaste for Mommy?" "Ha, you're so young. Do you even know what remaining chaste means?" Xiaoliang couldn't help but laugh at the child's serious expression. Songer, however, spoke very seriously. "Of course I know. Mr. Yang taught me that. He said that being an emperor means you can't be too selfish. If you're an emperor, you're dedicating your entire self to the world. Even your bedchamber isn't exempt." What kind of wild words are these? Songer was only 3 years old, yet he's talking about this? That unlucky bastard Yang Feiyu must be teaching him nonsense. Seeing Songer so serious, Xiaoliang clenched his teeth and said fiercely, "You don't have to listen to everything your teacher says. Daddy, when Mommy was alive, you treated her the best. When Mommy left, she was happy. So why are you still making yourself miserable now that she's gone? Daddy, Mommy loved you the most when she was alive. If she knew you were suffering like this, she would be heartbroken. So if you live well, Mommy will be happy." Although Songer was young, his little mouth was sharp, and he spoke clearly, word by word. Seeing the child like this, Xiaoliang felt a pang of guilt. He lowered his head and said softly, "Daddy is indeed weak, needing you to make excuses for him." "Daddy." Songer wrapped his arms around Xiaoliang's neck, kissed him, and whispered, "Daddy, Songer really likes you. I really do. So I also hope Daddy will be happy. Yang Nai is really kind to me, and she's also very good to Daddy. So Daddy, I'm not angry, and Mommy wouldn't be angry either." It seemed the child knew everything. Xiaoliang looked at him, smiled tenderly, and then kissed him softly, saying, "It's very late now. Let's go to sleep, okay?" "Okay." Songer smiled sweetly and nestled into Xiaoliang's arms, falling into a deep sleep. Seeing this, Xiaoliang's lips curved into a smile, and he hugged the child, falling asleep together. The next morning, when Xiaoliang woke up, he felt refreshed. He immediately found Tao Jinzi and said, "I went out for a walk last night, and the night market is quite well organized." "You went there?" Tao Jinzi looked at Xiaoliang in surprise and chuckled. "I thought you were going to the foot spa? Why did you go to the night market instead?" Who would take their woman to a foot spa? Xiaoliang smiled and said with a hint of annoyance, "That foot spa is a great place. I ask you, how many do we have?" When it came to business, Tao Jinzi was naturally proud. He immediately said, "Our foot spas are almost in every city. To be honest, no matter how bad the economy of a city is, the business at the foot spas is always good. That's natural. We're now in a world where men hold the power, and men like these places, so of course they're profitable," Xiaoliang snorted. "However, you need to remember what I told you. Some adult services are fine, but there must be no forcing innocent people into prostitution. If I ever find out about such a thing, I'll castrate you." Although it was just a sentence, Tao Jinzi still felt a chill down below, as if it hurt. He looked at Xiaoliang and said helplessly, "How could I dare to do such a thing? There will absolutely be no such situations." "That's more like it. The road you've built is pretty good, and the relay stations are also well managed. However, these horses are still not up to par, so you need to find the best horses. Got it? This will improve efficiency." Xiaoliang smiled and looked at him. Hearing this, Tao Jinzi hesitated for a moment and then said softly, "The best war horses in the world are in Yunnan, so they're very expensive to buy. Maybe you could talk to the white consort." She might know how to breed such war horses. Huh. Bai Yuner? Xiaoyang glanced at Tao Jinzi and said, Bai Yuner is just a little girl. How would she know about this? Chapter 476, Nightlife. Although Bai Guifei is a young girl, she grew up in the Yunnan prince's mansion, so she must understand these things. Just go back and ask her, Tao Jinzi said with a smile. I've already thoroughly investigated all your concubines, and they're really quite good. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyang shot him a glare and retorted, Even though you call me master outside, don't forget that deep down, I am still the emperor. You dare to joke about my consorts? I think you're tired of living, aren't you? I was just joking, Tao Jinzi said, giving him a Wei-Chu look. Humph. Xiaoyang glanced at him and then asked softly, What's ahead? Look, here's a map, Tao Jinzi said, pulling out a map and handing it to Xiaoyang. Here, and here. These are the 3 places we'll pass through today. We'll end up staying overnight in Luoqing. Now, Luoqing is a great place, with a very lively nightlife. How about I accompany you out tonight to experience it? Nightlife? The moment Xiaoyang heard those words, he felt a hint of ambiguity. He raised the corner of his mouth and said with a smile, All right, then I'll have to see it for myself. See what? Yang Feiyu curiously leaned over to look at the two of them. Seeing Yang Feiyu, Xiaoyang suddenly remembered that he was, after all, a man. He immediately grinned and said, Tao Jinzi mentioned that tonight, he'll take us out to broaden our horizons. Broaden our horizons? What kind of horizons? Yang Feiyu immediately became excited and looked at Xiaoyang with curiosity. Oh, it wouldn't be any fun if I told you now. You'll find out when we get there tonight, Tao Jinzi said, putting his arm around Yang Feiyu's neck in a very friendly manner. When Yang Xuanya came out and saw the 3 men huddled together, she instinctively felt that it was probably nothing good. She shot them a glare and then coldly looked at Yang Feiyu. Brother, where are you going? Not going anywhere, just setting off. Yang Feiyu replied naturally. Really? Of course. Yang Feiyu turned around, directly picked up Tsonger, and said with a smile, Let's go, we're off. Xiaoyang didn't know why, but he suddenly felt a bit uneasy about meeting Yang Xuanya's gaze, and quickly got onto Yang Feiyu's carriage. Why are you getting on my carriage? The entire world is mine. I can get on whatever carriage I want. So unreasonable? Yang Feiyu hadn't expected that the usually amiable Xiaoyang could say such a thing. Daddy, hold me. Tsonger immediately hugged Xiaoyang and rubbed against him. As soon as he said that, Xiaoyang suddenly thought of something and quickly put Tsonger down. Go find your Aunt Yang. Daddy has something to talk about with teacher. Upon hearing this, Yang Feiyu instinctively felt that it was probably not a good thing. He frowned and looked at Xiaoyang. What do you want to say? What did you tell Tsonger? Xiaoyang said, clenching his teeth. You even dare to talk about the emperor's bedchamber matters? Yang Feiyu initially thought it was something serious, but it turned out to be about this. He looked at Xiaoyang seriously and said with a smile, Tsonger will definitely become the emperor in the future, so some things should be told to him early, shouldn't they? If he grows up knowing nothing as a child, just like you, and ends up being delayed by a woman for a lifetime, what then? Do you want your child to suffer like you? This question was something Xiaoyang had never considered before. Hearing this, he frowned and looked at Yang Feiyu. My child must not be promiscuous. It's not about promiscuity. Reproducing the royal lineage is part of the emperor's duty. Don't you understand? Yang Feiyu said, getting a bit anxious. When you were young, you weren't raised as an emperor, so it's understandable that you don't know the importance of these things. But since your child is destined to be the emperor, then he naturally needs to know these things. Otherwise, if he's seduced by someone with ill intentions, what then? Although Xiaoyang really didn't want his child to be the one juggling among many women, he had to admit that Yang Feiyu's words had given him a wake-up call. Although he didn't agree with the feudal ideas of this society, that was because he had grown up in a big world with a different education. But now, his child was born into this feudal society. He didn't have the ability to change the world on his own, so he could only let his child adapt to this world. That way, the child could live more easily. The task of fighting against the entire world could be left to him alone. Seeing that Xiaoyang was deep in thought, Yang Feiyu sighed helplessly and said softly, "Actually, I don't quite understand what you're thinking. When you were young, you were also of royal blood, raised in the palace. Even after that, when you became a prince, well, even being a prince, you weren't this clueless, were you? You have the nerve to say that to me?" Xiaoyang said with disdain. "You dare to talk? You're also a prince, raised in the palace, so why haven't you married yet?" At the mention of this, Yang Feiyu's expression changed slightly. He raised the corner of his mouth and said softly, "If you want to talk about that, I'll have to explain. You and I are different. Even though you lost your father, your mother loved you dearly. But I grew up in a brothel. My mother was a prostitute. She couldn't even protect herself, let alone me. So, I became numb to these things from a young age. I don't want to spend my life with a woman. I just want to live my life happily and freely." This was something Xiaoyang had never expected. He sighed helplessly and looked at Yang Feiyu with pity. "It seems you know better than I do how to raise an emperor. Don't worry, I won't have any children of my own. Song'er is your child, just like my own. I will do my best to ensure he becomes a qualified emperor," Yang Feiyu said with a gentle smile. Hearing this, Xiaoyang finally felt at ease. He closed his eyes and leaned back to rest. Song'er reached out and pinched Yang Xuanya's cheek, whispering, "Auntie, what are you thinking about? Are you unhappy?" "I'm happy. Why wouldn't I be happy?" Yang Xuanya said with a smile. "Song'er, you're just a 3-year-old child. Why do you care so much about whether others are happy? Shouldn't you only care about whether you're happy or not?" "I'm happy," Song'er said with a giggle, leaning against Yang Xuanya's chest and blinking. "I'm happy when Auntie and Daddy are together." "Together? Happy?" Seeing Song'er like this, Yang Xuanya's heart trembled violently. "You are the best child in the world, Song'er. I will give you all the best things in the world." Chapter 477. Are you willing? "Auntie, you've already given me the best. Even if Mother were watching from the heavens, she wouldn't think you've mistreated me. You should be kinder to yourself too." Song'er lay on her lap, smiling playfully. Although Song'er was only 3 years old, he was no ordinary child. He had already learned to hide his emotions. He felt sad and heartbroken, but he concealed it all, never allowing anyone to see or know. Seeing the child like this, Yang Xuanya felt a pang of discomfort in her heart. When the carriage stopped for a break, Yang Xuanya walked over to Xiaoyang and sat down, visibly worried. Observing her expression, Xiaoyang frowned slightly and asked, "What's wrong? Is something bothering you?" Yang Xuanya shook her head upon hearing this. "I think there's something wrong with Song'er." "Why do you say that?" Xiaoyang looked at her, puzzled. "Don't you think the child is too calm? Ever since Sister Shan passed away, it's like he's a completely different person. He doesn't cry or make a fuss, and he never talks about his mother in front of others. He's so young. How could he not miss his mother? Doesn't that seem strange to you?" Yang Xuanya looked at him nervously. Xiaoyang had been so absorbed in his own world lately that he had overlooked this. Although Song'er had the added advantage of the goo poison, he was still just a 3-year-old child. Even if he was a bit smarter and stronger than most children, he was still a child. Hearing this, Xiaoyang's heart trembled violently. "If you hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't have thought of it. It's really kind of you to notice. It's clear you truly care for the child." "Of course I care for him." Yang Xuanya rolled her eyes and muttered sullenly, "After all, he's the only remaining bloodline of Sister Shan in this world." Yes, he was the only remaining bloodline of Shen Yunyan in this world. Thinking of this, Xiaoyang's heart ached as well. He was such a scoundrel, even neglecting his own child. "I understand. Xiaoyang, I hope you can be kinder to Song'er, not just in terms of his food, clothing, and shelter. Although you don't show it much, the child knows." After speaking, Yang Xuanya stood up and walked back to the carriage. For over a year, Xiaoyang had been suppressing himself, not wanting to take out his anger over Shan Yunyan's death on Song'er. He had constantly reminded himself that this was Shun Yunyan's own choice, and that Song-er was innocent. But he still couldn't control himself, couldn't control his heart. Every time he saw Song-er, he was reminded that the woman he loved most had died because of him. So even though his food, clothing, and shelter were the same as before, there was still a subtle distance in his heart. And, as young Xuanya had said, the child was young but sensitive. He knew everything. Let's not go to the Deer region. Head to the Qin region. Xiaoyang got into the carriage and gave the order. What? Tao Jinzi looked at Xiaoyang in surprise. Are you sure? Yes, we need to get to the Qin region as quickly as possible. Which route is the fastest? Xiaoyang frowned, looking at Tao Jinzi. Tao Jinzi hesitated for a moment. Taking a boat is the fastest. We can get there in 3 days, but we'll be on the water for those 3 days. It might be a bit uncomfortable. Find a comfortable boat, and we'll leave immediately. Xiaoyang smiled and made the decision. Although Tao Jinzi couldn't understand why Xiaoyang had suddenly changed the route, he obediently nodded and went to make arrangements. Are you out of your mind? We're here on business, not for fun. How can you just decide where to go? Yang Feiyu frowned, looking at Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang rolled his eyes and retorted irritably, "The entire world is mine. I can go wherever I want." Yes, father can go wherever he wants. Song-er immediately clapped his hands in celebration. We're going to the Qin region. That's great. Although Song-er only said this, Xiaoyang knew that Shin Yunyan must have spoken to him time and time again about the beauty of the Qin region, which was why he was so fond of the place. In all likelihood, during their years in the capital, Shin Yunyan must have often missed their life in the Qin region. When it came down to it, how could he not miss it? How could he not long for it? 3 days later. Over the course of 3 days, Xiaoyang experienced the water route firsthand. Although the feeling of being on a boat wasn't great, there was no denying that this route was indeed the fastest. If they had taken the overland route, it would have taken at least half a month to reach the Qin region. Xiaoyang looked at the waterway with satisfaction and nodded. Although there are many inconveniences on the boat, the route is still good. No wonder the fruits and vegetables we've been receiving lately are so fresh. It only takes 3 days. Actually, including the time spent on the road, it's about 7 days in total. But 7 days is still quite fast, so everything remains fresh. Tao Jinzi hesitated for a moment, then spoke softly, "Master, have you considered changing the route?" Saying this, he took out a map of the Deer region and the Qin region. "I've studied this before. If we were to build a road from the Deer region to our capital, it would be extremely difficult. But if we built a road from the Deer region to the Qin region, it would be much easier. The transportation in the Qin region is already quite mature, and anything could reach the capital's territory within 3 to 5 days. Although Xiaoyang was relatively familiar with the outside world, he truly didn't know these details. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyang nodded immediately and smiled. "I'll handle this matter. I'll make a decision after we reach the Qin region. Yes, we'll be docking soon." Tao Jinzi smiled. "The Qin region has changed a lot. I'm sure you won't recognize it." As soon as he finished speaking, the boat swayed and came to a stop. Xiaoyang looked at the scene before him, smiled, and then murmured softly, "Yes, everything has changed." Holding the child in his arms, he walked along the road. During his time in the Qin region, he had stayed for a year. In that year, he had traveled to every corner of the Qin region. Even though much had changed now, Xiaoyang could still recognize the original appearance of these places. Following this road, not far ahead was their Chu country street. Xiaoyang smiled and held Song-er gently, saying softly, "The first time father came here, it wasn't like this. Look how nice it is now. But the Qin region is cold, so you need to wear more clothes, okay?" Although it hadn't snowed in the capital yet, there had already been a snowfall in the Qin region, and the weather was bitterly cold. Song-er rubbed his little hands and nodded. "I understand, father. You should also wear more." Chapter 478. Having a great time. As soon as the words left his mouth, young Xuanya walked over with a cloak and draped it over Xiaoyang's shoulders, saying lightly, "You're so old. Do you still need someone to help you put on clothes?" "That's right. Lady Yang was going to help me put on clothes." Lady, I'm cold. Conger looked at young Xuanya with pitiful eyes. Seeing the child's adorable expression, young Xuanya's heart softened. She stepped forward, picked the child up, and said with a smile, I'll hold you, and you won't feel cold anymore, okay? The group headed straight towards the Chu Street inside. When they left the Qin territory, Chu Street was already quite developed, but now it was even more mature. All the specialties from various countries could be found here. People from not only the surrounding areas of the Qin territory, but also from other small neighboring countries came to shop, fearing they would fall behind the times. Looking at these people and these streets, Xiaoyang felt a bit dazed. He suddenly remembered the first time he brought Shun Yinyan here, her joyful and excited expression, her bright eyes sparkling. I've heard about Chu Street for a long time, but I've never been here. I didn't expect it to be so lively. Oh, isn't this our northern barbecue? Give me a skewer. I'll try it. Young Xuanya excitedly walked up and waved at young Feiyu. Brother, come over and pay. Seeing his sister like this, young Feiyu's lips curled slightly. He remembered how he used to sneak out with his sister when they were young, eating and drinking on the streets. Back then, the food outside was often unclean, and young Xuanya would get an upset stomach afterward. Because of this, both of them got punished quite a bit. Now thinking about it, that was over a decade ago. He took out money and bought skewers for everyone. Young Xuanya took a bite and looked amazed. Brother, this tastes exactly like what we used to eat. It's so authentic. I never thought we could eat such authentic barbecue in Xia Kingdom. Hearing this, young Feiyu also took a bite and smiled softly, then said in a low voice, It's really good. You still remember what we ate when we were kids? Of course I remember. I got beaten so many times because of these things. Young Xuanya laughed carefreely. Xiaoyang also ate with them, but his heart felt heavy. He remembered the last time they came. Shun Yinyan loved these skewers too, but back then, he had asked her to eat less, fearing it would upset her stomach. But now, even if she wanted to eat, she couldn't. Thinking of this, Xiaoyang's eyes darkened. Conger looked up and just happened to see Xiaoyang's expression. His smiling face suddenly crumpled, and he tugged at Xiaoyang's sleeve, whispering, Daddy, what's wrong? Nothing, Daddy's fine. Conger, is the barbecue good? Xiaoyang smiled and looked at Conger. Conger thought for a moment and then whispered, It's delicious. I've never tasted anything like this before in the palace. Lady Ling said I'm young and my stomach isn't strong, so I can't eat strange things. Seeing Conger's cautious expression, Xiaoyang's heart ached even more. He bought a few more skewers and handed them to Conger, saying with a smile, The world is vast, and as long as you want something, as long as Daddy has it, I'll give it to you. Hearing this, Conger nodded vigorously. Yes, Conger understands. Thank you, Daddy. The group continued to stroll and eat, and soon the sky darkened. Tao Jinzi looked at Xiaoyang. Master, where are we staying tonight? At the Qin Palace, Xiaoyang said with a smile, directly naming the place. When he went to the capital, he hadn't thought he wouldn't return, nor had he expected to stay in the capital forever. So the Qin Palace had always been empty. Even after a new Qin king was appointed, he didn't live in the Qin Palace but in an outside residence. So now, the Qin Palace was still vacant. Qin Palace? Conger heard this and immediately became excited, clapping his hands and saying happily, That's great, really great. I've always wanted to see the Qin Palace. Seeing Conger's excitement, young Xuanya also smiled softly and said, To be honest, I've never seen the Qin Palace before. It would be nice to see it. Young Feiyu, of course, was very familiar with the Qin Palace. He glanced at young Xuanya and said lightly, It's nothing special, just a palace. Ugh, brother, you're so boring. Young Xuanya rolled her eyes and then took Conger's hand, heading towards the carriage. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of the Qin Palace. Getting off the carriage, Xiaoyang looked at the familiar yet unfamiliar scene, feeling as if decades had passed. Standing there, he could almost see the days he and Shan Yinyan spent here, happy and carefree, as if it had just happened yesterday. Daddy, are you crying? Conger's voice floated over softly. Xiao Yang came to his senses and realized, to his embarrassment, that tears had already fallen without him noticing. He wiped his tears, said nothing, and just held Conger, walking inside. The emperor's arrival was unknown to anyone in the Qin territory until they entered the Qin palace, and the Qin king finally found out. He hurried in, wanting to pay his respects. But at the door, he was stopped by Ji Xiang, who said lightly, "The emperor's intention is that this time he's just bringing the crown prince home, so there's no need for a big fuss. Just act like you don't know, and the emperor won't blame you." Qin King Qin Huan looked nervously at Ji Xiang and whispered, "Eunuch, the emperor?" "This is the emperor's will. You can rest assured, your highness." Ji Xiang smiled and bowed. "The emperor is in high spirits now. If you interrupt him at this moment, he might get angry." Hearing this, Qin Huan could only nod obediently, knelt down, and performed a grand salute before standing up and leaving. Soon, Ji Xiang entered and informed Xiao Yang of this. Throughout this journey, the Qin territory has been thriving, and this Qin Huan is quite capable. Xiao Yang smiled. "All right, you can go now. I'm tired, let's all rest." Saying this, he took Conger's little hand and walked towards the back. "Conger, your mother often sat here when she was pregnant with you, looking at the peach blossoms on the tree, imagining what you would look like." Xiao Yang looked at the peach tree and sighed helplessly. "Unfortunately, it's winter now, so we can't see the blooming peach blossoms." "Daddy, when you first came here, it was also winter, right?" Conger looked at Xiao Yang curiously. Chapter 479. You Can Cry. Xiao Yang sat down with the child in his arms, smiled gently, and then said softly, "Yes, when we first arrived in Qin territory, it was winter. Back then, the sky was filled with snow. Both your mother and I grew up in the capital and had never seen such heavy snow. Although it was very, very cold, your mother and I were both very happy. We ran around in the snow for a long time, and our clothes and shoes got completely wet. We even caught a cold and were sick for several days after we returned. When we took the medicine, we both frowned, but then we laughed together like fools." As Xiao Yang spoke, his eyes were filled with nostalgia. He truly missed those days, truly cherished those memories. Songer had never seen Xiao Yang like this before. He knew his father loved his mother very much, but since he was too young, he didn't fully understand how deep that love was. However, seeing Xiao Yang now, it was as if he suddenly understood something, and his eyes welled up with tears. "Father, I'm sorry. Why are you suddenly apologizing?" Xiao Yang smiled and looked at him. "You're a good and well-behaved child. Father has always loved you very much." Songer lowered his head, as if thinking of something, and sighed. Then, he muttered, "Even though you never say it, I know. Mother didn't have to die, but for me, she chose to die. If I had a choice, I would want to die too, to save Mother's life." "Father, I'm sorry. I didn't know it would turn out this way. Father, I didn't mean to. Father, I'm sorry for making you lose the person you loved the most." As Songer spoke, he suddenly burst into loud sobs. He was just a 3-year-old child, so no matter what was on his mind, it couldn't be kept hidden for too long. He had to let it out. Seeing the child so upset, Xiao Yang sighed helplessly and said softly, "This is not something you should be saying. You know that, right?" Upon hearing this, Songer looked up at Xiao Yang, his sobs hiccuping as he asked, "Really? Is that really true?" "Yes, it's true. Although Father lost your mother, at least Father still has you. Songer, you must always remember that you are the person your mother risked her life to protect. So never underestimate yourself. You must cherish yourself, understand?" Xiao Yang lowered his head and gently wiped away Songer's tears with a handkerchief. "Father brought you here to show you where we lived, to tell you that your mother's choice was hers to make. It wasn't your fault, nor was it mine. You miss your mother, feel sad and longing. All of that is natural. You're just a child, so whatever emotions you have are normal. Even if you're going to be an emperor someday, that's something for the future, something for when you grow up, understand?" Upon hearing these words, Songer cried even harder, unable to speak a single word. But Xiaoyang didn't try to comfort him or stop him from crying. Instead, he held him and cried along with him. The two of them sat under the peach blossom tree, crying as if they were 200 pounds of sorrow. Not far away, Yang Feiyu pursed his lips. It's understandable for the child to cry, but why is he crying too? Isn't it embarrassing for a grown man? Seeing her brother like this, Yang Xuanya rolled her eyes and said irritably, "Can you just shut up? I've noticed you've been talking a lot lately." Upon hearing this, Yang Feiyu sighed and muttered, "At least they can cry together. Too bad, I don't even have the courage to cry with you." "Brother, what's so big that you need to cry about?" Yang Xuanya looked at him with a mixture of laughter and tears. Yang Feiyu thought carefully for a moment, then shook his head. "Although there were many unhappy things when I was little, everything has turned out fine now. So there's really nothing to be unhappy about." After saying that, he patted Yang Xuanya's head. "The three of us siblings were the least favored in the palace, but now we've all grown up safely and are living the lives we like. It's really not easy." Seeing him like this, Yang Xuanya hesitated for a moment, then cautiously asked, "Brother, is this really the life you want to live?" "Yes." Yang Feiyu nodded very decisively, smiling. "I can be very sure that this is the life I like." "That's good, as long as they're all happy." Chu Ryue had originally come to Qin territory to purchase goods, but unexpectedly, she ran into Tao Jinzi here. "Aren't you in the capital accompanying the emperor? Why are you here?" Chu Ryue found a small tavern and invited Tao Jinzi to drink. Tao Jinzi glanced at Chu Ryue, smiled, and then said softly, "The emperor is in Qin territory, right in the Qin king's palace." "What?" Chu Ryue's eyes widened in disbelief upon hearing this. How is that possible? He's here, and I didn't know anything about it? "It's because he's traveling incognito, so of course you wouldn't know." Tao Jinzi took a sip of wine and said with a chuckle, "You coming here is actually quite timely. If nothing unexpected happens, you should be able to meet him." Chu Ryue held her wine cup, frowned, hesitated for a moment, and then said softly, Why would I want to see him? I'm already married." "Huh." Tao Jinzi seemed to have discovered something significant upon hearing this. He frowned and looked at Chu Ryue. "If I remember correctly, you originally got together with the emperor so you could marry Qingyao. Now that your wish has come true, you're not happy?" "I'm very happy. He treats me very, very well." Chu Ryue smiled faintly and said, "It's just that I don't know why, but I always think about the time I spent in the Qin King's palace, when I was very happy." Seeing Chu Ryue like this, Tao Jinzi chuckled. "Love knows no reason. It just grows deep. Princess, could it be that you've fallen in love with our emperor without even realizing it? You're overthinking it. My husband and I are very happy together." Chu Ryue rolled her eyes. "But having a drink with the emperor is still fine." Thinking of this, Chu Ryue couldn't help but smile. Seeing Chu Ryue like this, Tao Jinzi also smiled. "Princess, you've been married for several years now. Why haven't there been any good news?" Chu Ryue subconsciously touched her stomach and said indifferently, "With so many things to manage, how could I have time to have a child? Although I'm a woman, I'm not just a tool for having children." Hearing this, Tao Jinzi knew it must have been something Xiaoyang said first. He frowned. "I don't know what the emperor has been telling you, but he's teaching good people bad things. Why don't you say that to the emperor's face? See if he tears your mouth apart?" Chu Ryue rolled her eyes again and took a sip of wine. "Arrange it for me. I want to see the emperor." Chapter 480. It's not your fault. Tao Jinzi hesitated before speaking in a soft voice. "I'll arrange it?" "Yes, you arrange it. What's the matter? Are you unwilling?" Chu Ryue rolled her eyes with displeasure and muttered, "Or are you unwilling?" "Of course I'm willing. How could I be unwilling?" Tao Jinzi reluctantly agreed, though not entirely willingly. Chu Ryue finally felt satisfied and downed the wine in her cup. "Let's go. I'll check the goods you've prepared. If everything is fine, we should load them onto the carts and send them off quickly. These are very important." If they weren't so crucial, she wouldn't have come in person. Tao Jinzi had drunk quite a bit and, returning to the Qin palace, was staggering. He looked at young Feiyu with confusion. Why aren't you sleeping? Where's the emperor? I need to see him. You're in no state to see the emperor right now, or you might just get beaten to death. Come with me, let's go back and sleep. Young Feiyu, taking pity, led Tao Jinzi toward his own room. Meanwhile, Songer had already fallen asleep on Xiaoyang's lap. The child had cried all afternoon and was simply too exhausted. Xiaoyang didn't sleep either. He just sat there, sipping wine one mouthful at a time. Young Shinya watched him and smiled, taking out the lotus leaf chicken she had brought. Shall I keep you company and have a drink? That sounds perfect. Good wine and good food. What could be better? Xiaoyang chuckled. This is osmanthus wine I buried under a tree the year I left the Qin palace. That first year in Qin, the osmanthus flowers bloomed so beautifully that we collected them all, washed them, and brewed this wine. You should try it. You can brew wine? Young Shinya looked at him in surprise, then smiled and murmured, Of course, with your skills, there's nothing you can't do. Seeing young Xuanya's expression, Xiaoyang's lips curved slightly. Go on, try it. I think it's quite good. Young Shinya didn't hesitate and picked up the wine jar to drink. The flavor of osmanthus was indeed very strong. She squinted her eyes and smiled. This is really good. Such craftsmanship. I never expected Shen Jiejia, who looks so delicate, to be such a good winemaker. Hearing this, Xiaoyang smiled and looked at the bare branches above him. If it weren't for Tsonger, I'm afraid I would never dare to set foot in the Qin palace again. Every corner here reminds me of her. Even if I wanted to forget, I simply can't. Watching Xiaoyang like this, young Shinya felt no anger, only a strange sense of heartache. She moved closer, reaching out to touch Xiaoyang's brows, but stopped halfway, unsure if she should. Xiaoyang grabbed her hand and smiled softly. Yur, it really hurts. Here, it hurts so much. He placed her hand on his chest. It really hurts. Why does it hurt so much? Seeing Xiaoyang like this, young Shinya didn't know what to say. Impulsively, she leaned in and kissed him. Does it feel better now? No, it never will. Xiaoyang's eyes were red, unable to distinguish between dream and reality. By some unknown time, Tsonger had been taken away by Ji Xiang, leaving only the two of them. Under the scent of osmanthus wine, the two came together. Xiaoyang's eyes were hazy. Do you want to? Young Shinya didn't answer, only kissed him. Xiaoyang picked her up and carried her into the room. Young Feiyu, standing on the roof, watched all this and sighed. Holding Tsonger in his arms, he whispered, It's done. Tsonger, too tired to notice anything, slept on, unaware of what had happened. After all, he was just a child and couldn't handle the potent osmanthus wine. The next morning, when Xiaoyang woke up, he saw young Xuanya's delicate face beside him. He smiled, caressing her cheek. Awake? After last night, young Shinya felt too shy to look at Xiaoyang. Her face flushed. It's already this late, aren't you getting up? Xiaoyang also slid under the covers and teased. Young Shinya couldn't hold back any longer, pinching Xiaoyang's waist fiercely. You! Stop it! All right, I won't say anything. Xiaoyang took a breath and sat up, smiling. I won't say anything. I'm getting up now. If Tsonger asks where his auntie is, I'll say she's still in bed. Saying this, Xiaoyang actually began to get dressed. This guy. Young Shinya had never known Xiaoyang could be so childish. Her face turned pale with anger, though the embarrassment was more prominent. She pulled the blanket over her head, wanting to hide. She didn't want to say anything, didn't want to hear anything. After getting up, Xiaoyang instructed the maids outside. Do not disturb the noble consort. Let her rest well. After all, they had called for water 3 or 4 times last night. She must be exhausted. The maid blushed and nodded, yes. Xiaoyang stretched and felt refreshed. Looking at the peach tree outside the door, he smiled softly. Yunyan, do you see? I'm listening to you and living well. If before, Xiaoyang hadn't understood why Shen Yunyan had taken so many concubines before choosing death, now he had a vague idea. It seemed that as long as someone was by his side, even if it wasn't his favorite person, it could alleviate some loneliness. Thinking of this, Xiaoyang felt a pang of guilt and glanced at the room before heading to the dining hall. Upon entering, he noticed Yang Feiyu's strange look. Recalling what he had done last night, Xiaoyang coughed. Up so early? Early? It's already past noon. I didn't know you could sleep so much. Yang Feiyu snorted and rolled his eyes. You were so busy last night. Come and eat. You need to replenish your energy. Replenish? The word sounded quite suggestive, but Xiaoyang, being a man, didn't care. He rolled his eyes back. I think you need to replenish too, considering you were up all night eavesdropping. You. What, am I wrong? Damn it. Yang Feiyu realized he couldn't get the upper hand in words with Xiaoyang. He glared at Xiaoyang fiercely. I hope you choke on it. And I hope you get exhausted. Xiaoyang stuck out his tongue and began to eat. Tao Jinzi, watching them, looked worried, unsure if he should speak up. Chapter 481. Go home and have a baby. Although Xiaoyang was engaged in conversation with Yang Feiyu, he did not overlook Tao Jinzi. Noticing the latter's face contorted as if suffering from constipation, Xiaoyang frowned and said irritably, What's wrong with you this morning? Just say what you have to say directly. Upon hearing this, Tao Jinzi sighed in resignation and muttered softly, It's not a big deal, really. It's just that Chu Rue wants to see you. Chu Rue? At the mention of this name, Yang Feiyu immediately became alert. He furrowed his brows and said, She's already married. What does she want to see you for? Are you okay? Xiaoyang looked at him with a mix of exasperation and amusement. If I recall correctly, I married your sister, didn't I? Why are you so nervous when she's not even jealous? The main character isn't engaging in palace politics, yet here comes the in-law stirring up trouble? What kind of logic is that? Yang Feiyu knew deep down that he shouldn't be meddling, but he still looked at Xiaoyang earnestly and whispered, I know what kind of person you are, but you need to hold yourself together, okay? You're overthinking it. Chu Rue isn't someone I can't resist. Xiaoyang rolled his eyes and then stood up, walking out of the room. After he had been gone for a while, Tao Jinzi finally snapped back to reality and took a bite of his bun. Should I follow him? You dare to ask? What's wrong with you? Can't you keep your mouth shut? Yang Feiyu looked at him reproachfully. Tao Jinzi felt utterly wronged. Can you be reasonable for once? Do you really think this is about whether I can keep my mouth shut? The emperor is in Qin province now. Even if no one knew before, wouldn't people know now? Honestly, if Chu Rue doesn't have the ability to handle this, she might as well go home and have a baby. I say one thing, and you have 10 ready. Why didn't you speak up when Xiaoyang was here? You're not the emperor. Damn it. Yang Feiyu couldn't believe that not only had he lost an argument to Xiaoyang, but now he couldn't even outtalk Tao Jinzi. He turned and walked out, needing some fresh air to calm down. Xiaoyang went straight to his usual tea house. Sure enough, he found Chu Rue inside. He smiled and said casually, Does this count as a meeting of minds? That's not quite the right usage of meeting of minds, but it does show some mutual understanding. Chu Rue glanced at him. It's been a year, and you've lost a lot of weight. Your spirit isn't what it used to be. What, can't your harem of 3,000 take good care of you? Do you have to talk to me like this? If you can't speak nicely, I'm leaving. Xiaoyang turned to go. Chu Rue put down her teacup and conceded, I can speak nicely. That's more like it. Xiaoyang smoothly turned back and sat down across from Chu Rue, smiling. It's been a year, and you look more haggard too. Has business been tough lately? You don't seem very happy. I don't really know why I'm not happy. Oh, by the way, Chu Yue just had another son. They're now a family of 4 living in a small border town. Do you want to go see them? Chu Rue smiled at Xiaoyang. Chu Yue? The name felt distant to Xiaoyang, almost unfamiliar after so long. He smiled faintly and said, I'd love to see what kind of heavenly life they're living, but my identity means I can never appear near them. That's the only way they'll be safe. Otherwise, if the wrong people see me, they might think I'm wary of them and try to help me, and that would be a disaster. Chu Rue hadn't expected Xiaoyang to say that. She looked deeply at him, feeling that the Xiaoyang before her was completely different from the one she had known. The old Xiaoyang, the one she had known, was gone forever. She couldn't quite put her feelings into words, so she simply picked up her teacup and smiled. You're becoming more and more like an emperor. I originally wanted to be a good husband, but my wife is gone, so now I just want to be a good emperor. Xiaoyang smiled, looking at Chu Ruyue. I really envy Xiaj. The life I once dreamed of, he's living it now. Chu Ruyue sighed. The last time they had sat here drinking tea, it had been a game of cat and mouse, love and rivalry. Now, everything was different. She was the complete Chu princess, and he was the complete emperor of Xia. It was as if there were no longer any Chu Ruyue and Xiaoyang in this world. Xiaoyang, you know, seeing you like this makes me feel really sad. The feeling is mutual. Indeed, just a year had changed them so much, erasing all traces of their former selves. Yet neither could say anything, because it was their own choices that had brought them to this point. I thought that even as time passed, we could still sit down and have a cup of tea together. Chu Ruyue sighed. It seems the past really can't come back. The past was too beautiful, and beautiful things never return. You should learn to let go. You've already married the man you love. You should be content. Life is full of different scenery. You can enjoy the view, even pick a flower along the way, but in the end, you still have to go home, don't you? Xiaoyang smiled lightly. Having lived 2 lifetimes, how could he not understand Chu Ruyue's feelings for him? But he had always chosen to ignore them. This might be their last time sitting together like this, so he felt he had to say something. Chu Ruyue had always thought she had hidden her feelings well, but she realized now that she had only fooled herself. Seeing Xiaoyang like this, Chu Ruyue suddenly felt a sense of release. She smiled gently and said softly, "You're right. I should cherish the person in front of me. If I can feel it, he certainly can too. But he's waiting for you, willingly, like a fool. It would be a shame to lose someone so devoted. You should learn to cherish him." Xiaoyang smiled warmly, looking at Chu Ruyue. "You're wonderful, truly exceptional. You're the most beautiful scenery in this world, so you should bloom where you are, not wither by my side." Chu Ruyue looked at him. What about young Xuanya? Is she blooming or withering? Chapter 482. Why are you jealous? She likes me. By my side, even something cold can bloom. So, she won't suffer. But you're different. You need warmth. You two were never the same kind of people. Xiaoyang smiled faintly. I will never love another person the way I loved Xin Yunyan, but I will always be polite to everyone around me. Is that what you want? No. If it's not sincere, I don't want it. Chu Ruyue picked up her teacup and drank it all in one gulp. She had her pride, and she refused to settle for less. Yang Xuanya also had her pride, but she lost because she cared too much, so she accepted it. Even knowing she was holding onto a cold heart, she still held on tightly. That was where Yang Xuanya's foolishness lay. Seeing that Chu Ruyue quickly understood his meaning, Xiaoyang felt a sense of relief and smiled gently before murmuring, "All right, since that's the case, you should go back now. It's best if we don't meet again unless it's necessary." "Yes, it's best if we don't meet again." Chu Ruyue stood up, giving Xiaoyang a deep look. "Before, it was always me watching you leave. This time, let's switch. I'll leave first, okay? Please." Xiaoyang smiled faintly. Looking at Xiaoyang's smile, Chu Ruyue felt a sharp pain in her heart. When they were together, they were often at odds, either glaring at each other or bickering and fighting. In truth, Xiaoyang rarely smiled, but now, he had finally calmed down, always smiling gently at her. Yet, Chu Ruyue felt as though they were worlds apart, despite being so close. Perhaps it was wrong from the beginning. Maybe she shouldn't have placed her heart in the hands of someone like him. Every time she thought of this, Chu Ruyue found it amusing. As she left the tea house, she saw Qingyao standing across the street. Seeing Qingyao here, Chu Ruyue was quite surprised. She widened her eyes in disbelief and quickly walked over. "Why are you here?" "It's cold. I was afraid you'd catch a chill, so I came." Qingyao smiled softly and draped a thick cloak over her shoulders. You're always so fond of the cold. Be careful, or you'll end up needing to drink medicine again. The cloak was warm, carrying Qing Yao's body heat. Chu Ruyue felt a warmth in her heart. She looked at Qing Yao and noticed his fingertips were red from the cold. She frowned slightly. How long have you been standing here? Not long. Then why didn't you come in? You would come out. Qing Yao lowered his eyes, hiding the disappointment in his gaze. Seeing him like this, Chu Ruyue suddenly understood what Xiaoyang meant by cherishing the person in front of you. She immediately stepped forward, hooking her fingers under his chin. Why didn't you ask? You're out. Qing Yao's gaze lowered, tinged with a subtle hint of grievance. As long as she came out, that was enough. There was no need to ask anything else. All right, then let's go home. Chu Ruyue chuckled, kissed him, and then held his hand as they walked away briskly. From the second floor, Xiaoyang watched all this and couldn't help but smile. Indeed, a smart man never asks too many questions. As long as she still comes home, that's enough. As they left, Qing Yao glanced up toward a spot on the second floor, giving a grateful look. He knew Xiaoyang had intentionally come to deliver the message, and he had intentionally waited outside to see how Chu Ruyue would choose. Now, Chu Ruyue was by his side, holding his hand, ready to go home with him. That was enough. The rest didn't matter. What mattered was that she was here, by his side. When did you start playing matchmaker? Yang Feiyu appeared beside Xiaoyang at some point, looking at him curiously. I thought you'd just go with the flow. Xiaoyang shot him a glare and retorted. Do you think everyone in the world is like you, always going with the flow? Is this something you can just go with? Xiaoyang, sometimes I don't understand you. If you're cruel, you also often help others find happiness. But if you're kind, you're always hard on yourself. Why? Yang Feiyu sat down, looking at Xiaoyang in confusion. Xiaoyang didn't respond, just sat there sipping tea and listening to the storyteller, sighing softly. You used to come here to listen to stories with her, laughing and talking. So, whenever you think about it, it hurts, doesn't it? Although Xiaoyang hadn't said a word, Yang Feiyu could roughly guess what he was thinking. Who's in your heart doesn't matter, but since you've taken my sister, you should treat her well. Do you understand what I mean? Yang Feiyu didn't care about Xiaoyang's inner thoughts. Ultimately, he was most concerned about his sister. That's why he hadn't gone anywhere else and had stayed here to accompany her. Seeing Yang Feiyu like this, Xiaoyang took a deep breath and then looked at him suspiciously. You don't have a woman you like, you don't want to get married, and you don't want children. You just circle around your sister. I wonder, do you have some other intentions? Yang Feiyu was genuinely upset now, spitting in annoyance. You can joke with me about anything, but not about this. I'm a man. I don't care about my reputation, but my sister is a young lady. She's very concerned about her reputation. I was just joking. Why are you so worked up? Xiaoyang rubbed his nose awkwardly, murmuring softly, Your reaction now really makes people suspicious. You're still saying it? Yang Feiyu grabbed a teacup, pretending to throw it at him. At this point, Xiaoyang had no choice but to shut up. Although he could definitely beat Yang Feiyu in a fight, he felt somewhat guilty about this matter. Xiaoyang didn't stay long in Qin. After confirming everything was in order, he set off for the Lu region. Originally, they were going to take the main road, but since Tao Jinzi mentioned a shortcut that could get them there in 2 days, Xiaoyang decided to take the detour. They disguised themselves and blended into a merchant caravan, not drawing too much attention. Xiaoyang thought the journey would be smooth, but to his surprise, what he saw along the way was shocking. The road was narrow and bumpy, but that wasn't the worst of it. As they traveled, Xiaoyang noticed the people of the Lu region were suffering. They were all pale and emaciated, clearly malnourished for a long time. Seeing this, Xiaoyang's expression darkened. He frowned and said, Hundreds of thousands of taels of silver were allocated before. How is it that the people are still starving? Hearing this, Tao Jinzi shook his head. This place is too remote. We rarely come here, so we don't know the specifics. Xiaoyang immediately saw an opportunity. Since the Lu King isn't telling the truth, we'll uncover the truth ourselves. Understood. Tao Jinzi immediately grasped Xiaoyang's intent and quickly found two plain outfits to blend in with the crowd, making them practically invisible. Chapter 483. I won't tell anyone. Ludi was already a frontier region, and their city was among the most remote in this area. After getting off the carriage, Xiaoyang noticed that the streets were filthy, with garbage scattered everywhere. More importantly, the roads were mostly dirt, and after walking for a while, their shoes were caked with mud. They found the busiest tea house in town and walked in with the child. Young Xuanya followed behind, cautiously observing their surroundings, fearing that someone might harm them or the child. It was said that poor mountains and bad water breed vicious people, and this wasn't just a casual remark. Who knew if someone might suddenly appear out of nowhere? After sitting down, Xiaoyang ordered the best Biluakun tea and sat there, curiously looking at the waiter. Why is the street so empty? Is there some special occasion today? You must be outsiders, esteemed guests. Ludi is currently undergoing road construction everywhere, so all the able-bodied men have gone to work, which is why the streets seem less crowded. The waiter smiled at Xiaoyang. Oh? Xiaoyang tossed a piece of silver over and said indifferently, if everyone has work, they should be earning money, right? Then why do they all look malnourished, as if they're starving? The waiter, after taking the silver, sighed and said helplessly, you don't understand, esteemed guest. Although road construction is happening everywhere, those laborers were forcibly conscripted by the government. Not only are they not paid, but even getting a full meal is considered a luxury. Many have lost their lives. At this point, the waiter suddenly regretted his words, covering his mouth with fear in his eyes. I said that here, and you heard it, but please don't spread it outside. Otherwise, my life might be in danger. Seeing his reaction, Xiaoyang smiled and said softly, I was just asking casually. I won't tell anyone. That's good, that's good. The waiter patted his chest, then turned and went to the back to continue his work. Xiaoyang's face had turned grim. He looked at Tao Jinzi and then at Yang Feiyu, suddenly laughing. Good, very good. What an excellent Liu King. What an excellent Liu King's manner. They really know how to handle things. Seeing Xiaoyang's angry expression, the two of them dared not speak. The court had previously allocated a significant amount of money for road construction, but never did they expect these people to be so ruthless. Not only did they take the court's money, but they also treated their own people so harshly. They deserved to die. Tao Jinzi, being a businessman, couldn't really comment on such matters. Yang Feiyu, as the crown prince's tutor, had a somewhat special status and didn't feel comfortable speaking out either. Young Xuanya, as a concubine in the inner court, also couldn't say much. Now, the one left most furious was Xiaoyang. If he hadn't come here himself and seen it with his own eyes, who would have believed that such conditions existed here? The Liu King's manor had been sending one report after another, painting a picture of peace and prosperity. Those who didn't know better might have thought this place was thriving. At this thought, Xiaoyang suddenly remembered that he had sent Limu and Jinyu ahead of them, but after arriving, he hadn't seen them. Jixiang, release the signal. I want to see them tonight. Xiaoyang took a deep breath and glanced at Jixiang. Jixiang immediately nodded and went out to release the signal. However, as soon as the signal was released, a dozen burly men suddenly appeared from nowhere and pinned Jixiang to the ground. Master, save me! Jixiang yelled from the ground. Xiaoyang immediately came out. Seeing the situation, he was furious. How dare you touch my people? What signal are you releasing? The leader of the burly men coldly glared at Xiaoyang. Your accent isn't local. Who are you? What are you trying to do by releasing a signal in our Ludi territory? What's your purpose? Oh? Faced with such accusations, Xiaoyang, furious, laughed instead. He crossed his arms and coldly stared back at them. What do you think we're doing? Men, arrest them all. The leader shouted, and a dozen black-clad men rushed forward. Xiaoyang quickly handed the child to Tao Jinzi and charged forward. Throughout their journey, he had been holding back his anger, and now he finally found an outlet to vent it. He struck hard. Yang Feiyu and his sister weren't holding back either. Although they hadn't spoken earlier, they had been feeling frustrated for a while. Now is the perfect time to teach these scoundrels a lesson. In no time, the dozen men were knocked to the ground like dogs. Xiaoyang stepped on the wrist of the leader. Tell me, who are you? How dare you? We're the men of the city lord. You're courting death by acting so brazenly. The man glared viciously at Xiaoyang. City lord? Very well, a city lord indeed. With a swift motion, Xiaoyang cut off the man's head and, holding it by the hair, strode toward the city lord's manor. At such a young age, Songer had never seen such a scene and was frightened. But he remembered that he would one day become the emperor and forced himself not to be afraid. Seeing Songer's determined expression, Yang Xuanya couldn't help but smile. She took him into her arms and whispered, "Don't be afraid. It's okay. Your father is killing only those who deserve to die." "Yes, father is so powerful. I love him so much." Songer nodded immediately. He had always been a little fan of Xiaoyang's, and now he only felt his father was even more majestic. Soon, the group arrived at the city lord's manor. At that moment, Jinyu and Limu also rushed over, their bodies covered with various wounds, some of which had been hastily treated but were already festering and inflamed. It was clear they had been through a tough time. Where did you escape from? The city lord's manor, the dungeon. Limu and Jinyu knelt on the ground, feeling ashamed. "We have failed, Your Majesty. Please forgive us." "What?" Hearing this, Xiaoyang's face grew even darker. He clenched his teeth and said, "A small city like Wuching dares to act so brazenly. Very well. Ludi truly is a place full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Everyone, listen to my command. Don't hold back. Charge in and kill." Xiaoyang shouted coldly. He drew his sword from his waist and charged in first. The city lord's manor was heavily guarded, but with Xiaoyang leading a group of fierce warriors, they quickly broke through. The city lord of Wuching rushed out in panic, his eyes wide. "How dare you? Who are you?" Xiaoyang didn't hold back, tossing the severed head at his feet. "I'm your grandfather. How dare you cause trouble at the city lord's manor? Men, shoot them down at once." The city lord roared, kicking the head aside. "So arrogant?" Yang Feiyu stepped forward. "How dare you? The one standing before you is the current emperor. Do you dare to commit regicide?" Hearing this, the city lord hesitated for a moment, then immediately shouted, "Someone is impersonating the emperor. Kill them all." Chapter 484. A horrific scene. Very well indeed. A kill without mercy, and a very impressive city lord Wu. Xiaoyang was truly taken aback. Despite having revealed his identity, the other party showed no regard for it, and even intended to wipe them out. He quickly took out the token symbolizing his identity. "I'd like to see who dares to act recklessly." The archers naturally recognized what this token was, and they hesitated, not daring to make a move. City Lord Wu hadn't expected to encounter the real deal this time. He stared intently at Xiaoyang, realizing that the latter's aggressive approach likely meant he had uncovered something. If he backed down now, he would be doomed. With this thought, City Lord Wu gritted his teeth. "Shoot to kill immediately. Anyone who doesn't act, I'll kill your entire family." Very well indeed. Xiaoyang hadn't seen such arrogance and insolence in a long time. To have someone openly declare their intent to kill him. Excellent. Xiaoyang let out a cold laugh, suddenly stepping forward and kicking away the person guarding City Lord Wu, taking him hostage. "I'd like to see who dares to commit regicide." The crowd, already fearful of imperial authority, now saw their city lord in the hands of the enemy. They dropped their weapons, no one daring to act out of line. At that moment, Chi Tai led his men in a rush, hurriedly approaching and kneeling. "Your Majesty, I came to rescue you too late. Please forgive me. Arrest everyone here and interrogate them thoroughly." Xiaoyang snorted coldly, tossing City Lord Wu to Chi Tai. After the interrogation, cut off his head. "I have a use for it." "Yes." Chi Tai immediately nodded, grabbing City Lord Wu and turning to leave. Xiaoyang then proceeded directly into the City Lord's residence, taking a seat in the main hall. He frowned, looking at the disheveled Jinyu and his wife. Explain to me, how did my imperial guards end up in such a state? It was indeed somewhat embarrassing to recount. Linu knelt on the ground, looking pitiful. Your Majesty, those people used devious schemes. As soon as we arrived in Wu City, we were discovered. City Lord Wu invited us to a meal, but after eating, we fainted. When we woke up, we found ourselves in the dungeon, where many others were also imprisoned. During our investigation, we discovered that the silver allocated by the court for the Deer region had been cut in half, and none of it reached City Lord Wu's hands. Yes, City Lord Wu has been rounding up able-bodied men throughout the city. These men work day and night, and any rest is met with brutal beatings. No one dares to resist, or their entire family's lives are at risk. Jinyu also knelt, growing increasingly furious as he spoke. It was truly outrageous. Xiaoyang had never imagined that things would escalate to such a level. He furrowed his brows, looking at the two and speaking softly. Does the Deer King's residents not know about this? Your Majesty, you may not be aware, but Wu City is a small border town, isolated and cut off from communication. As long as City Lord Wu blocks all channels, the people here are truly left with no one to turn to. Linu clenched his fists. I had the opportunity to escape, but there were many acquaintances in the dungeon. To protect them, I stayed behind. Acquaintances? Hearing this, Xiaoyang became intrigued. Very well, take me to see these acquaintances. Linu glanced at Xiaoyang, sensing a hint of schadenfreude, but not daring to question it. He nodded and led the way to the dungeon. Originally expecting acquaintances to be familiar faces, they were instead far too familiar. It was the imperial envoy he had sent. Lu Jing? How did you end up here? Your father didn't mention you were missing? Xiaoyang approached the cage, looking at Lu Jing inside with astonishment. He truly hadn't known that Lu Jing hadn't returned to the capital. During discussions in court, Marquis Youngie hadn't mentioned his son's absence. What was going on? These days, Lu Jing had been treated like an animal, his mental state severely deteriorated. Upon hearing a familiar voice, his first reaction was to grab Xiaoyang's hand, crying loudly, "Ah Yang, you've finally come to save me. I thought I was going to die here. What are you all standing around for? Release him immediately." Xiaoyang felt a pang of sympathy. The moment the cage was opened, Lu Jing, like a distressed damsel, threw himself into Xiaoyang's embrace. Though they were childhood friends, the stench of excrement and urine on Lu Jing made Xiaoyang unable to hold back a retch. You're despising me? Lu Jing looked at Xiaoyang Weichuda. Xiaoyang was feeling a bit helpless. Brother, you're in such a state that even your own father would be repulsed. Come on, take him away, get him cleaned up, and feed him before we continue our conversation. Your Majesty, the Crown Prince of the Liao Kingdom is also here, Jinyu reported as he approached. What? Qi Jingtian is here too? What is he doing here? Xiaoyang quickly stood up and walked toward another large cage. Compared to Lu Jing, Qi Jingtian's condition was a true tragedy. Not a single part of his body was uninjured. His body was covered in blood, his 10 nails had been ripped out one by one, and he lay on the ground, barely clinging to life, his clothes in tatters. What are you all standing around for? Call for help, quickly. Xiaoyang was furious. He strode forward, quickly placing a heart-stabilizing pill into Qi Jingtian's mouth, gritting his teeth and muttering. This really is a small temple with strong winds and a shallow pond full of turtles. A tiny Wu city, yet it hides so many big figures. Immediately gather all the doctors in the city. Also, not a single rat hole in City Lord Wu's residence should be left unchecked. From top to bottom, interrogate them thoroughly. I want to see who gave them the audacity. Yes. Xiaoyang, along with the others, rushed back to the main hall of the City Lord's residence. With so many injured, everyone gathered in one place for easier treatment. Although these people appeared severely injured, except for Qi Jingtian, the others were only suffering from superficial wounds. Xiaoyang looked at the barely conscious Qi Jingtian, directly pulling off the remaining pieces of his clothing. Ah! The clothes, stuck to the bloody flesh, caused excruciating pain. Qi Jingtian, who had been in a daze, was jolted awake by this, though not fully. He instinctively cursed, "If you've got the guts, finish me off. If you don't, I'll make sure to finish you off." His voice was hoarse, but his spirit remained strong. Initially, Xiaoyang hadn't understood why, among so many people, Qi Jingtian was the worst off. But now, he understood. It was because Qi Jingtian's mouth was just too stubborn, which led to the most brutal treatment. Taking a silver needle from the nearby physician, he accurately found the acupoints and skillfully inserted the needles, the entire process smooth and fluid. The physician beside him watched in astonishment. This physician, where did you learn such remarkable skills? Chapter 485, A Vast Conspiracy. How dare you? This is the current emperor. Ji Xiang reprimanded sharply. What? The physician was so frightened that he immediately knelt down. Your Majesty, please forgive me. I was blind not to recognize you. Please punish me. It's fine. Nothing serious. Just focus on treating him properly. Xiaoyang waved his hand and continued treating Qi Jingtian. In addition to acupuncture, he also administered a large handful of pills. These were medications he had prepared in his spare time, considered the best in the world for stopping bleeding and reducing inflammation. Qi Jingtian was in excruciating pain, constantly cursing, until Xiaoyang finally couldn't take it anymore and gave him a sleeping pill, allowing him to finally fall into a peaceful sleep. Although Lu Jing was also in a sorry state, his injuries were mostly superficial, and he was soon able to walk on his own. He came over to look at the man on the bed and snorted. He's the one who talks the most and got beaten the worst. These days, the cursing never stopped. I just don't understand. He's a nobleman's son. How can he have so much filthy language? Are you all right? Xiaoyang looked at Lu Jing, torn between laughter and tears. You're still a young marquis. To be honest, your father is really carefree. I've asked several times in court, but no one mentioned you hadn't returned home. What? Upon hearing this, Lu Jing felt his entire world collapse. He plopped down onto the ground, crying out loud, "This heartless old man! I was waiting and hoping in the dungeon, thinking he would come to save me, but that old fool didn't even know I hadn't returned home. Wah! Wasn't that too much?" Truly, it was heartbreaking to hear and tear-jerking to witness. Yet, for some reason, Xiaoyang couldn't help but almost burst out laughing at Lu Jing's pitiful state. You're laughing? Lu Jing gritted his teeth. Who am I unlucky because of? I just came to check on the road construction, and then I was captured as soon as I entered Wu City territory. Why? Xiaoyang frowned and looked at Tao Jinzi. Do you know why? No, wait, before we entered, you changed our clothes. What's going on? Tao Jinzi, looking at the people on the ground, felt somewhat guilty and decided to shake his head shamelessly. I don't know. Nonsense. That expression clearly meant he knew something. Xiaoyang grabbed him and dragged him outside. Finding a secluded spot, he crossed his arms and looked at him. Now it's just you and me here. Whatever you know, speak up. If I find out you're hiding something, it's treason, and I'll execute your entire clan. Seeing that Xiaoyang wasn't joking, Tao Jinzi felt even more guilty. He lowered his head and muttered softly, Actually, I don't know much, but I heard that anyone dressed in fine clothes with a capital accent would be detained upon entering. But I really didn't know they'd be sent to the dungeon for torture. I thought they'd just be robbed of some money. Xiaoyang trusted Tao Jinzi, but hearing this, he couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. Who would have thought it would be like this? 3 days later. In 3 days, the injuries on these people had healed enough that they could walk, though not fully recovered. The only one still bedridden was Qi Jingtian. When Qi Jingtian woke up and found himself in bed, he thought it was a hallucination. He smashed the medicine bowl and growled, Don't think you can buy me off like this. You bunch of scoundrels, I'll cut you all down one by one. Who do you think you're talking to? Xiaoyang walked in and saw Qi Jingtian acting out. His behavior was so outrageous that not only did the city lord of Wu City find him annoying, but even Xiaoyang thought he was asking for a beating. Xiaoliang walked over, glanced at him, and said calmly, "These medicines are very precious. To waste them like this is a sin. Was this a dream?" Qi Jingtian looked at Xiaoliang standing before him, feeling as if he was in a dream. He pinched his thigh hard, feeling the pain. It was real. "Your Majesty?" Not beaten senseless, still recognize me? It really was the Emperor? Upon confirming that the person before him was indeed the Emperor, Qi Jingtian immediately burst into tears like a 200-pound child. "Your Majesty, you've finally come. Your servant almost died here. Wah! Your Majesty, save me." Although Xiaoliang knew this kid was a bit dim-witted, he never expected him to be so noisy. Looking at his pitiful state, Xiaoliang was momentarily at a loss for words, eventually sighing and muttering softly, "You really have a screw loose. You got yourself captured, yet your mouth is still so tough. Who else would they beat? He deserves to die." Qi Jingtian seethed with anger. "I want to kill him. He will die, but only after a trial and according to the law. You are the Prince of Liao, not some local thug. What you should be doing now is taking your medicine and recovering, then letting your father know you're safe." Xiaoliang patted his shoulder. The next second, "It hurts, Your Majesty. Ouch. This." Xiaoliang suddenly remembered he was injured and felt a pang of guilt, murmuring softly, "Sorry, I forgot." How could he forget that? Qi Jingtian looked pitifully at Xiaoliang. "Your Majesty, even we nobles have been treated like this. I can't imagine how hard life is for the common people of Wu City. I hear they've been captured, chained, and forced to work day and night. Please save them." Seeing Qi Jingtian's concern for others despite his own plight, Xiaoliang couldn't help but chuckle. "You're already in such a miserable state, yet you're still thinking about others? No matter how miserable I am, I've survived and will remain the illustrious Prince of Liao. Your Majesty will surely stand up for me. But they are just unarmed commoners, truly pitiful." Qi Jingtian's eyes lowered, filled with sorrow. Although this boy was loud and naive, his heart was genuinely kind. Seeing him like this, Xiaoliang felt a wave of tenderness. "All right, I have a plan for this matter. Rest well." After leaving Qi Jingtian's room, Xiaoliang immediately convened a meeting with everyone. "You all might as well speak up. Where are those commoners being held? Do you know?" Xiaoliang sat there, his face as dark as could be. Jinyu stepped forward. "I've already investigated. They're all being held in a dilapidated kiln near the construction site. With the turmoil in the city lord's mansion, they probably haven't received any news yet. If we go now, we'll catch them red-handed." "Really?" Xiaoliang's interest was immediately piqued. Jinyu nodded. "Absolutely. Good, very good. If that's the case, what are we waiting for?" Chapter 486, The Cesspool. Xiaoliang stood up, surveying the battered crowd, and rubbed his forehead in frustration. If anyone can't hold on, they can stay behind. At this point, no one was willing to give up. They were all determined to endure. Thus, Xiaoliang led a group of sickly individuals with great authority as they marched toward the outskirts. This road led to the cities of Wu and Lu, making it particularly remote. As they walked, Xiaoliang could always catch a faint whiff of blood, a reminder of how many lives had been lost on this path. "What are you all standing around for? Get to work, get to work." From a distance, Xiaoliang could hear the sound of whips striking flesh and the curses of the yamen runners. "No, please stop. Your Excellency, he's only 14 years old. If you keep beating him, the child will die." A man in his 30s shielded the child, his hands clenching the Yayi's whip tightly. The Yayi, taken aback by the audacity of these lowly peasants to resist, immediately lost his temper. He kicked the man down and began whipping him relentlessly. "The Emperor has commanded you to build the road. If you dare to slack off, it's clear you don't want to live. What are you staring at? Get back to work. You filthy peasants, you lowly scum." The Yayi kept insisting that the road construction was ordered by the Emperor, thus placing all the blame directly on Xiaoliang's shoulders. Xiaoliang was caught off guard. He was standing right here, yet they were throwing the blame at him in his face. This was too much. Is the emperor building roads, or is he taking our lives? The man had nowhere to run from the beating. Heaven is abandoning our great Xia. Jinyu, go. Xia Liang took a deep breath, suppressing the fury in his eyes. Seeing these battered people, his heart ached as if cut by a knife. He thought of how King Zhou of the Shang Dynasty had built the Lu Tai, and it was no different now. These beasts, not only did they refuse to act like humans, but they also trampled on his reputation. They deserved to die. Jinyu led a group of guards forward, kicking the abusive officer to the ground, seizing the whip from his hand and lashing out fiercely. The man was initially stunned, then seemed to realize something and quickly grabbed a pickaxe. Comrades, we're dead either way. Charge. Let's fight these beasts. His rise to action was unexpected by Xiaoyang. He hadn't thought that these people, long oppressed, still had such spirit and would dare to pick up weapons and resist. Indeed, with the man leading the charge, the others did not sit idly by. Even though their hands and feet were shackled, their fiery hearts could not be restrained. Xiaoyang stood still, watching them fight. He knew that these people harbored a flame within them, and if they didn't act now, that fire might turn against him, the emperor. Initially, Lu Jing hesitated to join the fight due to his injuries, but soon he couldn't restrain himself. Grabbing a stone, he threw it at the nearest Yi, shouting, "I've had enough of you bastards." Xiaoyang watched Lu Jing hobble into the fray with a mix of disbelief and frustration, rubbing his temples. Go protect the young marquis. His legs are bad. He might get killed. Yes. The chaos lasted for a long time, and these people finally vented their pent-up frustrations and anger. Xiaoyang looked at them and calmly declared, "I am the emperor." What? What? Upon hearing this, everyone was dumbfounded, then all knelt down. The man who had led the revolt knelt before Xiaoyang. "Your Majesty, why? Why do you treat us this way? Are we not your subjects, just because we are lowly peasants from the border towns? Because I did not order this. In my heart, everyone is equal." Xiaoyang looked at them. "Because you have a corrupt and heartless city lord, and the money I gave you was embezzled by him. From now on, you are free. I will remove your shackles. I will compensate you for all the wages you were owed during this time. I will give you an explanation." Xiaoyang's voice was not loud, but every word carried weight. Upon hearing these words, hope began to glimmer in their hearts. The man hesitated, looking at Xiaoyang. "Your Majesty, is this true?" "Naturally. I am the son of heaven, and my word carries the weight of 9 ding, a symbol of authority. I will ensure this matter is resolved. Men, release them." At Xiaoyang's command, the badly beaten Yi, struggling to rise, tremblingly handed the keys to Jinyu. Only after truly gaining their freedom did these people realize what had happened. They all knelt down, shouting, "Long live the emperor! Long live, long live!" Hearing these words, Xiaoyang felt ashamed. "I am not a good emperor. I have let you down." Originally, they were lowly peasants from border towns, unlikely to ever touch the dust of the capital, let alone imagine meeting the emperor in their lifetime. They dared not even dream that the emperor would speak to them so gently and apologize to them. This was like a dream so big they wouldn't dare to dream it. All of them knelt, not daring to raise their heads. Xiaoyang looked around. "Go home. Your wives and parents are waiting for you. Jinyu, take him with us. Let's go." Xiaoyang pointed to the man and turned to leave. The man didn't know why he was being taken along, but he felt that Xiaoyang was not a cruel emperor, so he obediently followed. His feet were bare, and with every step, he left a bloody footprint, yet he was oblivious to the pain. After suffering for so long, he had become numb. Jinyu hesitated, then took off his own shoes and personally put them on the man. "No, Your Excellency, I dare not." The man stepped back repeatedly. "You deserve them," Jinyu said with a smile, placing the shoes on his feet. Although the man was not as skilled in martial arts as he was in courage, the man was extraordinary. Jinyu admired such a person and was willing to give him his shoes. Xiaoyang boarded the carriage, and soon, Jin Yu pushed the man into the carriage as well. The man had been fearless in the fight, but now, alone with Xiaoyang, he trembled. This was the Emperor. Thinking of how he had cursed the Emperor earlier, the man felt his life was in danger. Now you're scared? You were very brave earlier, unafraid of anything. I found it quite impressive, Xiaoyang said with a smile, looking at him. The man lowered his head. I was forced to act. The child is only 14. If I hadn't spoken up, he would have died. Chapter 487. What exactly does it mean? What is that child to you? Xiaoyang asked curiously, looking at him. The man did not dare to raise his head and only whispered, He's no one special. Just a child from a neighboring family. A child from a neighboring family? Xiaoyang had originally thought he might be the man's younger brother or something, but never expected it to be just a neighbor's child. His gaze toward the man now held a few more glimmers of interest. What is your name? My humble name is Zhang Wuwei. Zhang Wuwei? That name was quite intriguing. What did you do before you were brought here? Xiaoyang asked, his curiosity piqued. I saw clearly just now that you hit hard and with great strength. I am a blacksmith, Your Majesty, Zhang Wuwei answered truthfully. He cautiously raised his head and saw that Xiaoyang looked at him without any displeasure, so he probably wasn't angry. The Yayi claimed that I ordered you to repair the roads. What is your opinion on this matter? Xiaoyang inquired, his arms crossed with a curious expression. Zhang Wuwei truly had no idea what Xiaoyang was getting at with this question. He took a deep breath and whispered, We are mere commoners from a small border town, not worth much, but repairing the roads is a great deed that benefits future generations. We should support it wholeheartedly, but even ants seek to survive, and we do not wish to die. Though he spoke cautiously, there was a hint of stubbornness and spirit within his words. Repairing the roads is indeed a great deed for future generations, and I have never advocated for you to work for free. This matter is their fault. Do you believe that? Xiaoyang asked, his arms crossed, a half-smile on his face as he looked at Zhang Wuwei. Zhang Wuwei knelt on the ground. I dare not disbelieve, Your Majesty. You dare not disbelieve, but you do not believe, do you? Xiaoyang sighed. The world is vast, and I have long resided in the capital, unaware of the affairs outside. So, I did not know how they were tarnishing my reputation. But now that I have seen it, I cannot simply ignore it. I will deal with them severely and make this matter public, giving you and myself an explanation. Seeing Xiaoyang's resolute expression, Zhang Wuwei kept his head low, not daring to speak. He wasn't disbelieving, just afraid to believe. He feared that if he truly hoped for something, unrealistic fantasies might arise. And once those fantasies were shattered, the disappointment would be unbearable. Seeing Zhang Wuwei's reaction, Xiaoyang smiled. Who else is in your family? I have my parents, brothers, and a 13-year-old sister. Zhang Wuwei answered truthfully. All right, rest here in the city lord's residence for a while, then go home and let them know you're safe. Pack up, as I plan to take you with me, Xiaoyang said with a smile. What did this mean? Zhang Wuwei trembled on his knees. I know I've done wrong, Your Majesty. I am the only laborer in my family. My younger brother is still young, and my parents are weak. Please, Your Majesty, grant them a way to live. I am giving your entire family a way to live. Pack up and bring your whole family with me. I have taken a liking to you and plan to take you back to the capital to work as a blacksmith in the Ministry of Works, Xiaoyang said plainly. He was well aware that in the eyes of these people, he was seen as a tyrant. So, if he didn't make it clear, the man might keep kowtowing indefinitely. What? Zhang Wuwei couldn't believe his ears. He looked up in confusion, staring at Xiaoyang in disbelief. Your Majesty, is that true? Why wouldn't it be? Xiaoyang smiled. I am the Emperor, and my word is law. If I say you can, then you can. He then handed Zhang Wuwei a fine salve for wounds. Use this yourself. Thank you, Your Majesty. I am deeply grateful, Your Majesty. Zhang Wuwei kowtowed heavily, the resentment in his heart finally dissipating. Although he was unsure whether what the clerks had said was true, he knew that the man sitting before him was real. Whatever he said, he believed. Seeing his reaction, Xiaoliang smiled and closed his eyes, resting. Though his eyes were closed, anger surged within him, and he felt an urge to kill those scoundrels. The carriage stopped at the city lord's residence, and someone came to report, "Your Majesty, the dear king has arrived." "Heh, he's here quickly." Hearing this, Xiaoliang instinctively glanced at Zhang Wuwei. Zhang Wuwei flinched slightly upon hearing the name, Dear King. Xiaoliang had originally thought the Dear King had been deceived, but now it seemed he had been too naive. With this thought, Xiaoliang smiled. "Stay in the carriage. I'll go out and take a look." "Yes," Zhang Wuwei replied. Though he didn't understand why he had to stay in the carriage, he obediently remained inside. Satisfied with his obedience, Xiaoliang's lips curled slightly, and he lifted the curtain, stepping out. "Your Majesty, I am guilty. Forgive me, Your Majesty, for my negligence. I am guilty." The dear king, upon seeing Xiaoliang, slid over and knelt before him, kowtowing heavily. Heh. Xiaoliang found the scene utterly amusing. He had just stepped out of the carriage, not a word spoken, yet the dear king was already rushing over to confess his sins. Interesting. Crossing his arms, Xiaoliang looked down at the still kowtowing dear king and asked, "Pray tell, dear king, what is your crime?" "What?" The dear king's kowtowing paused as he looked up at Xiaoliang in disbelief, seemingly puzzled by the question. He was at a loss, his head lowered, unable to utter a single word. "If you can't say, then follow me inside," Xiaoliang said calmly, turning and walking toward the residence. Now that the entire city lord's residence was filled with Xiaoliang's own people, it had been completely transformed, nothing like its previous state. The dear king felt a chill run through him as he observed the changes. Following Xiaoliang into the main hall, Xiaoliang took a seat and smiled. The young marquis of the brave and resolute marquisate, the imperial envoy from the capital, the heir of the Liao king's residence, and my personal guards, a mere city lord's residence, yet the waters run deep. Even I, upon arrival, nearly met my end here. With such capable city lords, why is the dear region still so desolate? Your Majesty? The dear king knelt on the ground, utterly bewildered. He was well aware that the city lords below him had their own schemes, but he had assumed they would complete their tasks properly, so he hadn't intervened much. After all, absolute clarity leaves no room for fish. But he had never expected these scoundrels to go so mad, holding anyone captive, doing whatever they pleased. Were they tired of living? If they were tired of living, that was one thing. But did they have to drag him down with them? Kneeling there, the dear king suddenly felt awkward. He opened his mouth, wanting to defend himself, but after thinking for a long time, he couldn't find any words to justify himself. In this situation, if he said he didn't know, wouldn't that be nonsense? Chapter 488, Room for Compromise. Your Majesty, I have nothing to say. Lu Wang bowed his head, submitting to his fate. Given the situation in Lu Prefecture, he could only take responsibility with his life, as he couldn't find any other way out. Seeing him so readily accept his fate, Xiaoliang felt a bit unaccustomed. "I ask you, how widespread is this situation?" Lu Prefecture has 16 cities, and each has varying degrees of such issues, but Lu Wang sighed. "Although I was aware of these problems, the land here is too barren, so I couldn't strongly reprimand them. After all, the work must be done, and the roads must be built. I knew they were breaking the law, but as long as it wasn't too excessive, I thought it could be tolerated. Yet, I never expected them to be so ruthless." As he spoke, Lu Wang slumped to the ground. With his impending death, what was there left to fear? Seeing his distressed expression, Xiaoliang couldn't help but snort coldly. "Look at you. Do you think you're the most wronged?" "I wouldn't say I'm the most wronged. The most wronged is probably Your Majesty." He sighed and muttered. Your Majesty had sincere hopes for Lu Prefecture to prosper, but who knew it would end up like this? It's truly disheartening. Observing his demeanor, Xiaoliang snorted again. "We'll address your matters later. For now, immediately summon all the city lords to the Wu city lord's residence." Since they were here, the matter had to be clarified. No one should bear unjust blame. Lu Wang thought he might be executed on the spot, but to his astonishment, there seemed to be room for compromise. He looked at Xiaoyang in disbelief. Your Majesty, you're not going to execute me? Your head is still useful for now. We'll discuss its fate when it's no longer needed. Xiaoyang waved his hand and chuckled. The entire city lord's residence was in shambles, wounded, sick, all in a pitiful state. Xiaoyang found their condition exasperating, feeling utterly exhausted. Previously, he believed that good policies alone would suffice. Now, he realized that without proper implementation by local officials, even the best policies were useless. These scoundrels, driven by their tasks and the need to appease superiors, cared little for the people's welfare. Originally, Xiaoyang had hoped to improve the lives of the people, but instead, he had nearly caused their deaths. What a disaster! Thinking of this, Xiaoyang felt another surge of anger. Yang Xuanya brought over some food, looking concerned as she spoke softly. You've been busy for days. How about eating something? You can't go on without food. Thank you. Xiaoyang didn't refuse. With everything now settled, he could finally relax and adjust himself. In such circumstances, executions were necessary, but how many and whom to execute required careful consideration. After eating, he took Li Nu to a small room. You're usually the most meticulous. After being in the dungeon for so many days, you must have gathered a lot. Tell me, what's the situation? Your Majesty, I don't know if I should speak. Li Nu knelt on the ground, feeling hesitant. Seeing her hesitation, Xiaoyang knew the matter must involve significant figures. In such cases, regardless of who is involved, I won't let it slide. Just speak, and we'll eradicate the evil completely. Xiaoyang snorted coldly. When he first ascended the throne, he had already executed a group of people. Perhaps because he hadn't been so quick to kill in recent years, some had become emboldened. The treasury allocated funds, but the Ministry of Revenue retained a portion. As it went down the chain, it was gradually embezzled, so very little actually reached Lu Prefecture. Less than half, even. With limited funds in Lu Wang's hands, and the need for materials and costs to build roads, they had to cut corners on labor. Initially, they paid wages, but they were too low, the conditions were poor, and the work was exhausting, so people refused. In the end, they resorted to conscription. Li Nu sighed. Throughout the process, few hands were clean. In fact, Lu Wang's hands were the cleanest. Lu Wang did grant them some privileges, but he probably didn't expect their greed to be so insatiable, leaving nothing behind. Even Li Nu felt a bit sorry for Lu Wang. He was just a fool. Hearing this, Xiaoyang had a clearer picture but still felt puzzled. If that's the case, why didn't the reports clearly state this? Your Majesty, don't you understand? Li Nu glanced at him and sighed. Lu Prefecture is already a remote area. To gain even a little attention from your Majesty is rare. The entire region is uneasy, including Lu Wang, who doesn't know how long this will last. He fears inadvertently displeasing your Majesty or offending court officials, making his future even harder. This made sense. Truly, Lu Wang was a pitiful fool. Xiaoyang looked at Li Nu. Who embezzled the most? The governor of Guangdong and Guangxi, Ji Ming. Li Nu's teeth clenched with hatred as she mentioned this man. He's ruthless, valuing money over people. Your Majesty, he has many subordinates and a powerful network. We must plan carefully. Hearing this, Xiaoyang smiled faintly. I've always remembered one thing. Life is the most important. Once you're dead, no matter how powerful you were in life, it's all in vain. Don't you agree? Yes, your Majesty is wise. Li Nu immediately nodded, rising from the ground. She was still injured, but unlike Qi Jingtian, she wasn't as stubborn, so she suffered fewer beatings. Xiaoyang looked at Li Nu and suddenly thought of Qi Jingtian, frowning slightly. What's the Prince of Liaoning's son doing here? Not mentioning this might have been better, but as soon as it was brought up, Li Nu couldn't help but laugh. He's here to deliver money. What? Xiaoyang thought he had misheard, looking at Li Nu in disbelief. What's he doing here? Say that again. Chapter 489. Enjoying myself? Li Nu couldn't resist and let out another laugh before speaking. The prince is here to offer financial assistance. He said that the revenues in the Liaodi region have been quite good over the past 2 years, so he came to provide support, haha. What? Xiaoyang looked at Li Nu laughing and couldn't help but laugh as well. Although Qi Jingtian was truly miserable, it was also genuinely hilarious. After they had finished laughing, Xiaoyang let out a helpless sigh and went to see Qi Jingtian. Although Qi Jingtian was still lying in bed, his injuries were almost fully healed. Seeing Xiaoyang approach, he quickly got up and bowed. Your Majesty, I pay my respects. Xiaoyang couldn't help but laugh at his pitiful state. I heard you came here to offer some warmth? What's so funny about that? Upon hearing this, Qi Jingtian felt another wave of humiliation. Clenching his teeth, he said, yes, my father said that life in the Liaodi region has been gradually improving, so he wanted to help the nearby Wu city. But as soon as I arrived here, I was detained, and all the gold and silver I brought was seized. I told them I was the prince of the Liaodi king, but they told me to shut up and even beat me. Ha ha ha. Xiaoyang thought he could hold back, but upon hearing this, he couldn't help it. It was just too funny. Qi Jingtian stared at Xiaoyang, seemingly unsure of what was so amusing. He tilted his head and asked, Your Majesty? I'm sorry, I couldn't help it, Xiaoyang said, still laughing. So, how much money did you bring? 300,000, Qi Jingtian said through gritted teeth. That scoundrel! Xiaoyang looked at his angry expression and managed to suppress his laughter. I promise, I'll get all that money back for you. Since it's already here, it should be used for this purpose. Although the Lord of Wu City deserves to die, the people of Wu City are innocent. Let's give it to them, Qi Jingtian sighed. Despite being tortured in the dungeon for several months, the young man remained kind-hearted and optimistic. Afraid that he might burst out laughing if he stayed any longer, Xiaoyang simply patted Qi Jingtian's hand in encouragement and turned to leave. Once outside, Xiaoyang couldn't help but burst into laughter again. Young Shuya, leading her child, saw him laughing so heartily from a distance and found it a bit strange. She approached and asked, Your Majesty, what are you laughing at? Seeing young Shuya and Songer, Xiaoyang managed to rein in his laughter for a moment, but then it broke out again as he said, It's nothing, it's too funny, haha, it's killing me. What could be so funny? Songer, looking at Xiaoyang's expression, tilted his head and whispered, Daddy, what are you laughing at? Laughing at someone who tried to be a good person and ended up being tortured for months. Xiaoyang held Songer and tried to suppress his laughter. Songer, don't learn from Daddy, it's not good. This isn't something to laugh about, you know? Songer looked at Xiaoyang with a puzzled expression and asked softly, If it's not something to laugh about, Daddy, why are you laughing? It's not something one can control. Xiaoyang took a deep breath. All right, enough laughing. You two, don't wander around these days. Although we have enough guards, the people of Wu City are in chaos, and who knows who might show up. Stay in the city lord's mansion, understood? Your Majesty, rest assured. I'll protect Songer well, Yang Shuya said with a smile. If anyone dares to come, I'll skewer them with my spear. Xiaoyang nodded immediately, looking at her fierce demeanor. Yes, I believe in you. You have the strength. 3 days later, 16 city lords appeared before Xiaoyang. To be precise, 15, as the head of the Lord of Wu City was now on Xiaoyang's desk. He looked at the trembling city lords kneeling before him and suddenly thought of the first time he had summoned the city lords in Qindi. They too had knelt in fear, trembling. He directly threw the box on the table to the ground. The box hit the floor, and the bloodied head inside rolled out. Everyone clearly saw it was the head of the Lord of Wu City. Your Majesty, please calm down. Spare us, Your Majesty. The crowd spoke in unison, kowtowing. Xiaoyang didn't stop them, letting their heads hit the ground until they bled before waving his hand. Enough kowtowing. I have something to say. Lu Wang knelt at the front, his forehead covered in sweat, fearing that Xiaoyang might erupt in anger and take their lives. Let me ask you, do you know why I summoned you here today? Do you know why the Lord of Wu City is dead? Xiao Yang's tone was casual, but every word carried a deadly threat. The kneeling crowd looked at each other, no one daring to speak first. Seeing this, Xiao Yang wasn't going to be lenient. He coughed and said, "Lu Wang, you go first." "Your Majesty, the Lord of Wu City embezzled public funds and mistreated the people, so he deserved to die," Lu Wang said truthfully. If he were Xiao Yang, he'd want to kill too. Of course, no matter how indignant he felt, it couldn't change the fact of his negligence. Hearing this, the crowd trembled even more. Xiao Yang's gaze swept over each of them like knives, coldly saying, "You might not know me or my temper. I hate trouble the most, so the best way to deal with it is to eliminate those who cause it. I despise those who cause trouble, understand? Your Majesty, spare us." A few couldn't take it anymore and fainted. Xiao Yang glanced at Li Nu. Li Nu stepped forward and poured a bucket of cold water on the fainted ones, waking them up. "I'm not unreasonable, so I'm giving you a chance to confess," Xiao Yang said. "Li Nu, prepare the writing materials." As soon as he finished speaking, someone brought in pens, ink, paper, and inkstones, distributing a sheet to each person. Xiao Yang looked at them and said calmly, "Write down your misdeeds. I'll investigate each one. If anything is missing or incomplete, you'll be executed, and your entire family will be wiped out." What? These well-educated individuals, now holding pens and paper, couldn't write a single word. Seeing they still hesitated, Xiao Yang snorted. "You have 1 hour. Those who don't finish in time will be executed immediately." Now, whether they wanted to or not, they had to write. Once dignified individuals now knelt like stray dogs, writing down their shameful deeds and disgrace. Xiao Yang didn't enjoy tormenting others, but seeing them like this, he couldn't help but feel satisfied. These people deserved to be put in their place. The room was silent, with only the sound of writing and breathing, filled with intense pressure. Chapter 490, Perspective Taking. Many people found it unbearable under such pressure, their faces dripping with cold sweat. But Xiao Yang remained unfazed, merely sitting there, coldly observing these individuals. An hour, neither long nor short, quickly passed. Xiao Yang stepped forward and noticed that almost everyone's paper was filled to the brim. "Good, very good indeed." Xiao Yang glanced at Li Nu, who then stepped forward to collect all the papers. "The commoners who were repairing the roads have all been sent home by me, but the road construction cannot stop. Since all of you are contributing to the nation's welfare, you shouldn't mind personally laboring, should you?" Xiao Yang clapped his hands and chuckled. "Come, escort these city lords to repair the roads. If anyone dares to slack off, give them a good beating." What? Upon hearing this, the crowd felt even more desperate. They never dreamed they would have to endure such suffering. They all stared incredulously at Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang found their gazes amusing and crossed his arms, saying indifferently, "Is there something wrong with what I said? Why are you all looking at me like that? Didn't you say before that you would dedicate yourselves to the nation and its people, to the point of exhaustion and death? Now that it's time for you to contribute, why are you all acting like this? Could it be that what you said before was just to please me?" At this, who dared to speak up? One by one, they reluctantly followed Li Nu out, their steps heavy, truly more mournful than attending a funeral. After they left, Yang Feiyu looked at Xiao Yang with concern. "Is this really okay? Why not? Can't they do what the commoners can? It's important for the commoners to know that I am not the mastermind behind this. I don't want to be blamed for this mess." Xiao Yang snorted. "Well, what are you all standing around for? Aren't you going to watch the fun?" With a wave of Xiao Yang's hand, those who had been tortured in the dungeon were immediately ordered to go and watch the spectacle. Since Qi Jingtian's health was poor, he was carried there. From afar, they heard the sound of whips and the screams of those accustomed to luxury. Xiao Yang smiled, looking at Zhang Wuwei on the carriage. "Do you feel avenged?" Zhang Wuwei was dumbfounded. He truly hadn't expected Xiao Yang to go to such lengths, nor had he ever thought he would see these noble figures in such a wretched state. He lifted the curtain and looked at the scene outside, feeling no sympathy, only that they deserve their fate. The child you protected, after treatment, is no longer in serious condition. You can rest assured he won't die. Xiaoliang spoke calmly. But your neighbors, they hanged themselves. Perhaps because their only child was taken away, and their family had lost all hope, the couple couldn't endure it and died. Hearing this, Zhang Wuwei clenched his fists. They were over 50 when they had this child, and now in their 60s, with the child's life uncertain, they naturally lost the will to live. Yes, I've arranged for them to be properly buried. Xiaoliang sighed. Such tragedies are not what I wish for, yet they still happened. I feel deeply apologetic. This guilt wasn't for the sake of winning hearts. He truly felt guilty. He looked at Zhang Yue. If you're willing, you can take that child to the capital with you. I'm willing to give him a chance. A child filled with hatred, once in the capital and given power, what might happen? I dare not imagine. Zhang Yue lowered his head, murmuring. This. Xiaoliang hadn't expected Zhang Yue to refuse him, looking at him in disbelief. Don't you feel sorry for the child? I do. But the hatred for the father's death is irreconcilable. Without power, one can only silently resent. Once power is obtained, this resentment will take root and grow, and then it might spiral out of control. Zhang Yue spoke honestly. Such common sense, even ordinary people understand. So how could Xiaoliang not? He looked at Zhang Yue again, smiled, and said softly, It seems my luck is still good. At least I didn't misjudge you. Your Majesty, you are too kind. Zhang Yue lowered his head. What I said isn't for your Majesty, but for myself. Because he is someone I brought over, no matter what happens, I will share the consequences. So, I must prevent this possibility. To survive is already difficult. Why take on unnecessary risks? Oh? He was so candid. Xiaoliang couldn't help but smile, saying lightly, You're quite interesting. If it were someone else, they probably wouldn't say such things. Whether to say it or not is a personal choice, but your Majesty sees clearly, don't you? Zhang Yue sighed. He lowered the curtain, shrinking into the corner of the carriage, murmuring, My parents and siblings are at home. Your Majesty, I want to go back. Then go back? Xiaoliang nodded directly, agreeing. He had only wanted Zhang Wuwei to see what he had done. It seemed these people were deliberately dragging their feet. Xiaoliang had ordered them to verify the charges against these city lords, but they took 10 whole days without any news. Xiaoliang was speechless, rolling his eyes at Li Nu. What's the matter with you? Is this really that hard? These people have so many crimes. Of course, we have to verify them one by one. Li Nu gritted her teeth, snorting. Having been tortured in the dungeon for so long, she naturally harbored much resentment. Not just her, everyone did. So, they naturally prolonged the process, making these scoundrels suffer more. Over the course of 10 days, Qi Jingtian had fully recovered and was cheerfully looking at Xiaoliang. Why is your Majesty in such a hurry? It will all be cleared up eventually, won't it? Your Majesty, the Crown Prince of the Deer King has arrived. Ji Xiang entered and announced. Oh? Xiaoliang hadn't met the Crown Prince of the Deer King before, so he was curious. Let him in. Seeing the young boy who walked in, Xiaoliang was taken aback. You are the Crown Prince of the Deer King? Your subject, Lu Shanhe, Crown Prince of the Deer King, pays homage to your Majesty. Lu Shanhe knelt directly on the ground as soon as he entered, respectfully performing a grand salute. Xiaoliang looked at him. How old are you? I am 11 years old this year. Although Lu Shanhe was young, and his voice still had a childish lilt, he was calm and showed no signs of panic. This child, not bad at all. Xiaoliang looked at him again and said lightly, What brings you to see me? Lu Shanhe kowtowed heavily and then said, I am aware of my father's grave sins and dare not beg for mercy. However, as a son, I cannot bear to see my father suffer so. I beseech your Majesty to let my father come down, and let me take his place. Where do you want to go? Xiaoliang looked at him with a half-smile. I don't understand your meaning. Chapter 491. Taking the blame for the father. Seeing this, Lu Shanhe kowtowed again heavily and said, I understand that the emperor is angry because Lord Wu mistreated the people. I also know that my father is suffering at the construction site. He is old and may not be able to endure such hardship. So I beg the emperor to allow me to take his place. I've been waiting here for over 10 days, yet only you dared to say such a thing. It seems you don't know the cruelty of the construction site. I'll take you there to see for yourself, Emperor Xiaoliang said with a smile, standing up and directly dragging him onto his carriage. After more than 10 days of suffering, these once noble individuals were now in a wretched state. The dear king, aware of his grave sins, worked slowly but never slacked off, resulting in the least injuries on his body. The others, who initially tried to shirk their duties, were often whipped. Seeing his father in such a disheveled state, Lu Shanhe's eyes reddened. He jumped off the carriage and ran towards his father. Father! Father! Hearing his son's voice, the dear king thought it was an illusion. He widened his eyes in disbelief, looking at Lu Shanhe running towards him, and grew anxious. Why are you here? Did the emperor send you? No, father. I came on my own. Lu Shanhe knelt down, tears streaming as he saw his father's cracked hands. Without another word, he started working. Seeing his son like this, the dear king grew desperate and slapped him across the face. You fool! Who allowed you to come? Father! Lu Shanhe, who had always been composed in front of Emperor Xiaoliang, now, in front of his father, was like a child, shedding tears of grievance. How can I, as your son, sit idly by while you suffer here? Then, he kowtowed to Emperor Xiaoliang, who was approaching. Your Majesty, I know my father has committed grave sins, but he has always been loyal to the Xia kingdom, never harboring any disloyal thoughts. I beg your Majesty to allow me to take his punishment. Do you know they work for 8 hours a day, eat only one meal, and any slight mistake results in a beating? Emperor Xiaoliang stood there, smiling faintly, watching Lu Shanhe. With your delicate skin, you'll be torn to pieces in a few days. No, please, don't. The dear king knelt on the ground, nearly falling over. Your Majesty, it's all my fault, not the child's. He's only 11 years old. A child's words, Your Majesty. Emperor Xiaoliang watched their father-son bond and smiled. Your child is a child, but are other children not children? Since you're willing, then it's settled. Emperor Xiaoliang waved his hand. Remove the dear king's shackles and put them on the young lord. I want to see how tough his bones are. No, please, don't. The dear king clutched his child in despair. However, after more than 10 days without proper food and constant labor, his already frail body was no match for them. He could only watch helplessly as his child was taken away and forced into the construction site. He knelt there, kowtowing incessantly. Your Majesty, I know I'm wrong. I'm willing to die, Your Majesty. Please, he's just a child. Say one more word, and I'll shoot him dead right now. Emperor Xiaoliang pulled out a bow and arrow. This wasn't a threat, it was a notice. Suddenly, the dear king was silenced like a chicken being strangled, not daring to utter a word. Though young and weak, Lu Shanhe dared not stop, doing what little he could. Jinyu, who understood Emperor Xiaoliang's intentions best, stepped forward and lashed Lu Shanhe with a whip. This strike was merciless. The dear king felt his heart shatter, gazing at Emperor Xiaoliang in despair, wishing he could take his son's place. Lu Shanhe fell to the ground but did not beg for mercy. He struggled to his feet and continued his work. Unfortunately, being so young, his efforts were limited. Seeing the child's resilience, even Jinyu felt a bit of admiration. At such a young age, to have such determination was no small feat. Song-er, standing nearby, tugged at Emperor Xiaoliang's sleeve and whispered, Father, what did that brother do wrong? Nothing. He's just taking the punishment for his father, Emperor Xiaoliang said, holding Song-er's hand. Sometimes, when making decisions, one can't only think of oneself but also of one's parents and family. Just like you, in the future, no matter what decisions you make, think of the people of the world. Hearing these words, the dear king felt his heart torn apart. He knelt there, feeling utterly desperate, not knowing when this ordeal would end. Tears streamed uncontrollably, hoping time would pass faster. Finally, when Lu Shanhe was struck for the third time, the Deer King couldn't take it anymore. "Your Majesty, kill me. He's just a child. He hasn't done anything wrong." "Enough, take them all back," Emperor Xiaoyang said, carrying Tsong and getting into the carriage. The Deer King stumbled towards his son, seeing his bloodied back, and wept. "Why are you so stubborn, child? I told you not to come, not to care, yet you still came." "Father, we can go home now," Lu Shanhe said with a foolish smile. "The Emperor is not cruel. We can go home." The Deer King carried his child on his back, following the procession, stumbling towards the city lord's mansion. With things having come to this, who knew what would happen next? However, with such a son, even if he died, he would die without regrets. "Father, don't cry. It's my fault. I'll be obedient from now on." Lu Shanhe lay on his back, full of guilt. "Father, I can walk on my own." The Deer King could only weep, unable to speak a word, only sighing repeatedly. After enduring more than 10 days of hardship, those who still clung to any lingering hope had completely given up, no longer daring to conceal anything. They confessed all the wrongs they had committed over the years. Emperor Xiaoyang, with his arms crossed, looked at them and said calmly, "I suppose you now understand what it means to suffer in the world. Repay twice the amount of silver you embezzled, and I can reinstate your positions." "What?" Everyone looked at each other in disbelief. This was robbery. Blatant robbery. Chapter 492. Shouldering it alone. The amount they embezzled wasn't actually that significant. It wouldn't be a problem to hand it all over. However, but they were truly impoverished. Doubling the amount was simply beyond their means. Not to mention the city lords. Even Lu Wang felt utterly desperate. If he were to hand over this money, his entire family would be left penniless, struggling to survive. Gazing at Xiaoyang, he hesitated for a long time before cautiously asking, "Your Majesty, could we repay this in installments?" "Installments? Then I'll charge interest. Write the IOUs yourselves." Xiaoyang shrugged. 1% interest. Was this the emperor? This was clearly the king of hell. Seeing Xiaoyang's demeanor, the group felt a surge of despair, but they had no other choice. So, they obediently wrote out the IOUs. Satisfied with the IOUs, Xiaoyang nodded. "All right, you've all been through a lot. Go home, go on, all of you." Go home? To return empty-handed and battered? Their expressions as they left were even more mournful than attending a funeral. Xiaoyang took a deep breath and tapped the table. "Lu Shanhe, stay." At these words, Lu Wang immediately knelt on the ground, pitifully gazing at Xiaoyang. "Your Majesty, he's just a child. This time, he indeed offended you, but it was out of urgency. Please, Your Majesty, do not hold it against him. Any blame, let it fall on me alone." "No need, Your Majesty. I have erred, and I am willing to bear the consequences, to accept the punishment." Lu Shanhe knelt on the ground, the movement aggravating the wound on his back, causing blood to trickle down. Seeing the child in this state, Xiaoyang smiled and then said calmly, "I've said it before. As long as you compensate, I won't pursue it. I'm keeping this child here because I like him and want him to be the crown prince's companion in study." "What?" Lu Wang stared at Xiaoyang in disbelief. Their Lu territory was a barren land, with education lagging behind. So, Lu Wang never imagined that one day his child could study in the imperial palace. Although they would be separated, it was indeed a good thing for the child. He immediately kowtowed heavily. "Your Majesty's kindness is overwhelming. I am deeply grateful. You've had a tough time. Go home now." Xiaoyang waved his hand, dismissing him. Now, only the two of them remained in the room. Xiaoyang smiled, looking at Lu Shanhe kneeling on the ground. "Your father was overjoyed to hear you'll be going to the capital with me to study. Why aren't you reacting?" "Your Majesty's favor is too great. I dare not accept it. I am but a wild weed from a barbarian land, unworthy of studying in the palace." Lu Shanhe cautiously ventured, Your Majesty, I wish to stay by my father's side. At 18, I'll let you return, and you'll become the Lu Wang. Xiaoyang smiled. This is an imperial decree. Defying it means death for the entire clan. Now, even if Lu Shanhe had any grievances, he dared not voice them, only reluctantly nodding. Yes, I understand. I am willing. Ji Xiang, take him and go treat his wounds properly, then send him directly to Yang Feiyu.
Yes.
Lu Shanhe was thus led away. Xiaoyang's lips curved slightly. He had originally thought the entire Lu territory was beyond redemption, but unexpectedly, there was a glimmer of hope. As long as the children didn't falter, this place wouldn't collapse. Changing into ordinary clothes, he walked out. Previously, when he went out, he had to be cautious, fearing he might be captured. The streets were merely a facade, not the reality. Now, Xiaoyang finally saw the true state of Lu territory. It was even worse than he had imagined. The streets were filled with beggars unable to afford food, worse even than the initial state of Qin. Even in such a city, there were vast, uncultivated forests, teeming with wild beasts. Many children dared not venture out, fearing they might be devoured by these beasts. No wonder there were so many wild game here. It was because the ecological environment was harsh. This wouldn't do. After surveying the area, Xiaoyang had a rough idea of what to do. He then led everyone to Lu City. Lu City was the largest city in Lu territory, and the Lu Wang Palace was also located there. If not for witnessing it himself, Xiaoyang would never have believed that such a dilapidated palace existed in the world. The Lu Wang Palace was merely large in size, devoid of any luxury. All decorations were made of animal bones and hides. Seeing this entirely fresh style of decoration, Songer was quite excited. Daddy, what's this? Is it a tiger's head? Yes, it's a tiger's skin. Xiaoyang smiled, looking at him. Songer, what do you think of this place? I think it's like the fairy tale world Daddy told me about. Songer was young and didn't understand the hardships of the world. A child's world was always simple. His words were akin to, why not eat meat porridge? Naive and somewhat insensitive. However, this wasn't Songer's fault. Xiaoyang didn't get angry. He merely waved his hand, instructing young Xuanya to take the child to rest. Lu Wang, dragging his wounded body, knelt on the ground. The Lu Wang Palace is humble. I hope your Majesty is not too inconvenienced. I'm not inconvenienced. It's you, the Lu Wang, who seemed to be suffering greatly. Xiaoyang looked at him and smiled. Give me 3 days. I want the best blacksmiths in the city to assemble at the Lu Wang Palace.
Yes.
Lu Wang immediately agreed. Although he had no idea why Xiaoyang needed blacksmiths at this time, he still chose to comply. Xiaoyang nodded in satisfaction. Arrange a room for me as a study. I need to draw. Yes. Lu Wang quickly led Xiaoyang to the best room, worried he might find it inadequate. Seeing Lu Wang's trembling demeanor, Xiaoyang pondered for a moment before speaking. The barrenness and poverty of Lu territory are not your fault. It's my failure as an emperor. I didn't pay attention to you sooner, nor did I help you. It's my fault for not addressing your issues effectively. What? Lu Wang had expected Xiaoyang to blame or disdain him for the previous events, but he never imagined such words would come from him. This young emperor could empathize so deeply with their plight? For some reason, his heart was pierced, and he burst into tears. Your Majesty, it's my incompetence. His sudden crying startled Xiaoyang, who patted his chest and said irritably, What are you crying for? You scared me. Is this the time to cry? Can you cry out money? Chapter 493. Thank you for your guidance. Why was money being brought up again? The dear king was utterly perplexed. After all, Xiaoyang was an emperor. So why did he constantly talk about money? He looked at Xiaoyang with confusion and whispered, Your Majesty, what money are you referring to? The dear king palace truly has no money left. If you want your subjects to prosper, don't you need to spend money? Look around. The streets of Deer City are filled with beggars. How can people who can't even afford to eat talk about loyalty and patriotism? Xiaoyang expressed his disdain and then waved his hand. Go back to bed and rest. In 3 days, I have something very important to discuss with you. After saying that, he sat down and began to draw. Once the Deer King left, Xiaoyang spoke up, Li Nu, scatter all our people out. I need to know every detail about the entire deer region. You have 3 days. The deer region wasn't particularly large, so 3 days would be more than enough. Li Nu accepted the order and turned to leave. Xiaoyang sat down and started drawing. Since most of this place was covered in primitive forests and was abundant in wild game, he decided to create some advanced hunting tools. At the very least, these tools would help the people here fill their stomachs. Most importantly, these forests weren't just filled with wild game. They also contained vast amounts of valuable timber. Once harvested, these resources could generate significant profits. This would also free up more space for the people to live. In this, the people here were still too ignorant, sitting on veritable mountains of gold without realizing it. Xiaoyang sighed, realizing that education was also a crucial matter. 3 days passed quickly, and Xiaoyang barely left his study except to eat and sleep. The entire Deer King family was so anxious that they couldn't sleep, fearing that Xiaoyang might suddenly decide to cut off all their heads. Early the next morning, Xiaoyang changed into rough cloth attire and went straight to the front hall. Seeing his own luxurious silk garments compared to Xiaoyang's simple attire, the Deer King often felt that he truly deserved to die. However, Xiaoyang didn't care about such things. He just looked at the Deer King and asked, "Are the people I requested here?" "Yes, they are already here." The Deer King nodded immediately. 30 of the best blacksmiths. Good. Call them over. Don't reveal my identity, Xiaoyang said with a smile, looking at the Deer King. Although he had no idea what Xiaoyang was planning, the Deer King obediently summoned the 30 blacksmiths. Xiaoyang handed out the blueprints he had drawn. Pass these around and take a look. Those who can understand them, take a step forward. After quickly reviewing the blueprints, 16 of the 30 blacksmiths stepped forward. Perfect. Xiaoyang then handed out another set of blueprints. Same rule. Those who understand, step forward. This time, 10 people stepped forward. Xiaoyang nodded in satisfaction. You 6 will work on what you can understand. The other 14 will assist you. The remaining 10, work on the blueprints you have. Everyone turned to look at the Deer King. Clearly, they had no idea who Xiaoyang was or whether they should follow his orders. Seeing this, the Deer King became furious and gritted his teeth, saying, "What are you all standing around for? Get to work."
Yes.
Although they didn't understand why the Deer King was so angry, everyone obediently went outside to start working. Xiaoyang then pulled out a map, meticulously marked with all the primitive forests by his own hand. Here, and these areas are close to residential zones. So, all the trees in these areas should be cut down and turned into timber, then transported to various places. You don't need to worry about the transportation routes. I've already figured out a solution. Xiaoyang looked at the Deer King. The Deer King couldn't keep up with Xiaoyang's train of thought. He found it utterly unbelievable, as he had never considered that these trees could turn into money in his pocket. "I'm speaking to you," Xiaoyang said, exasperated. What was wrong with this old man? Was he really suffering from dementia? Finally, the Deer King snapped out of it and nodded quickly. "Yes, Your Majesty, I understand. I'll arrange it immediately. This is a blueprint for logging tools. Find some ordinary blacksmiths to make more of these. Logging shouldn't be something just anyone can do. You need to establish rules. Only designated loggers, after proper training, can go into the mountains to cut trees. If anyone dares to log illegally, cut off their hands and feet." Xiaoyang immediately handed over all his blueprints to the Deer King. Initially, the Deer King had thought that Xiaoyang had spent the past 3 days plotting how to kill their entire family. But now, seeing these blueprints, the Deer King was moved to tears. He knelt down and said, "Your Majesty, I thank you from the bottom of my heart. On behalf of all the people of the Deer region, I thank you. Stop crying. Time is pressing. Instead of crying, why not go and work?" Xiaoyang said, half amused, half exasperated. At your age, why do you keep crying? After he left, Lu Shanhe looked at Xiaoyang with a complex expression. Xiaoyang glanced at the boy and smiled softly. Go ahead, speak. Your Majesty, why do you know so much? Lu Shanhe asked, confused. That's why I want to take you to the capital. There are many things I can't bring here, but you can. After being exposed to new ideas, receiving systematic education, and broadening your horizons, you'll naturally know more. Xiaoyang sighed, looking at Lu Shanhe with a hint of sadness in his eyes. My capabilities are limited, and my energy is finite. The world is so vast. I can't personally handle everything. But no matter what, I hope my people can all have enough to eat. So, this hope must be placed on you children. Not just you, but also my own children. Initially, Lu Shanhe had thought Xiaoyang was an unreasonable emperor. But never had he expected that Xiaoyang had already made long-term plans. Even in the dire situation of the Deer region, Xiaoyang hadn't even considered giving up for a moment. Instead, he had listed all the pressing problems and provided precise solutions. For some reason, Lu Shanhe's previously confused heart seemed to clear up in an instant. He suddenly knew what he should do in the future. He knelt down and kowtowed deeply to Xiaoyang. Your Majesty, I thank you for your guidance. Chapter 494. Why are you crying? That's more like it. At the beginning, Xiaoyang could already sense that the child had some degree of reluctance towards her. Initially, she was worried that the child might be stubborn, but to her surprise, despite being young, the child was quite sensible. It seems that the saying, poor children mature early, holds true. Soon, all the matters here were fully settled. With Xiaoyang in charge, even those who wanted to play tricks didn't dare to. In the blink of an eye, 3 or 4 months had passed, and Xiaoyang had stayed here from autumn to winter. In the capital, letters of urging arrived one after another. So Xiaoyang had to hurry and prepare to return. Today was the day when the city lords came to report their work. Xiaoyang looked at the ledgers they presented, nodding in satisfaction, and said lightly, It seems you've taken my words to heart. That's good. Continue to follow this standard in the future. Remember, you all owe debts, so work hard and earn money to repay them. The officials looked at each other, smiling and bowing to Xiaoyang. We obey your command. All right, I've stayed here for quite some time, and there are many matters in the capital waiting for me to handle. I'll leave early tomorrow morning. Xiaoyang waved her hand. Although you now have a bypass road, the main roads still need to be repaired. Can't have foreigners coming and going through small paths, can we? Also, road construction must be voluntary, and wages cannot be shortchanged. As for the money that was embezzled before, I'll soon return it. Don't worry about the funds. As long as it's spent on legitimate purposes, I won't be stingy. Xiaoyang made another generous allocation. Initially, these officials thought Xiaoyang was ruthless and feared they wouldn't have an easy time, but to their surprise, she turned out to be so easy to talk to. Over these 3 or 4 months, they had developed a bond. Now that they heard Xiaoyang was leaving, they felt a tinge of reluctance. Especially Lu Wang, who sighed and murmured softly, It's a pity. The emperor belongs to the whole world. If only the emperor were the emperor of just our Lu region. Besides the Lu region, there's also the Shu region, the Chun region, and many other places I need to visit. However, with only 2 months left until the new year, I'm afraid I won't be able to visit them this year. Xiaoyang sighed, looking at them. When I'm here, you work as you do. When I'm not, you still work as you do. If I find out you're slacking off, see how I deal with you. Deal with them? Recalling Xiaoyang's methods when she first arrived, they all fell silent, nodding like woodpeckers. Seeing the room full of nodding woodpeckers, Xiaoyang nodded in satisfaction. All right, you may all leave. Get back to work and try to have fewer meetings. These meetings waste time and disrupt work. Currently, the entire Lu region is cutting down trees, and dozens of ships of timber have already been shipped out, bringing back a lot of money. This year, every household will be able to have a full stomach for the new year. Xiaoyang has never had high expectations of herself. As long as all the people can have enough to eat, that's enough. After everyone left, Lu Wang looked at Xiaoyang with reluctance. Your Majesty, are you really leaving? As you said, I am the emperor of the entire world, not just your emperor. So, of course, I have to leave. Don't put on an act here. I know you're reluctant to part with your son, aren't you? Xiaoyang smiled. This child has made significant progress under my care over these 3 or 4 months. I'll make sure to discipline him well. You can rest assured. Your Majesty is wise. It's the child's fortune to be guided by you. What else could I possibly worry about? It's just that the Lu region is so impoverished. Your Majesty has suffered a lot here for 3 or 4 months. I truly feel guilty. If Lu Wang had said this before just to be polite, now his words were sincere. He truly felt guilty for not being able to provide Xiaoyang with the best. Xiaoyang looked at his sincere expression and smiled faintly. I have everything I need in the capital. It's rare to have such fresh experiences. All right, stop overthinking. As I always say, work hard. After saying that, she turned and walked out. She was quite busy now, packing up and preparing to leave immediately. Tao Jinzi had already planned the route. Just like the journey here, it would take at most 5 days to return to the capital. Father, are we really going back? Song'er looked at the place with reluctance. But Song'er likes the big tigers and lions. Seeing Song'er's innocent expression, Xiaoyang smiled tenderly and then picked the child up, saying softly, Yes, we're going back. If you like these, shall we take some back with us? Your Majesty, we already have too much to carry. Yang Xuanya looked at Xiaoyang helplessly. He was simply too indulgent with the child. After these 3 or 4 months of living together, the two had grown as close as an ordinary couple. So Yang Xuanya no longer approached him with the initial trepidation. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyang immediately rolled her eyes, holding Song'er's hand and looking pitiful. Song'er, you see, Father wanted to take some back with us, but the Empress disagrees. So, Father can't do anything about it. Xiaoyang, how can you be so shameless? Yang Feiyu looked at him with disdain, annoyed. You clearly didn't want to do it yourself, so why are you acting like it's my sister's fault? Why are you everywhere? Xiaoyang looked at him with disdain, annoyed. This is between me and your sister. Why do you have so much to say? You're everywhere. So talkative. Seeing them bickering, Yang Xuanya was speechless, directly taking the luggage and Song'er out. Even Tao Jinzi, who usually doesn't talk much, couldn't help but say, Yang Feiyu, you're really too reckless. After all, you're the emperor's subject. Why do you have so much to say? None of your business. Pack your stuff. Yang Feiyu snorted. He was now in a state of madness, equally annoying everyone. The group laughed and chatted as they boarded the carriage together. Lu Shanhe couldn't bear to leave the place where he grew up. Before getting on the carriage, he grabbed a handful of soil, kowtowed 3 times to Lu Wang, and then boarded the carriage. My son, my child. Lu Wangfei couldn't hold back, chasing after the carriage at her age, wailing loudly. Lu Wang also couldn't bear to part with his child, but seeing his wife's state, he stopped her. Enough. Why are you crying? Chapter 495, Jealousy. How can I not cry? Our child is gone just like that. The dear queen sobbed with reddened eyes, choking back tears. You don't understand. This child has never left my side since birth. How can I feel at ease? Wah, my child. You must eat well and sleep well. The dear queen sobbed even louder. Listening to his mother's wailing, Lu Shanhe felt a bit embarrassed. His face flushed as he whispered, Your Majesty, please don't take offense to my mother's tears. She's just worried about me and doesn't mean any disrespect to you. I understand. The heart of a parent knows no bounds. I can empathize. Xiaoyang smiled and looked at Lu Shanhe. That's good. Empathy is all that matters. Otherwise, it would be terribly embarrassing. The group boarded the ship without a hitch and, in just 5 days, arrived in the capital. Although Lu Shanhe had heard that the journey would be very fast, the fact that they returned to the capital in such a short time still left him in disbelief. He looked at Xiaoyang in astonishment and whispered, Your Majesty, how did you manage this? This is the world outside, as I've told you. Xiaoyang smiled and pulled back the carriage curtain. Come, take a look. This is the bustling capital, where everything you could ever want is available. Indeed, Liu Shanhe had never left the Deer region since birth. Despite being the heir to the royal residence, he had never truly seen the world beyond. As they journeyed through the capital, many things were beyond his comprehension. Now he finally understood what Xiaoyang had meant when he spoke of limitations. This was the difference, the stark contrast between the Deer region and the outside world. Their Deer region was desolate, with the people struggling to have a single full meal, while the capital. Observing Liu Shanhe's expression, Xiaoyang could guess what the boy was thinking. He smiled softly and said, "Even fingers have different lengths. How much more so for such a vast world? The poverty of the Deer region isn't due to your laziness or lack of effort, but simply bad luck. If you wish to change, you must defy the heavens, understand?" "Yes, Your Majesty, I understand," Liu Shanhe immediately agreed. Xiaoyang didn't elaborate further at that moment, but turned his gaze to Tsonger, smiling. "Tsonger, how was it after running around outside for 3 or 4 months?" "I felt a bit seasick," Tsonger truthfully replied. Being young and never having been on a boat before, he felt dizzy and unwell. While he enjoyed everything else about the journey, the seasickness left a lasting impression on him. "Haha, with more trips, you'll get used to it." Xiaoyang laughed, picking up a plum and placing it in Tsonger's mouth. "Eat this, and you'll feel better." The return of the emperor to the palace was a significant event, but since his departure hadn't been grand, his return was similarly uneventful. Xiaoyang escorted them to the inner palace, arranged a residence for Liu Shanhe, and then hurried to the Chengqian palace. Prime Minister Fong saw Xiaoyang enter and quickly stepped forward, kneeling. "Long live the emperor." "Rise and speak." Xiaoyang sat down, taking a sip of tea and closing his eyes in contentment. He had thought himself not overly pampered, but during his time in the Deer region, he had felt 100 times out of place. It seemed that after indulging in good living for too long, one truly became addicted to it. "Why the hurry to call me back?" Xiaoyang looked at Prime Minister Fong with curiosity. "Is there something you couldn't handle?" "There is indeed something I couldn't handle." Prime Minister Fong presented the invitation from the Rainbow Island Kingdom. This time, the Rainbow Island Kingdom formally requests to visit. "Your Majesty, shall we accept?" The Rainbow Island Kingdom is indeed shrewd and sharp. Xiaoyang looked at him, smiled, and then said calmly, "Prime Minister, what do you think they're aiming for by coming at this time?" Hearing this, Prime Minister Fong sighed. "Previously, I consulted with several senior officials. We just killed their spies and dismantled the Xiaojiao Pavilion. These scoundrels choosing this moment to come must not be for any good. Isn't it said that those who come uninvited are up to no good?" A cultured man like Prime Minister Fong, now resorting to cursing? Seeing Prime Minister Fong's expression, Xiaoyang snorted, tossing the invitation to the ground. "If they're so eager to come and die, let them in. I'd like to see what kind of beasts have such black hearts." Immediately summon the Minister of War to report. Xiaoyang waved his hand, beginning to strategize. Prime Minister Fong felt a bit awkward and whispered, "Your Majesty, you might have forgotten, but the Minister of War is still on his way back from Jiangnan and won't arrive in the capital until the day after tomorrow." "Fine, then we'll discuss it tomorrow." Xiaoyang waved his hand, rubbing his neck. "I've just returned from outside and am utterly exhausted. That's all for now. Dismissed. I need to rest." In the Qinghua Palace. "Sister, you're finally back. I've missed you so much." Bai Yuner rushed in excitedly, hugging young Xuanya. Then, noticing Tsonger on the ground, she quickly went over, pinched his cheek, and smiled. "Tsonger, after being away for so long, do you still remember who I am?" Tsonger obediently bowed. "Greetings, by consort." "According to palace etiquette, as the crown prince, you shouldn't bow to me." Bai Yuner sidestepped, refusing the gesture, and then hugged Tsonger, smiling. "Our Tsonger has grown taller, but why so thin? And darker? Did you suffer outside?" "No, I didn't suffer. Everything was fine, and so was I. Thank you for your concern. By consort." Tsonger quickly got off the ground, taking out a big tiger from his small bundle. "Look, This is what I bought in the deer region. Although it's handmade, it's made of real tiger skin. Hee hee, isn't it nice? I'll give it to you, by consort. Oh, it's so beautiful. Bayuner took the tiger toy, feeling utterly delighted. This is too cute. Thank you, Songer. I love it. What about me? Do I get a gift too? Consort Xian entered from outside, smiling warmly. Seeing her, Songer rushed forward and hugged her leg. Xian consort, I've missed you so much. Bayuner suddenly sensed something was off and huffed. Songer, I feel like you like consort Xian more. What's wrong with that? Even if he likes me the most, it's only natural. Consort Xian bent down and kissed Songer. My dear, you've gotten thinner. Chapter 496, Affection. Songer shook his head. Not thinner, Daddy said this is strong. Haha, yes, our Songer is strong now. All grown up. Concubine Xian laughed heartily, lifting the child into her arms. Oh my, you've really grown so much. I can hardly carry you anymore. When Xiaoyang arrived, he heard the cheerful laughter from this side and walked in curiously, only to find the courtyard bustling with activity. Greetings, Your Majesty. Everyone stepped forward to pay their respects. Xiaoyang smiled and waved his hand, saying lightly, all right, rise, rise. Thank you, Your Majesty. The three stood up with smiles. Seeing Bayuner, Xiaoyang suddenly remembered what Tao Jinzi had said earlier. He smiled at Bayuner. How long has noble consort Bai been in the palace? What's going on? Bayuner, too, didn't know why she was most afraid of the emperor's sudden attention, but she still smiled and replied softly, Yes, Your Majesty, I have been in the palace for half a year. Half a year already, Xiaoyang said, stepping closer and smiling at her. I haven't visited your White Cloud Palace yet. I hear the scenery there is quite nice. Yang Xinya's eyes darkened, and she lowered her head to look at Songer, remaining silent. Bayuner, on the other hand, felt as if she had seen a ghost. Although she had initially hoped to have something happen with Xiaoyang when she first entered the palace, she hadn't had the opportunity in recent times. So, she thought she could still live a happy life without anything happening with Xiaoyang. If that's the case, why bother? Unexpectedly, after Xiaoyang returned from his trip, he seemed like a completely different person. The initiative in such matters was always in Xiaoyang's hands. Whatever he said was final, and whether he wanted something or not, it was up to him, as he was the emperor. Everyone else had no say in the matter. Even if Bayuner herself wasn't fond of Xiaoyang, she had to endure for the sake of the Yunnan prince's estate. She could only force a smile. Yes, Your Majesty, I have some unique Yunnan pu'er tea there. Would you like to come and try it? Such fine tea, of course, I'll come, Xiaoyang smiled, stepping forward to take her hand, then turning back to smile at Yang Xinya. I won't be coming back tonight. You should rest early. Yes, Yang Xinya forced down the sourness in her heart and nodded obediently. After they left, Concubine Xian looked at Yang Xinya with a complex expression and whispered, Have you already been intimate with the emperor? Yes, Yang Xinya admitted without hiding, as there was no need to conceal such a thing. Concubine Xian pondered for a moment, then said softly, Don't you wish for others to be intimate with the emperor? No, Yang Xinya smiled faintly. When I married, I was well aware that I was marrying the emperor. How could his nights be spent with only me? Hearing this, Concubine Xian sighed, her voice heavy. If everyone were the same, it would be fine. But if not everyone has the same, and not everyone holds the same, over time, resentment will inevitably arise. I really didn't want to see that. Your Highness, I'll take my leave now. Concubine Xian turned and walked out. She had been too naive. Once caught in the whirlpool of power, how could one remain untouched? She had even thought she could live happily ever after, playing and working in the Qinghua Palace. But now she understood that everything had changed. The real palace life had begun. She didn't even know how long their false sisterhood could last. Lady Yang, are you unhappy? Songer looked at her pitifully. Hearing this, Yang Xinya quickly shook her head and smiled. No, I'm not upset. Are you jealous? You're so young. Do you even know what jealousy is? Yang Xinya couldn't help but laugh. Seeing Yang Xinya's reaction, Song'er smiled and whispered, Lady Yang, please don't be jealous. Daddy is the emperor. You know that? The logic was clear, but when it came down to it, she couldn't help but feel a bit bothered. However, Yang Xinya wasn't the jealous type. She smiled and led Song'er into the house. It's been a while since we've been back. Do you miss the delicious food at home?
Yes.
Song'er nodded immediately. I want to eat jujube and yam cakes. White Cloud Palace. This was the first time since Bai Yuner entered the palace that Xiaoyang had come here, so everyone inside and out was on edge. Looking at the teacups on the table, Xiaoyang smiled. This tea set is quite nice. Bai Yuner stepped forward, feeling a pang of regret. This was her dowry, a set of white jade teaware. If your majesty likes it, I can give it to you, Bai Yuner ventured cautiously. Give it? Xiaoyang couldn't help but laugh when he heard this, looking at Bai Yuner. Such a fine thing, are you willing to part with it? All I have is from your majesty's grace, how could I not be willing? As long as your majesty desires, I am willing to give it. Not really. Seeing Bai Yuner's expression, Xiaoyang knew this tea set was a cherished item of hers, and she was probably reluctant to part with it, yet she still put on this act of generosity, which was quite endearing. Xiaoyang smiled and asked softly, Is that true? Whatever I want, you'll give it to me. Yes, it's all true. Bai Yuner gritted her teeth, thinking she could always ask her father for another set. Xiaoyang picked up the teacup and examined it carefully, then said lightly, This is indeed exquisite, but I am a man, and such delicate things are not suitable for me. You should keep it for yourself. Keep it for herself? He doesn't like it? Bai Yuner looked up at Xiaoyang. Yes, thank you, your majesty. However, there is something else I'd like to ask of you. Xiaoyang smiled, resting his cheek on one hand, his expression teasing, I wonder if you'd be willing to part with it? What does he want now? Bai Yuner was now completely flustered, unsure of what exactly he was asking for. She furrowed her brows, hesitated, and then said softly, Your Majesty, what is it you desire? As long as it is mine, I will surely offer it to you. Good, then help me raise some horses, Xiaoyang said without hesitation, directly stating his request. What? Bai Yuner was dumbfounded, even doubting if she had heard him correctly. Your Majesty? Bai Yuner was stunned. What did your Majesty say? The war horses from Yunnan are quite good. I like them, so I want you to help raise some. See if you can breed ones exactly like them. Xiaoyang smiled at her. Is this too difficult for the noble consort? Or is it that you don't know how to raise horses? I do know how, but, Bai Yuner's face fell, but I am a noble consort now. Chapter 497. Drunk. What kind of nonsense are you talking about? A noble consort of the highest rank, going to tend horses? Isn't that utterly ridiculous? Actually, before returning, Xiaoyang had seriously considered this matter, and also thought that having a noble consort tend horses was not a wise decision. However, he still smiled at her and said softly, Sun Wukong once served as the protector of the horses, and it wasn't considered shameful. Who is Sun Wukong? Bai Yuner looked at Xiaoyang with a puzzled expression. Only then did Xiaoyang realize that this was an alternate era, so there was no such figure as Sun Wukong. After thinking for a moment, he said softly, I heard you like storybooks. I have the best, newest ones that no one else has. If you tend my horses for me, I'll write storybooks for you. How about it? Could it really be that simple? Bai Yuner looked at Xiaoyang, feeling a bit confused. She didn't quite understand him, because after all, he was the emperor. If he wanted something, he could just command it. There was no need to negotiate like this. What do you say? Deal. Bai Yuner nodded. Yu Chan, go and bring some of the strong Yunnan liquor I brought. Tell the kitchen to prepare more delicious dishes. The emperor will be dining here tonight. Bai Yuner smiled brightly at Xiaoyang. She directly sat opposite him. Since the emperor doesn't treat me as an outsider, then I won't stand on ceremony. Let's drink heartily today. If the emperor can outdrink me, I'll tend your horses. How about it? Agreed. Xiaoyang immediately agreed. Seeing how readily he agreed, Bai Yuner laughed heartily. The emperor mustn't underestimate me. I never underestimate anyone, Xiaoyang said, finding her demeanor utterly charming, and he couldn't help but smile. Yuchan, witnessing this, felt it was beyond belief. What kind of behavior was this for a lady? However, the food and drinks were soon ready. Bai Yuner was indeed bold and unlike any other woman. When she drank, she used large soup bowls. Your Majesty, I've had a very happy half-year in the palace, and I'm very grateful to you. I'd like to toast you. With that, Bai Yuner downed her drink in one go. Good drinking skills. Xiaoyang smiled and emptied his cup as well. After a few rounds, Bai Yuner started to feel the effects of the alcohol and began playing drinking games with Xiaoyang. In terms of drinking alone, Xiaoyang was no match for Bai Yuner, but her skills in playing drinking games were abysmal, so Xiaoyang took advantage of that. Your Majesty, you're truly amazing. In Yunnan, no one can outdrink me, but you've impressed me. I'm convinced. Clunk. With that, Bai Yuner's head slammed onto the table. Your Majesty, please forgive her. The Empress Consort didn't mean it. She's just used to the freedom of Yunnan. Yuchan knelt on the ground, feeling anxious. Hearing this, Xiaoyang smiled faintly and said, I find the Empress Consort's current state quite charming. You be my witness, I won. Yes, Your Majesty is truly magnanimous. Yuchan quickly praised. Xiaoyang stood up smiling. Find me a room. I'm tired.
Yes.
Yuchan quickly arranged for Xiaoyang to rest. In fact, Xiaoyang could have left right away, but if he did, Bai Yuner would have lost face. To save her dignity, Xiaoyang decided to stay. The next morning, ouch, my head hurts. Bai Yuner sat up, feeling pain all over her body, especially her head, which felt like it was about to explode. Seeing her like this, Yuchan rolled her eyes, feeling both exasperated and helpless. Do you remember what you did yesterday, Your Highness? Where's the Emperor? Bai Yuner noticed the empty space beside her and felt annoyed. Oh no! The old nanny said I shouldn't sleep too long and should help the Emperor get ready for court. I forgot again. I'll probably be scolded by the nanny later. Yuchan looked at Bai Yuner, feeling helpless. Your Highness, that's not the main issue now. The problem is, you lost to the Emperor in drinking yesterday, and now have to tend his horses. What? Bai Yuner grew anxious upon hearing this. That's impossible. That was such strong liquor. How could I have lost? Even if I drank like that, the Emperor is fine. Bai Yuner looked at Yuchan, disbelieving. Yuchan didn't know how to explain, so she had to tell the truth. If it was just a straight-up drinking contest, you might have been fine, but you lost too many drinking games, so you ended up losing. Your Highness, you've been outwitted. That's so sneaky. Bai Yuner grew furious, gritting her teeth. I thought he was a good person. Who knew he'd trick me like this? That's just too much. Hearing this, Yuchan scratched her nose and said softly, if you hadn't challenged him to drink, you wouldn't have been tricked. If you hadn't played drinking games, you wouldn't have been tricked. You little brat, what are you implying? Are you saying I'm a fool and deserve to be tricked? Bai Yuner clenched her teeth, glaring. Do you believe I'll beat you up? Yuchan sighed, feeling helpless. My noble Empress Consort, now's not the time to discuss this. What are we going to do about this situation? What to do? Just deal with it as it comes. Bai Yuner shrugged, unconcerned. It's not a big deal. I've long stopped caring about my reputation. Just get used to it. I can get used to it, but what about the Emperor? You know, the Emperor rarely comes by, and instead of seizing the opportunity to serve him, you drank? Others might not know, but I do. You don't want to serve him, do you? Yuchan lowered her voice. At this, Bai Yuner grew flustered, mumbling. How dare you speak so recklessly? Do you know where we are? Your Highness, this is the Imperial Palace. You're the Empress Consort. Yuchan sighed. Serving the Emperor is your duty, isn't it? Yes, but... Bai Yuner's gaze dropped. Didn't you see Sister Yang's expression when the Emperor held my hand yesterday? I know she's different from us. She truly loves the Emperor, and I don't want to hurt our sisterly bond. Your Highness? Yuchan was stunned. She hadn't expected Bai Yuner to be thinking of this. She was at a loss, whispering, Your Highness, You must realize that this day will come eventually. I know I'm being foolish, but I just can't bring myself to hurt Sister Yang. I'll just take it one step at a time and deal with it when it can't be avoided. You're out of your mind. Yang Xuanya had come to deliver something to Bai Yuner, but she never expected to overhear this. She stepped forward, frowning at Bai Yuner. In your eyes, am I such a petty person who can't bear to see you happy? Sister Yang, I just didn't want you to feel sad. Bai Yuner lowered her head, feeling guilty. Chapter 498. What now? Although Bai Yuner's words were sincere and heartfelt, Yang Xuanya didn't buy it. She snorted, poking Bai Yuner's forehead forcefully, and said irritably, if someone else said this, I might have believed it, but coming from you, I don't. We've been together every day since we entered the palace. You're the kind of person others might not know, but I do. You don't like the emperor, do you? Sister. Bai Yuner grew anxious, grabbing Yang Xuanya's wrist and whispering, Sister, since you know my feelings, you should understand me. Why bring it up? If outsiders hear this, our whole family will suffer. If I die, that's one thing. But the Yunnan prince's mansion hasn't done anything wrong. You don't like the emperor? Do you have someone you like? Yang Xuanya looked at Bai Yuner with curiosity. Bai Yuner thought for a moment, her face turning red as she whispered, I don't know if it's love, but whenever I see that person, I feel so happy. What's his name? What does he do? His name is Zhang Jianyun. He's a guard at our mansion and the best horse trainer. Bai Yuner held Yang Xuanya's hand and whispered, the emperor never really liked me. With so many women in the harem, he can have anyone he wants. Why does it have to be me? I'm not ready. After 6 months in the palace, she remained a virgin. Although this situation was absurd, in reality, Bai Yuner had secretly been enjoying this state. But now, that joy was about to end. She was finally going to become a real imperial concubine. She lowered her head, mumbling, actually, from the day I entered the palace, I knew this day would come. If it were just me, I wouldn't have entered the palace even if it cost me my life. But I'm not just one person. There are so many people in the Yunnan prince's mansion. Right. Hearing this, Yang Xuanya was momentarily at a loss for words. She could only sigh helplessly and murmur, so, what do you want to do now? I don't know. Once you enter the palace, it's like stepping into a vast, endless sea. Can I really do anything I want? In the end, my fate was already decided long ago. Bai Yuner smiled faintly. Sister Yang, even if I do end up with the emperor, I won't take anything from you. I don't like him at all. Seeing Bai Yuner's carefree demeanor, Yang Xuanya felt a mix of emotions. She nodded, all right, I understand. With that, she turned and walked out, grabbing a bunch of delicious snacks before heading straight to the imperial study. When Xiaoyang saw her coming, he was a bit surprised. He smiled and then said softly, if I remember correctly, you can't cook, right? No, these were made by the palace maids. I have something to tell you, but you have to promise me one thing. You can't get angry. Yang Xuanya sat across from Xiaoyang and began to ramble. Hearing this, Xiaoyang became serious. He put down what he was holding, frowned, and looked at her. What do you want to say? It's simple, really. I know how Lady Fong disappeared. So, can Lady Bai disappear too? Yang Xuanya smiled at Xiaoyang. What? Xiaoyang spat out the pastry in his mouth upon hearing this, staring at Yang Xuanya in disbelief. He whispered, I didn't know you were like this. Nothing really happened between me and Bai Yuner yesterday. Is it really necessary for her to die? What kind of person do you think I am? Yang Xuanya was furious upon hearing this. She shot him a glare and said irritably, don't you think I'm like you? I'll tell you, Bai Yuner doesn't like you. She likes a guard from their mansion, a horse trainer. What? Xiaoyang felt his world crumble upon hearing this. He even felt it would have been better if it were just jealousy. He sighed, feeling helpless, and said, so, you're serious? I'm not even as good as a horse trainer. It's not that. It's just, well, love doesn't really make sense, does it? Yang Xuanya looked at Xiaoyang and whispered, Besides, you wanted by Yuner for her horse training skills, right? So, isn't it better to leave things as they are? Although she said that, it still seemed a bit absurd. Xiaoyang looked at young Xuanya, sighed helplessly, and then murmured, "If we really get into it, I'm afraid. All the women in the palace wouldn't want to stay. Should I send every single one of them away? How many do you want?" Young Xuanya asked helplessly, "So, what do you think about this?" "I don't know. Let's see." Xiaoyang waved his hand. He looked at young Xuanya, feeling speechless. He rolled his eyes and muttered, "You're my imperial concubine, yet you're encouraging me to give away the women in the palace. Are you crazy?" Young Xuanya stood up, speaking with conviction. "I've been crazy since I entered the palace, not just now. You should get used to it, shouldn't you?" With that, she turned and walked out. Get used to it? Did he need to? Was there no justice left? Xiaoyang stuffed a pastry into his mouth, frowning as he looked at the cat beside him. He muttered, "Am I really that bad?" "Not really." The cat nodded seriously, smiled, and then said softly, "In fact, I think the emperor is great. But who would fall in love with an emperor? Isn't that just asking for trouble?" Xiaoyang hadn't expected the one usually best at comforting him to say something like that. However, he thought it made sense. Any intelligent woman would strive to restrain herself and not fall in love with an emperor, as it marked the beginning of a miserable life. Xiaoyang sighed, feeling frustrated. "Forget it. I'll ask around later." "Ask? About what?" "The inner palace." Linger strutted into the inner palace, standing there arrogantly. "When will the inner palace deliver what I want? Aren't you doing your jobs?" "Your Grace, please calm down. The servants are preparing it, and it will be delivered to you soon." The eunuch, Xiaoluzi, bowed his head, speaking humbly. Upon hearing this, Linger slapped him across the face. "How dare you contradict me?"
Smack.
Tianzhao walked out and slapped Linger hard, pulling Xiaoluzi behind her. She frowned at Linger and said irritably, "What are you shouting about here?" Upon hearing this, Linger was stunned. "How dare you? I am a noble consort, and you're just a lowly servant. How dare you hit me?" Chapter 499. Sobbing. "Are you out of your mind?" Tianzhao snorted coldly. "I am a first-rank lady official, and what are you? Just a lowly concubine. What right do you have to strut around here? Do you even have the right to use the things you're asking for? Let me tell you, this wealth and honor didn't come easy, so you'd better hold onto it tightly. If you lose it, see what you'll do." "You." Linger covered her face, glaring at Tianzhao with clenched teeth. "You're going too far. I'm going to tell the emperor, and he'll deal with you severely. Go ahead and try. Just get out of here already. You're in the way. Get lost." Tianzhao spat out harshly. For some time now, Linger had been taking advantage of her past service to the empress to run rampant in the palace, which had already made Tianzhao very displeased. To her astonishment, things had escalated even further, and now Linger had come here to cause trouble? She was asking for a beating. Linger stormed out of the inner treasury and headed straight to the imperial study. "I need to see the emperor." "Your Highness, the emperor is in the middle of a meeting. You can't go in." Ji Xiang, who had retired to his family home, was now replaced by his disciple, Jin Zhong, who stood guard at the door. Seeing this young eunuch dare to block her path, Linger didn't hold back, slapping him across the face. "How dare you? I said I need to see the emperor, and you still dare to stop me? Do you believe I'll have your head?" Jin Zhong immediately knelt down, no longer obstructing her. If she wanted to go in and get herself in trouble, so be it. "Your Majesty, woo-woo. Your Majesty, I am wronged." Linger barged in, dropping to her knees and sobbing loudly. Lu Jing couldn't even believe his eyes. He looked at the sobbing Linger on the floor and then at Xiaoyang, who was lowering his head, not daring to speak. Xiaoyang was dumbfounded when he saw her barge in like this. He frowned and said irritably, "What are you making a scene for? Have you no shame?" "Your Majesty, I am wronged, truly wronged." Linger wailed even louder. Xiaoyang was furious at her behavior. He coldly said, "How dare you? Do you know where you are? This is no place for your sobbing. Get out. Your Majesty, please uphold justice for me. Linger continued to cry on her knees. The servants of the inner treasury are so insolent. I needed some things for my palace, but they kept delaying and refusing to give them to me. Today, I was in urgent need, so I went to demand them myself, but the head of the inner treasury actually slapped me. Your Majesty, please uphold justice for me. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yang's brows furrowed tightly. He looked at Linger and said helplessly, "Why did you provoke the inner treasury for no reason? Go back first, and I will investigate this matter thoroughly. Is that clear?" Your Majesty, please uphold justice for me. Your Majesty, I shall take my leave now. Lu Jing stood up, bowed, and turned to leave. Based on his years of experience, he knew this woman was likely in for a harsh punishment. Seeing Lu Jing leave, Xiaoyang's expression changed. He coldly looked at Linger on the floor. "Do you think I know nothing? Recently, you've been using the late Empress's name to flaunt your authority in the palace. Everyone respected the late Empress and didn't bother with you. But what have you done? Truly despicable. Your Majesty, I truly served the late Empress with all my heart. Silence. Xiaoyang slammed the table heavily. He coldly looked at Linger, disdainfully saying, "I only gave you a position because the late Empress took a liking to you, but you actually think you're something special? Get out, go back to your palace and reflect on your actions." Your Majesty? Linger was panicking. If the Empress were still here, she wouldn't. Jinzhong. Xiaoyang bellowed. Jinzhong immediately entered. Your Majesty. Drag the Ling concubine out, give her 50 slaps, and send her to the Blue Flower Palace to be properly educated by the noble consort Yang. Xiaoyang roared. What? Linger couldn't believe what was happening. She looked at Xiaoyang in disbelief. Your Majesty, no, please. Jinzhong dragged Linger out and raised his hand, delivering a heavy slap to her face. Your Majesty, I dare not anymore. Please spare me. Smack, smack, smack. Jinzhong was merciless. After a dozen slaps, Linger's face was already swollen. By the time she was sent back to the Blue Flower Palace, her face was so disfigured that she barely resembled her former self. Yang Xianyu was startled upon seeing her like this. She frowned and said irritably, "What happened to you?" Reporting to noble consort Yang, the emperor said that the Ling concubine lacks self-awareness and requested that your highness properly educate her. After saying this, Jinzhong bowed and left. Yang Xianyu was left dumbfounded. She frowned, looking at Linger kneeling on the floor, feeling helpless. What are you all standing around for? Hurry up and get some medicine. Just then, Songer returned from school and happened to witness this scene. From the moment she entered the Blue Flower Palace, Linger had remained silent, but upon seeing Songer, she suddenly came to life, rushing forward and clutching him, bursting into tears. Seeing Linger like this, Yang Xianyu's expression darkened. She said irritably, "What are you crying for? Release the crown prince. Your Highness, Wu, Your Highness, save me please, for the sake of our years growing up together. Your Highness, save me." Linger clung to Songer, her face streaked with tears. Songer felt a pang of discomfort seeing her like this, but he still pushed her away, whispering, "The Empress just passed away, and you became father's concubine. What old ties could there possibly be?" What? Linger was clearly caught off guard. She hadn't expected Songer, so young, to say such words. She looked at him in disbelief, then softly said, "But I am the one who grew up with you. I've always been by your side since you were little." "Yes, but it could have been anyone else. Ling consort, father gave you this position out of his affection, but what about you?" Songer sighed. "You're always so insatiable. Ling consort, you'd better take care of yourself." With that, he turned and walked inside. "LV Zhu, I'm hungry, I want to eat." Songer called out to the inside. LV Zhu was Xiaoyang's secret guard for Songer, highly skilled in martial arts and exceptionally intelligent. She came out, coldly glanced at Linger, and said, "Using even a child, how shameless." After that, She took Songer's hand and went inside. Lu Shan he also gave Linger a glance before following Songer inside. Your Highness, are you really not going to help her? Lu Shan he asked curiously. Songer shook his head. The Empress just passed away, and she seduced father, causing unrest in the harem. Even if she's punished, it's justified. I won't interfere. Chapter 500. Not used to it. Ignore it. Although these words sounded somewhat heartless, there was no denying that Songer was absolutely right. Linger had brought this upon herself. Seeing Songer like this, Lu Shanhe felt puzzled and whispered, "But wasn't that person said to have grown up with the crown prince since childhood? There were many people who grew up with me, and many who took good care of me, but only one was so arrogant. So she deserved it. Lu Gu, I know you've always been very kind, but rules are rules, and laws are laws. If rules and laws lose their power of restraint, what would happen to this world?" Songer tilted her head and looked at Lu Shanhe. Lu Shanhe pondered for a moment and asked, "Would it fall into chaos?" "Exactly, it would fall into chaos." Songer smiled. So to avoid chaos, things should be done as they should be. Although Lu Shanhe was older than Songer by age, he had grown up in the Deer region and couldn't compare to Songer's experience. He immediately nodded. "Thank you, Your Highness, I've learned a lot." Actually, I didn't understand these things at first. It was my father who explained them to me, so you should thank him. Songer grinned, pulling Lu Shanhe's hand and whispering, "Your stomach's been growling all the way back just now. Are you hungry? Let's go eat." Lu Shanhe blushed, feeling a bit embarrassed. In the Deer region, he was used to eating meat, but after coming to the capital, he found that most of the food in the palace was fresh vegetables. Eating it once or twice was quite refreshing, but eating it every day left him feeling unsatisfied. However, this wasn't his home, so he didn't dare to say much, only enduring it himself. "Lu Gu, these days I've noticed you don't seem very energetic when you eat. Are you not used to it?" Songer looked at him curiously. Just as young Xuanya entered the room, she overheard this and quickly stepped forward. "Yes, Shanhe, are you not used to the food? If you really can't get used to it, you can tell me, and I'll arrange something for you." "Thank you, Your Highness, I'm used to it." Lu Shanhe was overwhelmed with gratitude. In the capital, in the palace, although he was accompanying the crown prince in his studies, he was essentially living as a guest, so he didn't dare to trouble others. Seeing him like this, young Xuanya frowned and quickly understood the situation. "Xiao Ru, go tell the kitchen to prepare a roasted lamb leg, quickly." "Yes." Xiao Ru immediately turned and went to make the arrangements. Hearing that he could eat meat, Lu Shanhe was overjoyed. "Thank you, Your Highness." "You child, why didn't you say earlier that your dietary habits are different from ours? The Emperor likes vegetables, so most of the time. The palace serves more vegetables, but there's no shortage of meat either. In the future, just say what you want to eat. If you don't eat enough, how can you study?" Young Xuanya smiled. "I suppose you know I'm not from the Xia Kingdom. When I first came to the palace, I was also not used to everything, so you don't need to feel uneasy. This is all quite normal." Hearing these words, Lu Shanhe felt deeply touched and bowed his head, whispering, "Yes, I understand. Thank you, Your Highness. Lu Gu, you're my study companion, so in the future, you can tell me anything. Father said that since you've left your parents, you must miss your hometown. You're studying for the rise of the Deer region, which is very admirable, so you must be well taken care of." Songer chuckled and added a piece of chicken to Lu Shanhe's bowl. "Studying for the rise of the Deer region?" Hearing these words, all the doubts and grievances in Lu Shanhe's heart vanished. He wasn't living as a guest. He was studying for the entire Deer region. He wasn't alone. Behind him were thousands of Deer region people. Just as Xiaoling arrived, the roasted lamb leg was freshly served. "Oh, roasted lamb leg for lunch today? Greetings, Your Majesty." Everyone in the room quickly put down their chopsticks and began to pay their respects. Xiaoling waved his hand casually. "Rise, everyone. Eat well." He sat down, staring at the lamb leg. "Come to think of it, I haven't had a proper meat meal since returning from the Deer region. Not bad, not bad." This young Xuanya looked at Xiaoling's unrefined behavior and felt a headache. She didn't know how to tell him that this was prepared for Lu Shanhe. However, Xiao Ru was a clever one. In no time, she brought in a crystal pork hock and roasted lamb chops, placing them on the table. Now, the table was full of meat, enough for everyone. "Oh, is it New Year's already?" Xiaoling chuckled, then whispered, "Could it be that the imperial noble consort knew I was coming and prepared this specially for me?" Songer rolled her eyes. "Father, you're really good at flattering yourself. This was prepared by Yang for Lu Ge. Lu Ge likes meat, and he doesn't feel full eating vegetables, always making noises in class." The innocent words of a child, but Lu Shanhe felt very embarrassed. He bowed his head, not daring to look at Xiaoling. "Speaking of which, you've been here for some time. How are you settling in?" Xiaoling smiled and looked at Lu Shanhe. "Are you keeping up with the studies in the royal study?" "Oh, right. I've specially arranged for you to learn about farming and animal husbandry." Xiaoling continued with a smile. Lu Shanhe immediately stood up and bowed. "Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. Everything is fine, and the imperial noble consort and the crown prince have been very kind to me." "Sit down. Don't keep standing up during meals." Xiaoling smiled. "In Qinghua Palace, you don't need to be so tense. Eat well. I'm quite hungry myself." With that order, Songer's chopsticks quickly reached out, picking a large piece of meat and placing it in Lu Shanhe's bowl. "Lu Gu, eat quickly." "This." Lu Shanhe blushed, feeling a bit embarrassed. He had seen how meals were served in the palace, with eunuchs attending to everything. How could one just reach out with their chopsticks? Although Xiaoling had been trying hard to adapt to life in this era, when it came to eating, he still insisted on his principle of self-sufficiency. "Don't just stand there. Eat quickly. Don't waste food," Xiaoling said, not holding back, and began to eat heartily. The first time young Xuanya saw Xiaoling's eating habits, she was quite surprised, but she had since gotten used to it. After all, none of them were pretentious people. Why put on airs for anyone? This was the first time Lu Shanhe had eaten with Xiaoling. He never expected that the dining atmosphere in the royal palace could be warmer than at his own home. Chapter 501. Don't make it difficult. His parents had also cared for and valued him, but there had never been such intimacy. Watching Xiaoyang engage in playful banter with Songer, he began to miss his own father and mother, recalling how he had been too afraid to speak during meals at home because his father had said, "Don't speak while eating or sleeping." But here, it seemed there were no such rules. This Xiaoyang was different from the one seen at the imperial banquet, and different from the one seen in Ludi. It was as if he were an entirely different person. "Your Majesty, what about Linger?" Young Xuanya, after finishing her meal, looked at Xiaoyang with some helplessness. "What exactly are your plans?" "I've entrusted her to you. You can do as you please. Throw her into a dry well if you like," Xiaoyang said indifferently, waving his hand. Such an unruly and ambitious woman is not worth saving. "But she was a servant of Sister Shun," young Xuanya said, looking at Xiaoyang with concern. Xiaoyang shrugged nonchalantly, saying coolly, "She was just a servant who once served Yunyan, not Yunyan herself. Why should I care about her? Killing her is the cleanest solution." Tianzhao, who had come to deliver something, happened to overhear this and quickened her pace to enter. "Your Majesty, I've brought the fabric for this month's supply to Qinghua Palace. You're now a first-rank female official. Such minor tasks should be handled by a young eunuch. Why did you come yourself?" Young Xuanya smiled, stood up, and took the items. "This color is lovely. I'll make a little jacket for Tsonga. He'll surely like it." Young Xuanya picked up a piece of dark green fabric, carefully touching it as she smiled. "It's also very soft. It seems the palace's textile workshop is getting better and better." Seeing young Xuanya so preoccupied with thoughts of Tsonger, Tianzhao finally felt relieved. "Aunt Tian." When Tsonger came out and saw Tianzhao, he rushed over, hugging her and nuzzling against her as he whispered, "Aunt Tian, I miss you so much. Why haven't you come to see me for so long? Are you angry with me? I'll eat fewer honey dates from now on, okay?" Seeing Tsonger, Tianzhao always felt like crying. She gently pinched his cheeks, smiled softly, and then whispered, "Aunt Tian has been busy lately. I'll come see you more often, okay?" Aunt Tian, look, this is Brother Liu, the son of the Luang of the Deer region, who accompanies me to study in the palace. I want to find a beautiful jade piece to give to Brother Liu as a gift. Can you help me look for one? Songer pulled over Liu Shanhe and blinked at Tianzhao. Tianzhao glanced at Liu Shanhe and gave a respectful bow. Greetings, Your Highness. Greetings, Minister Tian. Liu Shanhe quickly returned the bow. In terms of status, Liu Shanhe didn't need to bow to Tianzhao, but he knew she was the first-rank female official in the Great Xia dynasty, and he held great respect for her. I'll look for a jade piece when I return. Why don't you come with me? Tianzhao smiled, taking Songer's hand and leading him out, not even glancing at Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang stood there, feeling both amused and helpless. Seeing Xiaoyang's expression, Yang Xuanya quickly stepped forward, saying, Your Majesty, this girl's temper is something you've indulged. Please don't take it to heart. She's just a little girl. Why would I bother with her? Xiaoyang waved his hand. I have matters to attend to. I'm heading to Baiyun Palace. When Baiyuner saw Xiaoyang arrive, she immediately stood up to greet him enthusiastically. If it weren't for knowing this girl's intentions, Xiaoyang might have truly believed she genuinely liked him. It was true that Baiyuner, despite her willful and spoiled nature, was quite sensible and had a broad perspective. Your Majesty, why are you here so early today? Baiyuner smiled, looking at Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang sat down and smiled. I've come to collect a debt. A debt? Baiyuner immediately thought of last night's events and looked at Xiaoyang with some guilt, whispering, Your Majesty, you're bullying me. You're deliberately taking advantage of my poor math skills. Oh, is that so? How about continuing tonight? Xiaoyang raised an eyebrow, a teasing smile on his face. But what if you lose again and refuse to admit it? How insulting. Baiyuner's heart roared, but on the surface, she maintained a naive smile. Your Majesty, I will keep my promise. You can rest assured. I can't be too sure, especially since you're already trying to weasel out of it today, aren't you? Xiaoyang chuckled, looking at her. How about I call Zheng Qingyan over? That way, you won't be able to back out? What? Hearing this name, Baiyuner's knees went weak, and she knelt down. Your Majesty, please forgive me. I deserve to die. There's no need to be so nervous. I'm sitting here talking to you because I'm not angry. I'm just unsure of what you're thinking, Xiaoyang smiled. Do you want to leave the palace or something? If only, that would be wonderful. Baiyuner knelt there, whispering, Your Majesty, that's impossible. The Yunnan prince's estate only has me as their daughter. If I leave, the connection between you and the Yunnan prince's estate will be severed, leading to misunderstandings between the ruler and the subject. Besides, once one enters the palace, they belong to the emperor. Although I may be crude and reckless, I understand this. As for Zheng Qingyun, mentioning this name, Baiyuner's expression clearly showed her sadness, but she continued. Even if I hadn't come to the capital, we wouldn't have been possible. So I've never thought about those things. I just see him as a good friend, a good elder brother. If Your Majesty wants the horse training technique, I should offer it without hesitation. Seeing Baiyuner's pitiful expression, Xiaoyang smiled and whispered, I only knew you were cunning, but I didn't realize you had such resolve. Your Majesty, we noble ladies, enjoying the sustenance of the common people, know our duties. Yunnan is thousands of miles away from the capital, so Your Majesty's concerns are understandable, Baiyuner smiled. Your Majesty, I am here to peacefully serve as this noble consort, not for anything else, but for the Yunnan prince's estate. This was the truth. Seeing her pitiful state, Xiaoyang smiled. Zheng Qingyun will arrive in the capital in 15 days. What? Your Majesty. Baiyuner was anxious. I truly have no ill intentions towards him. Please don't make it difficult for him. Chapter 502. They're fighting. Difficult? Seeing Baiyuner's nervous demeanor, Xiaoyang couldn't help but find it amusing. With a snort, she said, Look at you, so tense. Do you still dare to claim you have no other intentions? Your Majesty, I truly don't. Baiyuner kowtowed heavily. I just don't want anyone to die because of me. Seeing her like this, Xiaoyang said nothing and turned to leave. Bai Yuner was now truly panicked. Your Majesty, Your Majesty, Your Highness, let it go. You can't win against the Emperor. Yuchan grabbed Bai Yuner and whispered, if you continue, you'll anger the Emperor. What then? Bai Yuner, overwhelmed with anxiety, stood up and rushed toward the Qinghua Palace, disregarding everything. Once inside, she grabbed young Xuanya by the collar. Her teeth clenched as she hissed, You vile woman! How could you betray me like this? Since entering the palace, I've treated you like my own sister. How could you do this to me? I trusted you, but you turned around and sold me out. Are you insane? Young Xuanya pushed Bai Yuner away. Enraged, Bai Yuner unsheathed her whip from her waist and lashed out at young Xuanya. Yes, I'm mad. I'm mad because of you, you vile creature. You're out of your mind. Young Xuanya caught the whip with one hand, yanked hard, and pulled Bai Yuner close, swiftly binding her hands. Xian Fei, watching the entire scene unfold, turned pale with fear. This wasn't what she imagined palace intrigue to be like. Why was there a risk to life and limb? Can you two calm down? We're all sisters here, Xian Fei timidly suggested. Her words only made things worse. Bai Yuner, feeling a great sense of injustice, burst into tears. I was so blind. I treated you like my own sister, and now the man I love is going to die because of me. Young Xuanya, I hate you. I hate you. Young Xuanya poured a cup of tea over Bai Yuner's head. Feeling more composed now? You're so cruel. I'll kill you. Bai Yuner wailed. Young Xuanya tossed her to the ground and snapped, You barge in here yelling at me, yet I have no idea what's going on. What's your problem? How long are you going to act out? You don't even know what happened? I treated you like my own sister, sharing all my secrets, but you turned around and told the Emperor. He's demanded Zheng Qingyun from my father. If Zheng Qingyun dies, I'll never let this go. If you have the guts, kill me now. So that's what this is about, young Xuanya said, thinking it wasn't such a big deal after all. Seeing Bai Yuner's frustrated expression, she found it somewhat amusing and leaned in closer, pulling Xian Fei along. Look at our noble Bai Fei, such a temper. I thought she was so formidable, but it turns out she's just another woman throwing a tantrum over a man. Young Xuanya smirked, clearly enjoying Bai Yuner's distress. Compared to young Xuanya's blatant mockery, Xian Fei was more subtle, lowering her head and murmuring, I didn't expect this. I'm quite surprised. Surprised? I'm even more surprised. Young Xuanya chuckled, pinching Bai Yuner's chin. Oh, look, she's really crying. Young Xuanya. Bai Yuner's face turned red with humiliation and anger. Let go of me. Let's fight. Not everything in this world can be solved with your whip, and besides, you're no match for me. Young Xuanya returned to her seat, calmly saying, As a noble consort, creating such a scene over another man is already absurd. And now you dare to fight me? How many lives do you think you have? Take this one if you want it. Bai Yuner had completely given up. She had already lived long enough. Fine, but after your death, the Emperor will hold the Yunnan estate accountable, and the entire Yunnan region will suffer. Are you sure about this? It's not a big deal if you die, but don't forget, you're causing such a ruckus for another man. Even if the Emperor doesn't care for you, he won't tolerate this. It's a matter of face. These words, like steel needles, pierced deep into Bai Yuner's heart. She lowered her head, tears streaming down her face as she wailed, Heaven, I regret it. I trusted the wrong person. I shouldn't have considered her my sister. Heaven, strike her down with lightning. Young Xuanya couldn't bear to watch her wailing and sighed. All right, stop crying. It's not a big deal. The Emperor won't kill Zheng Qingyun. He just wants him to come and tend to the horses, and perhaps to bring you two together. With that, young Xuanya untied Bai Yuner's hands. Without hesitation, Bai Yuner punched her. Again? Young Xuanya caught her fist. Are you never going to stop? Never. Bai Yuner huffed, throwing another punch. The two began to fight. Xian Fei, now accustomed to such scenes, looked on with disdain, sighing and muttering, By Yuner, why are your punches so weak? Nonsense. Watch me beat her. By Yuner shouted, continuing to spar with Yang Xuanya. Although they had been living in luxury within the palace, they hadn't neglected their training. The two exchanged blows, and in the end, Bai Yuner was knocked down. Yang Xuanya flexed her wrist. You've become quite troublesome. It seems you've been training day and night for the past half-year. Yes, one day I'll beat you. Bai Yuner got up, dusted herself off, and muttered, I've already refused. So why is the Emperor doing this? How would I know? Why don't you ask the Emperor yourself? Yang Xuanya snorted. I see you don't have the guts. You're just picking on me, you coward. Chapter 503, Deserving of Death. Bai Yuner felt a pang of guilt and lowered her head, speaking softly, Actually, I didn't mean to be cowardly. I just thought you were doing it on purpose. After all these years as sisters, you don't trust me? That's truly heartbreaking. Yang Xuanya snorted, frowning at her. You're right, I did tell the Emperor about this, but it was for your sake. I thought it would help you, and I wanted to make it happen. But who knew you'd be so ungrateful? Forget it. Being sisters with you isn't worth it. Concubine Xian, seeing Yang Xuanya's playful demeanor, decided to add fuel to the fire. She sighed, Indeed, not just Sister Yang, even I feel disheartened. What's it to you? Bai Yuner snapped, then walked over to Yang Xuanya, tugging at her sleeve and whispering, Oh, I didn't mean it that way. I'm just not very bright, you know that. Please don't hold it against me, sister. I'm sorry. All for a man, huh? TSK. Yang Xuanya remarked with a huff. Bai Yuner looked down, frustrated, and muttered softly, Actually, it's not just about a man. I thought I was being betrayed. Yang Xuanya understood the situation. She held both Concubine Xian and Bai Yuner's hands and spoke gently, The Emperor is striving to be a good ruler, and there will likely be many conflicts in the harem in the future. But no matter what happens, we three are sisters who've come through together. Our bond will never change. Losing each other over such matters would be truly regrettable, don't you think? Out of the three of us, you're the one who likes the Emperor, Concubine Xian chuckled. I don't care about the Emperor's favor. I just want to live a peaceful life and, if possible, see the vast landscapes of our great Xia. That would satisfy me. I don't like the Emperor either, Bai Yuner mumbled, looking down. Even if I know I'll never have a chance with the man I love, I still don't like the Emperor. So, I don't care about his favor either. Yang Xuanya smiled softly upon hearing this. That's right. Out of the three of us, I'm the one who's a bit of a failure. I like the Emperor. But even though I like him, I'm not someone who only cares about men. I'll do my own things, just like you two, and I'll do them even better. The palace is full of complexities and hidden dangers. We must unite and protect ourselves, and ensure that Songer grows up safely, Yang Xuanya added with a gentle smile. Songer? Exactly. The Emperor will surely have other children in the future. Wouldn't that make the position of the crown prince a bit awkward? Concubine Xian replied, shrugging. Although Emperor Xiaoliang currently seemed to care for Tsonger, who could guarantee what would happen in the future? All right, it's settled then. We'll live well in the palace, protect ourselves and our children. Bai Yuner agreed immediately. Xiaoliang stood at the palace gate, listening to their conversation, feeling a twinge of bitterness. While harmony in the harem was indeed a good thing, the problem was that this harmony was built on the premise that none of them cared for him. That was rather frustrating. Turning back, he saw Li Nu suppressing a laugh and snapped. What are you laughing at? Am I that bad? Of course not, Your Majesty. Li Nu chuckled. But the noble consort Bai has someone she likes, and Concubine Xian has her own aspirations. So, it's normal for them not to like the Emperor. Normal, my foot. Xiaoliang huffed. I'm handsome, wise, and powerful. What do these women know? There's no need to be upset, Your Majesty. If they don't like you, there are plenty who do. Li Nu teased. I've heard that the concubines are all eager to attend to you. You'll be quite busy, Your Majesty. You're a young lady, yet you dare speak so casually. Aren't you ashamed? Xiaoliang remarked. I wonder if Jianyu knows you're like this. Upon mentioning Jianyu, Li Nu blushed slightly and giggled. Even if he does, he probably wouldn't mind. Maybe he'd even like me this way. Have some self-respect, Xiaoliang grumbled, glancing at Jin Zhong. Jin Zhong immediately lowered his head. I heard nothing, Your Majesty. That was more like it. Xiaoliang had initially heard that the two women had quarreled and worried there might be a misunderstanding. Now it seemed the biggest misunderstanding was himself. What a self-absorbed fool. With a turn, he headed toward his study. A few days later, Xiaoliang looked at the man kneeling before him, his demeanor dignified and imposing. A sly smile crept across his face. No wonder Bai Yuner couldn't forget him. This man's appearance was indeed remarkable. This humble subject, Zhang Qingyun, pays homage to Your Majesty. Long live, long live, long live the Emperor. Zhang Qingyun performed a formal bow. As he raised his head, he noticed Xiaoliang's peculiar gaze and grew nervous. Did I say something wrong, Your Majesty? No, General Zhang, you are valiant and extraordinary, so I couldn't help but take a few more looks, Xiaoliang replied with a smile. Something felt off. You're from Yunnan, so I assume you had some acquaintance with the noble consort by before? Xiaoliang asked, his tone casual. What kind of dangerous words were these? A general having an acquaintance with a noble consort? That was asking for trouble. Zhang Qingyun kowtowed heavily. Your Majesty, please be clear. Although I have met the noble consort by a few times, it was only as a servant attending to a master. I would never dare to harbor any improper thoughts. But Yuner said she likes you, Xiaoliang stated matter-of-factly. What? Zhang Qingyun felt as if his head was about to roll off. Yuner said she likes you, can't forget you, and therefore doesn't like me, doesn't want me. She even refused to attend to me and got me drunk, leaving me to sleep in a side room, Xiaoliang said, his tone carrying a hint of grievance. Zhang Qingyun gritted his teeth and spoke up. Your Majesty, please forgive me. The noble consort is young and naive. It's all my fault. I was shameless and deliberately tempted her when I was in the prince's residence. Please don't blame the noble consort. Kill me instead. He was indeed a man of integrity. I've only heard of women tempting men. How does a man tempt a woman? Xiaoliang asked curiously, his gaze fixed on Zhang Qingyun. Was he really going to discuss this? Chapter 504. Intriguing. Zhang Qingyun certainly hadn't tried to seduce Bai Yuner. He merely harbored genuine affection for her. All he wanted was to protect her at this moment, even if it meant sacrificing his own life. However, to his utter astonishment, Xiaoliang demanded details. What details could there possibly be between them? It was nothing more than playing together, riding horses and studying war horses. How could one describe such things? Your Majesty, I fear I would sully your ears. Please do not misunderstand the white consort. All blame lies with me. I beg you to grant me death. What? As Bai Yuner entered, the last thing she heard was this sentence. She had been somewhat uneasy but never expected her concerns to materialize. Xiaoliang truly intended to execute someone? She stumbled in, knelt before Xiaoliang, and pleaded, No, please don't. Your Majesty, I beg you not to execute him. Send him to the frontier instead. I promise I will never see him again for the rest of my life. I swear my loyalty to you. Please, I beg you, don't kill him. Okay? This was the first time Xiaoliang had seen Bai Yuner in such a pitiful state. After all, this girl was usually proud and willful. Under such circumstances, Zhang Qingyun realized that the more he said, the worse it would become. He could only kneel there, repeatedly kowtowing. Your Majesty, the consort is innocent. Your Majesty, she is innocent. Watching this tragic pair weep, plead, and kowtow before him, Xiaoliang crossed his arms and found it quite intriguing. He coughed lightly and said calmly, Both of you claim to be innocent of each other, yet here you are, kneeling and pleading for each other. Do you really think I'm a fool? At this, neither spoke. The situation was clear. Speak and die, remain silent and die. Bayuner, ever the one to prefer death over dishonor, quickly made up her mind. She smiled at Xiaoyang and whispered, "Your Majesty, all guilt is ours alone. It has nothing to do with the Yunnan prince's estate. Please kill me. What would I do with your life?" Xiaoyang waved his hand dismissively. "You are the most beloved young lady of the Yunnan prince's estate. If I killed you, how would I explain it to the Yunnan prince in the future? I shall bind you and send you back to Yunnan." What? If this were done, wouldn't it be announced to the world? What would become of the Yunnan prince's estate then? How vicious, how ruthless. Bayuner now deeply regretted her actions. She suddenly felt that Xiaoyang and Yang Xuanya were working together, playing her like a fiddle. At this thought, Bayuner suddenly smiled. She staggered to her feet, turned, and gazed deeply at Zheng Qingyun. It's worth it to die. To see the man she loved most before her death. It was worth it. Bayuner. Xiaoyang was startled. With a leap, he blocked the pillar. Bang! Damn! Xiaoyang felt as if his chest were about to be crushed. Holding Bayuner, they both fainted. What was happening? Why had the plot developed this way? Li Nu stood by, stunned for a moment before snapping back to reality. What are you all standing around for? Call the imperial physician immediately. Hurry! Li Nu picked up Bayuner and carried her to the rear. Naturally, others lifted Xiaoyang. Lu Han arrived quickly. After a careful pulse check, his expression was complex. One of the emperor's chest bones is fractured, but fortunately, it's not too serious. Rest will suffice. As for the white consort, her condition is due to extreme emotional distress. It's not serious. So, in the end, only Xiaoyang was injured? How tragic. What a tragic farce of life. Ha ha ha. When Xiaoyang woke up, he felt a fiery pain throughout his body. Taking a breath confirmed that his chest hurt the most. Where's that crazy woman? Xiaoyang clenched his fists in anger. Your Majesty, the white consort is still unconscious, and General Zhang remains kneeling in the study. Li Nu reported. Of course, her lips were curved in a smirk she couldn't suppress. That girl. Seeing someone's smug expression, Xiaoyang felt another surge of anger. Irritably, he said, "Is it funny? Your Majesty, please don't be angry. You've fractured a bone and need to rest. I shall take my leave now." As she finished, Yang Xuanya entered hurriedly with 2 children. Your Majesty, what happened? Your Majesty, what's going on? Father, does it hurt? Your Majesty, are you all right? All 3 were clearly concerned about Xiaoyang. Only Xiaoyang felt humiliated. He truly hadn't expected Bayuner to act so unpredictably, leaving him in such a dire state. It was like trying to steal a chicken only to lose the rice. At this thought, another wave of anger surged. He gritted his teeth and said, "I'm fine. Why are you here?" Jin Zhong said the emperor was injured, so I came to see. What exactly happened? Yang Xuanya looked at Xiaoyang anxiously. How could the emperor be injured for no reason? How did you fracture a bone? Have you all lost your minds? Please calm down, noble consort. The surrounding servants all knelt down. Only a few knew the truth, but no one dared to speak in front of Xiaoyang. Seeing Yang Xuanya's angry expression, Xiaoyang felt awkward. He scratched his nose and muttered, "It's not a big deal. I just slipped." Your Majesty, do you think I'd believe that? Yang Xuanya looked at him with a hint of helplessness. Regardless of the cause, a bone fracture requires 100 days of rest. Please take care of yourself. With a sigh, Yang Xuanya turned and walked toward another room, where Bayuner lay. As soon as Yang Xuanya entered, Bayuner woke up. Seeing Yang Xuanya, she fell off the bed and knelt. "Sister, save me." Sob, "Sister, help me, save me." What happened? Yang Xuanya looked at Bayuner anxiously and quickly helped her up. Bayuner tearfully recounted the entire incident. Is that all? Yang Xuanya never expected that Xiaoyang had brought this upon himself. Serves him right. Truly serves him right. Seeing Bayuner's anxious expression, Yang Xuanya felt awkward. She sighed and said, "After so many years, don't you know what kind of person our emperor is?" Chapter 505, angry. How would I know? I've only been here for less than a year, Bai Yuner said with teary eyes, her voice barely above a whisper. Sister Yang, you can't just leave me hanging on this. Indeed, this matter couldn't be ignored. If one were to really delve into it, Yang Xuanya herself was indirectly involved, so she couldn't just stand by. Yang Xuanya nodded and gently patted Bai Yuner's cheek. All right, don't worry too much. Just stay here and rest. I'll definitely find a way to help you. Trust me, okay? Yes, I trust Sister Yang. Bai Yuner immediately nodded and went back to bed to lie down. What the hell? Yang Xuanya had only been polite, but she never expected this little girl to take her words so literally. She actually went back to rest? What kind of situation is this? Yang Xuanya rolled her eyes dramatically and then, feeling somewhat exasperated, made her way to Xiao Yang's room. Now, the room was empty except for Xiao Yang and the two children. The two children sat quietly, watching Xiao Yang. Lu Shanhe, take the crown prince back to class, Yang Xuanya said with a smile. The emperor is fine. He'll recover soon. Really? Conger still seemed a bit worried. Xiao Yang didn't want to lose face in front of the children, so he quickly sent them away. Now, only the two of them were left in the room. Yang Xuanya stood by the bed, her arms crossed, a teasing smile on her face as she looked at Xiao Yang on the bed. Your Majesty, does it hurt? No, I can endure it, Xiao Yang said with a grin, trying to play it off. Oh really? Then how did His Majesty fall? How did you manage to fall right onto your chest? Yang Xuanya asked again, her tone probing. Seeing her like this, Xiao Yang suddenly felt unaccountably guilty and lowered his head, muttering, You know already? Know what? That His Majesty is being rather reckless? Yang Xuanya sighed. This could have been such a good thing, but now it's turned into this mess. How does His Majesty plan to fix this? Are you saying this is all my fault? Xiao Yang felt wronged and complained. Who's the one lying here in agony right now? Huh? Originally, Yang Xuanya was still a bit angry about the situation, but hearing this, she completely lost her temper. She looked at Xiao Yang helplessly and said softly, I'm not saying it's your fault, Your Majesty, but you're really too mischievous. Now, look at the mess you've created, and you're in this state. What are we going to do next? Watching Yang Xuanya's expression, Xiao Yang didn't know how to respond. Feeling frustrated, he said, I only wanted to test whether those two were sincere, but I never expected Bai Yuner to be so foolish as to attempt to take her own life. Could I really let her die? Your Majesty, did you find out anything? Yang Xuanya asked curiously, looking at Xiao Yang. He found out that their love was as strong as gold. Xiao Yang struggled to pull the blanket higher, burying his head in it, and mumbled, No, I didn't see anything. I can't tell anything. I'm so annoyed. After saying that, he ignored everyone. Is he angry again? Sometimes, Yang Xuanya really couldn't understand why Xiao Yang acted like a child. His private demeanor was a stark contrast to how he appeared in public. He was completely different from the Xiao Yang she had known before. She turned and walked toward the study, seeing someone still kneeling on the ground. She took a deep breath and said, You can go back now. How is His Majesty? Zhang Qingyun asked anxiously. His Majesty is fine. You can leave now, Yang Xuanya said, waving her hand. Someone escorted him out. Soon, the news of the emperor's injury spread like wildfire, with various versions circulating. When Xiao Yang sat on the throne, facing the probing gazes of the officials, he couldn't help but feel a bit overwhelmed. He gritted his teeth and growled, What are you looking at? Staring at me like that? Do you think I won't pluck out your eyes? This silenced everyone. They no longer dared to look at Xiao Yang, and instead turned their gazes toward Prime Minister Fang. Prime Minister Fang coughed awkwardly and asked softly, May I ask how His Majesty was injured? What's there to ask? Xiao Yang snorted. Just like how people eat grains and can't avoid getting sick, they can't avoid getting hurt either. It's all natural. What's there to ask? Hearing this, Prime Minister Fang kept silent. He knew that even if Xiao Yang were on his deathbed, he wouldn't reveal the truth. Although curious, he still had a sense of propriety. Seeing Prime Minister Fang's reaction, the others didn't dare to say anything more. When Xiaoyang returned to the study, he was drenched in sweat. He looked at Bai Yuner, who was kneeling there, full of guilt, and felt utterly speechless. You acted so rashly. Have you thought about what would happen to your father and mother if something were to happen to you? Have you considered how much they love you and whether they could bear to lose you? Your Majesty? Bai Yuner looked at Xiaoyang in disbelief, clearly not expecting him to reprimand her for this reason. She felt even more guilty and tears streamed down her face as she choked out, Your Majesty, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. I really didn't mean to. I was just so anxious at the time. Your Majesty, sob, Your Majesty, are you okay? I'm fine. Why are you crying? Xiaoyang felt exasperated and rolled his eyes again before mumbling. This whole thing is my fault? What was I thinking, teasing you like that? Hearing this, Bai Yuner shook her head vigorously. Your Majesty, it's my fault. Please, don't be angry. I'm not angry, Xiaoyang said, waving his hand dismissively. I just feel utterly speechless. Speechless? Why speechless? Seeing Xiaoyang's expression, Bai Yuner couldn't understand what he meant. She looked at him pleadingly and asked softly, Your Majesty, do you still want our heads? I'm about to die just thinking about it. Xiaoyang roared, glaring at her. Get out. Although Bai Yuner didn't know why he was angry, she obediently turned and left. It was terrifying. Too terrifying. The Emperor was so scary. Xiaoyang spat in frustration and then leaned on the table, breathing heavily. Chapter 506, Happiness. For over half a month, Xiaoyang had been feeling a burning pain in his chest, and countless times he regretted being so foolish. It seemed that spending too much time with these fools had dulled his own intelligence. Thinking about this, Xiaoyang felt even more depressed. He lowered his head and muttered softly, I'm finally feeling a bit better now. Can I go out for a walk? Linu hesitated upon seeing Xiaoyang's pitiful expression, then said softly, Dr. Liu said your injury needs careful nurturing for 3 months. It's only been half a month. Besides, the palace isn't that big. Where exactly do you want to go? The Imperial Garden, Xiaoyang shrugged, standing up and turning to head towards the garden. Previously, because Xin Yunyan loved flowers so much, Xiaoyang had learned to tend to the plants himself. There was a special section in the Imperial Garden dedicated to growing flowers for Xin Yunyan. As he gazed at the blooming flowers, Xiaoyang's heart trembled fiercely. He sat down, lowered his head, and whispered, Linu, do you remember those days? Yunyan loved sitting here the most. She adored these vibrant flowers. Look, how beautifully they bloom. Your Majesty, do you miss the Empress? Linu asked softly, her head lowered. In truth, not only Xiaoyang, but even she often thought of Xin Yunyan. In this palace, Xin Yunyan was an indelible presence. Xiaoyang smiled faintly and said gloomily, I know I should move forward, but I can't forget. I really wish I could just drown in the past. I miss her so much. If only she were still alive, how wonderful that would be. Hearing these words, Linu didn't know what to say for a moment. Finally, she sighed and whispered, If the Empress could see you like this, she would surely be heartbroken. Remember, she always loved seeing you happy. Shortly after, Tianzhao appeared carrying a bucket. When their eyes met, there was an awkward silence between them. Seeing each other's expressions, both sighed. Linu, noticing the situation, turned and walked away to the other side, realizing she had no reason to stay there. Tianzhao approached and bowed to Xiaoyang. Your servant greets your Majesty. You still blame me, don't you? Xiaoyang, feeling the pain in his chest, found a place to sit down. He lowered his head and said gloomily, You blame me for not taking good care of your young mistress. You blame me for causing you to lose her, don't you? Yes, Tianzhao sighed, lowering her head. I know it's not entirely your fault, but I don't know who else to blame. The young mistress made that choice herself, and we should respect her, right? As she said this, Tianzhao couldn't hold back her tears. She looked at Xiaoyang pleadingly and whispered, But why did she have to make that choice? It's too cruel. How could it be so cruel? Hearing this, Xiaoyang sighed, reached out, and patted her head gently, saying softly, Before she left, She told me many things. At the time, I thought she was just rambling, but I didn't realize she had already made her choice. It was just her way of saying goodbye. From his chest, Xiaoyang took out a drawing and smiled at Tianzhao. This is a portrait I drew of her. Take it, it's for you. Tianzhao carefully took it, frowned as she looked at it, and then tears fell from her eyes. Worried her tears might damage the drawing, she quickly wiped them away. Thank you, Your Majesty. Before she passed, the young mistress told me to take good care of the crown prince and not blame you, but I failed to do either. If she knew how incompetent I am, she would be angry, wouldn't she? Tianzhao said, her head lowered. Hearing this, Xiaoyang sighed, feeling helpless. Before, I thought I could do it, but I truly can't, not at all. Seeing Xiaoyang like this, Tianzhao didn't say anything more. She picked up the bucket and began watering the flowers. The young mistress loved these flowers the most when she was alive. Even on rainy days, she would insist on covering them with tarps. Tianzhao smiled, as if she could see Shan Yunyin sitting among the flowers. Perhaps time could smooth over some things, but it couldn't change one's memories. Your Majesty, since you've made a decision, don't hesitate. You must be a good emperor. Don't forget the promise you made with the young mistress, a world of unity. I, too, want to see that day. Tianzhao smiled lightly, picked up the bucket, and turned to leave. Watching her back, Xiaoyang felt even more determined. He raised the corner of his mouth slightly and whispered, "Yes, once a decision is made, there's no turning back." He turned and headed towards the study chamber. At this moment, he especially missed Conger and wanted to see how Conger was doing in his studies. Let me tell you, the women of our northern kingdom are quite valiant. Unlike your great Xia, which values gentleness, we prefer strong women. Also, the customs are very different. Most people here prefer vegetarian dishes, but in our land, we love meat. Yang Feiyu grinned at the two children. When it comes to beautiful women, if you're talking about charm, it's your great Xia. But if you're talking about strength, it's our northern kingdom. And if you're talking about grace, it's the Chu kingdom. As Yang Feiyu spoke, he started laughing again. Damn, Xiaoyang never expected Yang Feiyu to be so shameless, telling these random things to the children. Teacher, what about the women of the southern frontier? The women of the southern frontier are clever and wise, with a touch of allure, so you should stay away from them. Yang Feiyu spoke honestly. Hearing this, Conger thought for a moment and then whispered, "The southern frontier sent a beautiful girl as tribute, and Father Emperor enfeoffed her as the southern consort. I haven't seen her, but Mr. Yang, shall we go see how alluring she is?" Chapter 507. Everything has changed. Enough. Xiaoyang burst into the room, frowning at Yang Feiyu. She said irritably, "I brought the two kids here to learn from you, not to teach them how to be a scoundrel. What exactly have you been telling my children?" "Both of them are boys." Yang Feiyu retorted confidently. "Having children is part of being an emperor. I was just teaching them how to appreciate women. Get out of here." Xiaoyang took a deep breath and said irritably, "I should have known you'd be like this. I wouldn't have asked you to teach them if I had known." "Father, please don't be angry." Conger walked over, smiling softly. "We've been studying all morning. We just had a little break, so we were looking at the beauty scrolls," he added, handing the beauty scroll to Xiaoyang. This was bad. Seeing this action, Yang Feiyu's first thought was that he was in trouble, so he reacted quickly and flew out of the room in the next second. "Yang Feiyu, I'm going to kill you." After seeing the scroll, Xiaoyang was furious and chased after him. He pulled the man off the rooftop and punched him hard, grinding his teeth as he said, "Yang Feiyu, you bastard, what have you been showing the kids? We're all men, so what are you pretending for? Haven't you seen them before? Besides, they're just beauty scrolls. The women are clothed." Yang Feiyu dodged while trying to justify himself. The two children watched the two adults fighting on the ground, worried. Since Conger was younger, he looked at Lu Shanha beside him, puzzled, and whispered, "Shanha brother, why is father angry? Doesn't father like us looking at pretty sisters?" How should I explain this? Lu Shanha, being older, understood more and knew why Xiaoyang was angry. It was true that Yang Feiyu had overstepped. Soon, Xiaoyang subdued Yang Feiyu and dragged him straight to the Qinghua Palace. He threw the man in front of Yang Xuanya. He showed my son beauty scrolls.
What?
Yang Xuanya was stunned for a moment, then quickly reacted, grabbing Yang Feiyu by the collar. Are you crazy? How old is Conger? Listen to my explanation. It's not what you think. I'm your brother. Can't you trust me? Yang Feiyu looked wronged and pitiful as he gazed at Yang Xuanya, whispering, I admit they were beauty scrolls, but the women were clothed. They were just pretty girls. That's all. Yang Xuanya was furious. She knelt down immediately. Your Majesty, please calm down. He didn't mean it. It's fine. Just deal with him properly. Xiaoyang held his chest and turned to leave. He hadn't felt it in his rage, but now he felt a sharp pain and quickly went to the side room to rest. Seeing Xiaoyang in pain, Lilu whispered, Your Majesty, you didn't have to get so angry. I could have helped catch him. Now you think to say that? Isn't it a bit late? Xiaoyang was speechless. I'm in this state, and you just think of it now? Lilu felt a bit guilty and lowered her head, whispering, Sorry, I didn't think of that before. Indeed, none of the subordinates were reliable. Xiaoyang rolled his eyes in disdain and muttered, I shouldn't have trusted you. I'm in pain. I want to sleep for a while. Leave me alone. Your Majesty, although you're in pain, I still have something to say. The envoys from the Rainbow Island Kingdom have already learned our language. When will you meet with them? Hearing this, Xiaoyang blushed with embarrassment and muttered, Look at this mess. I forgot there was even such a person. Could you forget something like that? Seeing Xiaoyang's reaction, Lilu also felt a bit awkward. Then, inform the inner court to prepare. We'll meet with the Rainbow Island Kingdom envoys in 3 days. Tell Tianzhao it's the Rainbow Island Kingdom. Let her prepare well. Xiaoyang snorted, his eyes glinting with a strange malice. Soon, Lilu conveyed this message to Tianzhao. Do you understand His Majesty's intentions? Lilu pulled Tianzhao aside, crossing her arms as she looked at her. Perhaps because of Shen Yunyao, their relationship was closer than that of ordinary colleagues. Hearing this, Tianzhao snorted coldly and said, As His Majesty's subjects, we naturally understand his intentions. The Rainbow Island Kingdom is the main culprit behind my lady's death. Even if I become a demon, I will never let them off. Seeing her like this, Lilu sighed softly. I know how virtuous the late Empress was, but seeing you like this, I feel a bit heartbroken. You shouldn't be this way, should you? I'm very happy now. My husband treats me well, and the children listen to me. So don't worry about me. There's a lot to do, so I won't talk to you much. I'll still come to your wedding for the wine. Tianzhao smiled lightly, patted Lilu's shoulder, and turned to leave. For some reason, seeing Tianzhao like this, Lilu felt a pang of sadness. She walked aimlessly toward the imperial study. As Xiaoyang's personal maid, she had to be wherever he was. What's wrong? Jianyu landed from the sky, handing her a bag of pastries. You look quite distressed. Lilu took a bite of the osmanthus cake and muttered, Why can't I taste the sweetness of this osmanthus cake anymore? I'm starting to get tired of this place. I don't know why, but after the Empress left, everything feels different. Yet when she was here, we weren't even close. Lilu looked at Jianyu, feeling lost. Jianyu didn't understand these things, but he knew the person he liked was upset. He stepped forward, patting her head. Don't think too much. You always treat me like a child, but from the day I was sold here, I was destined to have no childhood. Lilu lowered her eyes and took another bite of the osmanthus cake. When I was young and went on missions, as long as I completed the task, my master would give me an osmanthus cake. Back then, I thought it was the best thing in the world, but now... Chapter 508. Unruly. Watching her sad expression, Jianyu also felt uneasy. He sighed softly and murmured, Things remain, but people change. The osmanthus cake was still the same osmanthus cake, but it no longer tasted the same. The palace remained the palace, but it was no longer the same palace. Everything was changing, and despite any reluctance, one had to accept these changes. The Internal Affairs Department quickly prepared the imperial banquet, so Xiaoyang finally had the chance to meet with the emissary from the Rainbow Island. The emissary was of average height, dressed in his own unique attire, which clashed with the grandeur of the palace. As he walked in with small, quick steps, everyone present lowered their heads, suppressing their laughter. Such a way of walking was indeed comical, and they had never seen anyone walk like that before. The emissary knelt down and performed a formal bow, speaking directly in the language of the Rainbow Island. "Greetings, Your Majesty. First time in our Xia Kingdom, yet you didn't bother to find an etiquette master to learn the rules? When emissaries are presented, they need to perform a grand bow and say, 'Long live the Emperor.' How come you don't know that? And you dare to speak to me in your bird language? How insolent! Don't you know what it means to follow local customs?" Xiaoyang slammed the table, erupting in anger. Of course, he was also speaking in the language of the Rainbow Island. After all, in his previous life, he had traveled the world on missions and had learned many languages. The emissary from the Rainbow Island was clearly caught off guard, his eyes widening in disbelief as he stared at Xiaoyang. "You? How dare you?" Jin Zhong roared. "How dare you be so disrespectful in front of the Emperor? It seems your Rainbow Island is indeed a barbaric place, devoid of manners." Xiaoyang gave Jin Zhong a satisfied look. Now, the emissary was completely flustered. He reluctantly performed a grand bow, his Xia Kingdom dialect far from perfect as he said, "Greetings, Your Majesty. Long live the Emperor. Long live, long live, long live." That was more like it. Seeing that he was finally behaving, Xiaoyang chuckled. "Since you've come all this way, it would be impolite not to meet you. So, what's your name?" He didn't even offer him a seat. The emissary had never seen such an ill-mannered ruler of a nation. Standing there, his face turned red, but he still managed to keep his patience and replied, "I am Matsushita Ichiro, at your service, Your Majesty." "Oh, then sit down," Xiaoyang replied indifferently, then glanced at Jin Zhong. Jin Zhong immediately clapped his hands, and soon, dancers entered to perform. Xiaoyang watched with great interest, his mouth never idle. "Matsushita, the food on your table is all locally grown here. It tastes great. You should try it. It's a specialty of the Xia Kingdom, something you won't find anywhere else." He wasn't here to eat. Matsushita looked at Xiaoyang, about to speak, but a young eunuch beside him had already started serving him food, effectively silencing him. Seeing this, Matsushita had no choice but to obediently take a bite, his expression immediately changing. This? When in Rome, do as the Romans do," Xiaoyang said, glancing at him, then at the ministers present. "How is the food today, my esteemed officials?" "Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. We find it excellent." Everyone stood up and bowed. Xiaoyang looked at Matsushita, smiled, then said lightly, "I see you must have received no proper etiquette education since you were young. Being so unruly in front of the Emperor is truly unacceptable. How come your Rainbow Island has no one else? Did you have to pick a general from the dwarfs and send him here?" Too much. Matsushita had planned to seek peace and inquire about the previous emissary's murder, but never expected Xiaoyang to be so offensive from the start, showing nothing but disdain and provocation. He stood up, bowing to Xiaoyang. "Our Rainbow Island has come with sincerity for a visit. We even sent a formal request. How can the Xia Emperor be so rude? Do you barbarians even know what honor, justice, and integrity are?" Xiaoyang crossed his arms, smirking at the furious little man before him. "I'm already giving you face by sitting here and talking to you like this. Do you understand?" "You." Matsushita stared at him in disbelief. Such a great nation. Acting like this, how laughable. Swoosh. Suddenly, all the military officers at the banquet stood up, drawing their swords. Leading them was Ah Fu. He pointed his sword at the emissary's throat and snorted coldly, "How dare you, a mere emissary, raise your voice in the presence of the Emperor, right here in the court? This is a blatant act of disrespect to our kingdom. You're unreasonable." Matsushita, furious, even slipped into his native dialect. Reason? Humph. Xiaoliang stood up, walking step by step towards Matsushita, coldly staring at him. Is your Rainbow Island a country that values reason? What have you done in other countries? Do you really think we don't know? Or do you think you're so clever, so flawless? How laughable, how utterly foolish. Xiaoliang coldly gazed at him. Go back and tell your ruler. If they submit to us obediently, they might live a few more years. Otherwise, I will personally lead my iron cavalry and flatten your little island. You, how dare you, as a ruler, threaten war so lightly? Matsushita was red in the face and neck, desperate, but Xiaoliang had no patience. He directly twisted Matsushita's neck, breaking it. Until his death, the little man couldn't understand why he had to die. Minister of War, take his head and throw it at the palace gate of the Rainbow Island. Tell them to clean their necks and wait for death. Xiaoliang coldly snorted, then severed the little man's head. Although everyone knew that Xiaoliang harbored deep hatred for the Rainbow Island, no one expected him to be so forceful. Everyone shrank back, too afraid to speak. They also felt this was inappropriate, but they didn't dare to say anything, fearing they might become the next little man. Xiaoliang returned to his seat, clearly in a much better mood, clapping his hands. Continue. The bloodstains in the room soon disappeared, as if nothing had happened. The attendants who had accompanied the emissary were also silently executed. Xiaoliang took a deep breath, satisfied. Come, I toast all my esteemed officials. In truth, everyone knew why Xiaoliang was so intense, why he was so excited, and why he had finally reached his limit. They looked at each other, their expressions complex, with many words on their lips, yet no one dared to speak them out loud. In the end, they all downed their cups of wine in one gulp. Chapter 509. Twisting Necks. This news was not deliberately hidden and quickly spread like wildfire. What? Is he mad? Killing envoys at will? How could this be allowed? The Southern Emperor looked incredulously at his spy. The spy knelt on the ground. It's absolutely true. I heard it was the Summer Emperor himself who did it. You may leave, the Southern Emperor said, already calming down and waving his hand to dismiss the spy. Then he turned to Nanyuaner and Nangong Kong. What do you think about this matter? After Sister Shen passed away, I thought there would be such a day. Now it seems it's not a big deal, Nanyuaner shrugged, speaking indifferently. What kind of person is Xiaoliang, Your Majesty? You should be very clear. Anyone he bears a grudge against won't end well. A mere envoy, killing him is just killing him. I dare say the king of Hongdao wouldn't dare say much, perhaps even bringing gifts and gold to appease the Summer Emperor himself. Hearing this, the Southern Emperor nodded in agreement. Xiaoliang has always been such a reckless one. However, what do you think? How will this end? There won't be a Hongdao kingdom in this world anymore, brother. Can't you see? All that talk of submission is just talk. Xiaoliang aims to wipe them out. Nanyuaner smiled at the Southern Emperor. At this, the Southern Emperor could no longer remain calm. Is he mad? If he really does such a thing and wipes out an entire nation, what if the surrounding small countries unite to retaliate? Even if the surrounding countries unite to attack the Summer Kingdom, brother, would you stand by and do nothing? Or do you think the Northern Emperor would sit idly by, or the Chu Emperor remain silent? Nanyuaner smiled at her brother. After all, he had grown up in the lap of luxury and lacked such keen insight. Ha, well done. Truly worthy of Xiaoliang. Yang Tianhe laughed heartily after reading the news. Very good, very powerful. I knew he had the guts to think and act. The Empress by his side looked at him with concern. Your Majesty, are you all right? Is this a good thing? How is it not? With the fall of Hongdao, the surrounding countries certainly won't let it go. When the lips are gone, the teeth feel the cold. They will surely unite to attack the Summer Kingdom, and that will be a perfect opportunity to reshuffle and divide the territories. By fighting side by side and sharing the credit, our territory will naturally expand. How is this not a good thing? It's a great good thing. Others might not understand what Xiaoliang was planning, but Yang Tianhe had a clear grasp of it. They always shared an inexplicable moichi when it came to expanding the world map. Their views were highly aligned on this matter. Thinking of this, Yang Tianhe sighed with some regret. What a pity! Such a genius is a lovesick fool, always thinking about women. Otherwise, this world might be his alone. The Northern Empress stood by, watching Yang Tianhe's expression, not daring to say much else, only awkwardly smiling. Yes, congratulations to your majesty. Seeing her like this, Yang Tianhe stepped forward, smiling at her. No matter what, you are always my empress. Half of this world is mine, and half is yours, so you must stand with me, understand? The Northern Empress naturally understood what Yang Tianhe meant. She had been able to enter the palace and become the empress thanks to her family's efforts, so she knew exactly what to do this time. I understand, your majesty. Rest assured, my entire clan is your loyal subject. We will surely follow your majesty's orders. The Northern Empress bowed, expressing her loyalty. That's more like it. Yang Tianhe nodded in satisfaction, already beginning to look forward to it. On Xiaoyang's side, replies quickly arrived from various palaces. Their attitudes were largely the same. In fact, if this really escalated, it might not be a bad thing for the world. Your Majesty, Prime Minister Fong requests an audience. Jin Zhong entered and reported. Xiaoyang frowned, displeased, and put away the letters, saying coldly, "Didn't I say I won't see anyone?" "But the Prime Minister is old and has already knelt for half an hour," Jin Zhong said, looking at Xiaoyang with some difficulty. Hearing this, Xiaoyang felt a surge of annoyance and waved his hand. "Let him in." Soon, Jin Zhong helped the Prime Minister enter. Seeing the old Prime Minister in such a wretched state, Xiaoyang felt a pang of guilt and sighed, saying helplessly, "Why are you doing this to yourself?" "Your Majesty, I have something to say. Please grant me the opportunity to speak." The Prime Minister knelt on the ground, his words earnest. What he wanted to say, Xiaoyang roughly understood, and he didn't want to hear it. But seeing him in this state, it was pitiful, so he had no choice but to listen. Sighing, he said reluctantly, "All right, since you insist on speaking, then speak. Sit down and say it." The Prime Minister struggled to his feet and sat in the chair, laughing. "Your Majesty must be laughing at me. I'm old. My legs and feet are inconvenient, no longer of use. Birth, aging, sickness, and death are inevitable for all. Why worry?" Xiaoyang smiled at him. The Prime Minister took a deep breath. "I have served 3 reigns, seen too much life and death. My own life is no longer a concern. But your Majesty, why be so harsh on the Hongdao Kingdom? Is it just for the Empress?" "That's not it." Seeing the Prime Minister's expression, Xiaoyang smiled. "The Empress has been gone for over a year. In the Prime Minister's eyes, is she still a disaster? It's we living who make the decisions. How can we blame a dead person? That would be too cowardly and unjust, wouldn't it?" "Your Majesty, please calm down. I don't mean that. I just don't understand why your Majesty insists on attacking the Hongdao Kingdom." The Prime Minister frowned, looking at Xiaoyang in confusion. He wasn't here to argue with Xiaoyang. He just couldn't understand, really couldn't understand. Hearing this, Xiaoyang smiled and said lightly, "If I tell you I'm doing this for the sake of future generations, can you understand?" "For future generations?" The Prime Minister clearly hadn't expected Xiaoyang to give him such an answer. He looked at him in disbelief. "Your Majesty, is it truly for future generations?" "Yes, although the Hongdao Kingdom is a small place, it has great ambition and seeks much. Therefore, it must perish. Only then can there be a future." Xiaoyang smiled at the Prime Minister. "Perhaps the Prime Minister thinks I'm exaggerating, but I can tell you, what I say is the truth." Chapter 510. Argument. Facts? What facts? Prime Minister Fong was genuinely perplexed as to where these so-called undeniable facts were coming from. He looked at Xiaoyang with a mixture of confusion and helplessness. "Your Majesty, if war is declared at this time, what will become of the people? Everyone has finally been able to live in peace and stability. But everything I do is for the people and for the nation," Xiaoyang retorted, his brows furrowed in frustration. Don't you know about the incident with the Xiaojiao Pavilion? Aside from them, I don't even know if there are other organizations out there. Do you really think the people can live in peace under such circumstances? The current prosperity was, in truth, an illusion. While the people's lives had improved compared to before, hidden dangers still lurked. It was impossible to simply close their eyes and pretend these threats didn't exist. Those in power could not afford to deceive themselves. Prime Minister Fong, perhaps due to his age, preferred to see the world through rose-tinted glasses, focusing on the illusion of peace. Hearing Xiaoyang's words, he felt a sense of dread. Deep down, he knew Xiaoyang was telling the truth, but he was unwilling to admit it. With a sigh, he said, "Perhaps I am truly getting old, Your Majesty. I have served in this court for most of my life. I am tired, truly tired. Your Majesty, I wish to retire and live out my days as a carefree fisherman. I beg Your Majesty's permission." Granted, Xiaoyang replied immediately. Prime Minister Fong had expected Xiaoyang, for the sake of stability, to try to persuade him to stay. To his astonishment, Xiaoyang agreed so swiftly and decisively. He looked up at him in disbelief. "Your Majesty? As you said, you are old and your health is failing. It is only natural for you to wish to retire. If you want to go, then go. I support your decision, and I have no objections." At this, Prime Minister Fong felt a wave of mixed emotions, a mix of disbelief and amusement. He stood up, bowed respectfully, and said, "It seems Your Majesty had this intention all along. It is my fault for not understanding Your Majesty's wishes sooner, causing you trouble. It's not too late to realize your mistake now." The decision to attack the Rainbow Island Kingdom was non-negotiable. Even if every official in the court abandoned their posts, Xiaoyang would not change his mind. This was not just for Shan Yinyan, but for the future as well. On this matter, Xiaoyang would not yield an inch, not even if Prime Minister Fong threatened to retire. Prime Minister Fong looked at Xiaoyang in disbelief, suddenly feeling that he could no longer read this young emperor. At first, he had thought that Xiaoyang, despite his decisiveness, was wise. But now, it seemed he had gone mad for the sake of a woman. He knelt on the ground and said, "I can give up my position as Prime Minister, even my life. But please, Your Majesty, reconsider this matter. The Rainbow Island Kingdom is but a small, insignificant place. But if we destroy them without cause, we will be branded as cruel and ruthless. What then? When the surrounding small nations unite to retaliate, how will we respond? The continuous wars will ultimately harm the people. Your Majesty, I beg you, please reconsider. As the Emperor, I will not abandon the people. I have a foolproof plan, so you can rest assured." Xiaoyang looked directly at him. "The attack on the Rainbow Island Kingdom is inevitable. Unless I am dead, I will go myself if I have to." "Why?" Prime Minister Fong was utterly despairing, unable to comprehend the reason behind this decision. "The reasons have already been explained. Why ask again, Prime Minister?" Xiaoyang waved his hand. "You are tired. Go back and rest. Think carefully about your retirement. If you are certain, I will arrange for you to retire in peace." With that, he waved his hand again. Dismissed. Xiaoyang rarely displayed such forceful behavior in dismissing someone. Prime Minister Fong was no fool. He knew that at this point, even if he were to throw himself at the emperor's feet, it would change nothing. With a heavy sigh, he stumbled out of the room, his age showing in his unsteady gait, a sight that tugged at the heartstrings. Jin Zhong approached and helped support Prime Minister Fong. "Are you all right, Prime Minister?" Jin Zhong, a good name indeed. Prime Minister Fong suddenly burst into laughter. As he laughed, a mouthful of blood spurted out, and he fainted in Jin Zhong's arms. Soon, Lu Han arrived with his medical kit, rushing to the scene. After carefully examining Prime Minister Fong in front of Xiaoyang, Lu Han reported, "Your Majesty, rest assured. Prime Minister Fong is not in mortal danger. He has simply suffered a shock and fainted. Due to his age and poor health, he spat blood, but with proper rest, he will be fine." "Good. Go prepare the medicine," Xiaoyang instructed, waving him away. When Prime Minister Fong regained consciousness, he saw Xiaoyang sitting across from him. He panicked and quickly sat up. Your Majesty, I greet you. No need for formalities, Xiaoyang said with a smile, taking his hand. Are you heartbroken, Prime Minister? What did this mean? Prime Minister Fong was unsure of what Xiaoyang was implying with this question. He sighed and, lowering his head, said, I am short-sighted, unable to see the future your Majesty speaks of. I can only see what is before me. Please forgive me, your Majesty. Seeing his dejected state, Xiaoyang sighed with a hint of helplessness and began to recount the various atrocities committed by the Rainbow Island Kingdom. These were all real events, so Xiaoyang spoke with conviction. Prime Minister Fong looked at Xiaoyang in disbelief. Are all these things you speak of true, your Majesty? Of course they are true. These people are inherently evil, born to be wicked. They do not deserve to exist in this world. For the safety of everyone, they must die. For the sake of peace, their deaths are justified. Xiaoyang spoke with a calm, matter-of-fact tone. Prime Minister Fong felt a chill run down his spine as he listened to Xiaoyang's words. Your Majesty, are you doing this truly for the people, or for the Empress? I am doing it for the people, Xiaoyang replied earnestly, and also for the Empress. The Rainbow Island Kingdom has sent spies to infiltrate, stir up turmoil in the court, deceive our people, and harm the Empress. They have attempted to assassinate me multiple times. Each of these acts is unforgivable. Isn't this reason enough to go to war? Chapter 511, Heart to Heart. Originally, Prime Minister Fong believed he had every right to stand his ground on this matter. He even thought he could point out many faults in Xiaoyang. But to his utter surprise, by this point, all the arguments seemed to be in Xiaoyang's favor. It was as if he himself was the one being unreasonable. What was this supposed to mean? Seeing the Prime Minister's bewildered expression, Xiaoyang took a deep breath and bowed respectfully. I am truly old, Your Majesty. I failed to see these things clearly. You've been so focused on staring at me. Of course you couldn't see, Xiaoyang retorted, rolling his eyes. I ascended to the throne at a young age and committed many reckless acts afterward. It's understandable that you didn't trust me. But think carefully, Prime Minister. My methods may have been harsh, but have I ever done anything wrong? Now, many women hold positions in the government, and the results have been better than before, haven't they? And those corrupt officials, shouldn't they be punished? Xiaoyang's words were filled with sincerity and a touch of grievance. He believed that since taking the throne, he had always worked tirelessly for the nation. Yet, why couldn't people see that? Why were they so focused on his personal affection for Shan Yinyan? You all say I favor the Empress, and it's true. But I've never let my love for her interfere with state affairs. I've given everything to you, leaving only a small piece of my personal feelings. Is that so wrong? Do I deserve blame for that? I'm human too. I have a heart. I have feelings. I know pain. The Empress is gone. I've lost the woman I love most. My heart is shattered, yet I haven't fallen. I'm still standing here. Isn't that enough? Xiaoyang stared directly at Prime Minister Fong, pounding his chest with a clenched fist. Prime Minister Fong was moved to tears. He scrambled off the bed and knelt on the ground. Your Majesty, I am the one who is wrong. I have failed you. Seeing him like this, Xiaoyang suddenly smiled faintly. It's not entirely your fault. Ultimately, it's my own mistake. After the Empress's passing, I reflected. Perhaps I was wrong from the beginning. If I had followed your advice and spread my affections around, perhaps they wouldn't have noticed my love for the Empress, and she wouldn't have been targeted. A ruler's love is a disaster. I finally understand that now. Xiaoyang's eyes reddened, and he stood up, sighing deeply. Prime Minister Fong, still kneeling, didn't know what to say. After a long silence, the Prime Minister, struggling with his frail body, slowly stood up. Your Majesty has sacrificed everything for the nation and its people. What more can I hold back? As you said, I am the one who deserves death. Don't say that. I know you were only concerned, Xiaoyang said with a smile, looking at Prime Minister Fong. Prime Minister Fong gazed directly at Xiaoyang. If your Majesty intends to conquer the world, then by all means, go forth and lead the armies. The affairs of the court can be left to me. I will give my all and will not fail you. Are you serious, Prime Minister? I would never deceive your majesty. Good. Xiaoyang stepped forward, gripping the Prime Minister's hand and smiling at him. As long as you and I stand united as ruler and minister, this world will be ours. Indeed. Prime Minister Fong bowed deeply, expressing his determination. Before, he might have harbored some doubts about Xiaoyang, but now there were none. He only hoped to see the world Xiaoyang envisioned in his lifetime, a true era of peace and prosperity. No one knew what was discussed in the imperial study, but the next morning, when Prime Minister Fong appeared at court, he seemed like a changed man. Previously, he had been the most vocal opponent of going to war, but now, he completely reversed his stance, firmly supporting Xiaoyang's decision to deploy troops. There's no need to be anxious. The war won't start so soon. The kingdom of Hongdao knows it's no match for our Xia kingdom, so they won't attack rashly. They'll likely try to rally smaller nations first, which will take some time. But that's fine by me, Xiaoyang said with a gentle smile. My warships also need a little more time to prepare. Upon hearing this, everyone in the court lowered their heads. With the only person who dared to oppose Xiaoyang now remaining silent, who else would dare speak up? Seeing the situation, Xiaoyang smiled in satisfaction and stood up. Dismissed. Prime Minister, why aren't you saying anything? Marquis Youngyi frowned, looking at Prime Minister Fong in confusion. Prime Minister Fong shrugged. Has Lu Jing said anything to you since he returned? Why bring up that scoundrel? Marquis Youngyi snorted. That boy doesn't know where he's been. When he returned, he was covered in injuries. Who knows what happened? I didn't bother asking. In this world, there's actually a father like you? Your own son is covered in wounds, and you can't be bothered to ask? Prime Minister Fong looked at him in disbelief, then snorted. If I were your son, I'd feel so suffocated that I'd rather be dead. With that, he turned and walked away. What kind of nonsense was that? Marquis Youngyi still didn't understand what he had done wrong and didn't dare ask Prime Minister Fong. He could only return home to question his son. Lu Jing had sustained many injuries during his time in the Deerlands. Although some time had passed, he still had wounds that hadn't fully healed, especially internal injuries that caused him pain. Seeing his father storm in with a furious expression, Lu Jing instinctively felt that trouble was coming his way. Father, why are you here? Why? Can't I come? I'm here to ask how you got these wounds all over your body. Marquis Youngyi frowned, looking at him. It's been 3 or 4 months since you returned. Why haven't you recovered yet? Father, it's nothing. I was detained and mistreated for a few months while I was investigating in the Deerlands. Fortunately, His Majesty arrived and rescued me, Lu Jing said truthfully. What? Marquis Youngyi had assumed his son had been out playing around and had delayed his return. He never expected Lu Jing had been detained. Why didn't you tell me? Damn it. Does that dear king want to die? How dare he mistreat my son? Marquis Youngyi glared. You came back and didn't say a word. What's that supposed to mean? Father, I was afraid you'd be angry, Lu Jing said softly, lowering his head. I know you've never been fond of me, so why bother? Chapter 512. You rascal. What kind of nonsense is this? Seeing his son in such a state, Marquis Youngyi felt a mix of emotions. He scolded, Look at you now. Aren't you ashamed? I've told you countless times to practice your martial arts diligently at home, but you never listen. And now, as soon as you step out, you get beaten up. Let's see if you'll take it seriously next time. Although his words were full of reprimand, they were also laced with concern. Seeing his precious son in such a state, Marquis Youngyi's heart ached more than anyone else's. Seeing him like this, Lu Jing finally felt a bit better. He smiled and said softly, Father, I think you're right. So, I've decided. I want to join the army, go to the front lines, and train properly. What did you just say? Just as Marquis Youngyi had calmed down, he felt his world turn upside down again. His face changed instantly, and he gritted his teeth, growling, Say that again. If you dare, say it again. I'll say it again, That's exactly what I plan to do. I'm your son, the young Marquis of Yongi House. I'm not a coward. My brothers are all out there bravely fighting on the battlefield. Why should I stay cooped up at home? I refuse. I want to join the army and go to the front lines. You little brat, do you think I won't beat you to death? Marquis Yongi exploded in anger, his eyes bulging as if he were about to kill someone. But Lu Jing had been in so much trouble since he was a child that he was already used to his father's outbursts. Seeing the old man so angry, he couldn't help but smile. Father, I was imprisoned in the dungeon for 2 whole months. I don't even know how much torture I endured. I'm no longer afraid. If you let me go to the front lines, I'll take whatever beating you give me. After you're done, I'll still go. You rascal. Marquis Yongi looked at his son, who had always been content with eating, drinking, and causing trouble. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. Finally, he let out a deep sigh, gritting his teeth in frustration. You've never taken your martial arts practice seriously since you were young. I just don't understand. After all these years of being a wastrel, aren't you happy? Why do you insist on going to the battlefield? Father, I've grown up with the Emperor. Before, there was the Empress by his side. But now he's all alone. I want to accompany him and fight for the Empire. Lu Jing's attitude was firm. But Marquis Yongi sensed something unusual. He stared at his son, as if he had discovered something shocking. He gritted his teeth and asked, Do you have inappropriate feelings for the Emperor? What do you mean? Although Lu Jing was a troublemaker, he had never dabbled in such matters. So, he was completely baffled by his father's question, looking at him with a blank expression. This was enough for the old Marquis to assume it was a confirmation. Furious, he slapped his son across the face, shouting, Ugh! What a disgrace to our family. You shameless wretch. No wonder you've refused every marriage proposal I've arranged for you all these years. Your mind has always been on the Emperor. Are you out of your mind? Do you even have any shame left? That slap stunned Lu Jing. He stared at his father in disbelief, finally realizing what his father had implied. His face turned red instantly. Father, are you losing your mind? What are you thinking? The Emperor and I are as pure as snow. How could we possibly do anything improper? Besides, I've never gotten married all these years because, well, who would want me? I'm a nobody. Lu Jing looked at him helplessly and muttered softly. And besides, the Emperor has a harem full of beauties. What are you even thinking? The Crown Prince is already so old. Initially, Marquis Yongi had been too furious to think straight. But now, hearing this, he found it quite reasonable. He snorted and said sternly, You little brat, listen carefully. If you dare to think about such nonsense, I'll beat you to death to uphold our family's honor and the law. With that, he turned and left. As for the matter of going to the front lines, it seemed there would be no further discussion. What does that even mean? Seeing his father walk away without another word, Lu Jing grew anxious. What was the old man thinking? What was he trying to say? He took a deep breath and muttered through gritted teeth, Does no one take me seriously? Although Marquis Yongi appeared calm, he was actually in a frenzy. After leaving Lu Jing's room, he headed straight for the Emperor's study. Xiaoliang had thought he could focus on his documents today, but before he could settle in, Marquis Yongi came rushing in, tears and snot streaming down his face. What's going on? Seeing him like this, Xiaoliang couldn't help but laugh and sigh in resignation. Marquis, what's the matter? Your Majesty, my 4 sons are all at the border, guarding our great Xia. I only have this one remaining son, who is no good at martial arts or academics. He's been a wastrel since he was young, but at least he's here to carry on the family line. Please, Your Majesty, persuade this little rascal. Marquis Yongi knelt on the ground, wailing. What's happening here? Xiaoliang looked at Marquis Yongi, feeling both amused and helpless. Marquis, you've been here for a while, but you haven't explained what's going on. What exactly is the matter? What about Lu Jing? Your Majesty. Marquis Yongi wiped his tears and cried even harder. He says he wants to join the army and go to the front lines. Oh, is that so? I see. Don't worry, I've got it under control. Xiaoyang smiled, looking at Marquis Youngie. What? Marquis Youngie had been prepared to cry himself to death if necessary, but he never expected Xiaoyang to dismiss him so casually. He looked at the emperor awkwardly and pressed on, Your Majesty, what do you mean by that? It's nothing. If he wants to go, let him go. It's a good opportunity to send this batch of supplies over. Xiaoyang smiled lightly. I know Lu Jing's temperament too well. He's not suited for fighting on the front lines. He should stay in the capital and handle matters of justice. That's where he truly belongs. What? Marquis Youngie was first stunned, then murmured softly, Since Your Majesty also thinks he's not suited for the front lines, why let him go? Chapter 513, Family Letter. How could I be content without going? Xiaoyang smiled and looked at Youngie Marquis, blinking his eyes. Didn't the old Marquis also experience youth? How could you not be curious? Once he finds out that the front lines are different from what he imagined, he'll return. Don't worry, I'll have a good talk with him before he leaves. What does this mean? In truth, Youngie Marquis still didn't fully understand what Xiaoyang meant, but he quickly nodded and whispered, As long as Your Majesty understands my intentions, I am satisfied. There's only this one prodigal son left in the family, and I can't afford to lose him. Is this something a father would say? Seeing Youngie Marquis' expression, Xiaoyang couldn't help but burst out laughing. Haha, good. It's settled then. Quickly wipe your tears and go back. If someone sees you like this, they'll think I'm bullying you. After saying that, he waved his hand and lowered his head to continue reading the memorials in his hand. Watching him so busy, Youngie Marquis felt a slight pang of sympathy and sighed softly. Your Majesty, there are always memorials to read, but you must also rest well. I understand. Thank you for your concern, Marquis. Xiaoyang smiled and continued reading the memorials. Realizing further words would be futile, Youngie Marquis could only sigh helplessly and turn to leave. Jinzhong, go bring Lu Shanha here.
Yes.
Soon, Lu Shanha entered and knelt to pay his respects to Xiaoyang. Greetings, Your Majesty. Come here, Xiaoyang gestured to him. Your father's petition and a family letter for you. Along with the memorials, many local specialties from your hometown were sent. Your mother was worried you might not be accustomed, so she sent these. Really? Lu Shanha stepped forward eagerly. Your Majesty, this? I have been disrespectful. It's fine. Read it. Xiaoyang smiled and pointed to a small stool. Sit and read. Thank you, Your Majesty. Lu Shanha was quite excited and, forgetting about etiquette, hurriedly turned and sat on the chair to read his family letter. As he read, tears fell in big drops, but fearing Xiaoyang might be displeased by his weakness, he quickly wiped them away and continued reading. What did your parents say to you? Xiaoyang asked curiously, looking at Lu Shanha. Lu Shanha carefully folded up the letter and whispered, It's nothing much, just reminding me to eat and sleep well, and to serve the crown prince diligently. Serve? Xiaoyang glanced at him and said calmly, I called you here to study, not to serve. Remember that, understand? Hearing this, Lu Shanha couldn't help but smile softly and said quietly, Since coming to the palace, everyone has been very kind to me. Although I miss my hometown, I also like it here very much. This was true. No one looked down on him or discriminated against him because he came from a remote area. Instead, everyone was carefully taking care of him, worried that he might not adjust well after leaving home. That care and warmth, Lu Shanha could feel it. Well, if there's nothing special, you may return. Xiaoyang waved his hand. Come here after evening classes. I'll teach you how to shoot arrows.
Yes.
Lu Shanha bowed and turned to leave. After finishing the memorials, it was already dark. Xiaoyang felt exhausted and rubbed his temples. I'm tired. Let's go to sleep. Your Majesty, where will you go tonight? The young eunuch from the inner court has been waiting for a while. Saying that you need to choose a consort, Jianzhong stepped forward and bowed to Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang hadn't expected that one day he would have to choose a consort himself. Having been an emperor for so long, he had never chosen a consort before. Walking over, he looked at the box held by the young eunuch and smiled. The plaques inside listed the names of the consorts. After a moment of thought, Xiaoyang pointed to the first one. Yes, I'll arrange for Lady Xian to come immediately. Jin Zhong nodded and turned to leave. In truth, Xiaoyang didn't particularly want Lady Xian. It was just that her plaque happened to be the first one. Soon, Lady Xian was brought in, washed and dressed neatly. As they lay in bed, Xiaoyang took a breath and smiled. This is the first time I've seen you without clothes. Lady Xian really wanted to bang her head against the wall. She felt so embarrassed that she could only nod vigorously, closing her eyes and not daring to speak. Since you are a consort, fulfill your duty. Xiaoyang smiled and reached out to lift her blanket. At this, Lady Xian became truly anxious. Your Majesty, I'm afraid. What are you afraid of? Don't you understand? Xiaoyang looked at her curiously. All women entering the palace were trained beforehand, so it was impossible for her not to understand. Lady Xian didn't know what she was afraid of, but she was still scared, her body trembling slightly. She thought Xiaoyang would rush forward regardless, but instead, he just chuckled, hugged her through the blanket, and murmured, "Sleep? Your Majesty, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it." Lady Xian lowered her head and murmured an apology. Unfortunately, Xiaoyang was already asleep. He had been busy all day and was too tired. In the Qinghua Palace, Xiao Ru watched as young Xuanya's eyes remained fixed on the Qinlong Palace, feeling heartbroken. Your Highness, it's so late. Shouldn't you go to sleep? I can't sleep, young Xuanya sighed softly. It's all my own foolishness. I always knew, after all, he is the emperor. How could his knights belong only to me? Your Highness, please don't overthink. Our northern emperor is still waiting for your reply. Xiao Ru looked at young Xuanya with some difficulty. Young Xuanya smiled faintly. I am now the young Guifei of the Xia kingdom. How can I reply? Am I to betray the emperor? No, I can't do that. Of course not to betray the emperor, but your Highness must also think about our northern kingdom. If the emperor turns against us, what then? At that time, wouldn't our situation become even more difficult? Hearing this, young Xuanya smiled. She retracted her gaze, sat down casually, and said calmly, the emperor is not a warmonger, so he will not initiate war. You can rest assured of that. Your Highness, are you really not going to reply to the northern emperor? Xiao Ru still felt uneasy. Chapter 514, Fulfilling Duty. Young Xuanya took a deep breath, gazing towards the north. Her heart was filled with mixed emotions. Finally, she sighed helplessly and murmured softly, to be honest, I don't even know myself. I know I shouldn't have replied, but I am the princess of the northern kingdom. How could I remain silent at such a critical moment? I initially thought that my elder brother sent me here to fulfill my wishes. Now it seems it was never about fulfilling my desires. It was all for his own benefit. After a moment, young Xuanya waved her hand dismissively. Forget it. Forget it. You're just a palace maid, and you wouldn't understand what I'm talking about. Go rest. Then, Your Highness, please get some rest as well, Xiao Ru said, sensing young Xuanya's distress and refraining from further conversation. She bowed and turned to leave. Watching Xiao Ru's retreating figure, young Xuanya let out a self-mocking laugh. She grabbed a jar of fine wine and climbed onto the roof, drinking towards the direction of the Qinlong Palace. I knew you'd do something so reckless. Young Feiyu suddenly appeared, sitting beside his sister without warning. Before coming here, I already warned you. You insisted on coming. Who can you blame but yourself? Yes, it was my own insistence. Why blame anyone else? Young Xuanya smiled, tilting her head to look at young Feiyu. With a sullen tone, she asked, Brother, did the emperor write to you? He did, young Feiyu replied, taking a swig of wine. That's why I'm in a bad mood today. The thing I feared the most has happened. Young Feiyu had wanted to stay and accompany his sister out of necessity. He was well aware of his origins and had no desire to meddle in the political intrigues of the northern kingdom. Moreover, he harbored some affection for Xiaoyang and didn't want to let these messy affairs affect his relationship with her. So, he decided to stay behind, living as a carefree and wealthy man, thus fulfilling his obligations to all parties involved. However, he never expected that even though he tried to stay out of it, someone would force him into the fray, making it impossible for him to remain uninvolved. Every time he thought about this, young Feiyu felt a headache coming on. He muttered, "Silly sister, tell me, what's the point of living like this? Brother, do you want to die?" Young Xuanya looked at her brother in surprise. "It's not that bad, is it? Even though I despise the Emperor's current behavior, we still have to live bravely and strongly, don't we?" "Why would I want to die? I think you're the one whose mind is filled with Xiaoyang, leaving no room for anyone else. Forget it, I won't talk to you anymore." Young Feiyu chuckled, turning his face away and taking another drink. Both siblings were feeling vexed, so neither said much. They simply drank themselves into oblivion and then tumbled drunkenly off the roof. Fortunately, they had been trained in martial arts since childhood and were physically strong. Despite falling from such a height, they were unharmed and simply passed out on the ground. It wasn't until the morning when the palace maids came to clean that they were discovered, and the imperial physician was hastily summoned. "Your Highness, are you all right?" "Sister Yang." Xiaoyang and the virtuous concubine rushed in one after the other. Normally, Xiaoyang would be the most anxious, but the virtuous concubine seemed even more worried. With a face full of guilt, she looked at young Xuanya lying on the bed, choking back tears. "I'm sorry, Sister Yang, it's all my fault. I was the one who drank too much and fell off the roof. What does it have to do with you?" Seeing the virtuous concubine's teary-eyed, heartbroken expression, young Xuanya felt both amused and helpless. All right, don't cry. Be good." Xiaoyang watched their deep sisterly bond with a hint of annoyance. "What exactly happened? Are you all useless? How could you let the noble consort fall? What's the point of having you around?" Xiaoyang glared at Xiaoru, who stood nearby. Realizing her mistake, Xiaoru quickly knelt down, pleading repeatedly, "Your Majesty, please calm down. Your Majesty, please forgive me. I didn't mean it. I know I was wrong. Please, Your Majesty, calm down." "Your Majesty, it's not Xiaoru's fault. It was my own fault for drinking too much and tumbling off the roof. It's nothing serious, just a bit of a bone ache. I'll be fine in a few days." Young Xuanya quickly intervened to temper Xiaoyang's anger. Xiaoyang frowned, looking at her. "Then why were you drinking alone in the middle of the night?" "It wasn't just me. My brother was with me," young Xuanya admitted, feeling a bit guilty about implicating her brother. But since it had already come to this, she had no choice but to throw her brother under the bus. Young Feiyu had come to check on his sister out of concern, but upon entering, he heard her words and felt a sharp pain in his chest. He stared at his sister on the bed in disbelief, gritting his teeth as he said, "Are you really my sister? You know she's your sister. As an elder brother, why didn't you keep a better eye on her? How could you join in such foolishness?" Xiaoyang frowned, looking at young Feiyu. "Besides, weren't you staying in the front palace? How did you end up in the inner court? Didn't I tell you before? Why didn't you keep your promise?" At this point, young Xuanya also realized the gravity of the situation and quickly knelt down. "Your Majesty, please calm down. My brother didn't mean to trespass into the inner court. He just came to see me and talk. Your Majesty, I only came to deliver a family letter. I had no other intentions and didn't go anywhere else. Please investigate clearly." Young Feiyu also knelt down, looking helplessly at Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang trusted this man's character, so he snorted and said impatiently, "Enough, get up. Don't you feel embarrassed?" The two of them helped each other to their feet. "I heard about this early in the morning and rushed over. Since you're both fine, I can rest easy. I'm off to court," Xiaoyang said with a roll of his eyes before walking out. The virtuous concubine held young Xuanya's hand tightly and wept, "Sob, Sister Yang, are you all right? Sister Yang, are you all right? How did you fall?" Bayuner rushed in, her movements hasty. When she saw her, young Xuanya was momentarily stunned, then seemed to recall something and quickly asked, "Why are you here? Didn't the Emperor say you were under house arrest? How dare you leave? I heard you were injured, so I came. I'll go and confess to the Emperor later. I need to see for myself that you're okay." Bayuner held young Xuanya's hand, checking her up and down. "Are you all right? Are your arms and legs okay?" Chapter 5:15. What does this mean? Seeing her so nervous, young Shuya was deeply touched and smiled softly before whispering, "It's nothing, just a simple fall. Don't worry." Sister Yang. Concubine Xian rushed in from outside, anxiously looking at her. How did you fall? Aren't you the #1 martial artist in the world? Seeing Concubine Xian now, young Shuya's heart was a bit complicated. Although she knew such accidents were hard to avoid, she still felt a bit uncomfortable. She lowered her eyes and said softly, "It's nothing, just lost my footing and fell." Others might not know what happened, but Bai Yuner certainly did. She glanced at Concubine Xian and sighed. Sighed? What does that mean? Concubine Xian frowned, displeased. What are you sighing about? Why are you looking at me like that? Did I cause Sister Yang's fall? Of course not that. It's just, never mind. Bai Yuner wanted to say something, but, like young Shuya, suddenly felt that it wasn't Concubine Xian's fault. Even if Concubine Xian didn't initially understand, she now realized the situation. She hesitated and then said softly, "With your high martial arts, you wouldn't fall for no reason. Last night, the Emperor summoned me, and you were upset, drinking alone, which led to your fall, right?" "No, I don't blame you at all," young Shuya quickly explained. "It was just something personal to me. Besides, I wasn't drinking alone last night. I was with my brother." Despite young Shuya's efforts to explain, Concubine Xian's eyes reddened. She muttered, "I thought we three could laugh and be happy together, passing the long years. I knew when I entered the palace, I was no longer like other women. Back then, my mother warned me not to be too naive, that the harem is complex, and one wrong move could mean death. But I never expected us to grow distant over something like this. Sister Yang, I know your feelings for the Emperor are not like those of ordinary concubines. But I am just an ordinary concubine. I don't crave or seek favor, but I can't refuse it. I have no powerful family, no right to refuse. The lives of over 100 people in my family depend on me." As she spoke, tears fell. These noble ladies, who truly lived for themselves. This wasn't Concubine Xian's fault. Seeing her tearful, young Shuya felt even more guilty. She hugged her and whispered, "Don't cry. It's my fault. It's all my fault. I know, I'm the one at fault. Don't cry, okay? Sister Yang, I don't want to lose you, but I have no choice." Concubine Xian sighed. "From birth, we weren't given the freedom to choose, were we?" Though desperate, it was the truth. Women in this era already lived difficult lives, and those from prominent families faced even more challenges. Watching the two of them, Bai Yuner also sighed, muttering, "I still don't know what the Emperor plans. Locked up in the palace for so long, I wonder what he's up to." "What do you think I'm up to?" Xiaoliang walked in, seeing the two women hugging and crying, feeling awkward. "Am I interrupting?" Concubine Xian quickly wiped her tears, becoming silent and stiff as a wooden doll. Bai Yuner, under house arrest, had sneaked out. Seeing Xiaoliang now, she felt guilty and kept her head down, saying nothing. Yang Shuya smiled. "This is the Emperor's harem. You can come at any time." Xiaoliang sat down, curiously looking at Bai Yuner. "If I remember correctly, you're supposed to be meditating in your palace. How did you get out? Who let you out?" "Knew it was coming." Bai Yuner hastily knelt, sincerely apologizing, "Your Majesty, please forgive me. I didn't mean to disobey the decree. I was just worried about the noble consort, so I came to check on her." "Good, very good. Disobeying the decree, what else are you afraid of?" Xiaoliang smirked, looking at Bai Yuner. "Your Majesty, don't blame her. It's all my fault." Yang Shuya quickly interceded. Xiaoliang snorted. "Concubine Bai, for disobeying the decree, you will be punished by feeding the horses for 3 months." "What?" Bai Yuner thought Xiaoliang might take her head in anger, but she never expected this. "That's it?" She glared at Xiaoliang, gritting her teeth. "Yes, Your Majesty." Now she understood. It was all about the horses. Feeding horses? Fine. Xiaoliang chuckled, taking out a book from his sleeve and tossing it to her. This is the storybook I promised you. Remember your promise to me.
Yes.
Bayuner held the book, feeling a sudden warmth in her heart, stood up, and walked out. Xiaoliang glanced at the teary concubine Xian and said with a smile, "You were worried about the noble consort, so you cried?" "Yes, your majesty. I heard the consort fell from a height, so I was worried and came to check," concubine Xian dutifully replied. Though she was always proper in front of Xiaoliang, he knew she didn't care for him. He smiled, taking out an account book. "It seems you've been a bit lax. This quarter's accounts are not as good as the last. What's going on? Falling short on targets?" "What? Impossible." Hearing there was a problem with her embroidery workshop, concubine Xian grew anxious. "Impossible? I introduced many new patterns this month. How could they not be popular? There must be a mistake with the account book." She stepped forward, grabbing the book from his hand, examining it closely, then sighed softly. It seems the eunuch in the inner court was too busy and mixed up the account books. This is the first quarters, so naturally, it's not as high as the second quarters. Looks like her focus is on work. Good. Xiaoliang tapped his fingers on the table, tossing the account book back to her, smiled, and stood up, leaving. What does this mean? Watching Xiaoliang's back, concubine Xian was puzzled. "Sister, what does this mean?" Chapter 516. The Last Chance. "Do you think I know what's going on?" Yang Xuanya was also a bit puzzled. She didn't bother to figure out what illness Xiaoliang had, but instead grabbed the concubine Xian's hand and said, "I don't care about anything else, but you can't distance yourself from me, you know? We've been together since we entered the palace. The bond between sisters is greater than anything. Yesterday's incident was my fault, and I apologize to you." In truth, concubine Xian really wanted to tell Yang Xuanya that she hadn't done anything last night, but thinking that she couldn't avoid it forever, it was better to just let it go rather than finding out later and being heartbroken. "Sister, I never intended to compete with you for the emperor. I don't like him." Concubine Xian spoke honestly. She smiled at Yang Xuanya and whispered, "Actually, I'm not like you, who grew up on the grasslands, free-spirited, and getting whatever you want. I don't have Bai Mei's prestigious family background either. She was clearly pampered since childhood. I'm just the most insignificant daughter of the Ministry of Rights. My father sent me to the palace merely to appease the emperor. So I've always been disciplined. I don't know how women are supposed to live. I don't understand the kind of love you're talking about, but I can see that you're determined for him. But that's not me. Even if the emperor doesn't favor me, I won't be heartbroken or desperate. I just want to live a good life in the palace. Now that I'm in charge of the embroidery workshop, the emperor even gives me performance bonuses. I'll soon have a lot of money, and maybe I can leave this four-cornered palace to travel and enjoy the scenery outside." As concubine Xian spoke, her voice choked up. She had always thought that women's lives were the same, that everyone lived like that. But in the palace, she realized that there were many choices for women, like sweet dates, or like those female officials, they could support themselves through their talents and earn respect from others. Unfortunately, as the daughter of the Ministry of Rights, she had to be the most sensible and well-mannered. She couldn't make mistakes. Even though she now knew there were so many ways to live, she had to follow the path chosen by her father and brothers. Seeing concubine Xian like this, Yang Xuanya felt more compassion for her. She took out a handkerchief and wiped her tears. "I know. I don't blame you. It would have been someone else if not you. It's my own fault for being petty. Sister Yang, if I had a choice, I'd rather be a female official and never marry. I just want to see the world outside." Concubine Xian smiled, her voice tinged with sadness. As a young lady from an official's family, she had lived within the confines of her home. After marriage, she would only move from one confined space to another. All the beautiful scenery in the world seemed to have nothing to do with them, and even thinking about it felt like a sin. Every time she thought about this, concubine Xian felt like she was no different from the pigs kept in the backyard, just living out her life. Yang Xuanya didn't know how to comfort her, so she just hugged her and gently patted her back, sighing silently. "The stable. Zhang Qingyun, why are you here?" Bayuner said, clenching her teeth when she saw Zhang Qingyun cleaning the stables. After all, you're a third-rank standard-bearer general. What does this mean? How could they make you clean the stables? And you're now a first-rank noble consort. Aren't you here to feed the horses? Zhang Qingyun chuckled, but soon, he realized his mistake and immediately bowed to her. This subject pays respects to the noble consort. Seeing Zhang Qingyun like this, Bai Yuner felt a strange mix of emotions. After hesitating for a moment, she said sullenly, "Do we really have to be so formal now? Even if I married the emperor, I'm still the little sister you grew up with. Don't you want me anymore?" "Your Highness, please be cautious with your words. This subject is merely a servant of the royal household. How dare I claim to be your brother?" Zhang Qingyun lowered his head, his voice trembling. Although they had never explicitly stated their feelings, it was an unspoken understanding. Now, with their current statuses, it was indeed. "Zhang Qingyun, I'm sorry." Bai Yuner broke the silence. "When we were young, I promised I would marry you. I never expected things to turn out like this. Being a noble consort isn't much fun, but for the Yunnan prince's estate, I have to stay in this position until the end. I can't leave, and I can't die. This life, I'm destined to let you down." Hearing this, Zhang Qingyun's eyes reddened, but he still nodded. This subject dares not harbor any delusions. "Zhang Qingyun, I loved you, and I still do. But I'm the little princess of the Yunnan prince's estate." Bai Yuner's eyes filled with tears. "I'm also my father's only daughter. This is my fate, my responsibility. So, I'm sorry, truly sorry. You should find a wife with a big bottom, have many sons, and live a bustling life. The scenery I can't see, you'll see for me. The delicious food I can't taste, you'll taste for me. If there's a next life, I won't be a princess. I'll be your wife, okay?" As she spoke, Bai Yuner couldn't hold back her tears. No matter how willful a girl is, she's bound to shed tears when faced with such situations. Zhang Qingyun looked deeply at Bai Yuner, the girl he had grown up cherishing and protecting. Seeing her so heartbroken, he felt his heart shatter. Almost instinctively, he wanted to reach out and pat her head, but his hand stopped halfway in midair and then reluctantly withdrew. He bowed. "This subject obeys." "Haha." Bai Yuner suddenly laughed, but her tears flowed even more fiercely. "Good. Good indeed. A fine obey. I wish the General Zheng a meteoric rise and a house full of children." Bai Yuner wiped away her tears forcefully and gave him a bright smile. "General Zheng, goodbye." This goodbye marked the end of any lingering feelings between them. From now on, they would be strangers. On the roof. "Are you bringing me here to watch your noble consort cheat on you?" Yang Feiyu looked at Xiaoyang with confusion. Xiaoyang shot him a glare and said irritably, "What do you mean by cheating? Mutual affection, tears like pear blossoms. Isn't that cheating?" Yang Feiyu shrugged. "Though, the noble consort is quite surprising." Xiaoyang didn't say anything else, just waved his hand. Jin Zhong, who was waiting below, received the signal and entered, bowing. "Greetings, General Zheng. His Majesty's decree. General Zheng is ordered to return to Yunnan immediately without delay." Chapter 517. Don't think you're the only one with responsibility. What? Zhang Qingyun was clearly caught off guard. He hadn't expected Xiaoyang to let him go at this moment. He instinctively raised his head and saw Xiaoyang still on the wall, not having had the chance to climb down yet. It was a bit awkward. Xiaoyang jumped down from the wall and coughed. "We pay our respects to His Majesty the Emperor." Everyone quickly knelt down to pay their respects. This was indeed a bit awkward. Xiaoyang blushed slightly and said, "Well, it's not a big deal, but General Zheng, why haven't you left yet? I said to leave immediately, didn't I?" "Yes, Your Majesty. I take my leave." Zhang Qingyun knelt down and respectfully performed a deep bow. "I, Zhang Qingyun, bid farewell to His Majesty and to Consort Bai." The last three words were almost spat out through gritted teeth. Seeing him like this, Xiaoyang took a deep breath. Never forget this day, and never forget what Consort Bai has sacrificed for Yunnan. I hope the Yunnan prince's estate will conduct itself properly and not betray consort Bai's intentions. Yes, your majesty. I understand. I take my leave. Zhang Qingyun immediately agreed, stood up, clenched his fists, and left. He didn't even have the courage to look at her again. Bai Yuner, on the other hand, stood there boldly, openly staring at his retreating figure. If you regret it now, you can leave with him. I'll grant you a commoner's identity, and consort Bai will be declared dead on the spot. Xiaoyang immediately said. This was an opportunity, the last chance. Bai Yuner showed no hesitation. She shook her head and smiled. Before coming here, my father also suggested that we could find a noble lady to adopt as a daughter and send her here as your consort. But I refused. Oh? Why? Xiaoyang genuinely looked curious. Bai Yuner shrugged. Who doesn't know you're wise and powerful? Such a substitution would be hard to hide from you. Besides, I'm the princess of the Yunnan prince's estate. I should bear these responsibilities. Don't think only men have the courage to take responsibility. We women do too. I was wrong about Zhang Qingyun. I should have told you sooner. But since I boarded the carriage to the capital, I never thought of going back. Dying, that's not something Bai Yuner would do. Bai Yuner spoke with unwavering honesty. Love was truly felt, and there was no deceit. Seeing her like this, Xiaoyang felt a growing respect. He smiled and said softly, All right, then the matter of the war horses will be entrusted to you. It will serve as your atonement. I'll treat this incident as if it never happened, and I won't trouble Zhang Qingyun or the Yunnan prince's estate because of it in the future. Is that a promise? Of course. Although Bai Yuner still had some doubts about the sincerity of this promise, seeing Xiaoyang's expression, she nodded. All right. As she left the stable, she saw young Feiyu standing at the door, smirking. This guy was just too unreliable. She shot him a glare and said irritably, You left without even telling me. You didn't ask me to tell you, did you? Yang Feiyu followed behind Xiaoyang, curious. Besides, even if you hadn't pulled this stunt, she would have taken care of the horses. Why go through all this? Hearing this, Xiaoyang smiled and said calmly, Now that she's taking care of the horses for me, she'll be completely loyal and do her best. Plus, this whole affair puts the Yunnan prince's estate in a position where they have a weakness in my hands. If I ever decide to reduce their power, they'll think twice before speaking to me. It saves a lot of trouble and creates more convenience. What do you know? What? Yang Feiyu looked at Xiaoyang in disbelief. Why play such games with your subordinates? You're the emperor. If you want something, just say the word. That's your thinking, not mine, Xiaoyang said, waving his hand dismissively. For me, the first priority is essential. Power or force can only suppress temporarily, not permanently, and they come with significant side effects. After all, where there's oppression, there's resistance. Yang Feiyu looked at Xiaoyang, thinking about it, and realized he made a lot of sense. Being your subject seems pretty good. But what if you encounter someone stubborn? Execute them. What? Yang Feiyu thought he might have some clever strategy, but instead, he just said to kill them? The contrast was too big. By the way, your brother has been giving you a hard time lately, hasn't he? I noticed the consort has dark circles under her eyes, Xiaoyang said, smiling at Yang Feiyu. Yang Feiyu knew very well that although Xiaoyang rarely said anything, he was well informed about everything in the palace. Yang Feiyu also understood that while his own intelligence work was good, Xiaoyang was even more skilled. There was no way he could hide anything from him. Such matters didn't need to be hidden. Yang Feiyu nodded, feeling frustrated. It's all because of those past issues. That Hongdao kingdom, they're really a nuisance. Speaking of which, it's half your motherland. Don't you have any thoughts? Xiaoyang asked, with a teasing smile. Thoughts? What thoughts could he have? Yang Feiyu snorted and said flatly, that so-called motherland is of no interest to me. So don't test me. I won't say anything I shouldn't to my brother. But since we're in a cooperative relationship, you should make things clear to my brother, shouldn't you? It's just a reshuffle. Does he not know that? Xiaoyang shrugged. He's asking you just to see where your loyalty lies. Yang Feiyu looked at Xiaoyang, hesitated, and whispered, "So, what do you think I should do?" "How would I know what you should do?" Xiaoyang shot him a glare and said irritably, "It's your brother. Handle it yourself. Why ask me? What do I know? I'm just an innocent bystander." With that, he left Yang Feiyu and headed to the imperial study. Since Shen Yunyan left, Xiaoyang spent at least 8 of the 12 hours in a day in the imperial study. His butt was practically glued to the seat, but that's the boring life of an emperor. Every day was more or less the same. As soon as he sat down, Tianzhao knocked and entered, carrying some newly made winter garments. "Your Majesty, these are the carefully crafted garments from the embroidery workshop. Please take a look." Leave them," Xiaoyang said with a smile. "Last year's winter garments were fine. There's no need to make new ones every year. It's too wasteful." He didn't have any extravagant habits, so he wasn't particular about his clothing or lifestyle. After all, eating raw beef in the wilderness was a common occurrence for him. There was no need to be pretentious here. Chapter 518. Wanting to go home. Tianzhao stepped forward, placing the items on the table, and gave him a smile. "After all, you are the ruler of a nation. You should dress properly. Otherwise, if you go out like this, won't people laugh at you? What's the use of dressing well? To avoid being laughed at, one needs a strong fist." Xiaoyang smiled and looked at her. "By the way, I notice you've been in a good mood lately. How is Afu doing? Is everything going smoothly?" With the emperor's support, how could he not be doing well? But the situation in the south is quite bad. Even after our previous visit, nothing has changed. Tianzhao sighed, expressing her helplessness. The south may have beautiful scenery, but it's incredibly chaotic. The salt tax is insufficient, and smuggled salt is everywhere. The sex trade has reached its peak. It's all flashy on the outside but rotten within. This was the first time Xiaoyang had heard her discuss matters of the court, and it immediately piqued his interest. He smiled and then spoke softly, "So, what do you think we should do? People say that clear water has no fish, but if the water is too muddy, the fish can't survive either, right?" Tianzhao looked at Xiaoyang with difficulty and whispered, "I've heard that many people are being forced into prostitution. It's truly chaotic and—" Tianzhao stepped closer, lowering her voice. "And the most critical thing is, I discovered that the tax policy they are using is not the one you've implemented." "What?" Xiaoyang's expression changed dramatically. He frowned, gritted his teeth, and looked at her. "Are you sure about this?" "Yes, I was planning to develop my own business in the south, thinking of opening a shop. But when I went to the government office to inquire, I found that the tax policy was incorrect. They are using the old policies of the previous dynasty. That means the tax in many parts of the south is 3 times that of other places, but the taxes they submit are not that much, aren't they?" Tianzhao looked at Xiaoyang seriously. That's why Xiaoyang insisted on having someone he trusted go there to see for themselves what was really going on. Many issues can only be truly resolved when seen firsthand. If it weren't for Tianzhao witnessing this herself, Xiaoyang might never have known. Well, it seems the south is indeed a place full of talented people," Xiaoyang sneered. Tianzhao found a seat and sat down, nodding seriously. "Your Majesty, since you ascended the throne, you've always focused all your attention on the more desolate areas, never expecting that these wealthy regions would take the opportunity to cause trouble." Hearing this, Xiaoyang smiled and nodded. "That's true. I've been so busy dealing with poor areas that I forgot to clean up this land of pleasure. Well, then, let's clean it up properly. It's also a good opportunity to take the child out to see what filth lies beneath this beautiful landscape." Seeing Xiaoyang like this, Tianzhao didn't know what to say, so she could only sigh softly and suggest, "The crown prince should be focusing on his studies in the palace. How can you take him traveling all over the world? The world is so vast, with such beautiful scenery. When Yunyan was alive, she always wanted to go out and explore, but we never had the time. Now that there's an opportunity, let Songer take his mother's place and see the beauty of the world." Xiaoyang's eyes suddenly became sorrowful. Even after so much time has passed, he still feels the pain. Seeing Xiaoyang like this, Tianzhao understood that further discussion was pointless. She sighed, stood up, bowed, and turned to leave. Actually, Tianzhao's behavior was quite immature, but it was only Tianzhao who could be so unrestrained in front of Xiaoyang. Such freedom was precious to Xiaoyang. He glanced at the clothes on the table, smiled, and waved his hand. Put them away. Bayuner sat at the table, propping her cheeks with her hands, her eyes glaring angrily. When the concubine Xian entered, she saw her like this and walked over, smiling. What's wrong? Why are you so angry? I don't know why, but I always feel like the emperor is scheming against me. Bayuner gritted her teeth, glaring at concubine Xian. You know, the emperor has the most tricks up his sleeve. Hearing this, concubine Xian couldn't help but laugh. Naturally, the emperor's mind is the most cunning. Otherwise, how could he be the emperor? In the end, he brought Zheng Qingyun here just to get me to help breed warhorses, didn't he? Bayuner snorted, mumbling. But this whole thing feels off. Since entering the palace, I've found the emperor to be quite amiable and not bloodthirsty at all. Why is he so hostile towards the Rainbow Island Kingdom? And why does he insist on personally leading the expedition? This concubine Xian, who had always been in the inner chambers, had no idea what was going on. She shook her head. I really don't know. But isn't it natural for a ruler to desire to conquer the world? But if a war really breaks out, won't the common people suffer? Isn't he supposed to be a good emperor? Why is he now disregarding the lives of the people? Bayuner looked at concubine Xian in confusion. Be quiet. Concubine Xian was anxious, frowning at her. How many heads do you think you have to speak like that? We are merely concubines in the inner palace. We have no right to discuss such matters. Besides, the emperor tells you to do something, so just do it. Why do you have so many thoughts? Can't I have my own thoughts? Bayuner sighed, resting her head on the table, feeling quite vexed. I'm really frustrated right now. I miss home. I want to go home. Is the emperor not treating you well? Am I not treating you well? Isn't Sister Yang treating you well? Concubine Xian smiled, pinching her cheek gently. There are so many people here who like you. Do you still want to go home? What you're saying is nonsense, Bayuner snorted, displeased. No matter how good it is outside, it's not my home. Of course, I want to go home. But I know it's not that easy to go home, so I can only endure it. At this, concubine Xian also felt helpless. She propped her cheek with one hand, whispering, If you really think about it, I prefer the palace. It's much better than home. Chapter 519. Avoidance. Isn't your home good? Bayuner asked curiously, looking at her. I can see that you should be a young lady from an official's family. Shouldn't you be pampered at home? My father is the Minister of Rights. Our family isn't particularly prominent. Shortly after my mother gave birth to me, she had a younger brother. In our family, boys are valued more than girls. So, although I never lacked food or clothing growing up, I was never truly cherished. It was just a matter of waiting to be married off. In the palace, at least I can do what I like and feel more alive. Concubine Xian spoke frankly. For someone like Bayuner, who had been pampered since childhood, it might be difficult to understand the feelings of a girl like concubine Xian, who had been neglected. She looked at concubine Xian, hesitated for a moment, then whispered, Then, do you think the emperor treats you well? The emperor? Concubine Xian thought of Xiaoyang's face and felt a slight blush. She whispered, The emperor is inherently good. He treats me fairly well, I suppose. Speaking of which, among the three of us, only I haven't been intimate with the emperor yet. Bayuner seemed a bit frustrated, lowering her head and mumbling. Before I got married, the nanny from our mansion told me a lot, but I only understood half of it. You know, is being intimate a happy thing? What kind of bold words are these in broad daylight? Concubine Xian's face turned red, and she didn't even dare to look at Bayuner. I don't know either. But you've already been intimate with the emperor. How can you not know? Or is it that the emperor couldn't make you happy? Seeing concubine Xian's reaction, Bayuner grew anxious. Could it be that Xiaoyang really isn't capable? No, that can't be. Lady Yang didn't seem unhappy. What's going on? Bayuner looked curiously at concubine Xian. I asked Lady Yang before, but she refused to answer and even laughed at me. Now I ask you, and you don't say anything. Why? Now, concubine Xian wished she could bury her face in her legs. She whispered, "Oh, don't talk about these things in broad daylight. It's not good if someone hears us. Stop it. I'm just asking you. Is it wrong to ask? If you're really that curious, then go try it yourself." Concubine Xian snorted and gave her a sidelong glance. Just the thought of having to be intimate with Xiaoyang made Bayuner feel a chill. She grunted and mumbled, "I know it's inevitable, but I just feel awkward about it." Awkward? Concubine Xian frowned and looked at her. After hesitating, she whispered, "Are you unwilling? I entered the palace to serve the emperor. What's the point of being willing or unwilling?" Bayuner waved her hand. "I'll just consider it sacrificing myself for Yunnan." What kind of talk is this? Xiaoyang hadn't expected to come and check on the progress of horse breeding and end up hearing such explosive conversation. He was genuinely curious. Weren't women in this feudal society supposed to be very reserved and shy? How come they're discussing such bold topics in broad daylight? Emperor? Concubine Xian noticed the edge of a robe at the door and immediately recognized it. She quickly knelt down. "Your servant greets the emperor." "Oh no, this is bad. If the emperor heard what we were talking about, we're doomed." Now, even Bayuner realized the gravity of the situation and hurriedly knelt down, not daring to raise her head. Actually, Xiaoyang had intended to leave, but now that he'd been discovered, it was too late to escape. So, he could only sigh and walk in. "What were you two talking about?" Xiaoyang smiled at them. Did he not hear anything? Concubine Xian cautiously glanced at Xiaoyang, then whispered, "It's nothing, just some casual conversation among sisters." "Good talk," suggesting it's better not to continue. Xiaoyang nodded, looking at them and smiling. The affairs of the harem are complex, so Lady Yang bears a heavy burden alone. You two are closest to her, so while you're idle, you might as well go help her with accounting matters. "Emperor, can we also manage harem affairs?" Bayuner looked curiously at Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang nodded directly, smiling faintly. "It's not a big deal. The harem is our shared home. Naturally, we can all get involved in household matters. Since you're close to Lady Yang, you should help more, understand?" "Yes, your servant understands." Concubine Xian immediately nodded in agreement. "That's more like it." Xiaoyang nodded in satisfaction, then stood up, taking Concubine Xian's hand. "Come, follow me to the Qianlong Palace. I have something to discuss with you." This must be affection, right? Bayuner watched Xiaoyang's gaze toward Concubine Xian with a mix of envy and curiosity. After they left, Yuchan looked at her mistress helplessly and whispered, "Your Highness, aren't you worried at all?" "Yes, not at all. Why should I be worried?" Bayuner sat there, taking a sip of water, and said calmly, "Who the emperor likes, who he spends time with, who he favors. What does it have to do with me? I don't like him. I'm here just for the Yunnan estate." Hearing this, Yuchan sighed helplessly, hesitated, then whispered, "But your Highness, since you're already here, shouldn't you live well? Don't you want a child of your own?" "No, I don't like children, and I don't want to have one." Bayuner waved her hand. "Giving birth is a life-threatening ordeal for women. If it were for a man I loved, that would be one thing. But since I don't like him, and he has plenty of others to bear his children, why should he trouble me?" "Your Highness, if someone hears you say that, it would be considered treason." Yuchan grew anxious. How could a concubine in the harem casually speak like this? Qianlong Palace. Emperor? Concubine Xian looked at Xiaoyang with confusion. "Why did you call me here?" "Nothing, just wanted to talk." "Don't be so nervous," Xiaoyang smiled, gesturing for her to sit beside him. "You've been avoiding me." "Why?" At these words, Concubine Xian's legs went weak, and she knelt down. "Your servant dares not." Chapter 520. Let's talk when we're old. Seeing her cautious demeanor, Xiaoyang sighed helplessly and spoke softly. "I'm asking you this now not to reprimand you, but because I'm curious and a bit confused." "Why?" Weren't you brought into the palace to become a concubine? I don't know, your majesty, concubine Xian replied pitifully, looking up at him. What you said is right. I was brought into the palace to serve as a concubine, to please you, to bring you joy, and to bear your children. But I don't know what's wrong with me. Could you give me some time, please? In truth, even she didn't understand what was happening. Before entering the palace, the nannies had thoroughly instructed her, yet now she couldn't follow through. She didn't understand why, nor could she explain it. Seeing concubine Xian kneeling there, her face filled with confusion, Xiaoyang smiled and asked curiously, "Then tell me, if you don't want to be my favored concubine, what do you want to do?" "I don't know," concubine Xian replied, shrugging her shoulders. She lowered her eyes and whispered, "From a young age, I was forced to learn music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. No one ever cared about what I liked or didn't like. I just lived according to others' expectations." She continued, her voice soft. "Later, when I entered the palace, Empress Dowager Shan said that even a woman should have her own thoughts and not entrust her fate to some random man." Hearing this, Xiaoyang couldn't help but smile. These were indeed words that would come from Shen Yunyan. Concubine Xian cautiously glanced at Xiaoyang, relieved to see he wasn't angry. She continued in a small voice, "Eventually, I discovered I liked the embroidery room. I enjoyed working there because it was something I truly loved, the only thing that allowed me to prove my worth. Only there did I feel I wasn't just a puppet. I had thoughts, and I could have my own ideas." As she spoke, concubine Xian bowed again and apologized softly. "I'm sorry, your majesty. I've overstepped." Xiaoyang smiled and said gently, "All right, then tell me, if you don't want to be a favored concubine, what do you want to do?" "I just want to live peacefully in the palace," concubine Xian replied, smiling lightly as if envisioning a future. "If I'm lucky, when I'm old, I can use the money to travel and see the beautiful scenery outside." She added, her eyes shining, "When I was at home, I often heard my brothers talk about the outside world, and I've always longed to see it." Xiao Yang's lips curved into a smile, and he nodded. "Well, you don't have to wait until you're old. You can go now. Next month, I'm going to Jiangnan, and I'll take you and concubine Yang with me. You can see how they do embroidery there." He helped her up and added with a smile, "Your little thoughts shouldn't be known to others. Keep them to yourself and be careful with what you say. Understand?" "Yes, I understand," concubine Xian replied, immediately grasping his meaning. She was immensely relieved she hadn't told young Xuanya about last night's events, or else who knew what would happen today. Xiaoyang stood up and sat at a nearby table, saying calmly, "Grind the ink." "Yes," concubine Xian replied, and began grinding the ink. Qinghua Palace. "Your Highness, please eat. Jing Zhong came to say that the Emperor is very busy today and won't be coming," Xiaoru said hesitantly to Yang Xuanya. Yang Xuanya looked at the feast on the table, and then at the two children eagerly watching. She smiled and said, "What are you all waiting for? Eat." "Thank you, Your Highness." Songer immediately picked up his chopsticks and began eating. He picked up a chicken leg and placed it in Lu Shana's bowl. "Shana brother, you've worked hard today. Eat more." Hearing this, Lu Shanha blushed slightly, feeling embarrassed. "Please eat more, Your Highness." Seeing the two children getting along so well, Yang Xuanya felt satisfied. However, thinking about Xiaoyang being with someone else made her feel a bit uneasy. Still, she knew it was foolish to dwell on such matters. After eating, Songer pulled Lu Shanha into the room and whispered, "Shanha brother, don't you think Lady Yang seems a bit unhappy?" "That's normal," Lu Shanha replied frankly. "When my father goes to see other concubines, my mother also gets upset. The women in the inner chambers all feel this way. Their husband's heart is the most important. Only when their husband is truly by their side can they be happy. But that's impossible. A good man's ambitions lie elsewhere. How could he stay with just one woman?" Looking at Lu Shanha, Songer thought for a moment and then whispered, "Actually, Mr. Yang talked about this. I don't think Lady Yang is a petty person. Why is she so concerned about this?" "I don't know," Lu Shanha shrugged. But these are matters that don't concern us. We should just spend more time with the imperial noble consort. Song-er tilted his head, looking at Lu Shanhe and sighed, resting his chin on his hands. It's true. Why doesn't father understand? Lady Yang is so good, yet he treats her like this. It's not right. Seeing Song-er's troubled expression, Lu Shanhe was shocked and quickly said, Your Highness, don't say such things in the future. That's treasonous. Treasonous? Song-er laughed, looking at him. Don't worry. Father would never blame me. He loves me. Lu Shanhe thought his own father was very loving, but he never expected that Song-er, growing up in the royal household, could be so close to his father, even more so than most father-son relationships. It was truly rare. Your Highness, it's still early. How about we go practice archery? Lu Shanhe suggested eagerly. Though Song-er enjoyed reading, he also had an interest in horseback riding and archery. He immediately became excited and followed Lu Shanhe out to the training grounds. Lu Shanhe, being older, had more strength and learned faster. However, Song-er, being younger and smaller, struggled with the large bow and couldn't pull it back. Seeing Lu Shanhe's ease, Song-er was filled with admiration. Shanhe brother, you're amazing. Chapter 521. Don't you know? It's not a big deal. When you grow up a bit more, things will get better, Lu Shanhe said with a smile, patiently looking at him. Upon hearing this, Song-er's lips curled slightly, and he murmured, All right, I understand. But I still need to work hard now. Xiaoyang had originally come to check on the training of the Imperial Guards, but unexpectedly found the two children practicing archery. He walked over and patted Song-er's head. The dinner is over, and you're not sleeping in the palace? What are you doing out here? Father. Song-er immediately put down his bow and arrow, rushing into Xiaoyang's arms, looking pitifully at him. Father, it feels like I haven't seen you in ages. Have you been really busy lately? Xiaoyang picked him up and chuckled. You're not even as big as a bow yet. Why are you in such a hurry? Father, look, Brother Shanhe is so amazing. It's just that I'm too weak to even pull the bow. Song-er looked pitifully at Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang smiled and glanced at Lu Shanhe. Lu Shanhe quickly knelt down and saluted. Greetings, Your Majesty. The Crown Prince says you're good, so give it a try, Xiaoyang said.
Yes.
Lu Shanhe nodded immediately and started shooting. Indeed, he was very steady. Xiaoyang nodded in satisfaction, chuckled, and then said lightly, Not bad, not bad. It seems you have some talent in this area, but this bow is too heavy. Your arms are trembling. Yes, I will practice hard. Lu Shanhe nodded quickly. Xiaoyang took the bow and arrow and shot one arrow, then said calmly, You can't pull it now, not because of you, but because the bow is too heavy. I'll find a lighter one for you later. All right, hurry back. It's getting late. Xiaoyang put Song-er down. Don't run around, understand? Song-er obediently nodded, blinking his eyes at Xiaoyang and whispering, Father, aren't you coming back with us? Father still has things to do, so I won't go back yet. You go ahead. Xiaoyang pinched his cheek and pointed to the side with a smile. Seeing Xiaoyang like this, Lu Shanhe let out a sigh of relief, incredulously looking at Song-er. Your Highness, how can you say anything like that? I told you, my father really loves me. Song-er proudly huffed, then pulled Lu Shanhe and headed toward the Blue Flower Palace. The next morning, as soon as young Xuanya woke up, she felt a sense of unease, for a woman dressed in an overly flamboyant manner had arrived early in the morning, as if desperate to make sure everyone knew how ostentatious she was. This concubine, the South Consort, pays her respects to the noble consort and wishes the noble consort well. The South Consort knelt on the ground, respectfully, but her eyes and brows betrayed a hint of coquettishness and self-satisfaction. Seeing her like this, young Xuanya roughly understood what was going on. She chuckled, sat down by herself, and said lightly, The South Consort must have been tired from serving the Emperor last night. Get up quickly. Xiaoru, hurry up and serve the South Consort some tea. Don't tire her out, young Xuanya said with a smile, her gaze on the South Consort carrying a hint of intimidation. Xiaoru immediately stepped forward and poured a cup of tea for the South Consort. The South Consort picked up the tea, sniffed it, and smiled. The noble consort's tea is so fragrant. Unfortunately, this concubine cannot drink it. The imperial hospital said that to bear the emperor's child, one must avoid certain foods. In this palace, there is only the crown prince as a child, which is rather lonely. Before entering the palace, I had our witch doctor from the South Jiang examine me, and he said I have a favorable appearance for bearing sons. The South consort chuckled, her eyes brimming with pride that she couldn't hide. Upon hearing this, Yang Xuanya's expression indeed darkened. She had never expected that the South consort, after just one night of serving Xiao Yang, would be so boastful. What kind of person is she? If that's the case, then South consort, you must take good care of yourself. If you work hard and still have no results, that would be awkward. Bai Yuner strode in, coldly glancing at the South consort with disdain. Isn't it just serving the emperor? What's the big deal? Do you think you've struck gold or something? You. How dare you speak to me like that? The South consort clenched her teeth, glaring at Bai Yuner. Bai Yuner wasn't like Yang Xuanya, who was concerned about maintaining a harmonious atmosphere. She boldly stepped forward and slapped the South consort hard, then snorted disdainfully, outside the palace. I am the young lady of the Yunnan prince's mansion, while you are merely an ordinary noblewoman from the South Jia. Inside the palace, I am the noble consort, and you are just a consort. I can speak to you however I please. You, how dare you hit me? The South consort covered her burning cheek, incredulously looking at Bai Yuner. This is the palace. How dare you hit someone so casually? Where did I act casually? Bai Yuner stood her ground. Didn't you start yelling at me first? I'm just giving you a little lesson. What? Do you have a problem with that? Yang Xuanya watched Bai Yuner's behavior and couldn't help but feel a mix of laughter and helplessness. She sighed softly and said, Enough. We are all sisters. Don't cause trouble. Sit down and have a good chat. Trouble? The South consort stared at Yang Xuanya in disbelief, her face swollen and sore from the slap. How could Yang Xuanya call this mere play? It was blatant bias. This was too much. Wasn't this blatant favoritism? Seeing the South consort's dissatisfied expression, Bai Yuner snorted coldly. What? Can't you understand what the noble consort is saying? She says it's nothing, so it's nothing. Didn't your family teach you well before you entered the palace? At this point, the South consort had completely lost her temper. Sister, you're not late. The virtuous consort walked in happily, seeing the South consort sitting there with a Weiqi expression. She frowned, then paid her respects to Yang Xuanya and sat down next to Bai Yuner. She nudged Bai Yuner's arm. What's going on here? Can't you tell? She spent the night with the emperor, and now she's here to show off. If you didn't know better, you'd think she was a courtesan from a brothel, not a palace consort. She has no manners at all. It's really shameless. Bai Yuner snorted, her words harsh. The South consort was utterly stunned. She never expected something so worth boasting about would be turned into such an ugly insult. Bai Guifei, please choose your words carefully. If I am a whore, then what is the emperor? The South consort retorted, glaring at her. Bai Yuner found her naivety laughable and rolled her eyes. If you're a whore, the emperor is still the emperor. Does that mean he's not the emperor just because he indulged in you for a night? What kind of logic is that? You're practically insulting the emperor. You. The South consort was so furious she could barely speak, but she couldn't out-argue Bai Yuner. In the end, she just broke down crying, You're all too mean to me. She poked Bai Yuner's arm. What's going on here? Don't you understand? She served the emperor last night, so she came early this morning to show off. If you didn't know better, you'd think she was a courtesan from a brothel, not a palace concubine. There's not a trace of proper upbringing, looking like a cheap harlot. It's truly shameless. Bai Yuner snorted coldly, her words harsh. The South consort never expected that something she had been so proud of would be turned into such an embarrassing situation by them. What was this even about? Noble consort Bai, please mind your language. If I am a prostitute, then what does that make the emperor? The South consort gritted her teeth, glaring at her. Bai Yuner looked at her naive expression and felt a burst of ridicule. She rolled her eyes. If you're a prostitute, the emperor remains the emperor. Does that mean the emperor ceases to be the emperor just because he indulged in you for a moment? What are you implying? You're practically insulting the emperor. You. The South consort was so angry that she clenched her teeth, but she couldn't outtalk Bai Yuner and ended up crying, "You're all too bullying." Chapter 522. Won't let it go easily. Is this bullying? Bai Yuner looked at the beautiful woman with teary eyes and felt a burst of amusement. She blinked and said, "Yes, I'm bullying you. So what? Go complain to the emperor and see if he'll punish me because of you." You just wait. Nanfei spat fiercely and turned to leave. Watching Nanfei's retreating figure, Yang Xuanya sighed helplessly and murmured, "Why are you two picking on a young girl like her?" "What do you mean, Sister Yang?" Bai Yuner immediately became displeased. She huffed and muttered sullenly, "I'm doing this for your own good. Look at how arrogant she's become, acting like she's someone special." Pfft. Seeing Bai Yuner like this, Xianfei also nodded in agreement, albeit quietly. "That's right, Sister Yang. This person is far too arrogant and domineering. You really need to rein her in. With more and more women being favored by the emperor, if everyone acts like this, the harem will descend into chaos." Now, Yang Xuanya understood that no matter what happened, these two were on her side. She immediately brightened up and whispered, "You're right. She can't be left unchecked. Let's wait and see what the emperor's stance is." The emperor is such a hassle. Bai Yuner sighed sincerely, grumbling. Before he started favoring other women, the harem was peaceful. Now, he's enjoying himself, but we all have to suffer. Xianfei couldn't hold back a laugh and scolded, "What are you babbling about in broad daylight? Look at yourself. Do you even have the demeanor of a palace consort?" Bai Yuner awkwardly rubbed her face. Yes, I shouldn't have said that. That's more like it. All right, let's just do what we need to do. If they cause trouble, I won't let them off easily." Yang Xuanya huffed. "Since the emperor has entrusted the harem to me, I must manage it well." Imperial study. Nanfei knelt on the ground, sobbing, "Your Majesty, please uphold justice for me." "What's going on?" Xiaoliang looked at Nanfei, her teary face, and frowned. He then said quietly, "What's wrong? Why are you crying?" Sob. "Your Majesty, concubine Yang is jealous of my favor and conspired with concubines Bai and Xian to bully me. Please, Your Majesty, seek justice for me." Nanfei rose and threw herself into Xiaoliang's embrace, her voice choked with grievance. Seeing the beauty in tears, Xiaoliang felt a pang of pity, but he also found it amusing. He patted her head and said indifferently, "Two consorts and a consort bullying you. You have to endure it, don't you?" "Your Majesty?" Nanfei looked at Xiaoliang in disbelief. She had thought he would stand up for her. Xiaoliang pushed her away and said coldly, "I prefer women who follow the rules, but you've been a bit too unruly. Go back and reflect on your actions. Without my permission, you're not to leave your quarters." "What? A house arrest?" Nanfei looked at Xiaoliang in disbelief, her eyes reddening as she choked out, "Your Majesty, do you dislike me now? I don't like repeating myself. Get out." Xiaoliang's voice remained calm, but there was an underlying anger. Now, Xiaoliang's expression darkened even more. Indeed, women were troublesome. Standing nearby, Li Nu observed Xiaoliang's troubled expression and couldn't help but chuckle softly. "Your Majesty, it's indeed difficult to bear the favors of a beauty. This beauty is quite lovely, but unfortunately, she lacks brains. I'm rather surprised. Why would the Nanjing suddenly send such a fool? What are they trying to achieve?" "Your Majesty, are you going to visit Consort Chu tonight?" Li Nu asked curiously, looking at Xiaoliang. Xiaoliang nodded and said indifferently, "Even distribution of favor means just that. Everyone must be taken care of." He really doesn't shy away from hard work. Li Nu looked at Xiaoliang with concern and whispered, "Are you all right, Your Majesty? What could be wrong with me?" Xiaoyang found this question laughable. He rolled his eyes and said irritably, "Isn't this the best part of being an emperor? Isn't this what you all expect of a ruler? Enough, don't talk. I'm going to the Ministry of Works." With that, he stood up, changed into a different set of clothes, and headed out of the palace. Watching Xiaoyang's retreating figure, Li Nu sighed helplessly and leaned back. Jin Yu stood behind her, wrapping his arms around her gently and asked, "Why do I feel like you're a bit unhappy? What's wrong?" "It's nothing. I just feel sorry for the emperor," Li Nu smiled. Although he's surrounded by beauties, he has no true feelings left. Back when he was with the empress, he was so vibrant. Now, it's all different. Hearing this, Jin Yu immediately made a gesture to silence her and whispered, "Enough. Don't say more. If someone hears, it wouldn't be good. I'm just worried. With more women, there's more trouble." Li Nu tilted her head to look at Jin Yu and whispered, "What's going to happen next?" "The emperor is wise. He can handle the affairs of the court with ease, let alone the trivial matters of the harem. However," Jin Yu hesitated and then said, "the ministers are always full of sour remarks. I'm sure they'll soon pressure the emperor to appoint a new empress." Ministry of Works. Xiaoyang looked at the fully constructed warship in front of him and nodded in satisfaction. "Has the Ministry of War sent over the weapons?" "All the weapons have been delivered. The equipment is complete, and we're ready to set sail at any time," Xiao Dunzi reported as he followed behind Xiaoyang. Hearing this, Xiaoyang nodded in satisfaction and smiled. "Good, very good. I'm very pleased. It seems you've all been working hard. Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. We feel a great sense of accomplishment seeing this completed. If this can lead to victory in battle, we would feel honored." Xiao Dunzi smiled. Before its completion, Xiao Dunzi had never imagined that the finished product would be so extraordinary. Seeing Xiao Dunzi's expression, Xiaoyang smiled and nodded in satisfaction. "Reward." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Xiao Dunzi immediately knelt down to express his gratitude. With this warship, Xiaoyang felt invincible. However, upon returning to the palace, he found the Minister of Rites waiting outside the imperial study. He quickly approached and asked, "Why is the minister standing here? Is there something you need?" Chapter 523, Thank you. Yes, the Kingdom of Hongdao has sent a formal invitation. Their ruler is coming to visit our Xia Kingdom in person. Minister of Rites Lu Ti handed the invitation to Xiaoyang. "Oh?" Xiaoyang's expression changed slightly upon hearing this. He took the invitation from Lu Ti, frowned slightly, and hesitated for a moment before saying, "Come in and talk." Once inside, Lu Ti looked curiously at Xiaoyang. "Your Majesty, what does this mean? The ruler of the Kingdom of Hongdao is coming here?" Xiaoyang waved his hand and said indifferently, "To be honest, even I don't know what's going on. This ruler seems ambitious, yet after we've done such a thing, he's still coming for a visit. Could it be that their kingdom isn't strong enough, so they're trying to curry favor?" Hearing this, Lu Ti nodded. "That's the most likely scenario. Although Your Majesty has prepared to take action, public opinion must still be considered. Should we meet with the ruler?" "All right, let's meet him. Just reply to them that we welcome them anytime." Xiaoyang smiled. Although he had already decided to deal with them no matter what, he was genuinely curious to see what tricks this ruler was trying to play. Lu Ti looked curiously at Xiaoyang, hesitated, and then whispered, "Your Majesty, may I see Consort Xian?" "Jinzhong, go and call Consort Xian. Let them meet in the side hall." Xiaoyang waved his hand and agreed immediately. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Lu Ti immediately kowtowed in gratitude. Consort Xian soon arrived and saw her father in the side hall. This subject greets Consort Xian. Daughter greets father. Both of them bowed almost simultaneously, and when they looked at each other, their eyes were filled with tears. "Father, I miss you so much." Consort Xian threw herself into Lu Ti's arms. "Woohoo, father, I really miss you. How is mother? How are my brothers?" Lu Ti looked at Consort Xian with a helpless expression. "Your Highness, you are now Consort Xian. You shouldn't be so improper." "Father, but I am still your daughter." Consort Xian's eyes were red, and her voice choked with emotion. Although it's true that ruler comes before father, you are still my father. There's no one else here. Can't I speak intimately with my father? Seeing his daughter's adorable expression, Lu Ti's heart softened. He reached out and stroked her head. My dear daughter, how have you been in the palace? The emperor treats me well, father. You don't have to worry. It's just that when I was at home, I didn't realize it, but now that I'm away, I really miss all of you. Father, mother, and even my brothers who used to tease me. As she spoke, Consort Xian's tears fell again, and her voice trembled. Seeing her like this, Lu Ti felt a pang of heartache. He spoke gently, once you have a child, your mother can come to the palace to visit you. Now, don't cry. I came to see you for a serious matter. You just said the emperor treats you well? Yes, the emperor treats me very well, father. Is there something wrong? Consort Xian looked nervously at her father. After a moment of thought, Lu Ti said, the emperor is determined to personally lead an expedition against the kingdom of Hongdao. Do you know about this? Father, as a consort, I cannot interfere in state affairs. Consort Xian spoke the truth. Seeing this, Lu Ti snorted and said disapprovingly, just tell me the truth. Do you know about it or not? I do. Consort Xian admitted truthfully. Good. You know then. You must persuade the emperor not to go to war if possible. Do you understand? Lu Ti looked at her seriously. Consort Xian looked at her father in disbelief and whispered, you came to see me for this, didn't you? At the time, I went to great lengths to get you into the palace so you could help the family. Now that we need you, how can you back down? Lu Ti looked at her with confusion and disappointment. Every family has its own struggles, but why was it different for them? Yes, father, you're right. I will do my best, but you know the emperor's temperament. Consort Xian smiled faintly. Once the emperor makes a decision, not even the prime minister can change it, let alone a mere consort like me. Just do your best. Lu Ti stood up and said, this task is now yours. I'm doing this not for any personal gain, but for the good of our people. War brings no good to anyone, does it? Hearing this, Consort Xian nodded immediately. Yes, I understand, father. The palace is full of intrigue. Be careful, and I'll come to see you again when I can. Lu Ti gently touched his daughter's cheek. This subject takes his leave. As she watched her father's retreating figure, Consort Xian's tears fell one by one. She sat there in silence for a long time, not knowing what to do. Xiaoliang entered and saw Consort Xian's state. He frowned, puzzled. Why aren't you happy after seeing your family? I'm not unhappy, your majesty. I'm just troubled. Consort Xian wiped her tears and recounted everything that had just happened. What? After hearing this, Xiaoliang looked at Consort Xian in disbelief. Even if you didn't want to listen to your father, you shouldn't have done this. Why did you tell me about it? Should I not have told you? Consort Xian smiled faintly, leaning against the table. After all, I am a consort, a close companion to the emperor. I understand why the emperor wants to go to war, so I wouldn't try to stop him. I'm just sad. I thought father came to see me because he missed me, but I never expected it to be to give me a task. It makes me sad. As she spoke, Consort Xian's tears fell again, dropping onto the table. She felt embarrassed to cry in front of Xiaoliang, so she wiped her tears forcefully and choked out, forget it. I'll take my leave now. Seeing her like this, Xiaoliang was at a loss between laughter and tears. He said helplessly, I didn't mean to. I didn't know he was going to say those things. I thank your majesty for granting me the privilege of seeing my family. Consort Xian bowed and stood up, turning to leave. This little lady has quite a temper, huh? Xiaoliang smiled and looked at Jinzhong. Go, send some nice things to Consort Xian. Let the palace know that I care about her. Yes, your majesty. I understand. Jinzhong nodded immediately and went out to make arrangements. Baiyun Palace. Your Highness, even Consort Xian has received a reward. Are you not worried at all? Yuchan looked at Baiyun with concern. Chapter 524, Dead End. Why would I be in a hurry? Baiyuner casually flipped through the book in her hand, grinning. I initially thought the emperor gave this to me just to placate me, but I never expected it to be quite interesting. The Monkey King actually became the protector of the horses, just like me now. Haha, how amusing. What's so interesting about a monkey? Yu-chan grew anxious and snatched the book from her hand. Before, you were with Lady Yang and Consort Xian, and you were all more or less on the same level. But now, you're far behind them. How can you still be in such high spirits? What kind of logic is that? Bai Yuner frowned at Yu-chan's anxious expression and retorted, even though you're worried, I have to say that worrying is useless. The emperor has his own plans. He decides who he wants and who he doesn't. If he doesn't fancy me, even if I worry, it won't help. Have you ever thought about why the emperor doesn't like you, your highness? Yu-chan frowned, looking at Bai Yuner and whispered, it's probably because of General Zhang. The emperor must have some other thoughts in mind. You should seize the opportunity to explain yourself, or how will you face the emperor in the future? The emperor has given me status, respect, and a lot of money. Isn't that enough for you? What more do you want? His love? His love has long been given to the empress. There's no extra left. Give up. I don't know what you all are thinking. I entered the palace for the Yunnan prince's estate, for my father, and for my brothers. As long as the Yunnan prince's estate is fine, I'm content to live out my life here. After all, isn't life just about living, no matter where you are? Bai Yuner spoke very frankly, but Yu-chan didn't think the same way. In the harem, where is there any peace and stability? Even if there are some comforts, without the emperor's favor, it's all in vain. That South consort, after receiving the emperor's favor, dares to openly challenge the noble consort. In the harem, without favor, it's a dead end. Your Highness, you should plan more for yourself. Yu-chan sighed and turned to walk out. Annoying. She was just feeling annoyed. Every time these topics came up, she got upset. Although Yu-chan was anxious, Bai Yuner didn't really take the matter to heart. Instead, she picked up the book and went to share it with Consort Xian. Mainly because young Xuanya had been busy accounting in the Qinghua Palace lately and didn't have time to join in their antics. As soon as she entered, she saw many items placed in the main hall, and all the servants of the Ganlu Palace were in high spirits. Consort Xian saw her coming and hurriedly welcomed her. Yuner, why are you here? I came to share a book with you, but now I see you probably don't have the time, do you? Of course, I have time. How could I not? Consort Xian quickly swept the messy items on the table to the ground. Oh, Your Highness, these are all Emperor's gifts. If they get damaged, what should we do? The senior maid, Lu Yu, quickly stepped forward to pick up the items. Hearing this, Bai Yuner glanced at the items. They were all trinkets, nothing particularly special, similar to what she had seen often in the Yunnan prince's estate. It seems the emperor really likes Sister Yu. Bai Yuner teased with a grin. At this, Consort Xian grew anxious, grabbing Bai Yuner's hand and looking displeased at Lu Yu. What's with the loud shouting? Quickly clean up and leave. Yes. Lu Yu didn't know what she had said wrong to make the mistress angry. She didn't dare to argue and quickly cleaned up before leaving. Seeing Consort Xian's angry expression, Bai Yuner was a bit puzzled and whispered, Sister, this isn't a big deal. Why are you so upset? Sister, believe me or not, this wasn't my intention. I didn't mean to show off. Consort Xian looked nervously at Bai Yuner. What is she thinking? Bai Yuner chuckled and said lightly, Since we entered the palace, we've been good sisters. I'm genuinely happy for you. What are you thinking? Are we going to be so cautious with each other in the future? Wouldn't that be exhausting? Consort Xian hadn't expected Bai Yuner to be so open-minded about this. She smiled and took Bai Yuner's hand. Yuner, thank you. Thank you for believing in me. Qianlong Palace. Yang Xuanya entered with a food box and placed it on the table, frowning at Xiao Yang. Haven't you been eating well these days? The food in the South Consort's palace is quite interesting. You should visit sometime. Xiao Yang smiled at Yang Xuanya. These days, have you been missing me? What a bold remark. Yang Xuanya blushed, still a bit resentful. She huffed and muttered, I'm sure the emperor has long forgotten about me. How could I? Xiaoyang pulled her into his embrace with a smile. You're so good. How could I forget you? I know you've been busy with accounts, so I've picked out some supplements for you. Take them back with you later. Your Majesty. Young Xuanya wrapped her arms around his neck and whispered, You don't like Consort Xian? So why are you treating her so well? Aren't you good sisters? Wouldn't you be happy if I treated her well? Xiaoyang looked at Yang Xuanya with confusion. Yang Xuanya rubbed against his chest, missing this embrace that she hadn't felt in many days. She hooked her arms around his neck and said, Consort Xian is timid. With you treating her so well, many eyes in the harem will be on her, and her life will be difficult. Oh? Xiaoyang pinched Yang Xuanya's chin, kissed her, and smiled. I thought you were jealous. I didn't expect you to be here to settle accounts for your little sister. Your Majesty? Yang Xuanya was both amused and exasperated. How dare I settle accounts with the Emperor? I'm just a bit confused. There's nothing confusing. Just rest assured. I'll protect her well. But now, you'll have to pay a price. Xiaoyang chuckled and kissed her again. What kind of price is this? When Yang Xuanya left, she walked with a hand on her waist, feeling a bit frustrated. She couldn't understand how she had come intending to cause trouble, only to end up engaging in something else entirely. Xiaoyang was now sharing his favors equally, and harmony reigned both in the court and the harem. But no matter when, harmony is always temporary. Soon, someone began to suggest that the harem cannot be without a ruler, and the empire cannot be without an empress. They urged Xiaoyang to appoint an empress. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the entire court froze. Chapter 525. Simply unwilling. Prime Minister Fong almost instinctively looked towards Xiaoyang, but unfortunately, the distance was too far, so he couldn't clearly discern Xiaoyang's expression. However, he instinctively felt that Xiaoyang was furious. The ruler of Hongdao Kingdom is about to visit us, and yet, during such a busy time, you want to appoint an empress? I ask you, Minister of Rights, are you feeling all right? Xiaoyang frowned, displeased as he looked at him. Minister Lu immediately spoke up, Your Majesty, appointing an empress is imperative. It's precisely because the surrounding small nations revere our Xia kingdom that we cannot afford to lose face during the state banquet. Very well, indeed. Xiaoyang sat there, smiling faintly as he looked at him. What do you mean by losing face? At the state banquet, it is customary for the emperor and empress to sit together. Now, with only the emperor and no empress, how can we proceed? Minister Lu, undeterred, spoke again. Prime Minister Fong could no longer bear to listen and quickly interjected. Your humble servant believes that the matter of appointing an empress can be discussed later. For now, we should focus on preparing for the audience with the ruler of Hongdao Kingdom. That ruler of Hongdao Kingdom is likely coming with ill intentions. Afu stepped forward, anxiously looking at Xiaoyang. Your Majesty, I think we must be extra cautious. We should strengthen our defenses along the coastline. What is happening? Minister Lu had thought that proposing the appointment of an empress would gain support from the ministers, but to his utter surprise, he was immediately interrupted. What did these two mean? Minister of War makes a valid point. Handle it accordingly. In any case, we cannot allow Hongdao Kingdom to find any opportunity to exploit, Xiaoyang responded indifferently. He then once again turned his gaze to Minister Lu and said lightly, Minister of Rights, spend more time focusing on your own affairs. Do not divert your thoughts elsewhere. My harem is not a matter for you to meddle in. Dismissed. Xiaoyang snorted coldly and strode away. Minister Lu, who had been so determined, immediately collapsed to the ground, drenched in cold sweat, feeling as if he had just returned from the gates of hell. Seeing his pitiful state, Afu couldn't help but feel disdain. The late Empress's remains are barely cold, and you're already in such a hurry. What, do you think your daughter can climb to that position? Wishful thinking. You. How dare you? You're spreading falsehoods. Minister Lu stood up, glaring at him through gritted teeth. How dare you? I never meant that. I don't care what you meant, it's laughable. Afu spat and strode out. Minister Lu felt deeply insulted. He frowned and looked at Prime Minister Fong beside him, Prime Minister, what is the meaning of this? Isn't this going too far?
Enough.
Prime Minister Fong said with a hint of exasperation, looking at Minister Liu. Everyone knows what you meant. I ask you, you are already the Minister of Rights. What more could you possibly want? Must you aspire to become the Emperor's father-in-law? One's greed knows no bounds. Minister Liu truly felt wrong now. He hurriedly bowed to Prime Minister Fong. Prime Minister, I am innocent, truly innocent. This was originally a good deed for the nation and its people. The late Empress has been gone for over a year, and it's only right that there should be a new Empress. With so many affairs in the harem, without a proper title, how can it be managed? Others might not know, but Prime Minister Fong was well aware that Xiaoyang would never have a second Empress in his lifetime. He coldly looked at Minister Liu and said indifferently, there are many important matters in the world. Do what you should do and stop meddling in the Emperor's personal affairs. It won't do you any good. Don't, in your old age, end up with a fate worse than death. The late Empress is the deepest scar in the Emperor's heart. I advise you not to touch it. After saying this, he walked past Minister Liu and left. How could this be? Minister Liu had thought this matter was normal, but to his utter surprise, Xiaoyang reacted so strongly. Upon returning home, he discussed the matter with his wife. Soon, the Minister of Rights' wife sent the letter to her daughter, requesting an audience with her in the palace. Previously, concubine Xian had been quite eager to see her parents, but now, holding the letter in her hand, she felt a mix of emotions but still agreed. The letter was sent in the morning, and the visitor arrived in the afternoon. Seeing that her daughter's life in the palace seemed to be going well, the Minister of Rights' wife felt relieved. At first, when your father said you were to enter the palace, I was quite worried. Your nature is so gentle. How could you survive in such a place where it's a dog-eat-dog world? Mother, I'm doing fine here. No one is bullying me, concubine Xian honestly replied. Seeing her daughter like this, the Minister of Rights' wife sighed helplessly. You child, you're still too naive. Have you heard about what happened in the court today? Your father asked the Emperor to appoint an Empress and was reprimanded by the Emperor. What do you think that means? Mother? Concubine Xian looked at her mother in disbelief, lowering her voice. That is the Emperor's affair. How would I know? Moreover, the Emperor most detests concubines being involved with the court. Asking me this is putting me in danger. What nonsense are you talking, child? Could your mother harm you? The Minister of Rights' wife laughed. Your mother just sees that the Emperor dotes on you, thinking that if you could take a step further, it would be good. Take a step further? Concubine Xian's expression changed. She lowered her head and said softly, Mother, I have never thought of such things. Truly, when the late Empress was alive, she treated us all very well, and we respected and loved her. Now that she has just passed away, how could I even dream of taking her place? Besides, the Emperor is deeply devoted to the late Empress and would never allow anyone to take her place. Concubine Xian sighed. Your daughter is already very content with her current life. Please go back and tell father not to speak carelessly. Otherwise, the entire family might suffer. What is this supposed to mean? The Minister of Rights' wife looked at her daughter, feeling a mix of emotions. Her daughter seemed both the same and entirely different from before. After a moment's thought, she said softly, Your father does all this for your own good. Mother, it's only good if I feel it's good. Concubine Xian grew anxious. You've never asked me, have you? At first, I was afraid and didn't want to enter the palace. I begged you, but you still forced me in. Fortunately, the late Empress was virtuous and never treated us harshly. The sisters in the harem are also quite harmonious. How could you want me to compete now? Concubine Xian's eyes reddened as she knelt down. Mother, I only want to be Concubine Xian. I don't want to be a noble consort or an empress. I just want to live a stable life in the harem. Please, I beg father and mother to grant me this. This. Seeing her daughter like this, the Minister of Rights' wife also felt a pang of guilt. Child, what are you doing? Get up quickly. You are a concubine, and I am a noblewoman. How can you kneel to me? Chapter 526. Unable to make the decision, the minister's wife was clearly frightened and quickly knelt down. Your Majesty, this is against protocol. Mother, I don't care about protocol or anything else. Please, I beg you, just fulfill my wish. Concubine Xian's eyes were red, and she kowtowed again. Seeing her daughter like this, the minister's wife understood that the empress could not possibly be her daughter. Even if the emperor was willing, she herself would not be. With a sigh of helplessness, the minister's wife helped her up and said softly, all right. If you don't like it, then forget it. But believe me, I must say this for your own good. Do you understand? Thank you, mother. Concubine Xian knelt on the ground, kowtowed heavily, and tearfully saw the minister's wife off. That evening, Xiaoliang directly visited Concubine Xian's palace. As soon as he entered, he saw Concubine Xian sitting there, lost in thought. He frowned, walked closer, and sat down beside her, smiling. What are you thinking about? Your Majesty? This servant greets your Majesty. This servant has been impolite. Concubine Xian stood up hastily, bowed, and looked at Xiaoliang with embarrassment. Xiaoliang didn't say much else. He helped her up and said lightly, what's wrong with you? Aren't you always longing for home? Your mother came to see you, yet you're not happy? Does your Majesty know why my mother came? Concubine Xian looked at Xiaoliang with a wry smile, her eyes downcast, and she said softly, do you really know? Hearing this, Xiaoliang chuckled and then said calmly, actually, I'm a bit curious. I didn't expect you to tell me this. Then who should I tell? Concubine Xian lowered her head and muttered, after entering the palace, all I wanted was to live a peaceful life. At first, I thought it was nice in the embroidery room, and later, I thought it was nice being with Sister Yang. But now, even these good days are coming to an end. I don't want to compete or fight, but I can't make the decision. This feeling is really hard to bear. Your Majesty, do you understand? Concubine Xian tilted her head, looking at him with tearful eyes. This was the first time Xiaoliang had seen Concubine Xian looking so vulnerable, and his heart softened. As long as you don't want it, no one can force you. You are my concubine, and I will protect you. Protection? Upon hearing this, Concubine Xian couldn't help but laugh. She leaned against him and said softly, when I was little, my father and brother always said the same thing. But now, it's still them who are forcing me. Your Majesty, I feel sad. My heart hurts so much. Here, it really hurts. Concubine Xian took Xiaoliang's hand and placed it on her chest, whispering, they say it's all for my own good. But what they force me to do are things I don't want, things I don't want to do. If it's really for my own good, why can't they respect me? Such questions were difficult to answer. Not only in this era where filial piety was paramount, but even in more advanced times, there were parents who controlled and forced their children, claiming it was all for their own good. Seeing Concubine Xian's pitiful expression, Xiaoliang smiled. Then you don't have to see them anymore. Whatever they say, just ignore it. You only need to do what you want to do. You make it sound so simple. They are my parents. Concubine Xian looked at him with a hint of resentment, then stood up and walked to the door, looking up at the sky. You know, the sky I saw when I was born was just like this, square. I've never seen the complete sky. The sky is boundless. No one can see the complete sky. I know you have many grievances, but you must understand that these are things you cannot change. If you keep dwelling on things you cannot change, you will never be happy. Xiaoliang looked at Concubine Xian with a hint of helplessness. Hearing this, Concubine Xian couldn't help but laugh, as if hearing a joke. Men only care about whether a woman is beautiful, whether she can bear children, whether she can manage the household. How would they care about whether she is happy? This child, was she being too stubborn? Seeing Concubine Xian like this, Xiaoliang sighed helplessly and said softly, all right, let's sleep. What? What did you say? Concubine Xian reacted immediately, looking at him in disbelief. You? What did you say? I said sleep. I'm tired. Xiaoliang rolled his eyes and started untying his belt. How could this be? Concubine Xian's face turned red, and she instinctively wanted to flee, but she managed to control herself. She quietly approached and began to help Xiaoliang undress. This was, after all, something a concubine should do. Unfortunately, although Concubine Xian had received training, her skills were not yet mature. She looked at Xiaoliang apologetically and whispered, "This servant will practice harder." "Yes, you should practice more." Xiaoliang smiled, turned, and got into bed, lying down. He playfully patted the spot beside him. "Let's sleep?" This. After hesitating for a long time, Concubine Xian undressed and lay down. She had closed her eyes, but instead of the anticipated storm, she only heard the even breathing beside her. Turning her head, she saw that Xiaoliang was already asleep, and she breathed a sigh of relief. Concubine Xian quietly stretched out her hand and gently touched his eyebrows, whispering, "Your Majesty, you are such a strange person." The next morning, Qinghua Palace. Xiaoru looked at Concubine Xian with concern and whispered, "Your Majesty, the Minister of Rites just mentioned the matter of appointing an empress, and the minister's wife came to the palace to see Concubine Xian. Most importantly, the emperor spent the night in Concubine Xian's palace. What does this mean?" Upon hearing this, Yang Xuanya's expression darkened. She frowned and said unhappily, "These are matters of the court and the emperor. Why are you meddling in so much? We are from a foreign land, so it's likely that the emperor won't let our mistress be the empress. But if it's really Concubine Xian, what should we do in the future?" Xiaoru looked at her with worry. Yang Xuanya waved her hand and said calmly, "Don't worry. You can be assured that there will not be a second empress in our Xia kingdom." They hadn't seen Xiaoliang's interactions with Shan Yinyan before, so they didn't understand the depth of their relationship. But Yang Xuanya had seen it, and she understood. That's why she believed that Xiaoliang would not let anyone else become the empress. "Your Majesty, I think you're being too naive," Xiaoru sighed and said quietly, "Originally, we thought the emperor was a man of deep affection, but look at him now. In just over a month, he has already favored how many concubines? Almost all of them have been favored, and he hasn't come to our place once. I wonder what he's thinking. Isn't this deliberately humiliating our mistress?" Chapter 527. Truly Heartbroken. "Enough." Yang Xuanya finally couldn't hold back her anger and snapped, displeased as she glared at Xiaoru. "What do you mean by that? Are you blaming me for being incompetent?" "Your Highness, please calm down. I dare not. I'm only concerned for you. Get out." Yang Xuanya threw the wooden comb in her hand to the ground, her face dark with anger. Having been a general who had fought on the battlefield, her temper was quite intimidating when she lost it. Xiaoru, not daring to say anything more, quickly turned and hurried out. Yang Xuanya gazed at her reflection in the mirror, a wave of irritation washing over her. With a sweep of her hand, she sent all the items on the dressing table crashing to the floor. "Anyone who dares mention such matters again shall be exiled from Qinghua Palace."
"Yes."
All the maids present dared not breathe loudly, quickly kneeling down in response. Her anger was so intense that morning that Yang Xuanya's mood remained sour throughout the day. Even little Crown Prince Tsong felt it, so after school, instead of returning to Qinghua Palace, he quietly went to the imperial study. "Father, I miss you," Song said pitifully, looking at Xiaoliang. "Father, it's been so long since you've come to spend time with me." Xiaoliang smiled at Song's pitiful expression and said lightly, "If I'm not mistaken, I had lunch with you at noon, didn't I? But father, it's been so long since you've come to Qinghua Palace to sleep with me. I can't sleep well without you by my side." Song clung to Xiaoliang's leg, beginning to act spoiled. "This?" Xiaoliang looked at Song and snorted. "Is it really you who wants father to sleep with you? Or is it someone else who wants me? Father, do you not like Lady Yang? Why don't you visit Qinghua Palace much after returning to the palace?" Song asked, looking at him with confusion. "Like?" Xiaoliang wasn't sure what his feelings for Yang Xuanya were. She was a good partner, but definitely not someone he liked. He pinched Song's cheek and smiled. "Father has many other things to do, so I'm a bit preoccupied with them and can't spend much time with Lady Yang. Has she been upset?" Lady Yang is a very gentle person. How could she easily get angry? But she does get sad. Song looked at him with pleading eyes, whispering, "Father, Lady Yang treats me very well, and I don't want her to be sad. Could you please spare some time to visit her?" In Qinghua Palace. Why hasn't the crown prince returned yet? What are you all good for, you useless bunch? Can't even keep track of a child? What do I need you for? Yang Xuanya raged. Her eyebrows furrowed as she glared at the kneeling eunuchs. What are you all kneeling here for? Go and find the crown prince. By the way, where's the young lord? Yang Xuanya turned around and realized Lu Shanhe was also missing. Normally, these two children were very well behaved. What was going on today? Could it be that some troublemakers in the harem had taken the children? Thinking of this, Yang Xuanya's face changed immediately. Investigate immediately. She grabbed the silver spear hanging nearby and strode out, her anger so fierce that she looked like she could devour someone. However, just as she stepped out the door, she saw Xiaoliang returning with the two children. Their eyes met, and both felt a moment of awkwardness. Xiao Ru quickly stepped forward. "Your Highness, you've finally returned." The noble consort was frantic with worry. "Lady Yang, I'm sorry. I went to the imperial study," Song said apologetically, looking at Yang Xuanya. Lu Shanhe also bowed. "Your Highness, please calm your anger. I accompanied His Highness to the imperial study." Yang Xuanya felt embarrassed, but also somewhat resentful. She looked at Xiaoliang unhappily. "Your Majesty, why didn't you send someone to inform me? I thought something had happened and was worried sick." Xiaoliang stepped forward, took the spear from her hand, and said with a hint of helplessness, "The harem is filled with our own people. How could anything happen? You're just too anxious. Rest assured, I've promised to protect you." "Your Majesty, have you eaten yet?" Yang Xuanya looked at him, feeling a bit embarrassed. Xiaoliang smiled, carrying Tsong as he walked inside, saying as he went, "Not yet. Seeing the chaos here, how about I personally cook something for you tonight to calm your nerves?" "I dare not." Yang Xuanya quickly shook her head. "I'll have the kitchen prepare something delicious." Xiao Ru finally breathed a sigh of relief and turned to arrange for dinner. Once inside, Song quickly jumped down from Xiaoliang's arms and ran to Yang Xuanya's side, whispering, "Lady Yang, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. I thought I'd be back soon." "Song, even if you miss your father, you should have told me. I was really worried," Yang Xuanya said softly, her face full of tenderness. Although the child wasn't her own, after spending so much time together, she had already come to see him as her own. She loved him dearly but also knew when to discipline him. "What Lady Yang says is right. After dinner, each of you will receive 10 strokes as a small punishment," Xiaoliang said, sipping tea. Song's little face scrunched up in distress, looking pitifully at Yang Xuanya. Yang Xuanya, already tender-hearted toward the child, became even more displeased upon hearing this. She immediately retorted, "If the child has erred, you should correct him with kindness. How can you resort to physical punishment?" Xiaoliang was at a loss for words. "I was just trying to appease you. I don't need you to appease me. I just hope the emperor will be more affectionate with Song," Yang Xuanya huffed. "Running around all day, not even having time to spend with the child. What kind of example is that?" Was this now his fault? After dinner, Xiaoliang led Yang Xuanya directly to their bedroom. "I say, you're really heartless." Xiaoliang pinched her waist and snorted. "Everyone else doesn't know what I'm up to, but you do. Why are you picking a fight with me?" "Fight?" Yang Xuanya was first taken aback, then blushed furiously, pushing him away. "What are you talking about, Your Majesty? Who's fighting? Isn't this fighting? Are you jealous?" Xiaoliang chuckled, hooking his finger under her chin. "Let me see, how much jealousy is there? Is it sour?" "Your Majesty." Yang Xuanya was flustered, her eyebrows furrowed as she looked at Xiaoliang. "Please, don't do this." Xiaoliang's teasing was too much for Yang Xuanya to resist, and she found herself falling for him again and again. "Don't?" "No, I want to." Xiaoliang laughed, pinning her down on the bed and kissing her. A night of passion. The next morning, young Xuanya woke up to find Xiaoyang already gone. She touched the spot beside her. It was cold, indicating he had left early. Your Highness, are you awake? Xiao Ru came in, covering her mouth with a smile. Your Highness, time to get up. Chapter 528. Numerous complaints. What is that little girl laughing at? Young Xuanya and Xiaoyang were no strangers to each other, so she was no longer shy. However, the way this little girl was laughing really made young Xuanya feel quite annoyed. She slapped the table and said irritably, You little brat, what are you laughing at? Upon hearing this, Xiao Ru laughed even louder. I'm laughing at your Highness. Yesterday, you were like a tigress ready to pounce, and today you're all smiles. It seems that in this world, only the Emperor can bring joy to your Highness. What nonsense are you spouting so early in the morning? Do you want a beating? Young Xuanya raised her fist again. Unfortunately, young Xuanya's fist held no threat at all now. It only conveyed a sense of embarrassment and anger. Originally, Concubine Virtuous and Bayuner were supposed to come and help young Xuanya settle accounts today. However, despite Bayuner arriving early, Concubine Virtuous had yet to show up. After taking a sip of tea, Bayuner whispered, Sister Yang, why hasn't Sister Virtuous come yet? Is she busy today, or feeling unwell? What else could it be? It's definitely because the Emperor stayed at the palace of Noble Consort last night. Xiao Ru snorted, speaking as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. Bayuner had only asked out of concern for Concubine Virtuous, but she never expected to hear such an answer. To Bayuner, Xiao Ru was just a servant, not particularly significant. However, as young Xuanya's personal maid, her words were unlikely to be unfounded. Bayuner looked at young Xuanya in surprise and whispered, Sister Yang, do you think the same way? Of course not, young Xuanya replied hastily, frowning at Xiao Ru and saying irritably, What's gotten into you, you little brat? Who told you to spread such nonsense? Concubine Virtuous is gentle and kind. How could she do such a thing? Keep your mouth shut and don't spread rumors anymore. Your Highness. Xiao Ru, who seemed to have been harboring many complaints, opened her floodgates of words upon hearing this. Your Highness treats Concubine Virtuous with sincerity, but these days, she's the one constantly competing with you for the Emperor's attention, causing you distress. Now that the Emperor stayed overnight, she's throwing a tantrum. What does that mean?
Enough.
Young Xuanya was genuinely upset now. Thud. A dull thud came from outside. Young Xuanya quickly walked over and saw Concubine Virtuous sprawled on the ground, with LV Zhu struggling to help her up. Concubine Virtuous was already in tears, holding a freshly embroidered fan, clearly delayed because of it. Sister Virtuous. Young Xuanya hurried over to help her up. Are you all right? How did you fall? Concubine Virtuous didn't know why she was crying, but Xiao Ru's words felt like a knife piercing her heart, and the tears just kept pouring down. She quickly pulled her hand back, shaking her head and whispering, I'm fine. I'm fine. I have to go back now. Before young Xuanya could stop her, Concubine Virtuous turned and ran out. But young Xuanya wouldn't let her leave so easily and hurried to catch up. At that moment, Xiaoyang returned from court and happened to witness the scene. Concubine Virtuous, in her haste, collided with Xiaoyang, causing her to fall again. Ignoring her scraped palm, she immediately knelt down and said, Forgive me, Your Majesty. I didn't mean to. What? Greetings, Your Majesty. Young Xuanya and Bayuner both bowed. What's going on? Xiaoyang frowned slightly. Concubine Virtuous' clothes were disheveled, and she was in tears. Young Xuanya looked flustered and anxious, while Bayuner seemed somewhat annoyed. These three women, usually so close, what had happened? He didn't care much about the petty squabbles between women, but he couldn't ignore the matters involving them. After hesitating for a moment, he said, Come inside and talk. Your Highness, are you all right? LV Zhu stepped forward to help Concubine Virtuous up. Seeing the blood seeping from her palm, she felt a pang of guilt, but with so many people around, she dared not say anything, fearing it would be seen as being overly sensitive. Once inside, Xiaoyang sat down and looked at the three women standing before him, feeling a headache coming on. What's all this about? I have done nothing wrong. Concubine Virtuous knelt again, her head lowered, not daring to look up. She already felt deeply humiliated and didn't know how to face young Xuanya or Xiaoyang. Seeing her like this, young Xuanya felt a pang of guilt and quickly said, "It's all my fault for not disciplining my maid properly, allowing her to speak nonsense. It's all my fault. It's all my fault. Please forgive me, Your Majesty." Xiaoru hurriedly knelt down to apologize. She hadn't meant to, truly not. She had only wanted to gossip behind their backs, but she never expected it to be overheard so coincidentally. Where could she find justice in this? Seeing her like this, Xiaoyang rubbed his temples. "I don't want to hear your excuses. Tell me what happened." Knowing she couldn't avoid it, young Xuanya sighed and recounted the whole story. After hearing this, Xiaoyang's gaze fell on Concubine Virtuous. "Is that really what you think?" "I do not, Your Majesty. I am truly happy to see you and Sister Young getting along well. I would never be jealous or act out of spite. I came late today because the weather is getting hotter, and I was embroidering a fan to gift to my sisters." Concubine Virtuous knelt there, feeling even more wronged. Xiaoyang frowned and looked at young Xuanya. "And you? What do you think?" "I naturally believe in Sister Virtuous." Young Xuanya was anxious. "If others don't know me, does Your Majesty not believe me?" Of course, he believed her. Xiaoyang raised an eyebrow and looked at Bai Yuner. "And you? What do you think?" "What can I think? Today's incident may not involve me, but it's all because of Your Majesty, isn't it? When there was no favor, everyone was happy. Now that there is, everyone's acting like crows." Bai Yuner shrugged. Men were the root of all trouble. Xiaoyang hadn't expected that when he asked, this little girl would immediately shift all the blame onto him. He was speechless, his mouth twitching. He turned to Xiaoru. "The noble consort has never complained like this. So where did you hear all this, and why are you voicing your grievances here?" "Forgive me, Your Majesty. I'm a gossiping wretch. I deserve to die." Xiaoru knew she had to take all the blame upon herself. If she implicated young Xuanya, it would be disastrous. Seeing her like this, Xiaoyang smiled faintly. "You dared to say all this because the noble consort favors you, and Concubine Virtuous is meek. You claim to act for your mistress, but in truth, you're stirring up trouble behind the scenes. You're truly a restless soul." Chapter 529, Too Scared. Upon hearing this, young Xuanya truly became anxious. She hurriedly knelt down and said, "Your Majesty, Xiaoru is my personal maid. Since she has done something like this, it is all my fault. Please allow me to deal with her. Although Concubine Yang, you are not the empress, you manage most of the affairs in the harem. Therefore, I hope you can handle this matter properly. Call a physician to examine Concubine Xian. Her mind is already not in good shape, and falling like this might worsen her condition. What if her mind gets damaged?" Xiaoyang sighed with a hint of helplessness and then strode out decisively. He had originally come to have breakfast and perhaps hold young Xuanya's hand, but unexpectedly, the atmosphere here was so chaotic. It was truly suffocating. Seeing his back, young Xuanya stood up and slapped Xiaoru. "How dare you speak nonsense? You deserve to be punished." "It's all my fault. I deserve to die." Xiaoru quickly started slapping herself, fearing that young Xuanya might truly kill her in anger. "Go kneel at the palace gate. Without my order, you are not to get up." Young Xuanya was furious and pointed outside. When she looked up again to speak with Concubine Xian, she saw Concubine Xian bowing and retreating. She tried to approach again to clarify the matter, but Bai Yuner stopped her. "I'll go, sister, I'll go." Bai Yuner patted her hand in comfort and then chased after them. Throughout the journey, Concubine Xian quietly sobbed. She didn't want others to see her in such a miserable state, but for some reason, the tears just kept falling. Once she reached her palace, she couldn't hold back her tears and cried out loud. "Sister Concubine Xian," Bai Yuner followed behind. Seeing her in such distress, her heart ached. She quickly stepped forward, taking out a handkerchief to wipe her tears. "Don't cry. What's wrong?" It's just nonsense from the servants. You know Sister Yang, don't you? How could she do something so petty? Besides, she said she believes you. She trusts you. Woohoo. I'm scared. I'm so scared. Concubine Xian hugged Bai Yuner and wailed. She had thought that after this period, she had become brave enough. But she never expected that when something truly happened, she was still so weak. She realized she wasn't strong or brave at all. What was happening? Seeing Concubine Xian like this, Bai Yuner felt tense. She quickly grabbed a handkerchief and wiped her tears again. Something's not right, sister. You're crying so much. It's not just because of today's small incident. Tell me what's really going on. Talk to me. I don't want to be the empress. Concubine Xian hugged Bai Yuner, crying pitifully. What? What did she just say? Bai Yuner had thought Concubine Xian was being bullied, but she never expected it to be about this. She looked at Concubine Xian in disbelief and whispered, You? What did you say? Who wants you to be the empress? My parents. Concubine Xian's eyes turned red. Do you think all these rewards from the emperor recently are for no reason? It's just to appease my parents. They want the emperor to appoint an empress, so they've set their sights on me. But I don't want to. I don't want to be the empress. They don't listen to me. I know that even if they agree to it, they'll still secretly scheme behind my back. Concubine Xian cried again as she spoke. In this harem, it's already like walking on thin ice. If I really end up in that position, I might not even survive a month. What kind of nonsense is this? Bai Yuner never expected it to be such a complicated mess. She looked at Concubine Xian, who was still sniffling, and said helplessly, What can I say? But don't worry. If one day you're forced to become the empress, I'll protect you. I'm skilled in martial arts. No one will dare bully you. Silly girl. Concubine Xian couldn't help but laugh after hearing this, pinching Bai Yuner's cheek gently. Do you think they'd use real swords and spears to kill me? My cousin from my maternal uncle's family, she was as beautiful as a flower, but after entering the palace, she died within 3 months. She disappeared without a trace, and many people don't even know she existed. Isn't that terrifying? Concubine Xian looked at her pitifully, feeling scared every time she thought about it. Upon hearing this, Bai Yuner sighed, saying gloomily, Although the Yunnan prince's mansion isn't as complicated, their methods are also endless. My mother, the princess, has also been bullied a lot. These women, when they go mad, they're not human. It's hard to guard against them. So I'm scared. I just want to live a peaceful life in the harem. Sister Yang must hate me now. Concubine Xian started crying again as she spoke. Why is she crying again? Imperial study. Xiao Yang coughed and frowned, looking at the sweet dates in front of him. What did you say? The Hongdao Kingdom's sovereign sent a red envelope to you? 10,000 taels of gold, delivered. Sweet dates directly handed over the letter, saying indifferently, their intention is that our Xia Kingdom has many advanced techniques, so this visit is for learning purposes. This is the tuition fee. Learning? So it's hereditary theft skills. Xiao Yang sneered coldly. Our Xia Kingdom's technology, how could it be given to these swine? That's explosive. Sweet Dates looked at Xiao Yang in surprise. She had known him for many years, but she had never seen him so disgusted with someone. So she really didn't understand why. Xiao Yang snorted, This is for me. So what's for you? This is for me. Sweet Dates brought out a small box, all jewels and ornaments, and even a pearl the size of a fist. What? A fist-sized pearl? Xiao Yang frowned, looking at her, hesitating for a moment before saying, You've already told me about this, which is not easy. So take these things back. If you like them, keep them to play with. If not, just ignore them. Upon hearing this, Sweet Dates didn't hesitate at all. She directly took the items, saying indifferently, Thank you, Your Majesty. After saying that, she happily took the items and turned to leave. Seeing her happy back, Xiao Yang felt both amused and helpless. After hesitating, he looked at Li Nu. What do you think about this? Although the Hongdao Kingdom is despicable, they seem to have sincerity now. If they can behave themselves, it would be a good thing, wouldn't it? Li Nu spoke cautiously. Seeing Xiao Yang's expression wasn't right, She quickly added, however, they killed the late empress, so they deserve to die. You also think it's because of that? Xiaoyang raised an eyebrow, looking at her, seemingly disappointed. So in your eyes, I'm like this, starting a war, disregarding the lives of the people and the soldiers, all because of a deceased woman? No, I dare not. Li Nu knelt down. Although I don't know why, I trust your majesty's character. Chapter 530. Despicable. This brain of hers. Seeing her trembling with fear, Xiaoyang was left speechless. He rolled his eyes and said impatiently, Get up. Do you think I would really kill you? Hearing this, Li Nu relaxed slightly, struggling to stand up, her legs still shaking. She looked at Xiaoyang, hesitated for a moment, and finally asked, Your Majesty, I may be ignorant, but I still want to know why. Because every single person in this country is a degenerate. They will do even more perverse things in the future. To avoid suffering for our descendants, we have to eliminate them now. They deserve to die anyway. Xiaoyang shrugged and snorted. He then handed something to Li Nu. Look, this is the intelligence Tao Jinzi gave me. He claims to be here for a diplomatic visit with money, but he didn't forget to bring gunpowder. What? Li Nu had thought they were genuinely here for a visit, but never expected such shamelessness. How infuriating. Li Nu clenched her fists. I always thought the term degenerate was prejudice, but this bastard really deserves a beating. Your Majesty, blow them up. Seeing Li Nu so worked up, Xiaoyang almost burst out laughing but managed to hold it in. He sighed and said softly, Calm down. Don't get so angry that you die before they do. Go and keep an eye on them. See where they plan to place the gunpowder.
Yes.
Li Nu nodded immediately and hurried out to arrange the task. Although the ruler of Hongdao Kingdom was despicable, the dignity of this vast nation must still be maintained. Moreover, this time, it wasn't just Hongdao Kingdom visiting. The ruler of a small neighboring country, Imo Kingdom, had also come along. Xiaoyang had done his homework. Imo Kingdom was a tiny nation that had always relied on Hongdao Kingdom. Even though Hongdao itself was just a small island nation, there were even weaker countries. This was the sad reality for those small nations. Imo Kingdom was particularly difficult. It was said to be less than half the size of their capital, with a total population of less than 200,000, not even matching Qin Province, let alone Lu Province, which was larger and had more people. Xiaoyang sighed. Such small countries could only survive in the cracks. Soon, the ruler of Hongdao Kingdom arrived in the capital. As before, Xiaoyang arranged for them to stay in the guest house. That night, in the Qinghua Palace, Yang Xuanya lay in Xiaoyang's arms, gritting her teeth. Those bastards are definitely up to no good. Should I go meet them? What would a noble consort like you do with them? Xiaoyang chuckled, looking at her. I've known from the start that these bastards are up to no good, so I've already prepared. You just need to act as a dignified noble consort in the palace. Hearing this, Yang Xuanya felt a pang of dissatisfaction. She had once been a renowned female general, yet now her only role was to be a decorative figure by Xiaoyang's side. She leaned against his chest and whispered, Will I only live like this from now on? Dream on. Even if you're willing, I'm not. Xiaoyang rolled his eyes. The ruler of Hongdao Kingdom won't be going back this time. I'll find a legitimate reason to deal with him, then lead an army to conquer Hongdao Kingdom. The safety of the capital will be in your hands. With that, Xiaoyang got up from the bed and handed her a military token he had prepared. There are 30,000 troops stationed outside the capital, just in case. I can only trust you with this. What? Yang Xuanya looked at the token in disbelief, whispering, You're entrusting me with something so important? When you were in the Northern Kingdom, you once commanded 100,000 troops. 30,000 is nothing, Xiaoyang smiled. Surely you haven't forgotten how to use a spear after being in the palace for half a year? Of course not. Yang Xuanya's eyes lit up. She grinned at Xiaoyang and said softly, Your Majesty, I know you're skilled, but don't underestimate me. How about we spar tomorrow morning? Hearing this, Xiaoyang chuckled and said, All right, I'll agree to that. Now, let's sleep. The next morning, Xiaoyang was already waiting in the courtyard when Yang Xuanya woke up. She had thought it was just a joke from the previous night, but to her surprise, Xiaoyang was actually waiting for her. Seeing his serious expression, Yang Xuanya didn't hold back. She grabbed her spear and charged at him. The two of them began fighting in the courtyard. Was this really happening? Xiaoru couldn't believe her eyes. A noble consort and the emperor, fighting in their courtyard so early in the morning? How absurd. Soon, Xiaoyang won. He winked at Yang Xuanya and said with a smile, "You've improved. I said I'd beat you someday." Yang Xuanya said proudly, despite her loss. After breakfast, Xiaoyang happily went to the Ministry of Works to inspect his warships. "Your Highness." Xiaoru hesitated, looking at Yang Xuanya. "You're a noble consort. How can you handle weapons?" Seeing Xiaoru's expression, Yang Xuanya sighed. "Xiaoru, have you forgotten the punishment I gave you? You need to understand what is expected of you in the palace. This isn't the Northern Kingdom, and I'm no longer an unloved princess. You need to be careful. If anything goes wrong, it could affect our homeland. Even though I control the palace now, it's not entirely legitimate. We must be cautious. If something goes wrong, it could harm our country. I've already punished you for your behavior towards the consort of virtue. I hope you've learned from this and will go apologize with a gift." "Your Highness, I know I was wrong." Xiaoru bowed her head, fearing she might really be sent back. If she returned to the Northern Kingdom, she would be doomed. Although she didn't feel she had done anything wrong, to survive, she had to humble herself. Seeing her submission, Yang Xuanya nodded in satisfaction. "Good, go with the gift." Chapter 531. A ruckus erupts? For the past few days, concubine Xian had been holed up in her palace, trembling in fear. She knew her parents and brothers too well, and understood that they were certainly not idle. Trapped in the inner court, she had no idea what schemes they were plotting, leaving her in constant fear. Xiao Ru entered carrying a gift and, upon entering, immediately knelt down, looking up at concubine Xian with a pitiful expression, and whispered, "Your Highness, concubine Xian, please forgive me. It was all my fault before," speaking recklessly. "Please, out of pity for my foolishness, spare me this once." Seeing Xiao Ru's demeanor, concubine Xian understood Yang Xuanya's stance. She lowered her head, murmuring, "As long as Sister Yang doesn't hold a grudge against me, that's all that matters. I understand that what you said was for her sake." "Your Highness?" Xiao Ru looked at concubine Xian in disbelief. She had expected her to hold a grudge over the matter, but never anticipated such a response. "I'll take the gift. You may leave now. Just tell them I'm unwell and unable to accompany Sister Yang." Concubine Xian waved her hand, her head still lowered. She had no interest in dealing with these trivial matters now. All she could think about was how to preserve her life. She wanted nothing more than to survive and live well. 3 days later, the rulers of Hongdao and Emiao arrived at the palace to pay their respects. Emperor Xiaoling offered the highest level of hospitality, granting them face. Unfortunately, some people simply don't know how to appreciate it. The Hongdao ruler's letter of accreditation was well written, but upon arrival, his demeanor changed. He showed no particular respect for Emperor Xiaoling and even deliberately put on an act in front of the Emiao ruler. This attitude shocked Lu Ti. He had never expected the man who had spoken so amicably with him to change so drastically upon entering the grand hall. Fortunately, Emperor Xiaoling wasn't sincere either, so seeing their behavior, he felt a sense of relief. Now, he had a reason to make things difficult for them. "Hongdao ruler, your journey must have been arduous," Emperor Xiaoling said with a half-smile, snorting lightly. The Hongdao ruler glanced at Emperor Xiaoling, his attitude far from respectful, as he coldly replied, "Emperor Xiaoling's might is impressive, having killed several of our Hongdao envoys. I dare not stay away." Hearing this, Emperor Xiaoling snorted in disdain, coldly staring at him with a hint of pity. "And what difference does your presence make?" Indeed, even if he had come, the outcome would be the same. What? The Hongdao ruler clearly hadn't expected Emperor Xiaoling to humiliate him so openly in front of everyone. "You!" The Hongdao ruler clenched his teeth. "How dare you? I am after all a ruler. How can you insult me so, relying on your military strength? Where is the etiquette of your Xia kingdom? Heh. Seeing his anger, Emperor Xiaoling found it utterly ridiculous, rolling his eyes before calling out, Minister of Rights. Here. Lu Ti hastily stepped forward, bowing to Emperor Xiaoling. Emperor Xiaoling raised an eyebrow at him. Answer the ruler's question. Where is the etiquette of our great Xia? How should I answer that? Lu Ti knelt on the ground, tears almost falling. Your Majesty, please forgive me, I can't explain. Emperor Xiaoling snorted, waving his hand. Minister of War, General of the Cavalry, where are you? Here. Chitai and a Fu stepped forward side by side, speaking in unison. Emperor Xiaoling raised an eyebrow, speaking slowly and deliberately. Answer the Hongdao ruler's question. Where is the etiquette of our great Xia?
Yes.
A Fu responded. He turned to face the Hongdao ruler, disdainfully saying, We offer wine to friends and spears to enemies. What? The Hongdao ruler was stunned by a Fu's aura, instinctively taking a step back, his eyes wide with disbelief. Turning to look at Emperor Xiaoling seated on the throne, he demanded, What does Emperor Xiaoling mean by this? Does he intend to execute a ruler in public? Though our Hongdao is small, we still have our dignity. If I die here today, the entire Hongdao will never rest until we have our revenge. The Hongdao ruler's bravado was clearly a facade, for he clearly saw the anger and murderous intent in Emperor Xiaoling's eyes. Seeing his reaction, Emperor Xiaoling found it amusing. General Qi, speak. The Hongdao ruler is quite the hypocrite. On the surface, he comes bearing gifts, but in secret, he smuggles explosives into the capital and deploys troops near the Linglong Islands. There's not a shred of sincerity. Yet now, standing here, he dares to blame our great Xia? Chitai looked at him with disdain. What? How did they know? The Emiao ruler almost instinctively took a step back, distancing himself from the Hongdao ruler and knelt trembling on the ground. He hadn't wanted to come on this trip in the first place, forced by circumstances. Indeed, as soon as he arrived, trouble began. Seeing the Emiao ruler's cowardice, the Hongdao ruler became enraged and shouted, You too are a ruler. Stand up. Do you not feel ashamed? Just shut up. The Emiao ruler said not a word, not even daring to raise his head. Above them, it was a clash of gods, and he, this mere mortal, was truly terrified. Emperor Xiaoling stood up from the throne, walking down step by step, smiling at the Hongdao ruler. If I'm not mistaken, you've made thorough preparations, haven't you? Even bringing your explosives into the palace? How did you know? The Hongdao ruler's words sent everyone into a panic, all instinctively looking toward him. If looks could kill, he would have been dead a long time ago. Emperor Xiaoling shrugged. Though you're quite the dog, don't forget, this is still my territory. Trying to kill me without a trace in my own domain. What were you thinking? You might not believe it, but I am the best assassin in this world. Emperor Xiaoling chuckled coldly. With a wave of his hand, Jin Zhong entered with a few eunuchs, dismantling all the table legs of the banquet. Inside, they revealed dark, packed explosives. How dare you? Emir Hongdao, how dare you? The ministers immediately changed their expressions. Prime Minister Fong was so furious his hands trembled. How dare you attempt regicide, aiming to usurp the throne? Outrageous, shameless. Seeing his plot exposed, the Hongdao ruler stopped pretending, coldly staring at Emperor Xiaoling. So what if you know? These are enough to send you all to the afterlife. Then, this world will be mine. Are you insane? Emperor Xiaoling looked at him, beginning to doubt his mental state. The next moment, he saw the Hongdao ruler waving toward the entrance. Then, someone actually appeared at the door, preparing to light the fuse. Unfortunately, the explosives had already been dealt with by Emperor Xiaoling. Even if a fire spirit came, they wouldn't ignite. Are you crazy? Since I discovered it, do you think I wouldn't prepare? Chapter 532. What are you doing? Those words were nothing short of a full-blown mockery. As expected, the usually composed ruler of Hongdao, suddenly lost his composure and charged straight at Xiaoliang. This was exactly what Xiaoliang had been waiting for. Xiaoliang, being the emperor of Xia, couldn't take the initiative to attack, but since this guy was the one charging at him, he couldn't blame Xiaoliang for being unethical. With a swift kick, he sent the man flying, and then followed up by grabbing his collar and pounding him with punch after punch. While this was happening, Chitai wasn't idle either. He followed the list Xiaoliang had given him and began calling out names one by one. He rounded up all the spies lurking in the palace, including even 2 concubines. Lu Ti stood by, watching everything unfold in disbelief. He couldn't fathom where things had gone wrong. His eyes widened in horror as he saw the bloodied and mangled state of the ruler of Hongdao, feeling a chill run down his spine. Who would be next to meet such a fate? The ruler of Yimiao, trembling on his knees, pleaded, "Your Majesty, please calm your anger. I had no part in this. I knew nothing of these plans." Upon hearing this, Xiaoliang shook his aching fist, tossed the ruler of Hongdao to Afu, and took a handkerchief to meticulously wipe the blood off his hands. He said indifferently, "The ruler of Hongdao attempted to assassinate me. Spread the word. Xia and Hongdao are now sworn enemies, to the death. You dare." The ruler of Hongdao glared at Xiaoliang, grinding his teeth. "You dare declare war. Your spies from Hongdao killed my empress. You, the ruler yourself, came to assassinate me and disrupt our governance. You had ill intentions. Not a single charge against you is unjust. It's only reasonable for me to go to war." Xiaoliang coldly stared at him, throwing all the evidence he had gathered over the years onto Hongdao. This day, Xiaoliang had been waiting for far too long. The ruler of Hongdao never expected that Shen Yunyan held such a significant place in Xiaoliang's heart. He couldn't believe he had been outmaneuvered by a woman. Gritting his teeth, he said to Xiaoliang, "You're letting your emotions cloud your judgment. Do you really think people will believe you just because you say so? If anyone doesn't believe, I'll just keep fighting until they do. Isn't that simple?" Xiaoliang said matter-of-factly. "What?" The ruler of Hongdao couldn't believe his ears. How could there be such a brazen person in this world? No, to be precise, there were many brazen people in the world, but few could be so unabashedly brazen. Especially Xiaoliang, who was an emperor. How could he speak so bluntly? Didn't he fear that his officials and ministers wouldn't follow him? He had expected someone to step in and dissuade Xiaoliang, but looking around, everyone was glaring at him with righteous indignation. It was clear they were all on Xiaoliang's side. Impossible. This couldn't be happening. How could the officials truly be united with the emperor? How could they be truly of one mind? As he was dragged away, the ruler of Hongdao continued to curse in his native language. The once peaceful banquet had turned into such a chaotic scene that no one had any desire to stay. Everyone began to leave, except for Lu Ti, who was kept behind, along with the ruler of Yimiao, who was also not allowed to leave. The vast palace now felt eerily empty with just the 3 of them. The air was filled with the faint scent of gunpowder mixed with the fragrance of osmanthus wine. The ruler of Yimiao, kneeling on the ground, didn't dare to lift his head. He had witnessed Xiaoliang's methods firsthand and had no idea what might happen to him next. After all, their country's strength was even weaker than Hongdao's. The ruler of Yimiao must be quite familiar with Hongdao, right? Xiaoliang crossed his arms and looked at him with a faint smile. The ruler of Yimiao wasn't sure what Xiaoliang meant, so he could only look at him pleadingly and truthfully replied, "Yes, our 2 countries often interact, so I do have some understanding." "Good. Then are you willing to make Hongdao part of Yimiao's territory?" Xiaoliang asked again. "What?" This left the ruler of Yimiao even more dumbfounded. He looked up at Xiaoliang in disbelief. "Your Majesty, I don't understand your meaning. There's nothing complicated about it. I don't care about Hongdao, but they all deserve to die. So, I plan to change their people." Xiaoliang smiled at the ruler of Yimiao. "Since you're here, I'll give you this opportunity. I'll conquer Hongdao and give it to you." "What? Why?" The ruler of Yimiao looked at him in disbelief, his voice tinged with incredulity. "Why? Why is your majesty being so kind to me? Because you're a good person. If you hadn't secretly informed General Qi, how would I have known about this? Xiaoyang smiled, waving the list in his hand. I can overlook the things you did under duress, but in the future, if you truly unite the two countries, I hope you can bring them love and peace and civilize the formerly barbaric people of Hongdao. Can you do that? Even now, the ruler of Yimiao found all of this utterly absurd. He had thought he wouldn't leave here alive, but never expected such a huge opportunity to fall into his lap. He respectfully bowed to Xiaoyang. I am willing. Good, then it's settled. You can leave now. Xiaoyang waved his hand decisively, letting him go. That's it? The ruler of Yimiao had expected to sign some agreement or something, but to his surprise, nothing was mentioned. He was just allowed to leave so casually? This was beyond belief. He looked at Xiaoyang hesitantly, asking in a low voice, Am I really allowed to leave? Yes. I've arranged a room for you at the suburban palace. Enjoy yourself there and wait until Hongdao is conquered before you return. Xiaoyang directly laid out the next steps. This was a polite way of saying that the ruler of Yimiao was now essentially a hostage. As long as he was in Xia, Yimiao wouldn't dare to intervene in the war against Hongdao, making things simpler. Though both sides understood the situation, they didn't explicitly state it, and the ruler of Yimiao obediently bowed and took his leave. Now, only Xiaoyang and Lu Ti remained, face to face. Your Majesty, I deserve to die. Lu Ti, feeling his legs go weak just facing Xiaoyang, immediately knelt down and confessed his guilt without waiting for Xiaoyang to speak. Seeing him like this, Xiaoyang smiled faintly and said, I haven't said anything yet, and you're already so nervous. What are you afraid of? Your subject. Your subject harbors no ill intentions, nor have I betrayed the country. I only wish for peace, Lu Ti truthfully confessed. I have not sold out Xia in any way. Please, Your Majesty, see clearly. You want to be a powerful minister, don't you? Xiaoyang directly exposed the lie behind his words. This. Lu Ti looked up in surprise. Your Majesty, I don't. Chapter 533, Regaining Freedom. You do. You want to be a powerful minister. You want your daughter to be the empress, and then support her son to become the emperor, while you control the government as a powerful minister, don't you? Xiaoyang spoke frankly. He wasn't an idiot. Even without concrete evidence, he could guess what Lu Ti was plotting. Lu Ti was utterly shocked that his schemes had been exposed by Xiaoyang. Trembling on his knees, he realized the immense power and wealth he craved, but he valued his life even more, for without it, all would be lost. Hence, his fear. Seeing him like this, Xiaoyang shook his head in disgust and said indifferently, It's not a bad thing to have ambition. Which man in this world can truly be free of ambition? But your abilities don't match your ambitions. The virtuous consort isn't even pregnant yet, and you're already in such a hurry? Your Majesty, I was momentarily confused. Please forgive me. Lu Ti knew that at this point, any denial would be futile. He was well aware of Xiaoyang's methods and his current predicament, so he decided to throw caution to the wind. I know my crimes are unforgivable, but I did all this for Your Majesty's sake. Your Majesty, my loyalty to you and to Great Xia is unquestionable. Is that so? Xiaoyang sneered. Once the virtuous consort has a child, whether it's a boy or a girl, it will be treated as a boy. Once this child is born, I will become useless, as will my other children. They will all be obstacles to you and will be cast aside, won't they? Your Majesty, I dare not, I didn't do it. Lu Ti protested his innocence once more. Although that had been his plan, nothing had started yet, so he could naturally claim innocence and deny any involvement. Xiaoyang waved his hand and said indifferently, Whether you're innocent or not, I know and you know. I just haven't decided how to deal with you yet. Go back and take care of yourself. With that, he turned and walked away without even glancing back. What did this mean? Lu Ti remained kneeling alone, unable to rise because his legs had gone numb. After a while, the virtuous consort walked over. Seeing her disheveled, gray-haired father on the ground, She sighed and stepped forward to help him.